Blackstone Publishing presents BorderLords, a novel by Terry C. Johnston. This book is read by Alex Boyles. For Rhonda and Joshua, the two loves of my life, they have been the wings that have given this eagle his flight. It has been demonstrated over and over again in the history of the West that the existence of laws and the presence of lawyers to expound and of officers to enforce them are not indispensable to just and orderly condition in thinly settled portions of a country. It was the universal testimony of those who were familiar with the life of the trapper, that crimes of all colors were never so few, nor punishment for such as were committed so just and swift and sure as in those remote localities where there were neither laws nor lawyers. Each man was in a measure a law to himself. Those rude men had a true sense of justice, and if they administered it in a rough fashion, there was rarely a complaint that their judgments were wrong. Hiram M. Chittenden, The American Fur Trade of the Far West. No court or jury is called to adjudicate upon his disputes and abuses save his own conscience, and no powers are invoked to redress them save those with which the God of nature had endowed him. Josiah Gregg, Commerce of the Prairies. Prologue. They had always come, through all those years, and he knew, always knew, days before they showed up at the door. The ones who always came to barter for his services, to use his talents, to contract his time. 18 winters since the massacre at Seven Oaks. 18 winters since he had buried the body of his mother along with the remains of the others left behind by the wolves. All those years of carrying this burning fire within his breast. All those winters of moving in some way to right the wrong done him. Those who came had always sat with him around the warm fire, while cold winter winds screeched along the logs of the hut, and always ate with him before they told him of the job at hand. He always wanted it that way, that they should eat together before the task was discussed. Matters of death. This time, there had been 3 men. They had come to bring him to St. Louis. The sounds of those words made a good taste in his mouth. He had never been to this St. Louis before. He had always worked north of that jumping-off point for the western fur trade. But now, 3 of them had come. Never had there been more than 2. Perhaps these 3 men were as afraid of him as were the victims who were to be killed each time he took a job. The man who had hired him had also hired these 3 to come into this wilderness to seek him out, to ask him to take this job. And all he had to do this time was to kill 1 man. 1. To escape the wind, Titus Bass headed them back toward the rim rock for their camp. It seemed somehow fitting, too, for above them, someplace along the rocky, castle-like walls bordering the west rim of the valley, lay the body of Josiah Paddock's Indian pony. The immense cold slithering into the valley hand in hand with the deep purple shadows of early evening froze blood on a wound. Funny to be thinking about all the blood freezing. He looked down at his own leg, wrapped tightly against the flow of the dark red fluid. And he recalled the arrow that had bit at his flesh as he had torn it from the leg. Now the blood trying to escape from the jagged wound fought to flow in the dropping temperature. The improvised bandage and the leather of his legging showed no new spread of the dark fluid from the wound. Little comfort in that, what with the pain of hobbling along, using his rifle as a crutch under one arm, the other hand gripping the long rein tied to the one pony left to the two of them. He turned slightly to look back at the travois and nearly stumbled over some sage hidden in the drifting snow. When there was sun, he could make out the small mounds over the rolling flatland of the river valley, was able to see the short shadows that warned of a clump of sage. But now, in the dimming light, his moccasins had to be his eyes, and he told himself they would not make the shelter of the rimrock before the light was gone. Bass's thoughts drifted to the young trapper, Josiah Paddock, suspended in the travois sling behind the pony. He thought of the cold that had staunched the flow of blood from the chest wound, a gaping, ragged hole, and he shuddered. Perhaps from the cold, he told himself. Perhaps from his fear the boy would not make it back to the Crow village some 6, maybe 7 days away. He thought back, too, back to that very afternoon when he had made the crude litter. Bass lashed one buffalo robe across 2 lodgepole pines, then tied the poles to the saddle atop the only animal left to the two of them, the strong Indian pony. Then he carefully wrapped the boy up with the 3 remaining buffalo robes. "Gonna cover your head, son. Warmer. Keep you warm." "No," young Paddock whispered with trembling lips. "No. Wanna see the sun. Watch it go down. See it on the mountains. Please, watch the sun on the mountains, Scratch." Titus almost smiled, but the cold that bit and tore at his bare cheeks above the whiskers, flecked with streaks and patches of gray, froze his face to a stiff mask. Scratch. Long had he carried that handle. "Most call me now by a name I got hung with some years back. Ol' Scratch, it is. Give me that name when I was comin' to my first rendezvous, 26 it were. Had met me 3 fellers out of Bayou Salade down toward Watooyar in them southern Rockies, and they had felt sorry for this coon. Bud, Billy, and Silas felt sorry for me and teached me what I would need to keep my hair. My clothes were store-boughten, linsey-woolsey they was. Sides, the seams was full of little graybacks by then. Had the graybacks bad, I did. Well, those boys come to callin' me Scratch on account of all that itchin' I was doin' all the time. Finally got me decked out in a set of Utah skins. Didn't scratch no more after that, but that damned name was stuck to me so hard that I couldn't shake it. By the time I left them 3 coons, they was callin' me Ol' Scratch, on account of me gettin' the green ward off so's to be a regular mountain man." The pony snorted, and Scratch glanced over at the animal. The cold, blue frost billowed up from the animal's nostrils as the pony strained against the dead weight of the travois and its load. The boy needed warmth, and soon. There hadn't been that much Scratch could do for the wound back there in the pines where Josiah had fallen. The lead ball had passed through the chest, so there was nothing to remove from the blackening hole. But the young man needed warmth, and Bass would build a fire as soon as they reached the rimrock for the night. Several times he had considered stopping for the night out here in the valley, along the river that flowed north into the Yellowstone. Stop somewhere in the trees and willows. But the wind would be too strong. The clouds told him that. High and stringy, blown out like a pony's tail on the run. They would have some bitter wind this night, their first on the trail back, after a day of death. His beard itched as it stiffened against the cold, and he raised a hand. The dirty fingernail protruding from a hole in his mitten clawed at the frozen blood in his beard, and then he remembered again the searing pain that had shot through the ragged, raw flesh along his face. The ribbon of torn tissue ran from the corner of his eye down into his whiskers at the cheek. The claw had ripped his flesh open. But he chuckled to himself. Funny now to still be thinking it was the bear that had attacked him. It had not been claws, only a crude iron hook that the white-haired Asa McCafferty had worn in place of a right hand that had been shattered to ribbons some years ago. Bass remembered now the tall Crow warrior who had challenged the white men's right to hunt the white hare down. "It was I who first met the white-haired one winters ago when his hand was cut off. I was the one who cut off the hand to save his life. It was this one who first knew the white-haired man when we had stolen trappers' ponies." The Scotsman McCafferty had stolen much more this time, he thought. Much more than ponies. And lost much more than a hand for it. Not a claw at all, only a crude iron hook. The mind plays some strange, desperate tricks on itself in a life-or-death struggle. But Scratch had won, even against the odds he had mounted against himself. Every now and then he heard a groan of pain from the young trapper as the poles of the litter bounced and jostled over the scrub sage. "Won't be long now," Scratch said to himself. Looking up at the rim rocks ahead, he thought of how long a day it had been for all of them. He turned his head to look behind him. Behind Josiah's travois, dropping farther and farther away, stood the bare, lonely tree where McCafferty's body lay lashed across the limbs. Sharp thorns and brambles lay about the base of the trunk where Bass had pulled them so that no dark thief of the forest would steal the cold flesh that was to remain forever in that place. Beneath the man lay the dark hide of the wolf, and wrapped over the lifeless form was the hide of the medicine animal, the great bear. And Scratch remembered them pulling away from the tree at last, as the sun was running to find its bed for the night. Beneath the warm robes, Paddock had held the scalp in both hands. He had taken the long, white tendrils into his fingers and clutched them tightly. Rocking gently in the travois, Josiah had watched the tree grow ever smaller behind him, then closed his eyes to sleep. So much behind them now, as Bass turned his head to gaze forward once more. He felt so very old for this day. Behind him lay so much of his life. The man he had been sent to hunt down and kill, now secured high in a cottonwood. That had been a supreme struggle, what with his leg torn up by the arrow. And that feat of superhuman strength had come after he had dragged the white hare's body up and out of the high country bowl where they had fought to the death. And now the body rested behind them, high in a cottonwood, wrapped and bound against carrion-eating birds. But McCafferty's body was safe, buried proper. He had done right by Asa at the end. And that was odd, too, to be thinking of doing right by the man you had just killed. No. He shook his head and felt the braid brush across his cheek. The old man's hair was flecked and streaked with gray, with one single thick braid on the right side of his head, encircled with a piece of dirty, greasy red cloth. The hair that hung down from the back of his head, however, was not like the hair on the sides. Instead of the streaks of gray, it was coal black and hung straight down past his shoulders, unlike the gray hair that was curly and wavy, except for the one tight, red-wrapped braid. No, it wasn't like the final fight had come as a shock at all. It wasn't sudden, either. He supposed he had known it was to come down to that for some time. But still, the feelings when that time came slapped him across the mouth like a brutal blow delivered from the hand of reality. It ought to have been different, he told himself. But who was he, after all? Merely a man doing what had to be done to buy himself another day, another season, perhaps another year in the mountains, without running away. No, he could never run away. He had run headlong into this and had not cowered from it. But he had been afraid. perhaps more so than Paddock had been. And he had dealt with that fear. This realization gave him a little more strength to struggle the last few yards across the snow-covered sage that fought to trip him up until he got them to the foot of the rimrock. "You wake?" He stopped the pony and hobbled back to the travois. "How you—" Paddock coughed, strangling on the fluid deep in his throat. "How you 'spect me to sleep?" He hacked again into the cold air. "When you're bouncing me over every rock you can find." "Ain't rocks, son." "Huh?" "Sage." "Ah." Then he coughed against the pain. "We stopped now, for the night, Josiah." He felt like kneeling beside the travois, but knew he would only have to struggle to rise once more on the bad leg. If he got down, his tired body might not want to move again. "Got me work to do." He started off toward the pony. "Bass?" "Yep." The older man scooted back to the travois. "We have us a fire tonight?" It was like pleading. "We both need one," Bass replied. "Yes, son. We're gonna have us a good fire." "Thanks." Titus hobbled up alongside the Indian pony, the Nez Perce buffalo runner he had traded for back to the rendezvous in Pierre's Hole last summer. He ran his hand down the animal's neck, stroking the damp hide along its withers. Then his hand wandered down and touched the medicine bundle's thick rawhide loop. It hung from the saddle's large pommel. Such a long, long day. Time to build a fire. Time to push away the darkness some. Slowly, with the biting cramp in his fingers, his cold, numb hands loosened the knots in the rawhide thongs securing the travois poles to the pony's saddle. Moving back toward the litter, the trapper bent over to step between the two poles. He stood upright, took a step forward, bending his head down so that one pole now sat on each shoulder. Struggling with the weight and trying to balance on the one good leg left him, Bass lifted the poles from the pony's back. Quickly, he swung the rifle that was his crutch so the butt struck the pony smartly on a rear flank. Just enough to nudge him forward a bit, he thought. The pony jerked and moved a few steps, clearing the travois poles before halting once more to hang its head in exhaustion. "Good boy," he said quietly, feeling exhausted himself at the weight of the travois bearing down on his shoulders. Now he stepped back until the opening of the V was wider than his shoulders and started lowering the poles to the ground. His rifle dropped, its muzzle slipping from under his armpit where he had tucked it. "Damn," he muttered to himself. "What?" The frail question came from the bundle of robes wrapped over the travois. "Nothing," Titus replied. "Just clumsy of me, Saul." When the litter was finally on the ground, he bent over to retrieve the fallen weapon. Snapping the frizzen forward, Scratch blew at the snow around the lock. With his right hand, he brought up the pan brush that hung from his pouch and swept the pan clear of wet snow and powder. He dropped the brush and used the vent pick to probe the touch hole, clear it of any residue. Then he ran a small dusting of priming into the dry pan and dropped the frizzen down over it. He wheeled around so that he could kneel at Paddock's head. "Gonna make us camp here, son," he said as he looked up at the darkening sky. The stars already were beginning to glisten across the growing inkiness. "Gotta get us some wood, and then we'll have us that fire we both needin'." "Coffee?" "Don't have none of that." He felt saddened somehow at not having what the boy wanted, perhaps needed. "Can fix you something warm to be drinking, howsomever." "It'll do." Josiah hacked again to clear his throat. It'll have to do, Titus thought, as he rose and turned away from the travois. A few yards away, a narrow creek ran down from the rimrock, headed for the river across the valley. There stood trees and brush where he would have to find some wood for their fire. Against the pain in his tired leg, Titus bent again and again to pick up the branches of deadfall he kicked free of snow cover. Swinging his rifle, he battered the bigger limbs from their grips on dead trunks. Noisy, he thought. But who the hell would dare to follow them down this river? This be Crow country, and they were sent on this manhunt by the Crow. Nobody save for a stray snake or Sioux, maybe. Only them would be anywhere near where they were now. No sense in being quiet anymore. And they were going to have a fire. So many days out of the Crow camp without a night fire to warm them. No hot food to drop in their bellies. But now they could have the warmth that would begin to heal the young trapper, the warmth that would take some of the gnawing fatigue from his own old bones. When he had dragged the last of the large limbs over beneath the trees near the overhanging rock, Bass shuffled around in a wide circle, kicking at the snow with his thick buffalo hide moccasin. He stumbled and fell several times before he cleared enough snow from beneath the overhanging rock shelf so that a lot of the fire's heat could be retained. Kneeling over the pile of dry kindling, he pulled his striker and flint from his pouch before searching for some charred cloth. His numb, aching fingers shook so much that he could not hold on to either the flint or steel. He kept dropping them into the snow dust. Finally, Bass set everything down on the pile of kindling and crossed his arms, stuffing a hand under each armpit. Soon, his fingers began to tingle with renewed feeling. One at a time, he brought them out of their armpit cocoons and placed them in his mouth, where he alternately sucked and blew on them for warmth. When they began to ache enough so that he could move them, he once again picked up the flint and striker, searching once more for dry char in his strike-a-light pouch. This time, he was able to hold on to the flint and char until a spark began to glow in the blackened cloth. Gently, he moved the glowing char to his right hand and brought it close to his lips where he could breathe frostily on the ember while his left hand searched for the rat's nest of tinder he carried in a pocket of his shooting pouch. The fingers tore a section of the dry, ratted grass away, then laid the glowing char atop the tinder. Again, he lifted the tiny pulsing spark close to his mouth, and in an instant the tinder began to glow, then flared into a small, tentative flame. Quickly, Bass set the tinder down atop some dry kindling and began to set more small twigs and wood shavings over the new blaze. Slowly, he added larger and larger twigs and shavings until the fire burned on its own for a few minutes without his nursing it along. He rose, shakily, his one good leg cramped by the cold and the crouch he had been in during the fire building. Without the rifle crutch, he hobbled over to the travois some 10 yards away. Stepping into the middle of the V above Paddock's head, he leaned over and scooped up the 2 poles beneath his arms. "Where are we going?" "To get you warm, son." Bass pushed his chest against the narrow part of the V where the 2 poles were lashed together. They creaked under the strain, and he finally began to inch the travois poles forward. It was not a smooth trip for either of them. One step at a time, at the cost of extreme labor. Paddock moaned with each new step, with each new jerk, and Scratch groaned against the dead weight, against the almost useless wounded leg, against the sagging strength in the one good leg left him. His arms and shoulders gave out by the time he reached the fire, and the travois dropped to the ground with a dull thud. He heard the exhausted yelp from the back of the litter. "Sorry, boy." He turned around between the poles and scooted over to kneel beside Paddock. "It be all right, Scratch." Josiah hacked some fluid up and tried to spit, but the liquid dribbled down the side of his mouth and chin. Bass took the sleeve of his elk hide coat and wiped the chin dry. I can feel the warm now. Paddock croaked. Thanks. You just stay put and feel that fire, Scratch muttered cheerfully, feeling the warmth growing over himself, too. I'll be getting us some victuals on. Maybe something warm to drink first whack. He started to rise shakily on the one good leg. You just stay put till I get something fixed up for you. Where? Josiah sputtered again. Where you think I'm going, old man? He hacked as he tried to laugh. Ain't going nowhere fast, I suppose. Neither of us. We do make a pair, don't we, boy? You ain't going nowhere, and me, why, I ain't going fast. He fought against the clumsiness of the bum leg as he scooted around the fire to reach the pony tied in the willows. Slowly, he loosened the knots holding their remaining baggage on the pony's back, letting each bundle fall, plop quiet in the snow. He pulled the saddle free and dragged it over to the fire near the travois. 3 short trips later, he had the bundles under the overhang of rocks where the heat from the fire radiated off the yellow sandstone into a warm shelter against the cold curtains surrounding them. Where are you going to sleep? Josiah asked, slowly turning his head back to look at Bass. With you, boy. Like he coughed. Like hell you are. Ain't gonna lay a hand on your untouched body, son. Titus chuckled at the sudden flash of spirit from his partner. Onlyest thing is, you got all the sleeping robes for yourself. And the best way we gonna keep each of us warm on this tramp back be to keep each other warm, sharing them robes. Ain't never slept next to a man before. Never split a robe, huh? And don't you go getting any ideas, no ways, Scratch snorted. I'm figuring on saving myself for a squaw back to Rotten Belly's village. Some gal that's got her some tits. Last time I looked at you, shit, you didn't have no tits to speak of. You ain't got to worry about me. I want me some tits to sleep with when we gets back home. It hurt, but Josiah had to laugh softly along with the older man. He was only now beginning to feel some release from the thoughts of his own death. Every moment he had been conscious since they left the battlefield, Paddock had felt the depressive, gray veil of death settling over him. There was little he could do for himself during the jolting journey across the snow and sage to escape the grip of the dark specter. But now the old man, his friend, was beginning the exorcism. He was feeling warmer. Titus turned back to the younger trapper. "Sides, you near had one of your tits blowed off back there," he commented, without much humor this time. I, Josiah stammered in a fit of coughing. I ain't... Nah, Bass interrupted. You ain't going under. He turned away to fiddle once more with the fire. Leastways, you ain't gonna go under if I got any say in it, young'un. Got me medicines for that hole in you. And prayers that you last till we get back to the Crow, thought Bass. Gonna take us some time to be getting back to Rotten Belly's camp, what with me walking and Josiah Paddock laying down on the job. It sure as hell is gonna take us a lot of time to get back, he reasoned. Too much time. And I hope we both got us that much time left us. Had me scared, you did, Josiah said finally, his voice muffled through the buffalo robes. 'Tweren't nothing to be getting spooked about, Josiah. Bass reached over for a second small kettle and began to scoop snow up into it as he had done with the first. We been through too damned much together to be getting scary now about a couple of holes in our meat. Now, ain't we? S'pose. Damned right. The evening breeze that nudged them into the rim rocks had now grown in weight and bluster. It swirled headily around their camp before rushing headlong up the valley toward the Yellowstone. Bass looked out through the darkness, with his ears seeing all they had to tell him. When next he looked over at Josiah, Scratch saw that the young man was dozing again, his body demanding the rest the wound's healing required. He would have to wake the young trapper in a short time when supper was warmed. He went on with the preparations, humming to himself softly, more so to keep the dark thoughts from pressing in around him, as was the bone-chilling night wind. "Myself was begatted and born in 94. McCafferty had always told the story. "I be a full-blooded Scot, descended from the BorderLords I am, and most proud of that, though I was born this side of that East Ocean. Me pappy came over, brung him his wife and 3 boys over here then. 2 girls and me was to come long later on. Moved right out to get into the wild to be trading axes, blankets, and such as that to Injuns for skins." "Yes, Asa," Bass thought. "You are the cause of much of this darkness about us. Fate always seemed to stalk you. An evil hand always held you in its grip. You never laid claim to your land holdings, so you were easy pickings for the claim jumpers who threw you out of your home. And that was all your first wife Rebecca could stand. By 21, I'd wandered back up close to the Missouri settlements. I heard of a man speaking of a feller named McKnight, fixin' to lay beaver for the greaser country. Asa McCafferty was a lad ready for the West. By 1824, I joined up with John Rowland down to Taos. We wandered some for a few seasons, ending up in Arikara country by 26. That be when you earned you your white hair, old friend." Titus suddenly felt spooked, crawly and wormy inside, calling a dead man his friend. A dead man he had killed himself. "This old feller, a medicine man, come up to me, sayin' he wants to talk with me 'bout Bible, personal-like. Feller just wants me Bible. Told me he'd have it by mornin' anyways, 'long with me scalp hangin' to his medicine bundle. I come down to havin' to part his ribs with me knife when he gone and struck out at me with his hawk. Shaken like the tremblin' earth come Judgment Day, I creeped back to them other white fellers and told 'em quite what's happened. Them fellers just looked and looked at me with the queer on their faces. Rowland finally told me what they was all seein' at on me. Said me hair was white. A sign 'bout killin' that medicine man it were. Seemed to be you always had your hand in the bad of things, Asa. Always had your hand in it, stirring it up. Leastways until you lost that hand of yours. Knave that shot me weren't much of a shot. Got me through the wrist. Busted me rifle at that time, too. That right arm, it were of no earthly good, but that rifle still had a ball ready. Picked her up and shot the feller shot me. Ended up having to cut me arm here. One of them Crow niggers took him a long buckskin wang, ran it over and over the blood, then he went to rubbing it in the sand on the bank of the stream. One of them Crow set to and finished cutting on my meat with his knife, then set to the bone with that bloody wang. By that time, the blood dried the sand to the wang so it made one devil of a saw. One of them Crow sewed best he could, as I was in 'nother mind by then. Them Crow give me one of them trade fusils and a good bow with some fine cottonwood arrows. After adding more and more handfuls of snow to fill the larger kettle, Titus finally pulled the waxy parfleche from his baggage and retrieved some pemmican and jerky. Crumbling and shredding both as best he could with the tired, cold fingers, the older trapper dropped the bits of food into the warming water over the fire. Then he added more of the limbs and twigs to the flames. Bass leaned back against the thick blanket he had draped over his saddle and sighed when the muscles of his injured leg finally relaxed. Put me an old iron fork I used to feed with in the fire and let it set. Heated that iron devil up hotter'n the gates of hell, then I beat these 2 tines round for the hook. Carved me a chunk of wood to be 'bout like the end of me arm, then pounded the fork into it. You done pretty with the hook, Asa. It were a good job with what you had to work with. I remember the piece of wood with the hook pounded in it. Remember it was held to the lower arm with leather straps tacked to the wood and tied tightly around the arm almost to the elbow. The colorful jig of the flames dancing around the kettles had a soothing, hypnotic effect on Scratch, and he felt himself going forward into time, forcing away the emotional and physical pain of the recent past. There was a loss, no doubt about that. But as he looked into the next few days, he thought perhaps longer than a week it might take them on their journey back east along the Yellowstone. Just get through those days and everything would be all right. No, just get through tomorrow, then the day after would come, and the one after that. Yep, that was how it was done. Everything would be fine. We take the trip a step at a time. He looked down at the leg, its dark bandage stiff now. His warming fingers touched the cloth and found the knots resistant to his first efforts to loosen them. Finally, the frozen cloth gave way, and he dropped the ends away from the wound. Bass pulled a knife free of its scabbard and used the blade to prick at the edges of one hole in the leather legging. Adjusting his leg so that he could move shadows away and replace them with light, Scratch peered down at the tear in his flesh. The one hole was barely an inch in length and looked like a frozen, dark band against the white flesh of his leg. The other hole. He pricked at the leather once more near the outside of his leg, finding he had to cut more leather this time. That's where the damn thing tore so much of the flesh. The wound was puckered and oozing still. He had pulled the coagulated, frozen blood away with the bandage. That's all right, he thought. Let her bleed. Get opened up and bleed before I stuff it with medicines. Rolling over on his side, Bass stretched out to pull another of his parfleshes to his side. This one he had been sure to bring along on this hunt. The medicines. From the parflesh he pulled puffball and yarrow root, putting the latter in his mouth to chew. Grasping the knife by its blade, he smacked the shell of the puffball with the handle before cracking the shell in half with his stiff fingers. Setting both halves between his legs, the trapper pulled the edges of the leather around each wound apart with his left fingers, using his right fingers to crack the coagulated blood loose from the wounds. Then he dipped his fingers repeatedly into the puffball halves, transferring the powder and dropping it into the wound before both halves were empty of their herbal dust. Painfully, he ground that dust into each of the two wounds with his fingers, clamping his eyes shut and gritting his teeth against the pain. Bass rested for a few moments after the ordeal of ministering to his own wounds. Finally, the dizzying blackness subsided, and he reached into the parflesh for the small clump of brown, waxed paper. When it was opened, he withdrew the mass of fibrous white threads, tore off a small chunk, and placed it over the smaller of the two wounds. He tamped a bigger piece into the other wound. This web of the tree spider would aid in knitting flesh. He had never understood why, but the healing properties inherent in the spider's web hastened the body's own healing. He tore the yarrow root in half and placed a piece on each wound before wrapping cloth around his leg once more for the night. That leg would be sore, so sore and tender come morning, and they had miles to go. So many miles since he had come out of the Ohio country of Kentucky. At 16, he spent little time in school, preferring to reach out into the forest on the hillsides freckled with bright color and light, blasting away at a squirrel now and then. Mostly dreaming of the day he would carve out his own future in the wildness around him. He had finally slipped away before morning light, leaving behind the little cabin where his brothers and sister lay sleeping, the chimney streaming a faint whisper of thready smoke from last night's fire. The young boy had nearly starved to death at first, finally securing work loading the boats that plied the Ohio. The money he earned by the power of his sinewy muscles held him for a while before he drifted down the river to its junction with the Mississippi. and happened upon a settler's farm, and the settler's daughter who would love him before he was ready to return any woman's love. Then, overpowered once more with the itch to move on, this time to St. Louis, where he found work as an apprentice blacksmith, sleeping in the livery, the frosty air each morning filled with the rich smells of animal musk and fresh dung. And his first sight of a mountain trapper, an old veteran of the western spaces who found an eager audience in the young man for his stories of the high places. The young man lapping up the tall, windy tales of those distant horizons, the old trapper lapping up the cheap liquor that kept him talking. Now, Scratch was the old man. Gray-flecked whiskers and the salt and pepper hair that curled out from under the faded blue bandana knotted tightly at the base of his skull. Better than 39 winters, the crow would say about him. An old man in the mountains close to 10 years now. And up here, in the high country, a man was judged to be old if he had passed that many winters by and kept his hair or his sanity. Bass grinned slightly. He'd lost a bit of both through those long seasons. Yep. Up here, a man's age was figured by how much he'd seen or done, rather than by the mere passage of time. So old. So many miles behind him. Many more staring him down. He pushed the thought out of his mind quickly. He could not afford the luxury of self-pity right now as he looked over at the sleeping man in the buffalo robes. And the pony, gnawing at twigs and bark at the edge of the light. Could it last the journey, carrying on its back that baggage he had not chosen to leave behind back there at the creek, and dragging the dead weight of the travois? Bass studied the pony, hoping the animal would find the sustenance and rest he would need to complete the trip. The firelight cast shadows on the animal, but the lightly spotted rump still shone brightly in the flame's illumination. The crackling of the fire soon gave way to the bubbling of the kettles. He was brought out of his thoughts of the next few days and into the present. After removing the boiling jerky and pemmican broth from the flames, Bass dropped some roots and leaves into the smaller kettle remaining over the fire. There they would boil down into a medicinal broth. Better than coffee, he thought. Perhaps better than whiskey for what ailed them both. A quick search, and he found 2 wooden spoons he had tucked away with his kitchen plunder. They were deep, almost small bowls in themselves. And when the medicinal herbs had boiled for a while, Titus removed the second kettle from the fire so that it too could cool down to a bearable temperature. Leaning a little to his left, the older man reached out to nudge Josiah. "Gotta take me care of your wound, son." He shook the buffalo robe again, and the sleeping man finally stirred. "Josiah, gonna patch you up so's you can start your healing." "Don't take the robes off," the young man mumbled. "Gotta, son. Onliest way I can get to them holes. Onliest way I can see what I'm doing." "Damn," he muttered weakly. "Can't stand the cold right now." "I know." Titus dragged the parfleche over so that it sat between them. "Won't take me long, if you let me get started." He moved the buffalo robe back from Josiah's right arm and shoulder. Pulling the flap of the blanket coat back, then the flap of the leather shirt, he peered closely at the wound on Paddock's chest. With a free hand, he then snapped off a piece of the yarrow root and brought it near the young trapper's lips. "Here, son, chew on this." Then he slipped it between Paddock's lips. "Shit!" Josiah exclaimed, his voice flowing around the piece of bitter root. "Just keep chewing till it gets good and soft." Bass pulled another puffball from the parfleche and cracked the hard shell with the handle of his skinning knife in one swift whack. While Bass took care of the bullet wound, the only sounds he heard were the plaintive whining of the wind, the faint crackling of the fire, and the stoic gulps Josiah made as he chewed the bitter-tasting root. Scratch gently ground the dust of the puffball into the chest wound, the coagulated blood and ragged flesh giving way under the pressure. Paddock flinched and jerked from time to time, but did not say a word. Bass looked up at his face occasionally to see the younger man's eyes narrowed against the pain. He continued to dip his finger into the puffball, then transfer the powder into the wound until the hard shell was empty. Titus then tore a small clump of the spiderweb free and laid it within the edges of ragged flesh bordering the wound. "Let me have it." He cupped his palm below Josiah's lips. Paddock spit the pulverized root into the hand, and Bass scooped it up to place it between his teeth, tearing the root in half. Good to spit that out," Josiah hacked. "Gotta chew some more on this," Scratch said, plopping the second half of the root back between Josiah's lips. "God damn your ass," Josiah sputtered after he'd moved the root to the side of his cheek with his tongue. "Can't help the hurtin'." He pulled a piece of the root from his own lips. "Only help the healin'." He set the soft, moist, lumpy mass over the spiderweb in the hole, then pressed it slightly into the wound. Josiah flinched once, then tried to pull away from the pressure. "You're half some done, boy." He withdrew his finger. "Gonna roll you over now." Helping the younger trapper roll onto his left shoulder, Bass then tugged and pulled at the coat and bottom of the leather shirt until he had moved the flaps away from the lead ball's exit wound. He continued pressing the powder and spiderweb into the hole. "Lucky you were, didn't hit no bones going through you." The only response from Josiah was the moaning against the immense pain. Finally, Paddock's tongue pushed the root to his lips, and he spit it out to swear at Bass. "Ain't you done hurtin' me?" he wheezed, forcing air through the fluid in his chest. "Got me something take that bad taste out in your mouth." Scratch turned to the parfleshes beside him. He picked up the first small tin bottle and shook it. "Ain't much left of that one," he muttered, rummaging with his other hand to search for the second tin among his medicines. "I used a lot of that when you sewed my hand up last." Then he found it. He took the cork from the top of the first bottle, stared at the dull metal container a brief moment, then drained what was left in it. Then he corked the empty tin and tossed it back among the roots, herbs, and medicine pouches. "Part of my medicine for mending a man up." He smacked his lips as he stared at the second bottle. "You be the skinned polecat what's needin' the juicin' now, son. Trader's whiskey." He put the cork between his teeth to pull it from the neck of the tin bottle. "Ain't," Josiah hacked wetly, "ain't gonna do me no good now." "Drink of it, Josiah. It'll be warmin' you from the innards out. Fire here soon be warmin' your outsides what are froze up." He helped Paddock pour some of the whiskey down his throat. "Whiskey work to warm your innards. We just unfroze you, you'll come back with some pluck." He kept dribbling the diluted grain alcohol onto the young trapper's tongue until Josiah finally shook his head weakly and fell back on the buffalo robe. Scratch again began to press the root into the wound. "Damn! When you gonna stop your hurtin' me?" Josiah wheezed. Scratch retrieved the piece of root Paddock had spit out on the robe and set it on the edges of the wound. Every time he pushed the root deeper into the hole, Josiah responded with a fluid-laden cough that ended in a slow, rising moan. Thinking of bandage, Bass finally pulled the sash free of Paddock's waist. Paddock stared down at it while the old man pulled the sash out from under him. It was the sash to his blanket coat, the one he had worn since Charles Keemel had given it to him in St. Louis so long ago. Bass nodded. Yes, the sash would do nicely. Fitting it was, somehow. The sash used to kill the old Crow woman. It had been in the medicine bundle, but Josiah had broken into that bundle and defiled the magic. The circle taking form. Josiah had the sash back, and the medicine of the bundle had returned it to him. Now, the 6-foot-long sash would bind up the wounds caused by the breaking of the medicine. The circle completed. Over both entrance and exit wounds, Scratch placed a small piece of beaver hide before wrapping the sash around the chest and over the right shoulder. Pulling it tight, Titus tied the sash off in a square knot. Josiah, breathless from the squeezing, shuddered as the hacking cough seized him again. "I'm done," he said, pulling gently on Paddock's right shoulder to tell him he could roll over onto his back once more. He saw the broken nose and remembered the fight with the Crow warriors back to Arapuesh's winter camp. Over the days, it had stopped bleeding, yet still there remained some of the dried blood in the brown-blonde hair of the young trapper's mustache. "When you took that fall off the ledge up there," he gestured with a nod of his head, "you busted that nose real good, son. She's really bent over to the west now." Paddock only nodded as he settled back against the soft robes once more. Then Bass saw it in Josiah's left hand as the buffalo robe dropped away. "We put that to a safe place," he said firmly, slipping his fingers around the scalp. "It be in a safe place," Paddock said, struggling to breathe through the fluid in his throat. He yanked the scalp with the white hair back from Scratch's fingers. "Gotta be giving it to Rottenbelly, Arapuesh." Scratch withdrew his fingers, knowing. "Arapuesh waiting for it." He paused for breath, fixed Bass with a hard stare. "I'm gonna be the one to give it to him." "All right, son. You just take you care with it." He watched Josiah clutch the scalp against his chest all the more tightly. Bass pulled the robes back over the young man's arms. "Got us something warmed up for our bellies." "It really be warm?" Josiah asked, already feeling the whiskey glow spreading out in radiant waves from his stomach. "You can lay your set to that, Josiah." He leaned back over the large kettle and dragged it across the hard ground so that it would set between them. "Got tired of cold food coming out here, you know." "Me too, son. Me too." Bass dipped one spoon into the meaty broth and brought it out dripping with the thick juice. "Here now, drink you all of this you can stand. Get your fill. Fire warm you from outside in, and this here meat gravy gonna warm you from the inside out. Come on now." He leaned over the buffalo bundle and pulled down the hide so that it was tucked beneath Paddock's chin. With the same empty hand, Bass cupped the young trapper's neck and helped raise Josiah's head so that he could drink the broth from the spoon. "Woo-hoo-hoo!" he exclaimed, sucking in cold air with his lips slightly pursed to cool the heat of the broth in his mouth. "Lil too warm yet?" Bass dipped the spoon back into the kettle. "Burn my mouth, why don't you?" But Josiah shut up as the old trapper forced him to swallow another spoonful of the hot gravy. "Can't be feeling that bad, you cussin' at me now," Scratch chided back. "This here be what we both needin', hot as it be. Gonna do you no good cold. Drink it up, your fill, while it be warm. Won't take it long to be coolin' off real fast in this hoary air." Bass repeated the ritual a spoonful at a time, each mouthful blown on now before he put it up against Paddock's lips to drink. Every few sips, some dribbled down the young man's chin. Then Titus wiped the chin clean with the thick hair of the buffalo robe. "What you got settin' there?" "In the other kettle?" Scratch queried. "That be some medicine whiskey for you." "Got more whiskey with you?" "Nah," he answered. "Just call the medicine my medicine whiskey 'cause it'll burn a bit going down, like Billy Sublet's finest. Gonna do you a whole hell of a lot better mending you up on the insides than the whiskey you had ever could, leastways." He shoved another spoonful into the open mouth. "Had enough of that now," Paddock protested as he gulped down the meaty broth. "Let me try your medicine drink." The older man set the spoon in the broth kettle and dragged the vessel back to the edge of the fire before grasping the bail of the small kettle to pull it to them. "You're gonna like this, son," he announced as he dipped into the herbal broth and fed Josiah the first drink. "Arr!" Paddock spat, spraying broth not only over the buffalo robe, but on Bass as well. "What shit is that you're feeding me?" "Told you it'll burn some, like the whiskey done. Ain't never had no whiskey that bad, ever. Or what'll do you this much good," Scratch interrupted. "Come on now. You gotta have the stomach for it. You gotta drink your fill of this here." "I already had my fill." Bass shoved another spoonful of the vile-tasting brew into Josiah's mouth, then laid his fingers quickly over the lips to close them. He watched Josiah's eyes clench shut and his Adam's apple bob up and down as he swallowed quickly. "You don't have to feed me like a goddamn baby," Paddock protested lamely. "Till you drink what I think me to be your fill, I'll force it down you." To emphasize his point, he put another drink into the reluctant trapper's mouth. "I'll drink it," was the answer. Just don't fill up that spoon all the time. Not so much." "I can set with that, son." He let some of the broth drip out of the spoon back into the kettle. Scratch watched the level of the herbal mixture drop in the kettle until he finally spoke. "You best save some for this here, nigger." "Thought you'd never ask." Josiah eased his head back onto the robes as Bass withdrew his hand from behind his neck. "Feel you like sleepin'?" "Most of me does that," Josiah answered. "Don't know about my stomach, though." "The warm feels good, do it?" "Warm? No, ain't warm. Burnin', more like it." He shut his eyes. "Let you get you some sleep." Scratch dropped the spoon into the kettle before tucking the edges of the robe around Paddock's head once more. "I be to finishin' this up, then crawl in them robes with you. Most like you're warmer than I be right now, too." He spooned mouthfuls from each of the two kettles until they were dry, and then leaned back against the saddle once more. "A pipe full of tobacco would taste good right now," he thought, but too much trouble to get the damned fixin's, and he was weary. He stretched his frame around the fire and dragged up several more of the larger limbs, snugged them up to the flames. The rock radiated the heat well at their backs, and they were out of most of the wind that rustled the branches of both cottonwood and willow, its dancing music growing and fading out there in the river valley. He would climb in the robes with Paddock and let sleep overtake him. Dragging himself along by pushing with the good leg, Bass scooted over to the far side of the buffalo robes. He would let Josiah sleep next to the fire. The fire on one side and him on the other. That would help all the more to warm the young man. Scratch lifted the edge of the robes and slid within the warm cocoon beside Josiah. "You sleep again?" There was no answer from the other man except the soft snoring of sleep. Bass let out a sigh as he relaxed and ground his body into the softness of the buffalo bed. Looking out past the overhanging rocks at the dark sky, he studied for a few minutes the points of light in the dark overhead. Then he finally let his eyes close for sleep, a little fearful about the dreams that might invade his weary mind this night. 2. The boy had been marked, the sign of the hunter, eagle's claw tearing strips of flesh from each of his arms. That was their medicine, the crow, Arapuesh, an old chief's medicine, an old chief's words. "You tell the young one this night what will be done with his flesh. You tell him one piece of his flesh will be burned each coming of the stars for the next 4 nights by our medicine seekers. They will say prayers for him as his flesh is sacrificed to the spirits. Tell him he will carry the scars of the flying pony for all his days as a blessing of those spirits. And you say to the young one that the ashes from his burning flesh, even the smoke, when it is finished, All is scattered on the wind, so that our prayers will journey with him. You tell him this when the stars come this night." In the tangled landscape of dream, Bass heard the voices from that time ago, his own thoughts whispering to him as though he were not the speaker, but only a listener, the helpless watcher, seeing it all unfold like some crude map, with only those special landmarks evident to him, those special places where he alone must travel on that dark, lonely journey through his own mind's wilderness. They were sending him and the boy after the man, the Whitehair. A foolish thing he had done, this Whitehair, killing Rotten Belly's woman, the chief's woman. But McCafferty must have had him a good reason for the murder. Never knew him to do nothing without a good reason before. His Nez Perce woman had died in childbirth. The loss, the grief, the mourning had driven him to kill the Crow midwife. "The Nez Perce woman, she was to die with the young one inside her, perhaps, to pass to the other side land without knowing her child in this life. She was to take with her Sleeps Before the Door, my first woman. To help on her journey to the spirit land, she took Sleeps Before the Door. Perhaps. This was all to be what the dreamers had seen in their visions. No, not rightly. Asa McCafferty was mourning now, too. He knew exactly what he was doing when he had killed the old squaw. There was little breath left in Sleeps Before the Door when my brother's woman found her in the lodge we shared. My woman wanted me to be told of this man, that he had truly been here before. She had seen him the morning our enemy attacked our camp. This was the man from the north who shot at her to silence my woman from telling of him. This was the man from the north who killed my woman so that she would not tell of the blackness of his heart. Yes, the Whitehair knew exactly what he was doing now, running west along the Yellowstone, then cutting south up the river drainage that would take him over the mountains and into the land of smoking waters. Paddock was the hunter, sent by the Crow to avenge the old woman's death, and the old trapper was the spirit helper to guide the way for the hunter, medicine, and the bundle. He will not be without a medicine bundle to give him strength and courage for the time ahead, to bind him with the spirits who will carry his life in their mouths. A medicine bundle, given to the hunter and spirit helper by the chief. Formed from the head of a coyote, its jaws sewn together with sinew, and from the jowls hung a few small locks of hair wrapped in red cloth. From the back of the head was suspended a round loop of willow, wrapped tightly in rawhide, to which was tied a fully stuffed war eagle. Sacred objects placed in the bundle by the chief. Powerful medicine from a powerful man. Powerful tokens of magic held prisoner within the grotesque, shriveled head of the coyote until Paddock had cut through the sinew one night and broken the medicine's spell. Then they became alone in this circle. Rotten Belly's medicine had escaped the bundle, the coyote. Did not the old men of the tribe tell him their dreams of the coyote coming to help the Crow? To ward off the darkness from the other who had come to kill? The other white man was to wear the skin of the black wolf, perhaps. He was seen by the dreamers, his head wrapped in ice, cold from the place of the winter man. They had known the Whitehair was coming. The dreamers had told Bass he was to be the coyote who would also come, journeying to Absaroka to help the Crow. Was he to be the coyote? Or was he caught in a trap like a terrified animal? One leg held tightly in the jaws of death, yelping and wailing until dark shadows overtook him. Was he the coyote? Arapuesh would be the one to drive the knife into the black wolf's heart, but white man must kill white man. The one who brought the man with the hair like ice to us, the one who brought him here among us again, that one must go." He felt close to the trap, but did not know when it would spring. Then the low blast of a rifle came echoing from up the canyon. He jerked uncontrollably with the roar, certain they were not being shot at, but feeling the jaws of the trap beginning to close about him. Asa McCafferty was letting them catch up to him now. The nagging doubts of his own strength, his own private power, his medicine. To be a warrior? He ought to quit now. To be a warrior, though, that was the incessant call to his heart. Yet the nagging doubts would not let him escape. He was trapped in all those days gone by, days he would never hold in his grasp ever again. But being up in his mountains, that really was the crucible of it for him. The mountains belonged to the like of them, Asa and himself. At the bottom of the cottonwood-lined draw, they found the carcass of the pony McCafferty had shot, and away from the hole in the animal's head led the tracks over the hill above them. But what bothered him was that he was not sure what the white hair had taken with him. The tracks led around the dead pony, and something had been pulled loose from behind the saddle before McCafferty had scurried up the hillside. What had he taken with him on his climb? "He's traveling lean, Josiah, real lean. Like a nigger what ain't gonna be on the trail long, come to think of it. He ain't fixin' to be by himself long out here. That, or he got himself something else in mind." There had been the matter of the plunder McCafferty had left back in the Crow camp. Too much left behind. It had nagged at him only slightly until later, when Bass finally began seriously to consider just what Asa had on his mind. Too much left behind. Too little taken with him on this journey. Now the man had deliberately slowed up, no longer trying to outrun his hunters. The nagging finally began to burn in Scratch's mind. The fire. Taking time to build one for whatever reason, even smoking his clothes, so Bass couldn't smell him. The jaws of the trap were closing slow. The whole thing was out of control now. When a man finally chose his spot and was waiting for you to come to him, you had lost. That man, the one you were hunting, had finally gained the advantage, choosing the time and picking the place. All too often a man had it sneak up on him, from behind, out of the dark. Death usually came that way. After the time and the place had been settled, death was no longer an enemy. It could be your partner, and not the enemy that came stealing up behind you in the dark when you weren't ready, weren't looking. It was then that the man had taken the power unto himself. Just who had become the hunted while he wasn't looking? Bass eased the hammer on his rifle back to full cock. "Scratch?" the whisper echoed within his dream. "Don't bother me," he snapped back at Paddock, his voice a raspy bark. "Scratch, damn it!" "Said not to bother me." He sniffed the air, trying to catch a whiff of the man who had smoked his buckskins in sage the night before. He would head for the aspens. Those Quakies would not be much cover, but there were a lot of them anyway. From there, they would move on foot, up the hill, after the white hair. "Scratch, damn it, will you listen?" The blast roared through the narrow draw, the sound bouncing around in the trees he had been hoping to reach for cover. They had been so close. He jerked around to watch the old mule pitch forward, throwing Paddock over her neck. His mule. Falling into the snow in a dusty white cloud. Above them, a gray-white cloud hanging in the green boughs of the trees along the hill. "Hannah!" he screamed, wheeling the pony around, kicking the animal in the ribs to give it flight. The young trapper yelled for him as he came skidding up in a tight circle to put the pony between the position of the last shot and the boy. Bass reached out and yanked on Josiah's arm, pulling him up against the rear flank of the pony as they bounded toward the trees through the white powder billowing up from the ground. They came skidding to a stop and dropped to the ground. Bass slapped the pony's rump and sent it back down the draw to safety. Both men crawled up behind a boulder that had long ago lodged itself against two aspens. Below them lay the body of the mule, Hannah. The mule that had seen the old trapper through so much. Now her life oozed through the hole in her head. "Damn it, Scratch, if you'd only listened to me, I was trying to tell you." "Tell me what, boy?" "God damn it, old man, I saw him. I saw him moving up there on the hill just—" "You saw McCafferty?" "Weren't him, not rightly. Just saw, something moving up there, trying to tell you. I tried to say something, and then the nigger almost got me." Bass sighed as he stared at the carcass below them. "If'n he wanted you, son, you'd be down there right where Hannah's laying now." "He weren't aiming for me, then?" "No, the nigger wanted Hannah." No longer could he whistle to the mule and watch her ears twitch as she trotted over to him. No more could he watch her snort when he laid a piece of cottonwood before her to chew. Asa had cut off his own chance of escape from this thing when he had sacrificed his pony back there. And now he was chipping away at Bass's chances, too. His heart was small. Such a waste it was, McCafferty killing his pony. And now the old mule, too. But the man up the hill wasn't leaving any loose ends to dangle in the wind. He was cutting himself off from everything. And soon there would be no way out for either of them, if they weren't there already. "This be where we part company, son." "What?" "Arapuesh could have gone and sent him out 20 braves to get the man, but this here's medicine," Bass had explained to Paddock earlier in the manhunt. "Big medicine. Picking white man to go after 'nother white man what killed one of the tribe, and you got your medicine from a chief. That be like it's come from the whole tribe. You're staying here, Josiah." "Now wait just a goddamned minute here. I was the one as them Crow told to come after him." "And I was the one he knew would." "You're sure that's the way you want it to be, then?" "Yep," he answered. "That's the way it's to be." He studied the trees above their position and began to push off from the edge of the boulder. Bass heard it more than feeling it at first. It was a dull clunk of a sound in his head. For a moment, he imagined it might have been a ball hitting a tree. Same sound. Then he knew what it was as the sparks shot from his eyes and the black poured over him like a dark, liquid curtain. Time let go of him. Through a crack in the curtain, he heard the rifle blast. It seemed to widen that tear in the blackness. Slowly, he opened his eyes and felt the scorching pain in the back of his head. He suddenly jerked himself up on one elbow. It came to him. Josiah was gone. The boy must have hit him over the head from behind, then headed up the hill. The tracks led up the hill to the pines. He eased himself over on his belly and crawled to the edge of the large boulder. Above him there were brown patches of buckskin among the green pine boughs. "Josiah, you're a damned fool, boy." "This be mine now, Scratch." "Ain't none of your—" "You just stay back now. You get back in—" He saw the young trapper's body jerk violently around with the force of the large lead ball. Spinning slowly, like a dance of death, the body spun into the thick green boughs. "Josiah!" he yelled at the peak of his voice. Bass tore his elk-hide coat from his back and arms, then checked the 2 knives at the back of his belt. He was set. Grabbing the coat by the collar, he brought his left arm violently forward, flinging the coat to the right in front of the boulder where he was concealed. He was off as soon as he heard the lead clunk against rock. A moment later, he heard the blast from Asa's rifle above him. "Josiah, I'm coming for you!" He scrambled and clawed his way up the hill toward the stand of pines where the young trapper had been hit. "Josiah, I'm coming!" He finally skidded to a stop across the snow beneath the boughs. "Oh." The rest of the word was caught in his throat. The young trapper had been thrown and now lay face down in the snow. "Oh, boy." Bass yanked on the coat to roll the body over. He ripped open the flaps of the blanket coat and felt the wetness. He stared at his own fingers, wet with the faint red film dripping down his palm. The bullet entered the right side of the chest. There was no heartbeat, and the chest did not move. "You come so far, Josiah. Them squeaky boots of yourn and that belt you had cinched up and pinching round a empty belly. You come a long way, son. Long way with me." The terrible agony for his friend finally clutched at him, and he began sobbing, low, quietly, shaking with the release of it. "I was coming for you. It were a damned fool thing you done to yourself. I was coming." "Mr. Bass!" The sharp voice cracked through the cold, still air to interrupt his mourning. "Mr. Bass!" The voice had moved a little back along the top of the hill. Spurred into action, Scratch reached inside the folds of Josiah's coat and pulled the fancy French pistol with its Damascus steel barrel free from the young man's belt and tucked it away in his own. The overwhelming emptiness and aloneness seared his senses, and now he felt that emptiness inside him make ready for McCafferty. He left the branches of the pine and began his climb up the hill. He missed McCafferty with the first shot, saw the white hair dive down the opposite side of the hill before the smoke from the muzzle billowed out to obscure his target. Fingers tightened and clawed at his wheezing chest as he topped the hill. Asa had moved south to this place instead of running on west to the Blackfoots. Why did the man have a thing, such a thing with those red niggers? But then, Asa was ready to die. If not then, now. He was at peace with himself, and he was ready. Bass stood to greet the rising sun as it crept over the top of the hill. He drank in the air, pulled it deep into his lungs. It was warmer in the sunlight. He needed that now. "Be a tsimbik das asua," he said quietly to the sun, almost like a prayer at first. Then he said it louder, as if in praise. "It is a good day to die." He sucked in a deep breath. "Be it the heathen are sunk down in the pit that they made, in the net which they hid is their own foot taken." McCafferty in his Bible spouting. Man got him belief, faith. If it ain't in himself, it be in something bigger than himself. "Be it Simbik das Asua. Mr. Bass, there be little time left. Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might. For there is no work, no device, no knowledge, no wisdom in the grave whither thou goest." Maybe so. Wasn't much left behind anyways. Hannah and Josiah both gone. And now McCafferty pulling him toward the edge of that yawning chasm, that dark and grave-like abyss. "I've come to take you, McCafferty." He dashed away, skidded to a stop in a small stand of pine. Looking down below him, Scratch could see that the narrow gorge grew into a box. The walls rose above him like the yawning of those walls of the grave into which he knew he was falling. "Was hoping they'd be sending 'em some braves after me, Mr. Bass." He paused for a few moments before continuing his hoarse address. "S'pose I knew it'd be you that would come." "And Josiah?" "The boy," came the answer from across the bowl. "Didn't mean to kill him. Truly didn't, Mr. Bass. And before, I took me a bead on Hannah, thinking it was you as was riding her." "Killed her, too." "Had to be, Mr. Bass, had to be. I had me something took from me. The mule was just to even up the score. Don't you see, Mr. Bass? Don't you see it now?" Scratch watched in the direction from where the voice boomed at him, and was only able to catch a fleeting glimpse of the buckskins against the dark background of the trees, like a ghost flitting along, not real, of no substance. "No, I don't see it, McCafferty." "I wasn't worthy, Mr. Bass. I'd sinned against the Lord and had something great in me heart took from me. The squaw was took from me." He thought Asa must have halted. At least he could not see or hear movement. "You took from me 'cause your God took from you, McCafferty? That it?" "Man gets old, Mr. Bass, and finds him a woman what loves him, a woman what he can love back. That man were ready to stay on the path of the Lord for her, and she were took from him. With the baby. That man's baby." He could hear the white hair crossing the snow. "It finally come down to just you and me, Mr. Bass?" "Just you and me now, McCafferty." "For the woman, Mr. Bass. This is for the woman." It was for more than that. He was here for more than that. He looked up to see the edge of the sunlight beginning to creep down the edge of the bowl. He would have to cross the bottom of the bowl, strewn with deadfall and boulders, to cut McCafferty off. Then he saw him, crawling up the side of the slope toward the top. He pulled the wiping stick out and jammed it down into the crusty snow. He laid the forearm of the stock atop the end of the stick and eased the butt into his right shoulder. The front blade crossed the target and he squeezed the trigger. Above the gray-white cloud of burnt powder, he watched McCafferty slip and lose his grip on his rifle, then skid backward down the slope. He watched the white hair disappear into the brush near the bottom of the bowl. Bass reloaded, then heard the sounds. Asa was crawling up the slope once more. He felt old, his eyesight getting dim, too late to pull out. The jaws of the trap over him were clamping down. Finally, he moved toward the last spot where he had seen the white hair. When he stepped into the disturbed snow where Asa had tumbled into the brush, he spotted the rifle. Picking it up, he knelt to his knees and pulled the hammer back. The lock was broken. His spirits lifted as he let the broken rifle slide once more into the snow. Man left his rifle behind, broken. The odds might be improving. The faint whistle in the air gave him no time to calculate, no time to act. He jerked as something bit into his thigh just below the hip. Staggering, tripping, falling backward, he began to roll down the slope. The burning sting in his right thigh tore at him again and again as he rolled. "The bow!" he yelled. He had forgotten the damned thing. He hadn't noticed it when he had looked over McCafferty's plunder left behind at the Crow camp. He hadn't put it together when he had seen that something had been removed from behind the saddle of the white-hair's dead pony. The nigger was good with the damned thing, too. The air burst from his lungs as he thudded against a boulder, ending his slide. He felt lonely. His rifle was back up the hill where the arrow hit him. Bass finally had to look. Just below the bottom of the hunting shirt, he saw the dark ring beginning to bubble, radiating out across the leather legging. And in the center, the ragged stub of the arrow's shaft where it had broken off during his tumble down the slope. He had to do something about it. Slashing fringes from his legging, Bass tied them together and circled his leg a few inches above the broken shaft before knotting the cord against the pain that clawed within his stomach. He took his knife handle and laid it across the first knots, then tied the handle down into the leather wangs. He turned and twisted until the blood's flow began to slow. And now he had to move. Clawing to rise, Bass stumbled behind the big boulder just as another whistling shaft sailed past his arm. Behind the granite shelter, he collapsed. Scratch looked and saw the sun, almighty sun. Its light was beginning to move across the bottom of the bowl now. It was coming for him, and all he had to do was to reach out for it. The wind goeth toward the south, and turneth about unto the north. It whirleth about continually, and the wind returneth again, according to his circuits. The white-hare's voice grew louder as he came closer and closer. The wind goeth toward the south, and turneth about unto the north. Couldn't see him, only hear him, just like a ghost, a spirit. It whirleth about continually. Forever, coming closer. Forever is now. If he could make it to the edge of the light, all right. Everything would be all right. If he could make it to the trunk of the tree, on the other side, the light. He fell against the trunk, gasping against the pain in his ribs. Bass brought his right hand up and began to feel the ribs, to count them. Then his fingers touched it, the cause of the pain. He hadn't remembered he had it with him. The boy's pistol, that fancy French dueling pistol. How many had it killed before? His fingers crept around the pistol butt, and a thumb pulled the hammer back as he eased the pistol from his belt. The light began to touch his body. He would lie here, revel in the warmth. Better with the pistol now. Better with the warmth. Mr. Bass. The voice was close. He twisted his head around to look behind him. The white hare stood on the dead tree trunk. Staring down at him, the bowstring taut against the arrow's shaft. He hath bent his bow and made it ready. He wasn't smiling, eyes narrowed. He glowered down at Bass. And the Lord's seen to it I have me one last arrow for what was needin' done. He shook the arrow a bit. Didn't mean to kill the boy, he began. Suppose I always knew you'd be the one comin' after me. And when I seen the thing move in the trees, I had me no choice but what to shoot. This was somethin' between the two of us. Aye, Mr. Bass, just you and me. So it evened itself out, I suppose, killin' young Josiah. Evened things up, like killin' Hannah for you. He brought the arrow down a bit. And now I'm headin' west, toward the Big Salt once more. Wind's blowin' me that way. Bass knew it wasn't true. The white hare never intended on going any farther than here. But now, he was to be the victor. The pain bounced around inside him with the confusion. He saw the bowstring inch backward, and the light reached McCafferty's feet as he watched the hook pull away from him slowly. I'll be the one what the Lord's chose to carry the wind. Bass rolled onto his right side and pulled the trigger. The blast bit at his ears and continued to roll back at him again and again as the echo resounded back and forth across the bowl. Within the deafening trance, he watched the white hare's mouth open wider and move slowly up and down, forming no words, making no sounds. Gradually, the hooked arm moved forward, slowly, until the string was taut no more. The bow and its arrow sagged forward until it pointed at the ground. The arrow drifted to the snow. The hook climbed across the chest to the wound in the neck. McCafferty weaved a bit, then pitched forward, landing full weight on Bass. Titus felt the searing at the side of his head, high up on the cheek. It ran from the corner of his eye in a stinging ribbon down into his whiskers at the left side of his face. It was dark again. The light he had waited for so long was gone. And he fought to breathe, the weight of the monster upon him. He felt the medicine animal swallowing him, the bear. He fought to breathe, clawed for the light. He wanted to live. Bass wrestled and struggled against the medicine animal, whipping his head back and forth, tugging and tearing at the ground to pull himself free from the weight above him. His hand touched a wide leather belt. He pulled on it and the weight moved above him. He stopped and waited a long moment, not sure if the animal would rise to claw life from him once more. Now, Bass could lift the thing from his body, push it aside into the trampled snow. As the darkness moved from his face, there came the light to flood over him again. The warm, yellow light suddenly splashing against his face. And air, pure, sweet, glorious air. He crawled away from the body and dropped his head into the cold snow. The pain at the side of his face bit at him. He scooped up some snow and lightly touched it to the cheek. Bringing the hand back down, he noticed the white was stained with red. War paint. The color of revenge for the crow. He turned back now to look at the body of the thing that had fallen to smother him. McCafferty. Now he remembered. The falling bow, the mouth moving without words. There was a dark hole in the center of the chest. Around that hole spread the dark fluid against the buckskins. Now he pulled the white hair toward him and rolled the body over. Quickly gathering the white hair into his hand before he might decide not to go through with it, Scratch twisted the long white locks into a tight strand and pricked the flesh with the point of his knife blade. He slid the weapon in a circle around the skull quickly until he returned to where he had started cutting the flesh. Bringing up the left knee to put down on the back of the neck, Bass yanked savagely at the hair until it began to rip free from the bone. Not just a top knot, the whole scalp he must take. He struggled as he rose, then held the scalp up to the sun slowly climbing out of the east. He turned toward the light, toward the warm, yellow light. "For you, this is done," he spoke in Crow. "For you, it is over now. No more. It is over now." He felt the yellow warmth wash over him. "Arapuish!" he yelled at the top of his lungs. "McCafferty!" His arms stretched in an offering to the sun. "Josiah! Josiah! Josiah!" He felt the warmth running over him in waves, felt the warmth flooding from his eyes to flow down his cheeks. "Bass! Bass! 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 Bass!" The echoes of the words came rolling back to him, swelling over the lone man in liquid waves with the warmth of the sun. Over and over he answered the hills as they called back to him. Again and again he yelled out to let them know who this man was who stood in their heart. "Bass! Bass! Bass!" "Bass!" Josiah coughed, the word emerging as a hacking whisper. "Bass! Bass!" He pushed against the body lying near him, out of the robes. "Bass!" The older man jerked his head up off the cold snow, startled. He was cold and wet on the ground just beyond the edge of the travois where he had rolled when he had tossed and turned in his sleep. "Wake up! You're—" Josiah sputtered a little. "Dreamin'." Some of the robe still lay over him, but he had rolled away from the travois. And Titus felt clammy. The cold rushed in on him now. He shivered as he brought his hand up to feel his face, his forehead. Moisture poured off him. He was sweating in the cold. Scratch stared down at the wet hands and saw the thin lines of dried blood where his old flesh had been scratched by the thorns and brambles he had pulled around the base of the tree to keep the predators from the burial scaffold. Yes, he done it proper. The last thing a man could do for one who had died, especially a warrior. A proper tree burial. The hands were testament to that now. He looked over at Josiah and sighed with the deep exhaustion. "What the hell? You was dreamin'." He struggled to pick up the edge of the buffalo robe so that Titus could slip back beneath it. "You was yellin' and fightin' with me." The fatigue once more set in. "Ain't strong enough to be fightin' you yet." "A dream?" he asked. "I was dreamin'?" "Only." Scratch began to crawl back into the robes. He shook his head. "A dream, huh?" "Just a dream. A bad one, but just a dream anyways." Josiah rolled over to find a warm spot for his cheek against the thick, coarse fur. "Ghosts." "What?" "Ghosts, son." He sighed and closed his eyes. "Till I know why, them ghosts'll devil me. Gotta know why." He felt the beginnings of a fear of himself, of being alone with himself. "Till I figure it out, them ghosts'll ride with us." He let the air out of his lungs and drew in a long breath. "And I don't know why." 3. Emil Sharp turned one last time to look down at the thick, icy fluid of the Wisconsin River flowing into the Father of Waters. And across this Wisconsin River sat the fort at Prairie du Chien. Dog. He smiled and turned to face the south, to push again into the forest. Dog. Some had called him a dog at times over the years, a mad dog at that. Perhaps he was not mad at all, maybe only driven. The man, his large bulk and momentum, moved quickly through the heavy forest, trotting along at an easy, half-loping gait. It was a comfortable pace for him, one he had grown accustomed to over all those years of moving from one place to another through the wilderness. Silent. Deadly. Dog. Cousin to the wolf. He smiled again. Not so different from a wolf was he, after all. Last night's fire had been made back in the trees where it would not be spotted by the sentries, and he had rested a few hours there on the southern bluff where the Wisconsin flowed into the Mississippi. 3 long, rain-sodden days before, he had camped within sight of Fort Snelling, a huge and imposing edifice to most men, a mere annoyance to this solitary stranger. With all its grandeur and military might, not a soul in that huge stone fortress had known this huge and imposing man had passed their way. He liked that. There was no small pleasure in knowing he was the best any money could buy. Slipping through the forest and the wilderness unheard, unseen, unknown by most. He liked it that way. And he should be the best, after all, he told himself. He had been at it all these years, taking the victims 1, sometimes 2 at a time before they even knew what shadow had loomed over them. But some, a few over the years, had come close to making their escape. He had liked that, too. Letting those few victims play out to the end of their ropes, enjoying the hope of escape. Then he had caught them once more, this time to read the panic, that bowel-loosening fear that comes when a lesser man smells the approach of his own death. His one good eye crinkled up in the ever-present grin. Bass gazed down at the shadow, his own long, dark shadow, watched it swing the rifle crutch forward, then advance to merge with the weapon. He had followed the rifle, its rhythm that of pacemaker, for a week now. The first days had been no more than a string of beads, each bead another step eastward. He had not been able to think of the journey back, not even the day's own journey, but only each step beside the pony dragging the travois. That had been enough to keep him going. Each step a bead strung against the others until Bass had finally been able to reach this day, thinking of it as a certain time period with its own boundaries and limits. Up to now, he had pushed his own limits against each day's. But today, they'd be home. He had studied the bluffs rising to the south across the river. Their changing, the ebb and flow of red rock, had marked their own progress the last 3 suns. And now he could see the wisps of gray smoke rising ahead of him. The last rise was easier than he had expected it to be. Perhaps the wound high in his leg was beginning to knit. Perhaps it was the relief of returning that was finally healing his soul. He would not question it. Both were beginning to heal against their deep wounds. He drew on the long rawhide rope and brought the pony to a slow halt. For a long moment, Bass gazed below him to the east and remembered his arrival at this winter camp late last fall. The old, gray-headed chief had explained why the tribe had moved its village to this new place from where the white men were to have found it. "When the last moon rose full from the east, our enemy came to this, our homeland," Arapuesh had explained. "They knew where we camped for the winter and rode down on us with a vengeance. Our people fought bravely, but there were many to sing over when the fighting was done. With struggle, we have moved our winter camp to this place. With pain and heavy hearts, we moved through the snow to this place where the two waters meet." "Yes, my old friend," Scratch thought now. "With a struggle, I too have come back to this place. Me too, my brother." With pain, yes, there was pain. But also more joy now that much of the pain could be forgotten, salved for a while. "Mine is not a heavy heart, friend," the old trapper thought. "I have labored through the snow to this place where the two waters meet. The meeting of two waters, rolling and tumbling together until they are one, just like two lives, two hearts, a man's and a woman's, mingling together to become one flow, one life." Finally, Bass pulled on the rope once more to move the pony in a wide arc across the snow, so the animal now pointed to the west, where the sun would begin to disappear within the hour. The buffalo runner hung its head in what seemed to be relief as its master hobbled back across the snow toward the travois. "Now you can see," he said as he began pulling the robe down from the younger trapper's face. "See what I've been waiting to lay eyes on most of this day, son." Titus bent forward and slipped his left arm beneath Josiah's neck to help in raising Paddock's head from the travois bed. He sighed as he looked down on the scene both could watch now. Through the naked branches of the cottonwoods, he could see the dark, smoked-blackened lodges, their peaks releasing the drifting, lazy smoke up and into the breeze. South along the river that joined the Yellowstone at this place were the women, bundled against the cold, stooping and bending, tying and hauling, gathering dry wood that would feed those fires of warmth and light. Children scampered through the wood-gathering party, chasing one another in mock battle with limbs for lances and rifles. He could almost hear their cries of joy and delight, the sounds of youthful happiness drifting up to him across the river, across time. To his left, other sounds drew his attention. Below, horsemen were coming through the trees and down the rocky bank of the river to push their ponies into the ice-laden water. One by one, the riders forded the river and urged their animals up the bank, moving left up the rise toward the white men. Bass watched these young warriors approach until the 8 braves had reined their snorting ponies to a halt. The air was suddenly full of sound. Silence had been the partner of the 2 men returned to this place for these many days. Now, their ears welcomed the pawing of so many hooves, the snorting of the ponies, the grunts of approval from the young crows. The air was full of the faint blue mist rising from each animal and man that surrounded the trappers. "Maraksi Sekatue," the oldest of the young braves spoke. "Maraksi Sekatu," Bass responded, slipping his arm out from under Paddock's head. "Dak Akeret Bawiki." The warrior still did not smile as he sarcastically congratulated the white men on their unexpected, safe return. "Due." Scratch answered as if no offense had been given, knowing better. Watching the faces of the other young braves, He knew by their silent smiles that he had won the battle of words. Awak spewiki aretatsewe ua. He asked if the young warrior had come to welcome him home, as he did not have a family of his own among the Crow to welcome him. There was a short grunt. Then, Kurutsim kandakure keotem, asking if the spirit helper knew if the hunter wrapped in robes had the hair. Josiah, he looked down at Paddock. Josiah, show him the hair. They want to know if the hunter be comin' back with his hands full. Bass helped to pull back the heavy robe so that Josiah could bring out his left arm. In the hand hung the white hair attached to a full scalp. All the warriors but one yelped their praise and approval, their sudden cries startling some of the ponies, which pawed and jolted against one another under their riders. The guttural sounds and high-pitched cries cut through the cold air for long moments until the large youth raised the one bare arm that was outside the robe draped over his body. Dua hukawe. Iaksukska katuwe dakare watsatsk. Batset se wiaruk. The warrior attempted to mask his rage with words of congratulation that the young hunter had been so successful, his spirit helper strong in medicine to bring about the raising of the hair. Batse tsiri katuak bawiki. Bass repeated that their medicine was strong. Siwi sikiatawe msigi iakspa surake opirake hu. That the young warrior must never allow himself to think that these two men had anything but strong medicine between them. The warrior glared back at the trappers while Scratch pulled the robe back over Josiah's arm and chest. No, Josiah protested as he moved his arm so that he could keep it on top of the robe. Keep the hair out, he coughed dryly. Let him see it. Bass nodded his approval, then looked back at the warrior. The Indian pursed his lips tightly, his jaws clenched against the anger welling within him. He suddenly wheeled his pony around and shot down the slope toward the river. He had been bested, and the cries from the other young men showed that they knew it. Scratch turned also, and pulled on the long rein to move the pony down the slope. The small party of warriors surrounded the travois, waving their weapons in the air, yelping their praise, singing their songs of war, and boasting. As they approached the north bank, dogs began to bark in answer to the cries and songs. Children ran through the trees, followed by adults, to form a growing crowd on the south bank. They waved and yelled, some singing their own songs, others yelling their praise, still more crying out in joy as they pulled their hair and raised their hands to the sky. The dogs raced up and down the bank between the rocks and the legs of those gathered there, scampering about, all the while barking and howling at the noisy throng. Bass stopped the pony at the edge of the icy water. Be beekme, he turned to the young warriors. Sikse mo ua bois. Immediately, 3 of the young men came forward. 2 halted by the travois, 1 on either side, and leaned over to pull the travois poles off the rocky beach. The 3rd warrior offered a hand to Bass so the trapper could pull himself up behind the warrior on the Indian's pony. Now, the 2 white men would not get wet in the crossing. Slowly, they inched forward again, Bass pulling on the buffalo runner's rein, the 2 young men on either side of the travois jostling against their heavy load to keep Paddock above the icy water until the party was safely on the south bank. There, they lowered the poles carefully, and Bass slid from the Indian's horse. He stumbled and fell against the rear flank of the animal, and the warrior offered his hand again. Weakski. Titus waved off the proffered hand. Beami tsimu, bikmo tsaki. He told them he had been looking forward to this walk for many days now. He would walk into the village by himself. The warrior who had reached out his hand to Bass now turned and waved his rifle at the throng, yelling at them to part. The crowd fell back to form a wall on either side of the party and moved forward as the horses entered the trees. Children ran alongside, laughing, and the adults trotted forward with them, yelling and singing their praise and songs of war once more. The crowd pushed and surged until the young warrior finally halted the party before the lodge where no smoke rose to the sky. Bass glanced at the empty smoke hole and knew of the mourning in this lodge. Bass handed the warrior the rein to his buffalo runner and stepped forward tentatively. To the left of the lodge door stood the tripod as tall as himself. From its apex, formed by the 3 straight limbs, hung the skin of a large white wolf, the hide sewn together to form a medicine bundle. Beside it also hung a mountain lion quiver bulging with arrows. Atop both, over the rawhide shield at the crown of the tripod, dangled a full scalp adorned with the tips of the loser's ears. Bass stopped before the bearskin covering at the door. With an open palm, he slapped several times on the door pole to the left of the opening. "Maraxi," he spoke loudly. "Maraxi sekatu." He waited only a moment, feeling the play of the words across his tongue. Scratch liked the tongue of this tribe, their words being delicate yet sharp as the edge of a knife, without the guttural, club-like heaviness of so many other tongues. "Awakspe, tatsewe." He had come home, proud with his coup. "Kurutsi kandaku kootsi." He had returned with the hare. As Scratch heard sounds from within, he stepped back from the door, leaning on the rifle that for long days had been his crutch and pacemaker. The large leather flap of antelope hide moved to the side, and from the darkness within appeared the head of Arapuesh. He stuck his head out into the dimming light, squinting against the days of darkness in his lodge, days spent with no fire to offer light or warmth. He squinted and blinked, looking about him, until he finally stepped out of the door to stand before Bass. "Saksmi ua." Titus pointed the way for Rottenbelly to accompany him. The pair moved slowly through the silent throng. The air hung heavy in the approaching twilight, the only sound now the pawing and snorting of the buffalo runner, the animal still weighted with the burden so long on its back. The pair stopped beside the young trapper nestled in the buffalo robes. Arapuesh saw the trophy, but did not immediately reach for it. He glanced at Bass, then looked once more at the scalp. Titus watched the old man's eyes, studying the face and all the pain that was etched there. It ought to have been different, he thought. But the old man had been caught up in the jaws of this thing along with him. Now, Rottenbelly could end his mourning. He would have the hare, the white hare. But Bass had no way to ease his own grief. "Give him the hare, Josiah." Paddock lifted his left arm and brought the white trophy up so that the long hair hung to its full length. There were quiet comments of surprise and awe and adulation from the throng gathered about the 3 men. Rottenbelly did not move forward at once, but, instead, looked around the group slowly, his eyes finally coming to rest on Bass. "This is a day I watched the sun's path across the sides of my lodge. This is a day I knew you must come back. Or this is a day I knew you had found another trail, a trail into the other side. My heart was growing heavy with the light falling from the sky. My heart was getting small for me as the fireboy took his light into the west. My heart was growing small for you. I began to think of joining the woman on the other side, and my heart was on the ground, thinking I would find you on that same trail, to the other side. I was dreaming, and in the dream, The people were singing of praise, the animals pawed the earth in excitement, and the dogs barked their honor along with the people. And I saw dreams of sweats that pulled poisons from the body like dark clouds blown away by the winds from the west. I saw dreams of feasts that put the fire strength back into your bodies and healed your bellies. And I saw the white hair hanging before my lodge, the white hair dancing on the wind before my lodge. And I heard you call out to me at the door, "You are here, and the white hair will dance on the wind before my lodge." Only then did he reach out to take the scalp from Josiah. Slowly, he wrapped his fingers around the long waves of white hair, examining it in both hands. And finally, he held it aloft. "Poteani has carried the wind!" Arapuesh began to cry his own song of war, tears streaming down his face, his voice cracking against the lump that clutched at his throat. His song of joy, his tears of relief, were all answered by the tribe gathered tightly about the trio. The dogs set to howling once more, along with the voices raised in shouts and songs. Bass felt his eyes smart, and the ribbon of healing flesh along his cheek burned with the salty tears as his eyes brimmed and overflowed. He blinked some of the moisture away and looked down at Paddock, feeling the lump rising in his own throat, a lump that grabbed at his words as he tried to speak to the young trapper. But he could not utter a word. Paddock looked up at Scratch, his own lips quivering against the flooding emotion, tears streaming down his cheeks past the broken, misshapen nose. The moisture glistened and froze in his mustache and beard. The two friends cried together for the first time. And there was real joy in the explosion of this feeling. Their tears were for this place and this time, for what they had come through together, and for what they meant to each other. Arapuesh had sent the trappers into his own lodge, then called forth his sister and her daughter to enter also. They were to build a fire and prepare a meal for the white men. The chief then watched over Josiah as several of the warriors lifted Paddock from the travois and carried him into the lodge as the fire was being built. They gently lowered the young trapper to the bed at the rear of the lodge, the bed where the chief had laid in mourning. Bass waited at the door for the old man to enter, but the chief stayed outside. The Indian told the older trapper that he would take up residence in the white men's lodge, turning his own over to the trappers. Few white men had ever had such an honor bestowed upon them. But then, few white men had ever had the honor of avenging a wrong done to the Crow, Bass had thought to himself. Slowly, the lodge came to life as the two Indian women prepared the meal over the warming fire. And then the young woman left suddenly, returning later with the trapper's baggage. She made another trip to the white men's shelter for the rest of their belongings. It was not long before the lodge became a home, as possessions of the white men were brought in, hung alongside those belonging to the Crow chief. Bass ate heartily, many times filling his bowl from the kettle that had steamed over the fire. And he watched the young Crow woman helping to feed Josiah in silence. He watched Josiah's eyes study the young woman. She wanted to nurse their wounds, but Bass told her that would wait until the next day. When the older man finally took his 2 pairs of moccasins from his feet, that was the signal for the 2 women to leave the lodge. When Scratch set a kettle of water near Josiah's bed, the young trapper looked up at him. "Who them 2 women?" Josiah asked. "You 'member that young buck what didn't want us being the ones to hunt McCafferty down? The one what got his feelin's broke when Arapuesh sent Josiah Paddock?" He waited until Josiah nodded his head. Then Bass sat down on his bed near the door across the lodge before he continued. That same fella what come up to meet us on the hill and didn't like seeing you holding the hare, McCafferty's hare? Yeah? That older gal be the buck's mama, he explained. She be Rottenbelly's sister, that'n. She's called Buffalo Tail Scares the Fly, and the buck goes by the name of Strikes in Camp. He lay back into the robes and pulled several of the blankets over himself. The young gal? Waits by the water. Her name. She be Strikes in Camp's little sister, Josiah. The fellow what wants him a piece of your hide, she be his sister. He watched the young trapper close his eyes. Then Bass put more wood on the fire against the frosty night air before lying back once more and closing his own eyes to sleep. And sleep came easily that night. The dream, the nightmare, the remembering, none came to trouble his sleep. They had returned to Absarica. Bass stirred, then pulled the blankets back over his head. It was cold in the lodge, and he found it hard to doze. Finally, he pushed the blankets away from his face and opened his eyes into slits. The light was gray. As he pushed the blankets down further, sounds drifted into him from outside the lodge. A dog barked. Children's voices occasionally drifted through the air. Ponies snorted and whinnied as someone led them along outside. A woman scolded someone harshly. And there was laughter. He smiled. It had been some time since he had heard such honest laughter. The sound was good to his ears. In the dim charcoal light of the lodge, he looked across to Paddock and listened to the sounds of the young trapper snoring. It was good that he should sleep so well, so deep, so long. It had not been an easy journey for either of them. And now Josiah could sleep restfully without the jostling, the bumping and jolting of the travois. Scratch sat up and let the blankets fall from his shoulders. The air was frosty as he exhaled into it. He shuddered as he crawled from beneath the blankets and knelt by the door. Pulling the antelope hide door flap aside slightly, he peered out. The sun would break from the east shortly, yet the village was coming alive already. Bundled against the early morning cold, the people scuffled along in the snow and called out to one another. A young boy shot by, chasing a young puppy that yipped its enjoyment of the game, while the boy giggled and shouted at the animal. He let the door flap down and scooted over to the fire pit. There, he took a short stick and stirred the coals among the ashes. He scattered some wood shavings into the small, glowing embers that were left. As they started to smoke, then burst into flame, Titus placed more small twigs on until the fire had grown enough for larger pieces of wood. He was startled as he turned to reach for a cottonwood limb. The door flap was pulled aside, and the young woman entered. With one leg inside the lodge, she crouched and waited, as startled as he. She looked down, then back at him as he motioned for her to enter. There was a hint of a smile as she dropped the flap over the door once more, then moved over to kneel by the fire. She set down a hide sack and a rawhide box, then waved him away from the fire. Bass returned to the robes without a word being spoken between them, and pulled the blankets over him as he sat back against a willow backrest. Waits by the water looked once at the young trapper, then went about her work. The older man watched her open the sack and rawhide box, pulling from them cooking gear and food with which she started preparing a morning meal for the two white men. "We thank you," he began in Crow, quietly finding the words to use in speaking his thoughts. "Both of us, for helping." She smiled and nodded, glancing up at Bass only momentarily. "I know it is hard for you and your mother, caring for us, when your own brother does not wish us here." With this, she looked into his eyes for the first time. "He does not wish you well. I am sorry." Then she looked away, back to her work again. Why does he carry such a bad heart for us?" She turned her head, staring at the door for a few moments before answering his question. "He is young. He fought well against our enemies those moons ago. He was proud that our people were proud of him, and he wishes to be strong and proud again. He does not yet know about you. Arapuesh tells us, but my brother does not want to listen. He does not want to believe. My father's brother tells him he cannot always have an enemy to fight. But my brother looks for enemies so that the people will give him praise once more. When you brought back the hair he said you would not come back with, you became his enemy." She turned her head slowly, looking down at her work once more. "I am sorry for him," Bass finally replied. "I am sorry for him," she repeated, "and for you." She nodded at both of the white trappers. "Strikes in camp is mean when he is angry," she continued, slicing on the cold meat before her. "He had blood to kill the day you were sent after the white hair, and he had blood to kill you, him," she nodded toward Josiah, "the last son when you had the hair. My brother believed it was his hair to lift, his hair to bring back to the people, to my uncle, Arapuesh. Now he wishes to kill us for bringing the hair back?" "Kill?" She thought a moment, looking once more at the door. "I do not know if he wishes to kill, but his blood is bad now. His heart is small in his shame, a shame that you brought him when you carried the hair back. He is not simple. A man that is hard to know, for his blood is quick to turn bad." "He has swallowed a buffalo tail?" Bass interrupted. She looked at him squarely for a moment, knowing that he knew of the belief, then answered, "Yes. Strikes in camp has swallowed the buffalo tail, and it tickles the man within at times." The young woman dropped chunks of meat into the now boiling water over the fire. "Does he wish us harm?" Scratch began. "Does he wish him harm?" motioning toward the sleeping trapper. She stopped and thought a moment. "Perhaps not your body, perhaps. Your spirit, maybe. He could kill a man and that man die a warrior, honored and proud. But he could kill your spirit. Like the day you went on the hunt, to kill your spirit would hurt a man for all time. To kill a man would make life good for him on the other side. But to kill a man's spirit? Then that man would never rest on the other side." "What you say is crow, but we are not—" "Crow?" She looked back at him to interrupt. "Are you not Sparrowhawk? Now? Were you not the spirit helper in the hunt? Did you not hunt down the enemy of the crow? Does not the young one with the crooked nose bear the scars where Arapuesh marked him? Does not your soul bear the scars of the hunt? Are not these things crow? Are they not?" Waits by the water finally looked away, back to her preparation of the meal. There was some relief in those moments that followed, if only that she no longer studied his face for the answer to her question. He watched her for a few minutes, then turned to look at Josiah when the young trapper stirred. The pain of those scars was only beginning to grow. Last night, the first totally free of the haunting since the battle, there had been no nightmares. He had thought perhaps the ghost was releasing him, finally. But now, with the young woman's words, he knew he was a fool to believe that. His own spirit hung in the balance now, his and Josiah's. They would feel their bodies mend and heal, but what of their spirits? Paddock stirred, then pushed the robes away from his face. He squinted into the light of the fire, glanced briefly at the smoke rising through the hole at the top of the lodge, then opened his eyes fully as he saw the young woman. He glanced at Bass quickly, then looked again at the woman. "He is awake now," Scratch declared. She looked up and smiled at Josiah, then spoke a greeting in Crow. The young trapper looked over to Bass for translation. "She's telling you, like, a good mornin'," he said quietly. Paddock nodded to the woman, then coughed dryly as he clutched the right side of his chest. She moved toward him around the fire, but he waved her off as he finished hacking. When he caught his breath again, Josiah leaned over and dipped a tin cup into the kettle of water Bass had set by his bed, tapping the cup against the film of ice on the surface of the water. He drank, letting the liquid soothe the dryness in his throat. Cold and dry this time of year, he thought. He leaned back again in the robes, looked over his head at the articles hanging from the poles and the dew-cloth rope. Above him hung his own rifle. Near it were his belt, the 2 knives in rawhide scabbards suspended from the wide leather strap. He turned his head to the side and found his capote beneath him, rolled up to form a pillow for his head. He closed his eyes and sighed, sucking in a long breath of the frosty yet warming air. The fragrance of boiling meat grew strong in his nostrils. "Yeah, I am hungry," he said with a little enthusiasm. "Last night be the first fit meal for me since we last was eatin' here in camp." "Maybe so you like squaw's cookin' better'n mine, eh?" Bass chided. "Good chance of it, I'd say." He started to chuckle, then hacked against the pain tearing at his chest. The woman looked up this time, but did not rise to try to help. "You will eat, then I will tend to your wounds." She nodded at both men, laying her hand on the painted rawhide box. "Every day until your wounds heal, every day I will put medicine on you to draw the poisons out." She looked over at Scratch. "It has been a long time since you lay in the robes of a woman, both of you. Since a woman spread her legs and offered her arms up to you. The poisons must come out, and you must release what is between your legs, deep within you." He had known the Crow for many years. He knew how ribald but how matter-of-fact about sex they could be. Yet this morning, it surprised him. Caught off guard, he felt his face growing redder beneath the whiskers. The heat of embarrassment burned deep as he felt her eyes on him, even as he looked away to her hands dipping meat out of the boiling water. "Like the meat of the animals we kill to eat, some juices are poison to us. We must drain those poisons, then the meat will make our bodies strong. You must release your poison for your body to heal quickly." "What's she sayin'?" Paddock asked. Scratch cleared his throat of the hot lump that threatened to strangle him before he stammered a reply. She's talking about tending to our wounds. Your wounds." "Your face. It's red," Paddock said. "She say something that made you feel funny?" "Huh?" He hadn't really been listening to Josiah. "She say something make you feel funny, your face red and all?" Bass felt the burning itch from the neck up and across his cheeks. Bass swallowed slightly. "Just feel funny about having a woman mending my leg is all. That's all, son." He tapped the blanket over his right thigh close to the groin. "Never knowed for you to be so scared, so skittish of such a lil' thing. Woman touching me there?" he finished as he watched the woman set a steaming bowl of meat and fry bread before Paddock. "You might enjoy it now, Scratch." "Don't know if I would." He instantly knew better. He watched the young trapper look the young woman over very carefully. "Come to think on it, Scratch," he said, talking around a chunk of meat. "I think I'd enjoy it some myself." Bass could not help it, but he felt stupid, childish even, for the feelings of adolescent jealousy over this young woman. He'd just have to cover up those emotions until the childish passions had cooled off. "Just looking at her, I'd say any man'd want that'n snuggled up in his robes." He smiled at Josiah, almost assured that his act had been successful. Titus watched her set a bowl before him and leaned forward to lift it into his hands. The warmth spread across his palms to match the warmth in his groin. He had grown hard there, rigid even. Bass squirmed to make himself more comfortable. He glanced up to find her looking at him with questions in her wide eyes. "Your friend?" the young woman began. "You told him about the poisons he must release?" He swallowed hard against the meat that was not fully chewed in his mouth, then coughed lightly. Yes, you can work that, can get the, poisons out, work it out between yourselves." He nodded toward Josiah. "What's that?" Paddock inquired. "Just, she's gonna be mendin' your wounds, son. Be tendin' to what healin' you're needin'." He stuffed another chunk of meat into his mouth with his fingers. The stirrings were there, and he had to admit them. There was desire. He ate in silence, listening to Josiah chatter now and then from his bed, swallowing the dry bread and chunks of meat, forcing the food down past the hot lump captured high in his throat. His face no longer burned, but he felt the warmth elsewhere. It had been too long a time since he had been with a woman. He had often put such things out of his mind very easily, contenting himself with his work, its routine, its dangers, and the freedom of each day. And each year, at rendezvous, he allowed himself the luxury of feeling a woman wrapping herself around him, moving with him, and the explosion that often, all too often, left him feeling no better than before he had lifted the squaw's dress. Plunging inside her, their groins bucking, grinding until he was finished. It had been an empty exercise so many times, he could admit now. Could it ever be different for him? Such an old man now? Perhaps she was right. It was poison. A man thinking of such things just poisoned his mind. Couldn't keep his head clear, keep his mind on living, on staying alive. And once a year he had to flush those poisons from his body, from his mind, and from his soul. Then he could refresh himself, renewed for another year in the high lonesome. Paddock finished before Bass. The young trapper lay back against his capote pillow. It was then that the young woman raised the lid of the painted rawhide box and pulled from it several small buckskin pouches. Waits by the water rose and came over to sit beside Paddock on the robes. Pulling the buffalo hide back, she spread apart the loose flaps of the shirt the young man wore. Quickly, she untied the knots binding the ends of the bandage that was wrapped over the shoulder and around his chest. Carefully, she pulled on one end of the sash bandage until she had pulled it free. The small piece of beaver hide fell into his lap. She picked it up and examined it before turning to Bass. "The beaver?" The older trapper nodded to her, and she looked back at the wound while he continued eating slowly, watching her examine the entrance wound. Rising on her knees, Waits by the water looked over Paddock's shoulder to glance at the exit wound behind his shoulder. She poked briefly with her fingers around the hole on the back, then repeated the process around the hole on his chest. With that done, she peered closely at the coloring of the edges of the wound itself, both front and back. Finally, she sat back and addressed Scratch. "You did well?" "You ask that?" "No." She dropped her eyes a moment. "You did well. How long ago?" He thought. 7. He swallowed a piece of meat he had been chewing. "Now 8 sons. 8 sons now." "The medicine is old, then." She dragged the small pouches into her lap, pulling the edge of her skirt up above her knees so that it would not bind her. The calves of her legs were hidden within a tube legging with no decoration, a legging that reached above her knee, but there, in a small border between the bottom of the skirt where she had pulled it and the top of the legging where it was tied, was the dark copper of her flesh. Against it, the short, darker hairs laid sparsely against the deep brown. After she had tossed aside the long sash, Waits by the water pulled at the thongs tying the top of one of the skin pouches. From this pouch, she pulled a small wooden vial and yanked loose the stopper. Turning the wooden container upside down, She poured a small amount of the thick liquid on her fingertip and then applied that liquid to her lips. That done, the woman replaced the stopper in the vial and the vial in its skin pouch. From the same pouch, she next pulled a small 4-inch-long sliver of buffalo bone. With the sharpened end of the bone sliver, she began to probe into the entrance wound. Josiah flinched now and then against the probing, not really experiencing pain, but merely a tenderness. The young woman first pricked out the remains of the chewed yarrow root and threw it into the fire near the front of the lodge. Next, she probed and pricked until the remains of the spider web were pulled free. The web came out slowly, oozing with a thick, yellowish mucus. This mass, too, she flung into the fire where it sizzled. Now, Waits by the Water peered closely at the chest wound once more, probing with a finger again directly around the hole. Then she leaned forward and placed her lips over the bullet hole and began to draw her cheeks in, sucking hard on the wound. She drew her head back and spat the mucus on the floor. She placed her lips on the wound again, drawing the fluids from the bullet hole until she was satisfied that the wound was cleansed. Josiah gazed down at the hole in his chest, now free of obstruction. The area immediately around the hole was almost whitish in color, having had most of the blood drawn from the tissues. She looked up at the young trapper and nodded before pulling on his shoulder to roll him over. Waits by the Water then repeated the process of probing, pulling, and sucking on the exit wound until it too looked to be cleansed. Only then did she remove the thick liquid from her lips by wiping it free on the back of her hand and forearm. She wiped the bone splinter clean on her skirt and reinserted it into the small pouch. From another pouch, she pulled a small clay bowl, small enough to fit within the palm of her left hand. Into it, she placed a small dusting of powder, then 3 different leaves. With a small, smooth, porous stone, the woman began to grind the leaves and powder together until all were well mixed. She set the stone pestle aside and leaned over the exit wound. Dipping a finger into the mixture, she brought that finger to her lips and tasted it before getting a small, hollow bone from the same pouch. This she placed lightly between her lips and stuck the other end of the bone into the bowl. She drew in a small amount of the pulverized mixture and then placed the free end of the bone inside the edges of the wound. She blew lightly, forcing the mixture into the wound. She repeated this process several times until she had Josiah roll over on his back once more so she could blow the medicines into the chest wound. The only sensation Paddock felt during this part of the ministering was a slight tickle in the wound, nothing more. With the small clay bowl empty, she set it aside and took up another pouch. From it, she took a small bladder with a thong tied around its top and dipped a thick, foul-smelling liquid on the tip of her finger. She smeared the concoction into the wounds repeatedly. Josiah tried to breathe through his mouth rather than his nose to escape its rancid odor. After retying the bladder and packing it away, she pulled out a short, thin piece of pine bark, laid her finger over the chest wound as if to measure the diameter of the hole, then broke off a small piece of the bark. This she set within one edge of the wound, pulled the opposite side of the hole back, and pushed the bark down slightly into the flesh. Satisfied with its placement, Waits by the Water repeated the same process with the wound in Josiah's back. She sat back and smiled first at Bass, then looked at the younger man, her face radiant with her accomplishment. She spoke softly to Paddock. "What'd she say?" "She said you was brave," he answered, "while she pushed and pulled on you where it hurt, where she knows she hurt you." "Weren't much hurtin'," he coughed lightly before continuing. "And sides, weren't about to let her know she was hurtin' me." The older man smiled and nodded his head, then turned his attention to the young woman. He asked why the small pieces of pine bark were in the wounds. She began to gather her pouches once more into her lap and scooted across the floor to sit beside Bass before answering. It is healing well, but now is the time to keep it open for some days. How long? That I do not know now, she answered. I will watch the wound for the days to come. It would be poor to have the wound heal over on the outside and not yet be healed on the inside. If there are more poisons to grow inside, we must let them out, not let them be trapped inside. The poisons must be released, I told you before. The young woman laid her hand gently on Scratch's right thigh. Now it is time for you. What? He asked, thoughtful of her earlier proposition. His leg grew warm where she placed her hand. He looked down at her fingers, each encased in a thin brass finger ring. The poisons? No, she answered, her eyes measuring his before they began to twinkle in their dark depths. Your leg now. It is time for the medicine. She lifted the edge of the blankets and pulled up the bottom of his leather shirt. She began to untie the knot of his right legging. Hold it, he countered. I'll do it. She withdrew her hands and let him undo the knot. Gently, he pulled the top of the legging down to expose the wounds near the top of his thigh. The woman shook her head and reached forward to grasp the top of the legging herself. She began to pull it down the leg when he reached out to grasp both her wrists. Waits by the Water looked down at the strong hands holding her wrists, then up into his eyes. I must have the legging off, she explained quietly. Why? He responded. You can see the wounds now. But you have cut the legging, and I must repair it for you. I am to do everything I can to help you. Everything. She looked down at his right hand, then felt his grip on her wrists slowly loosen. The woman pulled the legging from his right leg over the moccasin, then flung the legging aside on the bedding beside the door. Then, Waits by the Water went through all the steps in ministering to Scratch's wounds as she had done with Josiah. When finished, she replaced the skin pouches back in the painted rawhide box, then withdrew a sewing kit from that same box. The young woman pulled the torn legging across her lap and was beginning to mend the holes in the leather when the door was pulled aside. Strikes in Camp stuck his head inside the lodge. Arapuesh would see the white men, now. His tone was curt. Bass answered first by asking a question. Where is Arapuesh? Are we to go to him? He looked over at the woman and the younger man in the robes, seeing that Waits by the Water did not lift her head from her sewing to look up at her brother. Josiah glared at the young warrior from his bed. No, he answered with a sneer, looking from his sister, past Josiah, and finally at Bass. He is coming here. He is coming to his lodge to see you. He would not miss the opportunity to remind the two visitors that they were guests in another man's lodge. Strikes in Camp continued to stare at Bass, his gaze finally dropping once to the white man's bare leg, then back to glare into his eyes. Finally, he withdrew his head from the door without another word and let the flap fall over the opening. There were now sounds of many footsteps on the icy, wind-blown snow outside, and the flap pulled aside once more. The gray-haired chief came through the door. He moved to the left within the lodge and took a seat near the foot of Josiah's bed, across the fire from Bass. He looked for a moment at each of the white men, then saw Waits by the Water preparing to leave, having pulled her belongings up into her arms. He placed a hand out, palm down, and motioned the young woman to remain. I will not be long here, he began. These men need their rest, and what help you can be to them. You are to stay as long as you are needed. He turned now, finally, to look at the young woman. For as long as you are needed, you are to sleep here. The healing will not only be by day, but also by night. You will bring your sleeping robes and remain in my lodge, here, so that they can call upon you for their every need and want. You do understand?" His niece nodded. "But you must not lodge here during the time of the moon in your flow. All other times you will bring them wood, water, and food." He looked over at Bass. "And they are to call on you for all their needs." After the young woman once more nodded, he looked at her again. "Have you dressed their wounds?" "Yes, it is done," she spoke in reply to the chief for the first time. "And?" "They are not angry, their wounds," she answered. "There will be time, but they will heal. The young one, he will need to be in bed for many suns. In near a moon he might begin to walk, longer to ride. But there is no evil in their wounds." Bass listened intently to the crow words and began to calculate on when would be the time for them to begin spring trapping. Surely it must now be the end of January, maybe February. Perhaps. He could not be sure. The cold came early and stayed long this far north. He dreamt of the Bayou Salade to the south in Colorado country. There he knew the winter winds would not blow so bitterly. There he would be able to trap much earlier in the spring. He knew if they were to have plews for trading come rendezvous, to add to those of the fall hunt, they would need to have a successful spring season. And the earlier they struck out from the Crow camp, the more profitable that hunt would be. They were talking now of Josiah needing more time to heal, but did they both have that much time? He could not know. "It is good. The spirits have been kind," Arapuesh went on. "Your medicine has been strong," he nodded toward Bass. "The poisons of the journey and your wounds will drain from your body while you rest in Absaroka. So, we welcome you back. We must celebrate. There will be many feasts of good food that have been provided for the people, and ceremonies to welcome you back to our eyes. Your medicine is strong, and we are glad to have your medicine back with us now." Rottenbelly then glanced over to the young man. "My sister, Buffalo Tail Scares the Fly, will come here after 3 suns have gone from the sky, when Father Sun has traveled halfway across the sky again. She and Waits by the Water will prepare a feast of meat for us. Many of those with strong medicine like yours will eat with us, here, that night after the sun finally falls from the great circle of the sky. I have already given out the red-painted sticks to those who are to come. On that night, my lodge will be a place of good food, laughter, and strong medicine once again." He looked past Josiah to stare at the rip in the lodge cover behind the young trapper. It was there that the lodge had been cut, so that the body of his murdered wife could be removed, along with the body of the young Nez Perce woman who had died in childbirth, the wife of the Whitehair. Now the ripped edges were sewn shut. Perhaps the lodge would heal itself also. "My friends," he said, looking at Josiah, then Bass, "we will eat that night to come and celebrate. It will be good to laugh once more." Arapuesh rose from the robes and stood, silent for a moment, then bid the trappers farewell. "My friends, I will see you again after the sun has journeyed across the sky." He crouched low and stepped out through the door. The flap slid back over the opening. Waits by the Water resumed her sewing on the torn legging, quietly humming some light-hearted song to herself. "Your brother will be here this night?" Bass asked. "No," she answered. "It is not to be this way," she said, continuing her sewing without looking up at the white man. "He did not receive a red stick from Arapuesh." Then she glanced up at Titus and held his gaze evenly. "Arapuesh knows my brother does not wish you well, the both of you. Arapuesh knows this. My brother would bring bad feelings into this lodge. This Arapuesh does not want. And my brother is mad about this meat feast. It was a hard thing for Arapuesh to decide upon. He did not want the bad heart of my brother here, but Arapuesh knows too that my brother has a bad heart about not being counted by Arapuesh for those to come this night. It is a hard thing. I have said enough on this already. Scratch sighed and turned his head to glance over at the young trapper. You sleepin'? Tryin'. With that, he rolled his head to the side toward the lodge cover. You do that, Scratch said. Soon's the gal gets my leggins sewed up, I be goin' out to see to the ponies. You get you your rest, son. Some big doin's comin' up, so you get you your rest. 4. For most of the afternoon, the two women prepared the wild vegetables and roots they would use in the cooking of the meat and bones to be brought by the guests. Plenty of chopped and split wood lay piled to the right of the door just inside the lodge. Kettles of water and vegetables waited close to the fire that was fed steadily to take the chill from the late afternoon air. The door flap moved aside, and Waits by the water entered with another load of firewood cradled in her left arm. The wood clattered onto the top of the pile, and she turned to kneel by her mother at the fire. Josiah silently watched the two women in their preparations, mostly entranced with the young woman who had ministered to his wounds a few mornings before. Her long hair hung free of braids and ornaments. The eyes were oriental in their lines, and above them rested delicate eyebrows. Her nose straight and small, unlike her mother's, which was larger and somewhat hooked near the top. The cheeks were well pronounced, giving a softness to the lines that circled the full lips. Those cheeks had been rubbed with a faint tint of vermilion to add bright color against the deep bronze of her face. His mind briefly withdrew to the previous summer's rendezvous in the valley west of the Tetons, where he first met the Whitehair. So many similarities between this Crow woman and the young Nez Perce wife of Asa McCafferty. A fine lady and a beauty for the boots she be, McCafferty had described his woman to Josiah and Bass. Princess of them people, as her pappy be one of the war chiefs. Paddock felt the warmth of an inward smile flush over him. Surely this one, this young Crow woman, also had to be royalty. Waits by the water untied her sash and let her arms slip free of the blanket coat she had about her. As her shoulders thrust backward to let the coat slip from her arms, the well-formed breasts pressed against the restraining buckskin dress. The soft contours of the mounds reminded him of the tavern maid who had given him the comfort of her body back in St. Louis. But the Indian's breasts seemed firmer. Perhaps she is younger than the blonde gal back there, he thought. He looked over at Buffalo Tail Scares the Fly. You could tell a lot about a woman by studying her mother. So he decided the large, firm breasts would soon become softer, sagging under the weight of age and many nursing children. What she would look like in the years to come, he knew. But for now, she was very desirable, and he could dream about lying beneath the robes with her to warm away the ache of loneliness, a loneliness for another. The women were, at least he knew the young one was, to stay with them here in this lodge until he was healed. There would come a time when he could pull the leggings off her limbs and lift the dress over her head, pull her down into the robes with him to run his hands over her breasts, let his fingers touch the smooth, flat, brown skin of her belly. Would she have known as many men as the Flathead gal? His thoughts flashed back. He never even knew her name. They had spent one night beneath the boughs with the Tetons looking down upon them. More than just a heated rendezvous coupling, more than fiery animal lust. She had been a comfort to him then. And now, his thoughts drifting back to her were disturbing to him. There was something greatly unfinished with the Flathead girl, something that made his heart itch and ache in not knowing. How he had gone again and again to search those last days of rendezvous, never finding her. Never even seeing her after that one night of comfort and healing. Looking now at a patch of skin he studied high on the Crow woman's thigh, Josiah felt unsettled. It had been a long time since his last woman. But that was not the reason for his confusion, for the contradictions in his heart. There remained something undone, something left unsaid within him for the plain-faced Flathead girl. The Crow woman was prettier in a way. She might even be beautiful with him beneath the robes, naked, willing and wanting the pleasure he knew he could give her. The Crow woman's body would give him immense pleasure too, he was certain. But he could not remember her name. Had he ever known her name? She had given him more pleasure in the valley of Pierre's Hole than he had known before. Could he compare? The door flapped open again, and he watched Arapuesh enter the lodge. He stood slightly stooped near the door and nodded to Josiah as the women scooted back from the fire. Moving to the left around the fire and kettles, the chief came to the rear of the lodge to sit on the robes beside Josiah. He nodded once more to the young trapper reclining against a backrest, then turned to address the women. "Where is Poteani?" "He went out some time ago," the younger woman answered, "saying he was going down to the river in the trees to see his ponies again." She paused a moment while gazing into the flames. "He goes to the animals often. I think he grows tired of staying in the lodge. His leg, it needs exercise and grows tired here." "You must go now to find him," Arapuesh responded. "Bring him here now. He must be here before the others arrive." Waits by the water rose and slipped the coat over her shoulders, tying the sash with beaded thongs at its ends about her waist. She nodded to Arapuesh and ducked low to step from the lodge, pulling the flap back over the door opening. After pausing a moment outside the door, the woman turned to her right and moved through the lodges toward the river. In the fading light, she reached the compound where many of the tribe's horses were kept. Making close to a full circle around the corral, Waits by the water did not see the trapper among the animals within the enclosure. Not far away, at the edge of the trees near the lodges, was the white men's shelter. For a brief moment she stood outside the shelter before kneeling down to pull the entrance flap aside. It was dark inside. Slowly her eyes adjusted to the darkness. The trapper was not there. Letting the flap fall once more, the Indian woman rose back to her feet, considering where next to search. Now her thoughts led her to move through the cottonwoods toward the river. From the crowded tree line, she saw him. Bass sat among the larger boulders on the bank near the ice-laden water. His hands were tucked up into his armpits for warmth against the chilly air that was rapidly becoming cold as the sun disappeared to the west. She paused a moment, standing very still, waiting in the trees, watching the man's back. It was then she became conscious of her own breathing. It was heavier. Not from the short walk in the snow. Could not be, she told herself. She tried to slow it, quieted in the still, frosty air. Through the thin blue clouds she exhaled before her face, Waits by the water watched as Bass first turned his head upriver, looking, as if searching, expectant of something. Then he turned his head slowly to the right and gazed downriver. She watched the white man look up and then down the river again, until finally Bass let his chin drop against his chest and shook it from side to side, his shoulders shuddering slightly. She moved across the rocks quietly. Almost upon the man, with her left hand extended to touch him on the shoulder, the young woman came to an abrupt stop as Bass turned to her. He did not seem startled at first, and she let her arm drop to her side. He turned back to look once again at the river. "You surprised me," he said quietly. "You were almost to touch me before I heard you. My thoughts were not with me." The young woman moved around so that she could sit on the boulder near his knee, dusting the snow from the rock before positioning herself upon it. "And your heart?" "Ah," he began. "My heart. It too may be far away." "It cannot be here with me?" She looked steadily into his eyes, desiring them to say the words her heart had felt for some time now, those words her lips had been unable to utter. He glanced at her face, seeing those eyes, then turned away just as quickly. I don't know. Should my heart be here with you?" She knew that she had said far more to this white man, the bearded savage who had come to her land from his home far away. The big mystery stirred within her, wanting to give rise to those things so long unsaid. To tell him they were both here together. To tell him that her heart could be as big as he needed and with him always. Instead, she could only answer with another question. "Where does your heart rest?" He shook his head for an answer, his lips moving but no words coming forth at first. Bass looked at the young woman briefly, then gestured again. There was a long silence between them, her heart searching out the courage to speak of the mystery, to fight the fear all her training, her people's ways, yes, her fear of him, that kept her from putting to words the song inside her now. Instead, she finally choked out a question. "Do you have a woman?" "Each winter cold time I come to the Crow, I have a woman who will visit to warm me in my robes. Last year's woman, now she is with a man. No, I do not have a woman." There was the stab of pain in saying it. "And you know that." He was not certain that she knew. She immediately felt the apprehension that too much had already been said, yet there was still deep within her the fear that, unless she spoke out, this white man would pass from her too. "Your eyes," she finally began. "What?" He turned to her once more. "It is in your eyes, Poteani." "What is that, in my eyes?" She did not speak for a long time, continuing to stare at the swirling mists dancing upon the river. Her heart danced too, wanting him to know, yet fearful of the vulnerability. At last she turned and softly laid a hand upon his wounded leg. "Your heart is not big for a woman. In your eyes, they say you do not have a woman to make your heart happy. And I am here to make you happy." She watched his eyes travel slowly to her hand, then climb once more to meet the anxious look on her face. "Can I not make our friend happy?" "Our?" "My people." I'm sure you can," he stammered. "Then it is good." She rose, pulling on one of his hands, then circled her arms around his waist. For an instant she stared up into his eyes before laying her head against his shoulder. After a brief moment, he raised his arms to encircle her shoulders, pulling her closer into him so that their bodies were fully touching, as he remembered the words he had so long ago spoken to his young partner, speaking of the place a woman had in the life of a man who belonged to the High Lonesome. A man gets lonesome for the sweet music of a woman's voice after long seasons of hearing nothing but other coons round an evening fire. It was warm here with her in the dimming light and the cold air rolling off the river with the mists. He felt her shudder slightly, then wrapped his arms around her all the more tightly. Slowly, his chin dropped so that his cheek lay against her hair. It was somewhat stiff from the chilled grease rubbed into its strands, but still it smelled good to him. He rubbed his nose lightly against the thick, black tresses, and she tilted her head to look up to him. With a hand, Waits by the water pulled his head down so that his whiskered cheek would lie against hers. His bristles tickled, and she shivered slightly again. He put a hand up to grasp his beard. "My whiskers?" "Yes," she responded. "They tickle my cheek." "The Crow men you have held do not have beards," Bass said. "You are not used to holding a man with hair on his face." "I have not held a man before, like this," she said softly, and laid her head back against his shoulder. He gazed out at the river before he spoke again. "You have never been with a man?" It was a moment before the young woman pulled her head away from his shoulder to look up at his face. "Would that make you sad?" "No, not sad. You are so... Why are you not with a man now, or before?" "This will be my 17th summer," the woman responded. "My father would only then begin to think of a man taking me into his lodge." "But Crow women they hold men, have men in the robes before..." He sought for the words with desperation. She pulled more tightly against him, despairing at his words, his wanting to know. After many moments, she at last felt ready to answer him. "It is true what you say. Many Crow girls play woman with the young men. My mother has taught me, winters ago with the first time of the moonflow, what a man would be like in the robes." That training, too, she now thought, had also instructed her to wait on a man, to be there for his every bidding. And now she felt ready to respond to the lessons of the older woman. "Do you wish to be with me?" "I am with you now." "To have to touch," she hesitated. "That is what I mean, closer than we are now." She waited a moment again. "Do you not wish to be with me?" "Yes," he began, then looked down at her again. "Yes, I do wish to be with you, but where?" "It is not for now." She pulled away from him slightly, feeling some pain in the parting, now taking his forearms in her hands. "Arapuesh sends me to find you, to bring you back. You must be in the lodge before the others come for the Iruk Ose Waraksua, the cooked meat singing. There will be, much time for us to be together now that we know we wish to be together." Then she started to pull on his coat sleeve. "But now I must take you to Arapuesh." Bass began to walk slowly beside her, using his rifle as a crutch. They had taken a few steps when she stopped and slipped behind him to his right side. There, she took his right wrist in her hand, slid the rifle away to his other side, and lifted his right arm so that she could step under it and place the arm around her shoulder. He looked down at her strangely as she shouldered his weight. With her there to support his right side, he could now carry the rifle over his left shoulder. He moved along with her, swept up by her. Things had boiled down on him in the last few minutes as the sky darkened. He had not noticed the advancing dusk. She had drawn his thoughts and heart away. He did not feel in control of those thoughts, of his heart now, and there was something unsettling about it. This woman had so quickly invaded his thoughts over the past few days. Was it more? There were rumblings of feelings that had not been with him for many years. He had pushed them back, so far back into his soul that emotions could boil, erupt, overwhelm him if he did not struggle to gain some control. And there was confusion about this young woman. Most Crow women have been taken to wife by their 11th, maybe 12th summer. He looked down on the young woman walking at his side. "Why is it that you have not had a man before, and you are now 16 summers?" "You do not believe me." She looked up sideways into his face, scared, yet determined not to let shame expose itself. "No, do not say that." He read something in her eyes, and his face burned a little. "I only wonder why you have not chosen to be taken to wife." "I wait," she answered simply. "But now," he began falteringly, "but now you wish to, he again sought for the crow words. "You said you wished to, with me." "To be close with you?" Waits by the water looked up at him briefly once more. "Yes. And you ask so many questions. Let this one be for now." She looked forward again as they walked between the first gathering of lodges. "Besides, my brother has scared so many away from me before. Many before would take me to wife. He scares them, like a crazy dog sometimes." She shook her head gently. He could feel it warming as it had not for so long. When last? Was it as long ago as Missouri? Longer? The settler's daughter. He had worked on the farm for a while before moving on. Was it that long ago that he had felt the stirrings, the rumblings from within about a woman? Had it really been that many years? 10 winters? Was it more? His mind searched, but there was too much there right now to find the answer. "Your brother," he finally remarked. "He will not like you with me. He does not like it, you coming to the lodge to help us. He will not be easy about you being with me." He searched for the word for caring, but there was not one to find. "It will be hard because of him." "I know, Poteani," she answered softly in the twilight mist, then said no more. They circled from the back of the lodge. In front of the door were gathered several men, huddled against the cold and damp mist, who turned to give unspoken recognition when the trapper and the Indian woman drew close. One figure wrapped in a buffalo robe stepped forward through the handful of men. "We have been waiting to enter until Poteani has come, until he is in the lodge." The voice belonged to Strikes in Camp. She stopped near the door and turned to look up at the white trapper. "My brother did not receive a stick." Crow etiquette did not allow her to address her brother, especially with such a rebuke. Instead, she had delivered her left-hand comment by addressing Bass. "I do not know why it is that he says we." She was aware of the seriousness of her words. The other warriors about them would also comprehend the gravity of her rebuke. Ultimately, she knew, her brother would recognize her meaning. The young Indian burned at her words. Before the others, before the white man, his sister had reminded him of Rottenbelly's decision not to invite him to the cooked meat singing. He glowered at the trapper, then turned the intensity of his gaze to the young woman before him. He burned within at the insult once more, feeling the pressure of the others who were watching. "I am to guard the door," he snapped. "Then it is well for my brother." She spoke diplomatically to Bass, as if her answer would ward off the venom in her brother's gaze. She let go of Bass so she could pull aside the door flap. "I wonder if my mother is within." "My mother has left," said her brother. "Only the white man, the young one, and Arapuesh remain within." Scratch bent over to enter the lodge. Waits by the water studied her brother. She had spoken of their mother indirectly to him, and Strikes in Camp had answered of his mother. She had made him very angry to have spoken of his mother. They glared at each other for a moment. Then she turned to leave as Arapuesh instructed the man at the door to allow the guests to enter the lodge. She said no more, but disappeared into the mist among the lodges nearby. Arapuesh gestured with his right arm, inviting Bass to sit beside him on the robes at the rear of the lodge, near Josiah. Then the Indian commanded strikes in camp to allow the men gathered outside to enter. One by one, they presented their red-painted sticks to the young warrior and stooped to enter the lodge, some going to the left while others slipped to the right, until there were 12 men seated around the fire with the Crow Chief. "My heart is happy that each of you has come to sing this night," Arapuesh welcomed his guests. "We will sing in praise of these men who have honored us in their hunt of the white hair." Then he motioned toward the kettles on the rocks at the edge of the fire. "Let each of you place your meat and the mashed bones in the kettles to warm. Soon we will eat to nourish our bodies, but now we sing to nourish our spirits." One at a time, the older warriors and younger men moved forward to place the meat and bone meal they had brought into the kettles, along with the vegetables prepared by Buffalo Tail Scares the Fly and her daughter. The kettles steamed gently in the warming air of the lodge. When all had presented their portion for the feast, Arapuesh turned around to pull forward a small rolled hide that had been lying behind him. The small reddish-brown robe of a buffalo calf unfurled before the chief. "Bako ritsitse," he now commanded. Beginning with the man closest to the left side of the door, each passed a small stone to Poteani. The white trapper handed the first to Rottenbelly. The chief then removed a piece of wild carrot root he had placed within the outer coals of the fire and held the stone aloft while letting the incense smoke of the root drift and circle up to envelop the stone. As each stone was purified in the smoke, it was placed before Arapuesh on the buffalo calf robe. The process was repeated for those at the right side of the lodge until finally all the stones sat in a circle on the reddish robe before the chief. He put out the ember burning on the end of the carrot root and set it aside on the rocks near the fire. "We sing." He nodded once to each side of the lodge. From within his shirt, Arapuesh removed a small buffalo bladder rattle tied to a willow stick, its bark partially removed to create a design along the handle. Once more, Arapuesh took up the carrot root, this time placing the unburned end in the coals to catch fire. When it was burning well, he removed it and blew out the flame so that only a smoking ember remained. Holding the rattle aloft in his right hand as he had with the stones, the chief proceeded to smoke the rattle in the incense of the carrot root. This done to his satisfaction, the rattle was placed within the circle of stones before him and the root extinguished. Next, he pulled a long, rawhide box from behind him and laid it across his folded legs. Bass remained attentive to the man at his left, although his wounded leg ached. The trapper shifted position so that he could stretch out the leg to full length. There was tenderness in the wounds kept open and seeping by the small pieces of pine bark. He watched Arapuesh pull first from the rawhide box a full marten, its paws and mouth decorated with colorful quills, twisted strips of leather hanging from the same paws and mouth. Pulling the head up revealed that the inside of the skin had been lined with red trade cloth. From this pouch, Arapuesh pulled the stem of a pipe some 15 inches long, laying it on the robe outside the circle of stones. He replaced the marten skin within the box. Now he brought forth a muskrat skin that had likewise been sewn into a pouch so that it lay back over itself, fur side out. It, too, was decorated with the quillwork and twisted strips of brain-tanned hide. From this pouch he withdrew the pipe bowl. The deep brownish red of the stone contrasted with the dull sheen of the pewter inlaid on the bowl. This, too, was set before him near the stem. Finally, he pulled out a buffalo bull's scrotum that was tied at the top and a small stick wrapped with quillwork before placing the rawhide box behind him. Picking up the root again, Arapuesh snapped it in half. both of the fresh ends were now placed in the coals before he untied the thong wrapped around the buffalo scrotum bag. From it, he pulled a tobacco mixture and set fingers full of the mixture on a flat stone before him. With one piece of the carrot root pulled from the fire, the stem was smoked in the incense, and then the root's ember was extinguished. Both pieces were then thrown into the flames of the low-burning fire as the guests muttered their approval. Arapuesh placed the bowl on the stem before pointing the mouthpiece first to the earth, then to the sky above, and finally to the 4 directions. This done, he laid the pipe across his thighs and leaned forward to pick up the rattle that rested at the center of the circle of small stones. He passed the rattle to his right. From there it moved man to man until it came to the Indian sitting immediately to the left of the door. That man rose so that he could face the white men on either side of the chief. Slowly, he began to shake the rattle and weave his body in time to the rhythm he created. He sang a song of his own exploits in war and combat, a song of the many ponies he had stolen through the years. His song ended in praise of the white men. I sing only as a warrior can, a warrior who has struck many times. My footprints cross the mountains, my footprints cross the plains. Many horses have I given away, many scalps have I taken. I sing only as a warrior can, to sing my praises to you. Your footprints cross the mountains, your footprints cross the plains. And you have brought us the scalp. The white hair is no more of the living. Your spirit has struck him down. I sing only as a warrior can, to sing my praises to you. It is a great thing you have done, and you have brought us the scalp. While the warrior sang and shook the rattle, Arapuesh filled the pipe with pinches of tobacco, gently tamping the mixture into the bowl until it was full. When the singing warrior completed his song of praise, he stepped around the fire to stand before Bass. The white man rose with some difficulty to face the older warrior. Now, the Indian pulled a small object from within his shirt and handed it to Scratch. Again, grunts of approval sounded around the fire. The warrior returned to his seat by the door. Arapuesh nodded to the man at Bass's right as the white man sat down. The Indian leaned forward so that he could pull a small coal from the embers with 2 small willow sticks. He picked the ember up between the sticks and stretched over to place the ember on top of the tobacco mixture in the pipe. Arapuesh drew on the stem until the smoke came easily through the mouthpiece. The warrior withdrew the ember and placed it in the fire. The sticks were laid before him near the rocks around the low flames. The pipe was passed to Bass, then to the man at his left. From hand to hand it passed without being smoked until it reached the man who had completed his song of praise, who now passed the rattle to the man at his left. This warrior rose and faced the white men. His song of counting coups began while the first man sat to smoke the pipe in his own manner of prayer and celebration. The second warrior moved forward to Bass when his song was finished. The white man once again struggled to rise upon his wounded leg. Then the Indian presented him with a small gift held in his outstretched palm. Scratch took it and sat down as the Indian returned to his place. He passed the rattle and took the pipe to smoke, while a third warrior began his song. In like manner, the warriors on the left side of the lodge sang their praises and smoked the pipe until it was finally passed to Arapuesh. The chief took the extinguished pipe and knocked all the remaining ash into his left palm, tossing the residue into the fire. He reloaded the pipe and lit it once again with an ember. The Indian to the right of the door finished his song and moved to stand before Paddock. In Crow, a language the young white man could not understand, the warrior began, "I know you cannot stand as Poteani stands to receive his gifts. Your wounds in this deed have been great, but our happiness for what you have done in this is greater than your wounds. The medicine of that happiness will heal those wounds all the more quickly, and you will ride the mountains once more." He pulled from his pouch at his waist a small present and handed it to the young trapper, who lay against a low backrest. The process of singing and smoking repeated itself around the right side of the lodge until the rattle came at last to Arapuesh, who laid it again within the circle of small stones. Likewise, the pipe was passed to the Crow chief. With his palms facing upward, the old man held the pipe on outstretched arms and rose shakily on cramped, aged legs. He stood over the circle of dark stones and sang, his rhythm not from the rattle, but provided by the warriors who slapped hands against their legs in time with his song. He sang his story. "My heart was small and on the cold ground. Something great had been taken from me. In taking my wife from this lodge, the Whitehair had robbed me of my spirit. Poteani was the spirit helper to guide, and the young man carried the medicine scars. The medicine of Old Man Coyote carried my flesh." Arapuesh held the pipe in his right hand as he raised his left aloft to show all those gathered in the lodge the stump that remained after he had cut off his left index finger. The wound still looked raw and dark from the crude amputation and the cauterizing on a hot stone, but new pink flesh was showing. There were more grunts of approval from the warriors. "As my flesh heals, so does my spirit. As your spirits are strong, so will your bodies be. Strong spirits heal the body wounded in battle. My strength has returned to me. We have the hair of the wolf from the north. We have songs to sing in celebration now in his death. We have the hair to dance over in happy feasting. We have the hair." With the last line of the chorus, Arapuesh reached into his shirt with his left hand and pulled forth the long, white-haired scalp Josiah had returned to him. Many of the warriors clamped hands over their mouths in astonishment, not for never having seen the scalp itself, but because it had been transformed. Within the heavy silence, the old man slowly turned the full scalp from side to side, showing all that had been done with the trophy. Both Josiah's and Scratch's eyes widened at the sight. From the crown of the white-haired scalp hung black hair braided within the long white strands, the longer strands of the bluish-black hair contrasting vividly with the snow-colored filaments. His left fist cupped under the scalp, Arapuesh now turned, so that Bass could see what hung from the front of the trophy. Scratch quietly gasped at the sight of the crudely fashioned hook now tied to the long white strands of hair that McCafferty, when alive, had constantly pushed across his forehead, away from his eyes. The dark metal of the iron fork had been beaten into a crude hook, resembling the one McCafferty had worn in place of his right hand. On each side of the scalp, over what had been the temples, hung hair drawn up into bunches, wrapped with red trade cloth, and with an eagle's claw suspended from the wrappings. Arapuesh had sliced large circles around in the flesh near the temple areas, one circle on each side of the trophy. The bunches of white hair wrapped with red cloth and bound with the eagle's claws were still connected to the whole scalp by a thin piece of flesh the chief had left intact. Now he brought his knife up and cut the strip on the left side of the scalp. He held the smaller scalp lock within the fingers of his right hand so all could see the bunch of hair. "This brings my heart much singing," he continued, speaking now rather than chanting. "My heart is big once more. We have the hair. There is much singing within as I give back to you some hair, as you have given back to me my spirit." He leaned over to hand the bunch of hair to Paddock, who held up his outstretched palm to receive the gift. Arapuesh moved his knife quickly again and slashed at the strip of skin holding the second bunch of hair to the rest of the scalp. This freed, he now bent to his right to lay it across the two outstretched palms of the older trapper. Bass brought the small piece of scalp back against his chest, then nodded once to the Indian. There were shouts and whoops of joy from the Indians in the lodge. "Poteani had one thing left yet to do to return my spirit to strength for me," Arapuesh began as the warriors quieted themselves. "The weapon which killed my woman. The weapon I placed in the medicine bundle for your hunt of the white hair. That weapon did not stay with the bundle. Is the bundle at rest with the white hair? Is it not?" Bass only nodded. The cramp in his wounded leg hurt him in the long sitting, but there was also some pain in the lump choking him, an object caught in his throat that would have prevented speaking anyway. "The weapon returned to Absaraka. The weapon is mine. The young white man will return it to me." He stopped as Bass started to lean forward so that he could address Paddock on the other side of the chief. "But it is not to be returned now, at this time, Poteani. No." He watched Bass lean back once more. "It will be returned to me by the young white man after he becomes my son." Again, several hands went up to dark mouths in astonishment. Bass was startled at the sudden news. A great honor this was to be for the young trapper. Scratch himself had been adopted years before by a warrior who had recently been killed in the tribe's battle with the Blackfeet. He well understood the gravity of this honor. To be adopted by the head man. Indeed, they were offering Josiah Paddock much from the entire tribe in the adoption ceremony. But also, Bass was being honored again in the same stroke. He started to lean forward to award Josiah the news when once more Arapuesh brought his hand down to halt the white man's words. "You will not tell him. It will be for another to tell of it to him. His name has not yet been chosen, so he cannot be told until that time. There would be time to tell him of the coming ceremony when he takes his first sweat with the old men, to heal his wounds and to prepare his spirit for the ceremony. My son." He brought his hand down to point at Josiah. The warriors yelped and cried out in joy. The suddenness of the Indian pointing to him, accompanied by the shouts from the others in the lodge, filled the young white man with surprise and bewilderment. He had hung on to most of the words, their meaning a mystery to him, while the chief had been speaking, and now he knew he had been singled out in some way. But for what, he knew not. He looked about him at the warriors who cried out, the warriors staring at him. He looked up to Arapuesh, who stood over him, a gentle, soft smile beginning at the edges of the old man's wrinkled lips, that smile softening the hard, chiseled lines brought on by age. Finally, he looked over to his good friend. Bass was smiling broadly, his yellowed, somewhat crooked teeth stark against the deepened tan of his face and the darker hair of his beard. It was not the smile he had inwardly feared, a smile that told him he had been the butt of a joke he did not understand. Instead, this smile radiating from the face of his best friend told him all was in place, all was well with the celebration, that the joy in this lodge was in some way in celebration of him. No more did he know, but he was at ease now and settled against the willow backrest with a long sigh. Arapuesh pointed to a man who rose at the left side of the lodge. Bending over to scoop up the rattle once more with his free hand, The chief gave the object to the warrior who had stood at the chief's command. The warrior took the rattle in one hand while the other pulled from a sheath at his waist a large, heavy knife. Holding the knife aloft toward the smoke flaps and shaking the rattle in time with the rhythm of his own medicine song, this warrior with the bear medicine now sang of the strength in the bear's spirit. That all should wish for such strength. That all would receive the prayer this night for their meal to give such strength to their bodies. This was a prayer song that the strength of the bear would go with each of them into battle henceforth. His song finished, the warrior knelt over the kettles of meat and vegetables. With an elk-horn ladle, he scooped up chunks of meat and various vegetables, placing them on flat pieces of wood that had been hollowed slightly. The crude plates were passed to his right until the first plate reached the warrior seated immediately to the left of the door. The process continued until all the warriors had meat before them. Then Bass and Paddock were given their share. Finally, Arapuesh was given a healthy portion of the meat and vegetables, dripping with the bone mash gravy. He nodded to the man with the bear medicine who had served up the meal. "One above," the warrior began, stabbing a piece of meat from the kettle for himself and holding it aloft over the fire with an outstretched arm. "Grant that we may prove ourselves worthy of this feast." The only sound besides his words was the sizzle of the gravy dripping off the meat as it fell into the flames. "One above, our grandfather, grant that our bodies might prove worthy of the life you have given us. We thank you for this celebration, for bringing us together in this time and at this place to feast together as Crow have done for winters too many to count." He paused a moment, then spoke louder. "Grant us each this prayer, our grandfather, that we live until next it is robe season again." There were yelps of joy and expectation as he sat down suddenly. All the Indians dove into their food voraciously. They scooped up chunks of meat and vegetables with their fingers, stuffing them into their mouths with ravenous delight, gravy dripping down bare chins while they licked fingers and slurped their enjoyment of the feast. Josiah was awed by the suddenness of the command to eat, and stared for a few moments at the warriors about him, stuffing food greedily into their mouths. "Best be eatin', boy," Bass hollered around the piece of meat in his mouth. "You ain't gettin' a feast like this all the time." He pushed a chunk of wild carrot between his lips and licked his fingers clean. Paddock nodded and smiled, grasping a piece of meat between the fingers of his left hand and stuffing it into his mouth. It was some of the best damned meat he had tasted in a long time, perhaps his whole life. He sucked his fingers clean of the gravy that dripped from them onto the robe. The juices, too, were delicious. Every man finished his supper and then cleaned his own wooden platter by licking it free of gravy and particles of food. The wood platters clunked against one another as they were stacked by the rocks that ringed the fire. "We are finished?" asked Arapuesh. "Not yet, my friend," stated the warrior with the bear medicine as he rose. The other warriors also got to their feet. "Come with us, Arapuesh. Your friends wish you to have something." He moved to the door and stooped to exit, followed by the rest of the warriors. Arapuesh motioned for Bass to precede him, pointing toward the door. Scratch rose and went to the door, then paused, feeling that the Indian was not behind him. He watched the chieftain kneel beside Josiah at his backrest and reach out to lay a hand on the young man's shoulder. The Indian looked into the young trapper's eyes, not saying a word, then pulled his hand away and rose to join Bass. The cold air hit Scratch abruptly, as did the dim light and difficulty of vision in the damp mist shrouding the lodges about them. The group of men huddled near the door of the lodge for a few moments, waiting until the dark forms began to take shape before them in the mist. The muffled sounds and blurred outlines soon took the definite shape of Strikes in Camp leading a strong, young pony toward them. "This animal from my herd," the man with the bear medicine began as he put his hand on the pony's neck. "It now belongs to our friend, Arapuesh." He took the rawhide lead from Strikes in Camp and gave it to the chief. The Crow chieftain moved down one side of the animal, then down the other, appraising the merits of the pony presented to him. He finally returned to stand within the semicircle of his friends. "I am very proud of this gift from you, my good friends," he commented at last. "The young animal is strong and will be fleet across the plains. My heart is very big now for this thing you have done for me." "You have given much to all of us," the warrior with the bear medicine gestured with a sweep of his arm around the group of men. "For Poteani, you give up your lodge and host him here. 2, you honor him with the cooked meat singing that comes once a winter time, should there be a man to honor. You honor each of us by asking us to come give praise to Poteani with you this night. And you honor the son of your sister by having him guard the door during our time of singing praise for Poteani. No, Arapuesh," he continued. "It is your friends who are to honor you. It is your friends whose hearts are big and filled with honor to see your spirit returned after so long a mourning. We welcome you home." Each man came up in turn to touch Rottenbelly's hand once before turning to leave, each to his own lodge in the quiet camp. Finally, only 3 remained: Arapuesh, Bass, and Strikes in Camp. There was a heavy silence between the 3 men until the chief finally slashed through it with his words. "Son of my sister," he said to the young warrior, "how is your heart this night?" "What is it you ask, brother of my mother?" "Do you not wish to celebrate? Have you not wished to honor Poteani and the young white man this night?" "The young one you will adopt in a time to come?" he asked, and without waiting for an answer, he continued, "Yes, the whole camp honors them for what they have done. As for me, my heart still burns with the shame you gave me the day you sent the white men to hunt down the white hair instead of Strikes in Camp." He tapped his own chest with a finger. "No, I answer your question. I do not wish to honor these men. They are white. Their hearts are white. They will never be Crow. Their hearts will never be Crow. I will never honor them as you have." He spoke the words with an edge to them. After a few moments of studying the young warrior's eyes in silence, Arapuesh finally spoke again. "Your heart is heavy, son of my sister." "Yes," he interrupted, "and it will lead the way." He abruptly turned and left, trotting into the damp mists that swirled through the camp. "His heart is full of a need to take revenge on us for his shame," Bass commented. "I will need to be watchful of that one." "Yes, Poteani," the Crow responded with sad resignation. "You will need to be watchful of him." 5. The fog swirled, then lay still, only to move again after a moment's rest, as if it too were as restless as his spirit. Bass watched the moving, settling, shifting mist as it slowly blanketed the river. He finally sat on a boulder, on the spot where she had first touched him. It had not been that she had reached out with her hand. No, not so much that kind of touch, he thought now. She had tapped within him something else, reaching inside him, beneath the skin now prickling with the numbing cold. That momentary physical touch had begun to loosen some old wound of its cancerous ooze. Now he could look back, somewhat in pain, to a settler's daughter abandoned so many years before. Was the water in his eyes from the pain? Maybe from the joy of long ago remembered feelings? No, he decided. The water in his eyes was from age. But he knew better. The mist brimming his eyes was from the cold that pushed itself within the folds of the elk-hide coat. Just as surely the dark-skinned one had pushed herself into his being while he had been so careful, so very careful not to let such a thing happen to him. He drew his mittened hand away from the warmth of an armpit and swiped at the stinging mist that began to pool and then run from the corner of his eye. Silly notion, me thinking myself in love with that gal, he chided himself, and stood against the cold, rolling fog. Just that little stirring of his muscles, that little movement of his body had brought up some warmth. He began to walk down the rocky bench that touched the ice-laden river. It was the movement that made him warmer, not the thought of her with him beneath the robes. Wouldn't need no fire in that lodge, he mused. She kindled enough of a blaze in him to warm them both and the lodge to boot. The hoarfrost on his mustache and the chin whiskers crinkled as he pursed his lips to spit, pushing out the remains of the tobacco quid on which he had been absently chewing. He turned back in the direction of camp, then stopped. Bass listened to the soft sounds of the winter night, muted as they were in the frost-bound, foggy air. The muffled shuffling of horses' hooves as the animals pawed the frozen ground, eating, perhaps, as a defense against the sleepless cold that made an animal ache until the new day's sun could warm its hide once more. A dog barked once, then again, and next came a yelp of surprise or pain, as if it had been hit by someone whose sleep had been disturbed by the animal's nocturnal concert. The old man started up the slope, watching the ground before him in the faint pastel-gray light so that his feet might not trip, his toes not be bruised against the rocks. So careful was he that he cried out in surprise when a big toe snagged a large tree root laid bare by the last springtime flooding. Bass knelt to massage the angry foot, and as he did so, there was a rush of motion to his side. She was there and touched him even as he was raising his head in surprise. She reached down to take his hand in hers as he stood back up. Startled. Hell yes, he was. To have her here with him now, after those long, lingering and warming moments of thinking of her beside this river. Come. She said no more as she let his hand go and gripped his left arm to lead him on up the bank. His steps were mincing, not from the wariness of his footing, but from favoring the nagging wound in that right leg. She shuffled beside him, every now and then looking up at him, only a glimpse of her face visible from within the shadowing hood of the blanket capote. They came to the outer ring of lodges, and he began to veer left, bumping her as she attempted to steer him to the right. Bass stopped and looked down into the full, upturned face that met his questioning gaze. Her closeness stirred him. That way, woman. That way back to Arapuesh's lodge. He shrugged his head in the direction he thought he should go. Instead, she gently shook her head, and the hood slipped back slightly from her face. There was a soft smile, the smile he had seen on the bank of this river once before. Then she nodded to the right and pushed him off in that direction. He followed obediently, yet not without some misgivings. Where is it you are leading this man? Come. It were as if all the explanation needed was encompassed in that one word. Come, he repeated softly to himself. She says to come, and this old nigger just follows like some trained mule. Suddenly she stopped at the doorway of a strange lodge, leaning forward to pull back the deer-hide door flap without letting go of his arm. You, she instructed. He looked quizzically at the doorway, wondering whose lodge this was and why they had come for a visit at this late hour. You, me. the young woman nudged him through the opening. Inside, the fire was burning low, and the lodge was comfortably radiant from its warmth. Smaller than Rottenbelly's, this lodge tended to hold its heat much better. He stood just inside the doorway as she came in behind him to stand at his side while their eyes adjusted to the new light. It was then that he noticed they were not late-arriving guests at all. "Where are the others of this lodge?" She pushed him to the left around the fire toward the bed of robes piled near the rear of the lodge. "You will not tell me?" he asked of her as she pulled him gently to the robes and sat beside him. "Where are the others?" "There are no others tonight, Poteani." "Who lives here?" "Some relations of mine." She reached over to work on the knot in the sash she had tied about the bulky hide coat. "They will stay with my mother this night in our lodge. It is bigger, and they will like that. This is smaller, and I like that." "And Josiah?" he inquired as she pulled the coat from her arms. "Your mother?" "Yes." She took the coat, set it on another bed of robes. "My mother will be there for the young one if he needs her this night." Standing, she dropped her own capote, then knelt to begin work at the knots on his heavy moccasins. "It is you who need me this night." She pulled the first buffalo covering free from his foot. "And I need you." As she bent over his other foot, he stared at the dark part in her hair, now noticing she had dressed it with vermilion. For special, he thought. Special doings. Almost imperceptibly, the twinkle returned to the corners of his eyes as the deeply engraved crow's feet spread their claws slightly in his peaceful smile. The young woman peered up at his face as she tossed the second moccasin away. For a moment, he gazed into the soft beauty before him. The deep eyes, shadowed by the firelight, had within them a fire all their own, a fire that warmed him in parts long left cold. He turned his gaze away from her face finally as she gently lowered him down into the rich, coarse softness of the buffalo robes. Her head came down to nestle into the curve of his shoulder, and her left hand coursed down his body until it rested along his right thigh where the healing wound lay. His heart ached with the strong pounding that he knew she would surely be able to hear. Titus cleared his throat in his discomfort at the nearness of her warmth, the immediacy of her flesh. "It still hurts you much?" she asked, rubbing the wounded flesh gently with outstretched fingers. Bass cleared his throat again. His "no" was a guttural squeak. She smiled. "Waits by the water?" She raised her head to look over at him. He felt the trickling runoff of frost turned to water in his mustache. "You brought me here—" "To be alone with you, Poteani, as I have wanted to be since first you came to our camp when the ponies grow lean." She continued to stare into him as if all that had to be said had already been explained. Then, seeing the question in the eyes surrounded by wrinkles of age and weather, she reached up to touch the flesh healing beside his left eye. "The mountains have marked you, my man." He started to speak, but she quickly brought the fingertips down from the healing scar to touch his lips in an unspoken command for silence. "They have marked you, as surely as you are a part of them, never to be removed from them. Marked you as surely as you have marked me, from the first day you and the young one came to our camp, back moons ago." Now her fingertips returned to the scar near his eye. "You are slow to see what you have done to my heart, white man. I grow very impatient in waiting for you through these long days of your healing." Waits by the water took her hand away from his face and laid her head once more on his chest. "I told my mother of my heart for you. She talked to our relations, and we have this lodge this night." She could feel his breath catch with the words she had spoken, then waited until he at last let the breath out of his chest before she continued. "It is this night I wish to become Poteani's woman." This last statement was made without hurry, slowly and softly, like the tumbling of the fog outside the lodge. He waited for more as she rose to a kneeling position between him and the fire, her body an outline and shadow in relief against the backlighting. Quickly, she untied both her moccasins and leggings and cast them aside. More slowly, she inched the bottom of her dress above her knees, then pulled it up over her head. She shivered as she moved back against him and pulled at the robes near their feet, bringing the heavy weight and warmth over her naked body. He lay still for long moments until the involuntary shudders left his body. He then scooted aside to tear his own clothing from his body. Their flesh now warming one another beneath the coarse hide, he asked, "Waits by the water wants me?" She did not answer save for the movement of her head against his chest, the hair moving across his bare flesh with a tickling, a teasing anticipation. "To be Poteani's woman?" Again, he asked a question answered wordlessly. "Poteani could live with this woman," he whispered into her ear as he rolled onto his side so that he could face her. "To become your woman this night, it is what I want." She reached out to slide her hands gently over his chest. Scratch inched closer to her and reached up to cup a hand around the smooth, soft mound. He felt her shudder as his palm crossed the quickly erect nipple. "My hands too cold?" "No, because my man is warm inside for life," she answered. "He causes me to be warm inside for him. My body waits for you." She took his penis in her hand and stroked it lightly a few times. Then she slowly turned away from him and rose to her hands and knees. "My body waits for you, Poteani. I am warm inside. Come, mount me now." Lord knows he was ready, hot with the fever of this triumph now come this cold night. Without thinking, he rose and moved behind the young woman. Then he stopped, his flesh against the back of her thigh. Into his mind came screaming scenes of ponies in the rut, wild animals filling themselves with the lust man shared with all species. Bass collapsed to the bed of fur, pulling her against him, the woman's back against his chest. He lay there breathing, for it seemed hard to do that, and not really thinking in any coherent pattern, yet trying to sort this out. "You do not want to warm yourself inside me? To warm me inside with yourself?" "No," he answered immediately. Then, after a moment more, "No, that is more than I could ever want for with you, waits by the water." He caught his breath once more and continued, You have had men before?" It was a while before she answered softly, "Poteani has been with other women?" She moved more closely into him. "I have had 2 men." He was confused, thinking she had been with no man before. Yet she had never said that, only that her brother had scared them away, those who would take her to wife. Perhaps, yes, that's what she meant. No man had taken her to wife because of the fear of her brother, but 2 men had taken her, as the animals do. He understood now, and it did not matter. "They have mounted you like this?" He spoke softly into her ear. The young woman reached behind her to take his penis into her hand and held it there. "The way of the horses, they told me. It was—" She turned a bit toward him. "It was not gentle, their taking of me. but like the way of the horses I have seen in our herds." She turned the side of her face against his whiskers before she continued. "But I wish to be your woman, Poteani. It is not gentle, this that I have known in men, but I am yours to take as the mare receives the stud in heat." Her hand left his penis and came to the other side of his face. "You have had other women. I have been with other men, and you can teach me." He chewed on the words he would use, now that he understood all that she was telling him. 2 others had taken from her roughly, leaving her little, perhaps, save for their relief and some residue of bitterness within her. His heart swelled and reached out for her. His hand circled beneath her arm and cupped a breast once more. The shudder shot through her again. "You have been touched there before? By a man?" "You are the first to touch me where it grows warm beneath your touch." "Has ever a man laid on top of you?" he asked softly as he rolled her onto her back. "No," came the soft answer as she placed her hands on his shoulders. "Always like the ponies." He reached up to pull one of her hands from his shoulder, guiding it down to his rigid flesh. "Help me into you," he whispered, as his leg with the tender wound spread hers apart. "I am warm and ready for you," he stammered, as she began to place him where he could enter. "We will be like people, you and I, not like animals. All things for you, my woman, will be gentle. No more will there be pain." With the last few words, he inched into her waiting warmth. Bass paused to savor the moment, the sensation. Then he looked down into her eyes. "Has a man kissed you before?" "Once it was. A trapper with many others came to camp near our village when I was younger." Her hands returned to his back and pulled him closer to her face. "He caught me in the bushes by a stream, pulling water. Suddenly I was surrounded by his arms and his face was all over mine. The hair on that face, and his hot breath in my mouth before I could close my teeth on his lips." She giggled a little beneath him now. "He cried out in pain, and I ran. The kiss, this thing, it was not good to feel." Bass bent his head over hers and let his lips brush against the fullness of hers. He felt them part slowly, almost automatically. Whispering against her lips, he spoke. "You have yet to be kissed, my woman." Pressing his mouth fully against hers, he felt the young woman's lips open more widely. Her legs came up and circled his, pulling him all the deeper into her inner warmth. The trapper began to move in and out of the woman as he took his lips from hers, arching his back in the muscle spasm of need and desire. "I want to move with you." Her words spun out short and hoarse. He did not answer except for a couple of short nods. With him, she began to move beneath the buffalo robes, pulling at his back, pulling at him to be all the closer, all the deeper within her warmth. Their dance grew in intensity as they climbed ever higher, until at last she finally spoke again. "This is good. This is as it should have been for me, with you." The last was broken off as his warmth washed into her in a great flooding of sensation, like tears too long kept pent up within a bottle. Bass came rushing forth in a wave of relief he had never before felt. She answered his deepest thrusts with the rising of her own hips, moving with him so that he stayed deep with her, buried until he was spent. But as his movements began to slow, she felt her own body almost separate from herself and move against him with an urging of its own. She mounted the urging and climbed upon the fear step by step, a fear of the separateness of her body from her heart and being. A climb until at the top, her body came back to her, to join once more with her heart and her very being in a great washing of warmth. Waits by the water shuddered beneath him and gently rubbed his back with her nails. Bass slowed his rhythm to a gentle roll, then relaxed on top of her body, feeling their breathing beginning to return to normal. "It is what I never had hoped it could be," she finally whispered. Titus raised his head and gently kissed her lips before laying his head along her shoulder to suck in the aroma of the young woman's body. Yes, he thought, it was all that he had ever hoped it could be. Here, with her, beneath the frozen moon and the crying of the wild animals in their nearby wilderness, he had cried out in answer to their loneliness and found the answer to his own. "You seen my coat?" The older trapper ripped through their plunder and gear in a frantic search. Finally, he dropped to his knees, threw his head back, and closed his eyes, recalling when he had first been given the coat. He had taken the 3 hides to the old crow woman to be dressed and tanned. The bear and wolf had been done beautifully. Then she had come out of her lodge with the heavy bundle of the 2 elk hides. Gradually, she had taken one arm away from the bulky hides and had begun to tug at the worn blue capote Bass had hanging from his shoulders. Rather than merely dressing the 2 elk hides, Comes Running had tailored them into a crude coat. The woman's old hands had gone to the 4 thong ties after he had drawn the coat over his shoulders. The tiny, wrinkled fingers had fought to tie the thongs into knots. Then she had pushed up the wide collar, also of dressed elk and made from the cape over the bull's shoulders. On this piece of hide she had left the hair, sewing the collar into the shoulders of the coat so that the fur lay on the outside. In this way, she had said, the white man could turn his collar up and have the warm fur against his cheeks. Yes, it was a great coat, one that would cut out the winter winds and the wet of snows and rain. When he opened his eyes at last, he sighed, then turned once more to Paddock, who lay covered at the rear of the lodge. "I said, you seen my coat, son?" "What coat you talking about?" "You know damned well what coat I'm talking about," he snapped back immediately. Then he thought better of it. "My elk hide coat," he said more quietly. "You know it, son, the one I had me made here. Only got me 2, one wool, my blanket coat, other'n be the elk hide coat. Where it be, Josiah?" "I ain't had it." "Just saying maybe you seen it, where I left it." "Said I ain't seen it," he barked at Bass, then rolled his head back toward the lodge cover once more. "Didn't take it, and I ain't seen it." It was some time before Bass answered the angry reply. "Just thought me you mightn't seen where I left it is all. Didn't mean to rile you none. Didn't mean me to say you took it neither." He closed his eyes and sighed once more. "Just wanted to find my coat is all." Getting old, he thought. Now I'm forgetting where I put things. Damned fine, stinking shit mess you're getting to be, ain't you, Bass? Old man that you are. Can't even remember where you put a goddamned coat anymore. Old man, your brain's getting old and turning to shit. He shook his head as the vision came into focus. A large brown pile of fresh, still steaming bear dung along the trail last fall. He had stopped to stare at it, tingling with the danger and challenge in the closeness of the animal, prickling with the fear of possible confrontation with the beast. Yet he had stayed and stared, transfixed by the pile, the steam gently lifting out of the mass to dispel itself into the shocking, cold air. Turned to shit. And he chuckled to himself. At last. He could laugh at the vision of his brains turned to shit. Damn if he'd let that happen, he told himself, and finally smiled within the beard. Getting older, yep, but not getting old, no. He was a man of the mountains, no, a child of the mountains. And he would go on. He was not done yet. Bass decided he was going to find that damned coat wherever he had left it, prove to himself that he could remember, prove to himself that he was not yet old. Scratch rose from the bed and turned. After putting several pieces of firewood on the low flames, he stroked the coals into the center of the fire pit. He wrenched his old capote over his shoulders and arms before stepping from the lodge into the brightness of the winter morning. He stalked through the lodges toward the edge of the trees where stood his white man's shelter. There, he would begin his search for the missing coat. A young dog took up the walk, at first staying at the man's heels, sniffing at the footprints left in the new dusting of snow. Most of the previous snowpack had burned off in the last week or so, but the village was greeted this morning with a new trace of white on the ground. At last, he turned into the trees near the place where he had built the corral for their horses with the spotted rumps. Bass stopped momentarily to look over the animals, their heads bent low in the shadowy cold where the sun had yet to penetrate. He still dreamed that one day he would come down here to this place, and there she would be, that old mule of his. She would be milling about with the other animals, showing the ponies who the real Bouchouet was in that outfit. Hannah. He wished it so. Wished so hard it just had to be. But he finally turned his head, then moved on. Such a thing was not to be. He carried the old gal's forelock proudly, like a scalp lock taken in combat. Only this one was taken as a last gesture of love between two friends, the old mule and him. As he came to the clearing, there was the fragrant smell of a fire burning. Smoke filtered through the trees to diffuse the early light streaming over the ridge. The chief sat between the tent and the fire with several of his counselors. Here were the wise ones with Rottenbelly, Buffalo Calf, Moon that dances on the hill, comes from across, and plays with his tongue. The old ones, advisors, and dreamers. Vividly, he remembered the words of Rottenbelly just 2 short moons before, as the chief had told Bass the old men had known the white man would be their guest this winter. Then it will be as our dreamers have been told. A white man, a friend to Absarika, was to come for the medicine dance, to fight alongside our people against the enemy who comes out of the north where the Cold Maker lives. Our old men have told us of the white man coming, of the white man coming to help in our struggle. Bass continued to watch the ancient warriors from his place in the trees. The council had not become aware of his presence. Again, the trapper's mind moved back to the words of the old chief. The old men speak of one who comes with a hand wrapped in the fur of our brother, the beaver. Self-consciously, Scratch looked down at the right hand missing the finger, remembering the beaver fur he had used to wrap the hideous wound caused when the sow grizzly had ripped the tomahawk from his grasp. This is the one called on by the spirits to come to us. The dreamers know another is to come, one with the hair of white all about him, the hair of the winter man. The dreamers know this man has been here before. The dreamers know this man has been here in this place before, but we know him not. Bass knew who that white hair was to be now, but it still did not fit. Why had McCafferty led the Blackfeet down on the Crow winter camp? The second white man, he is not clear to us. We see him coming from the place where the north wind sends his breath down on us. It is cold. It was cold, he had to admit. The air was blue with bright sparkling frost this morning. It was cold, and he decided to move on to Rottenbelly's fire. Scratch stepped out of the trees. One of the old men saw Bass and turned to the chief. Arapuesh raised his head in the trapper's direction, motioning him to come and sit with the men. Scratch kicked at the dusting of snow near the edge of the fire, clearing a place to squat before he plopped to the ground. "Poteani," Rottenbelly addressed him. With the chief's acknowledgement, the other old men grunted their greeting to the white man. "I have not yet lit the pipe this day. So many guests this new day, and I am not a good host. But there are many things of importance to speak of between us. My counselors, my friends here," he gestured broadly with one arm, "they are here to talk with me of death once more, and it tires my heart." The Crow chief looked again at the white man, then finally smiled. "It seems that my friends here are all old, many more winters than yourself, Poteani. All they wish to speak of is death. My friends, are they ready to die? This I ask them, for all they speak of is death. Not this one, their chief. I am still a young man, Poteani." He laughed, causing Bass and the others to chuckle along with him. "I am still a young bull, and not yet ready for the wolves to pull me down, to eat my flesh. Yet all about me are gathered these old men who spin tales of death. This thing, death, is yet a stranger to me in many ways. There is time still before I will meet this thing, before I know death well." His smile slowly faded, and he turned his eyes away from the trapper to gaze into the fire once more. "Yet, my friend Poteani, this death comes close from time to time. This to remind me that I too am heading for the spirit world one day." He shook his head, as if in search of just the right words he should use. "My friend, several suns ago a group of lumpwood hunters left to go hunting. This morning, before light, 2 of them returned with word that the rest of the party would be back before the light had fallen from the sky 4 times. The 2 brought word that the rest to follow would be bringing back 3 bodies to us." Bass lifted his head and stared at Rottenbelly, his eyes flicking as he looked at a few of the other old men. "No," the chief answered the question he saw in the white man's eyes. "They are not our warriors. There was no ambush. Our medicine was not tested. The lumpwood hunters had headed toward where the sun rises from its bed each morning, along the path of this river." Scratch mentally plotted the course of the Yellowstone to himself, watching it flow to the east and north on its trip to the Missouri. "If the 3 are not your warriors, Crow warriors, I do not understand." He shook his head. "They would not bring back the bodies of their enemies." "The 3 are not our enemies, as best we know, my friend." "Then who? Why this mystery? Why can't—" He let his voice drop off, then finally shook his head in utter exasperation. "Poteani, my friend," the chief began. His voice softened, seeming to draw a person closer to him. "If the word of the 2 warriors who came in before light is true, the 3 bodies found by the hunting party were not Indian." Bass jerked almost imperceptibly. "You do not know for sure?" The old chief shook his head. "No, our friend. We do not know for sure that they are white as yourself. We are told they were found near the north bank of the big river we camp beside." He gestured with a wide sweep of his robed arm. "Some sun's ride from this place, a ride toward the sun's coming up place, near this fort you call Cass, where the crane lives." He pointed toward the yellow rim of the sun beyond the ridge to the east. "The 3 were dressed as you, my friend. But there was hair, much hair on 2 of the faces, much as yours has the hair of Serape, our friend the coyote, on it." Rottenbelly looked around at his counselors before continuing. "The first, a man whose face was covered with hair, his body carried many old scars of battle. The second one, this man, he had a chest like the large kettle. But he was shorter than you, Poteani. A white man, it seems, is he. He wears hair only over his mouth." He drew an index finger across his upper lip. "The last, he has the dark skin like the stocks of our guns. Darker, my friend, than medicine calf's, he who lives with long hairs banned now, as he once lived with us." Bass was certain he knew this medicine calf, remembered him from some place, from some time. Perhaps many winters ago it was that he met this mulatto ex-trapper, at one time called Antelope Jim Beckworth. Ah, Scratch's mind flashed. A strange coon that'n was. Having been captured by the kicked-in-their-bellies band of crows and brought before the sparrowhawk mothers, women mourning the loss of their sons. Big Bull's woman had said there would be found a mole on one eyelid of her long-ago captured son, a boy carried off by the Cheyenne. Then, the discovery of Beckworth's mole on one eyelid and the subsequent tumultuous celebration in welcoming back to the fold this long-lost son. Bass had to smile at this medicine calf's damned luck. Arapuesh saw the hint of a smile on Scratch's face, mistook it for recognition. "Perhaps you would know this one, the dark-skinned one?" "I know of only one such black-skinned man in the mountains," Scratch began, suddenly realizing there was another. He closed his eyes as if in deep thought. "Ah, there is another I have known, many robe seasons ago. This one also lived with the crow." He opened his eyes to stare at Rottenbelly. "This one, was he one who long ago lived not with the many lodges, but with the kicked-in-their-bellies, your people?" Bass then shifted his gaze to the brilliant, early-morning blue overhead, as if in hope of finding the answers written there. "Poteani, you find part of the answer to what might be a very difficult riddle. This one, his name of Cut Nose you speak of, also called Five Scalps, he may well be the one whose life was taken on the frozen river. Perhaps. This one, he would be old now. Many seasons this one has been gone from us, away to where the sun moves out of its bed each morning. It is said he has lived with our enemies, the Arikara." The last word was spoken as if spitting out something foul from one's lips. "Who?" Scratch began, then his voice trailed off into silence. "Killed these men?" Arapuesh finally spoke. "This is what you ask?" Bass nodded as he tossed some small twigs into the low flames of the fire. "Yes," he answered quietly. "The two who came with the news say they do not know, that the rest of the hunting party would be slower in coming home. One thing they would do is to look for those signs that point to who had killed these men, these trappers." The old chief finally sighed, the long breath making a frosty trail in the early morning air. "Perhaps only it might have been the Minataris, then maybe a band of the Sioux. These are not far away from the river we call the Horn. I do not know. Only can I guess at the riddle's answer. Assiniboine they might be." His voice trailed off into silence. Bass tapped at the crusty snow with a small twig, the only other sound behind the faint crackling of the limbs on the fire. He wondered who the trappers were, worried who their killers were, and the why of it all. They had been killed close to Fort Cass, a small fortress which stood about 3 miles below the mouth of the Big Horn on the east bank of the Yellowstone. Perhaps the three had been traveling upriver toward Fort Floyd, what was now becoming known as Fort Union. Where were they coming from, and where were they headed when the end came? With everything frozen up the way it was, it made no sense to him that these three were out trapping. Headed somewhere, and caught in an ambush, perhaps, as Arapuesh would say. But the three were in Crow country. Cass was known as Tulloch's Fort, named for Samuel Tulloch, factor and builder of the fort back in 1832, a fort erected to cater to the Crow trade. He finally rose slowly from the ground to stand closer to the fire. "When will the Lumpwoods come in with the bodies?" Bass asked of the chief. "There will be some 4 sons behind this hunting party, so the 2 who came first have told us." Arapuesh squinted up at the white man across the smoky fire. "You move like a young man, despite the slow leg, my friend. Not like we who are old, we who have the cold settle quickly into our bones." He then lowered his eyes. "You will help us with this, Potayani? With this riddle?" Scratch turned slowly and moved away into the trees, leaving behind him the old ones, those whose many years held countless riddles yet unsolved. And now, Bass could not even remember why this morning he had walked down to his old shelter. He leaned over the small fire in the lodge to push another limb into the flesh-warming flames. After he had lain back against the robes, Bass finally sensed something different, something remotely out of place. It was like a tingling in anticipation of something unknown yet to happen. At first, he let his senses become aware of the altered atmosphere in hopes that he could figure it out. Yet he was not certain of anything until he realized the camp had become very quiet outside the lodge walls. Where before there had been the usual noises of the Sparrowhawk people going about their late afternoon preparations of the evening meal, along with the excited voices of children, the yelping of running dogs, and the lively chatter of women as they hauled water or wood back to their lodges, now the village had become quiet, except for the sounds of many feet scuffling across the snow outside. Titus had once again become sensitive to the rhythms of life in the winter village, and now this change in the routine troubled him. He struggled as he rose, the mending muscles of the upper leg and hip tight, agonizing when he used them. Pulling the blanket coat more tightly about himself and retying the sash about his waist, the trapper ducked through the doorway and stood outside. The people were hurrying toward the east. He turned back and peered past the door flap he had pulled aside. Josiah seemed still to be asleep, so he let the flap fall back into place. His curiosity piqued by the mass exodus, Bass fell in with the Crow people as they walked toward the eastern edge of the camp. Eventually, he came to the edge of the trees near the bank of the river, where stood the hundreds of spectators, each waiting in private, muted anticipation. And then he saw them. The large hunting party was just topping the hill across the river, beginning to descend the slope of the north bank of the Yellowstone. They moved slowly, letting their tired animals set their own leaden pace. As the spearhead of the group arrived at the bank, the riders reined their ponies to a halt, while one lone warrior rode slowly out onto the ice at the river's ford. The animal pranced nervously until brought under control and was made to walk slowly across the slippery, frozen surface. When he had made it across the river, near the waiting throng of quiet, murmuring villagers, the young warrior turned the pony and motioned for the other riders to follow. As the next man began his crossing of the ice, the last of the riders broached the top of the hill and began their descent to the ford. One by one, they crossed the flat, ice-crusted river, each warrior waiting until the rider before him had arrived on shore before he would venture out onto the ice. Bass noticed that each of the sternly quiet faces was painted with the colors of war, red predominantly. But there was no black. If they had been victorious in battle, the riders would have painted themselves with the black of battle victory. Instead, those faces that were partially buried beneath the fur of robes and various cold-weather headgear were painted red. When only a few riders remained on the north bank, Scratch could see that their cargo was more than just the carcasses of elk and deer. Beneath robes or blankets on 3 of the ponies were wrapped the frozen, contorted human bodies. Those stiff forms swung slightly as men led the 3 ponies cautiously across the frozen river. When the last corpse was on its way across, the rest of the party began to move up the south bank into the trees toward the village. After all the ponies had passed by, the onlookers fell in behind the somber procession. Near the center of camp, the hunters positioned their mounts into 2 long lines, down the center of which rode those warriors pulling the animals, carrying the 3 corpses. At last, the old village chief moved down the center of the crowd to meet those 3 warriors. Bass watched Arapuesh move slowly toward the hunters. He walked almost as if reluctant to complete this mission, as if warily resigned to this ceremony. Finally, the scuffling feet came to a halt before the first lumpwood warrior, a proven veteran of many battles, one who now stood motionless in the quiet, still air, waiting for his chief to speak the first words. "My brother," Rottenbelly's words cracked the fragile, crystalline air. "Did not your warriors follow the murderer's trail?" "We did follow," the warrior answered, "for more than one sun's ride across the sky." He sighed. "We turned for home when it was clear to us these murderers were too far ahead of us, moving too fast for my warriors." Arapuesh moved down the side of a pony carrying one of the stiffened bodies. First, he laid a hand on the blanket that shrouded the corpse, and then he bowed his head. After a long moment of prayerful silence, the old chief raised his head once more and moved to the second pony's burden. Again, the old gray head bowed, almost touching the edge of the second blanket. Finally, the ritual was performed one last time with the third body. Rottenbelly raised his head and turned toward the 4th horse in the procession. The animal carried what appeared to be the remaining possessions of the dead men. Not much property left behind by the murderers, the thieves. He reached out to touch the much-used snowshoes, then a battered, worn buffalo robe. "It is a strange thing. The murderers did not take much," the old chief finally said after the long silence. "My heart is small to see that these men did not have much of value to leave their killers. It seems their lives were worth far more than what could be stolen." He shook his head as if in disgust. "A shameful thing, this. Men who gave their lives to thieves who wanted to steal nothing more than a worn-out, many-wintered robe. To have given their lives." His voice trailed off into the frosty silence. He turned and moved slowly toward the first pony. "You must have some idea, my brother, who their killers are." He addressed the hunting party leader, and it was more of a statement than a question. "The scum of the big water, my chief," the warrior answered, with a look of undisguised disgust spreading across his face. Arapuesh jerked his head to look at the hunting party leader, who spoke again before the chief could even ask his question. "Yes, Arikara, carrion eater." He spat into the snow. "The ones who take the scalps of women, the same ones who kill babies and children. Arikara. My mouth is dirty for speaking their name." Rottenbelly leaned toward the first pony, reached out, and yanked back the blanket from the corpse. There was quiet murmuring from the crowd around the naked body. The man had been completely scalped, the whole top of his head covered with the frozen, coagulated blood. The eyes had been gouged out, their blackened holes staring grotesquely at the crowd, many of whom clamped hands over astonished mouths and eyes, shutting out the sight. Bass stepped past one of the ponies in line to get a better look at the face, this face that bore only a mustache. It was Menard. Yes, he knew the old Frenchman. A river trapper, one who had rarely ventured into the mountains. But this one had known the river tribes as one would know his own cousins. Bass raised his eyes from Menard's butchered face to find Arapuesh watching him. The old chief motioned slightly with his head, and Titus nodded in the affirmative. Yes, I knew him. Rottenbelly dropped the blanket over Menard's remains and moved back to the second pony. Another blanket was pulled back, and another bloodied, eyeless face stared out at the throng. Only this time it was more difficult to make out the features beneath the coagulated frozen blood. Yet at the same time, it was easier to see where the scalp had been removed. The killers had taken special care to ceremonially destroy this body. The tongue had been ritually pierced with a sharp stick, pulled out of the mouth, then nearly severed. A red, pulpy mass of tongue flopped uselessly from the mouth ringed with yellow, cracked teeth. Against the ebony of the skin shone the purplish-white skull. Slowly, some of the Indians came forward for a closer look at what remained of the corpse's features. Then they backed up and returned to their places in the silent crowd. Many of these people had known the man. In dreaded anticipation, Bass edged out of the throng once more and made his way to the chief's side. It was Rose. That was his name, wasn't it? Yep, Rose, he thought. Again, Scratch looked up at Arapuesh and nodded. Hard to forget this nigger. Rose, he responded in English, then caught himself. The cut-nose. He drew his fingertip across the portion of one nostril that had been bitten off in a waterhole brawl down to New Orleans. Arapuesh spoke now in Crow. The 5 scalps, the name he was given in his 3rd year with the Sparrowhawk. The 5 scalps, Bass repeated in the Crow tongue. Such was the one we both believed it would be, replied Rottenbelly. But I would not have believed he could be killed. His voice trailed off to a heavy, painful silence. We all must die, Scratch replied after a moment. Rottenbelly looked over at the trapper. My friend, I would not have believed he could be killed. There are many winters in him. He has many robe seasons riding with him to the spirit land beyond. Older than you, perhaps, but not as wise as you, Poteani. Maybe. Ain't a wise man what's got his hair ripped off, Bass thought. Do wise men live long lives, my chief? He asked. Ah, the chief snorted quietly in reply and looked down at the ground while he dropped the blanket back over Edward Rose. This one, the cut-nose, he has lived with these Arikara. He has been some good friend to the Arikara. Murdered by the vultures of the big river, Bass snapped. Their hatred grows hot as the coals of a sweat lodge fire, enough hatred to kill one who has lived with them for so many seasons. The old chief seemed suddenly more weary. He placed his hand inside Scratch's arm and clamped on with the tired, bony fingers. Bass was startled at the chief's sudden need for support. His eyes were full of questions as he looked into Arapuesh's face. I grow tired. Death robs me of much of my strength. The cold does no good for me, Poteani. He led Bass on their way toward the last body. You will help a friend again, maybe. I will help a friend always, Bass replied as they scuffled through the snow. The last body was wrapped in a well-worn buffalo robe, hairless in spots, the hide thin and ripped in other places. How many meals had been made from the animal it was taken from? How many sleeps had it kept the man warm? How many winters had it turned the icy winds from the north? This time, Bass himself reached out to pull the thinning hide away from the face. This one was a white man, too. His smallpox-pitted face was covered with a beard. A thick scar ran from the collarbone up and over the jaw, spreading the gray beard like a well-worn path, continuing up the side of the face to the temple where it ended against the skull. Other thick white scars coursed across the shoulders and down the back, disappearing into the darkness beneath the old robe. The full scalp had been stolen here, too. Eyeless sockets glared out like black shadows at Bass, yawning with the nearness of violent, savage, merciless death. The open, frozen mouth gaped, tongueless. But into it, the killers had stuffed the dead man's penis and scrotum, the final humiliation of a hated enemy. He must have been some bad medicine for them, Bass reflected, almost reverently. All of them scalped. Arapuesh looked away from the last face. His breath came hard, in gasps. Full scalps. Medicine. Bad. Scratch knew the last man, too. Now came the end of many chapters in the long life of the man some said had once worn a gold earring and pillaged beneath the skull and crossbones flag of a Gulf Coast pirate ship. Others said he had saved his own life by marrying into a Pawnee family, had even eaten human flesh to prove to his newfound family captors that he was truly one of them. It was him. The old graybeard who had been left for dead by those as would have called him friend, back when Ashley was first pushing into the mountain fur trade. Left him for dead after the sow grizzly had butchered his old frame. Old? Shit. If he'd been old then, what would that make him now? Gotta be close to some 60 winters now, anyway. Bass continued to stare at the old graybeard's face. This one, he finally spoke to Arapuesh. There was no big heart for him among the Arikara, if it was they who killed these 3 old warriors. He shook his head. This one, he would have been one they would have wanted to kill bad. They would have had black hearts for this one. Then he nodded toward the body of Rose. That one, and this one here, the Arikara would have believed it to be some very big medicine to find them together, to kill them together at the same time. Slowly, he dropped the stiff, frosty buffalo hide back over the old, scarred trapper's face. Cutnose, the friend and member of the tribe, he later turned his heart against that tribe. As he did with the kicked in their bellies, he did with the Arikara, and he became their enemy. They did not become his enemy, he became theirs. A shame, my friend. And this one? He rubbed his hand over the worn buffalo fur. He had been an enemy of the Arikara for many, so many robe seasons. They knew this one well. It is good that he goes to the other side land having been killed in battle by such an enemy worthy of his own hatred, the Arikara. Goodbye, Glass. 4 times them Rees tried hard to lift your hair. Farewell, old coon. Titus dropped his eyes to the snow as he felt the sudden tightening in his throat against an upswelling sob. Old Hugh, the grizz-scarred old salt, gone over to the other side now. Bass turned away as the old chief's arm finally dropped from his. The white trapper strode off reluctantly, wanting to ask how the bodies would be buried or if they would be returned to Tulloch's care, but in no way ready to attempt to speak. Instead, he only stopped and turned once to look back at Rottenbelly. The chief nodded to Scratch before the white man continued to hobble back to the lodge. Suddenly, she was at his side. Slipping one arm around the bulky waist, she placed her other on his right arm. Bass slowed almost to a halt as he looked down at her in surprise. Then he moved off again across the crusty snow, wondering himself how an old, scarred veteran could be so attractive to this beautiful young wisp here in the wilderness. She, an embodiment of all temptation, the embodiment of the seductive lure of the wilderness, waits by the water, turned him warm with her closeness. "I have something to show you, to give you, my man." She spoke without looking up into his face. "You have given me much, much already, my woman." "This I give you have not had before." Her eyes had a twinkling depth to them that spoke almost by themselves. "Yes," Bass responded. "Tell me." "Your coat." The young woman glanced fleetingly at the trapper's face before looking at the ground again. "Your coat. I know you truly love quill work. Your coat—" "You're the thief!" he roared. "Yes." She favored him with a falsely injured pout. "I am the thief. Many, many sons have I had it." "Why did you steal?" "Only to return it greater than what I had taken," she answered quietly. "Your coat now has my gift on it, my quill work for you." She looked at him long now before turning her eyes away. "That is as it should be, Poteani. To return something in greater measure than what we take for ourselves. My love for you, I wish it to be so." This girl-woman could cause him so much pain, yet bring him so much joy. She would bring pain if he fell in love with her. And it had been so long, so very long since he had allowed himself the luxury of being completely vulnerable. Bass glanced over at her. She was still there, as if she really did believe in him, as if she really did care for no other. It seemed to fit. This thing with the girl-woman who said she wanted him, it seemed to fit, even though he felt the scars on both his body and his heart that had marked every season in the high country, each scar yelling out to him now that he was not far behind McCafferty and the 3 frozen corpses. How much time was left to him? Who could say? Yet this woman thing still seemed to fit with him, and there was more than small comfort in that. 6. Yes, thought Emile, he had been at this a long time. How long? There were 46 winters behind him now, back there in all those forests, those rivers, all that wilderness. It was out there, beyond the civilization of man, that his life had begun north of Lake of the Woods, on north of Fort Alexander. 46 winters come and gone now. Winters spent warm within a cozy hut, with one or more of his women. A cheery fire, a little hunting, and always the stew bubbling over the flames. Until they came. The scarred flesh that had sealed the one eye shut many winters before crinkled now as he smiled again. One man this time. So easy, yet so much money offered for his death. To come to St. Louis to meet the rich one who was hiring him. From there to find the man he would kill. Then return to St. Louis a last time to collect his reward. Perhaps a scalp. Sometimes they wanted a scalp, sometimes other proof. Never once failing in his task. Only one time had he not been paid. There had been a second scalp hanging from his belt that day before he returned north. And from that winter on, everyone knew you paid Emile what he asked for his services. But this one who was asking him to come to St. Louis had offered more money than had ever been offered before. So it must be that this one he was to kill must be very important. Very important to have this particular scalp. With as much as the 3 messengers had offered from their employer, the giant would not have to work again. He could live comfortably for the rest of his life. He would not have to run the woods in search of his victim ever again. Perhaps. But there had always been something more than money, something more than the bags and purses of coins paid him. Returning to his hut and his women when the matter was settled. For more than the money, he always waited for the messengers to come to him. Emil Sharp's wrinkled scar rippled once more over his eye. Oh yes, he grinned. It was for more than the money. It was late in the afternoon when Bass pulled the ponies to a stop in the small grove of trees that served as the compound for their horses. Looking with only half a heart, Titus knew that within less than 2 hours, the sun would make its final slide behind the mountains to the west. Slowly, wearily, the trapper pushed himself from the cold, creaking leather of his saddle and rested against the side of the pony, letting the frozen joints become accustomed once again to standing under the weight of his body. With the rifle cradled in the crook of the left arm, he moved his right hand to stroke the animal's neck. This pony had begun to endear itself to the old man, serving him as it did since the last summer of rendezvous and celebration, a warm season followed by cold and snow and the chill of death. Involuntarily, the shudder shot through him, and he turned. Bass would unload the animals later. Not long would it take to warm himself in the lodge, then return to the compound to free the animals of their burden of meat, supplies, and much of his plunder from the hunt. Smoke curled from the tops of the camp's dwellings, each lodge warm and busy with the preparations for the last meal of the day. Children and women swarmed back and forth, bringing to their homes the fruits of the successful hunt. Warriors and old men were they, the ones who had once more filled the boiling kettles of the Crow camp. Bass stopped and looked about him. Few of those who had been on the hunt were to be seen. Into the lodges for warmth and rest they had retreated. Yes, to be warm again in the lodge, and to rest against the strength-robbing cold of late afternoon. To feel her near once more would be enough for now, just to know she was near. How easily satisfied he became as he grew older, he mused. Gone was the nagging itch of lust that drove him as a younger man. Instead, there was a much greater peace just in knowing she was near. An old man's priorities, he thought. To be warm, to rest within the robes, and to have his woman near for him. That was enough for now. And later, well, she would warm those 2 long cold places he kept buried from the world. With the thought, Titus set off toward the lodge. Only a thin, straggling wisp of smoke curled and lifted from the smoke hole of Rottenbelly's lodge as he neared. Surely she would have heard of their return to camp before now and built up the fire for his return. And the boy would be needing all the more warmth with the night coming on soon. Maybe not to blame her for his expectations, he told himself as he stepped toward the lodge door. But that was silly. He had come to expect much from her in their few days together, expecting much, for she had given him much. Bass pulled the door flap aside and put one foot into the lodge as a sudden rustling of robes sounded near the back of the lodge. He dragged his other foot in wearily and let his eyes become adjusted to the dim light. The fire was low and would require building, yet his gaze wandered to the whisper of movement at the rear across the fire from where he stood. There was enough light to see his woman as she pulled the blanket around her bare shoulders and sat up, drawing the edge of the thick woven wool across her bare breast. His mind was slow in making sense of it as he took a tentative step to move around the smoky fire. He saw Josiah draw a blanket and robe back over his bare leg where the woman's movement had pulled them away in her haste to sit up. She said nothing as his old eyes flickered, his gaze darting back and forth between the two young people together on the bedding at the back of the lodge. Her eyes looked up at his, then cowered when his met the embarrassed gaze. "Scratch," the younger man stammered. His mind was beginning to warm with the retreating cold. It had been slow to move on this, just as slow as his eyes shifting now to stare at Paddock. She had been with Josiah in the robes and could not face the eyes that demanded an answer. But Titus knew. "What?" Scratch began. But he knew. His woman. Why had he let himself believe she was his woman? She had bedded down with his partner. "Just what?" he started again, thinking how silly he was, an old fool, to think that she was really his woman and that Paddock had truly been his partner. What an old fool he had been. "Didn't know you was gonna be getting back," Josiah started. Bass dropped to the bed at the right side of the lodge, lowering his head as he began to shake it, side to side in disbelief. Slowly, as if not to shake loose what felt like ice crystals inside the skull. The cold, the numbing, shattering cold of it all. He shivered, trying to think, but could only feel the loss of them both now. "I'm a fool, you thinkin'," Bass whispered. Josiah shook his head. Bass just nodded. "Yep, I'm a fool. Me thinkin' this was my woman, and me thinkin' you was my... He suddenly jerked up, pulling against the tight new skin over his leg wounds, and kicked at the fire, scattering some of the burning embers and sending showering sparks toward the smoke hole. Burnt, he was. All burnt up and consumed. He had to go. You got it all wrong." "Have I?" "Yeah," Josiah said. "Don't think me so, Josiah." He turned and pulled a few of his belongings from where they hung along the dew-cloth rope. "Took me a few, it did that, but I don't think I got it wrong at all." Bass threw the articles onto a blanket and wrenched around, as if searching for more that he did not want to leave behind, knowing the rest would probably be in his little shelter at the edge of camp. "'Tweren't like that at all," Paddock spoke a little louder, raspier. The anger he felt flowing from the older man raised the volume he used to push his words out. He glanced at the Crow woman. Me. "I know." Bass bent to fold in the corners of the blanket around his plunder. "You and her. Some fun whilst the old man gone to make meat, 'pears to me." He grimly raked the blanket parcel into his arms. "Playin' with each other, and both of you playin' me the fool at the same time, you son of a bitch!" He hurt inside now with the words, the cold and numbness gone, replaced with the nagging emptiness. It was the same nagging hollow hole that had eaten at the cavern within as he had stared down at his young partner's body beneath the pine trees in a lonely mountain bowl back there. So far away in miles, so far away in time. The loneliness had come home once more. Back there he had knelt over this young man's body, then stared down the hill to where his mule, that companion of years and trackless miles, lay dead on the trampled snow. And then, his loneliness had led to an anguish and rage at the man he had seen bring down both the mule and his partner. There it was again, that word he had been fool of, partner, friend. Now he laughed and stepped toward the doorway. He must get away before the same desperation drove him to kill again. Let the emptiness that grew moment by moment be enough to carry him through his days without people, for they were faithless and refused to bind themselves to him. "You old fool," he cried out at himself as he stepped from the lodge and limped toward the ponies. "You dumb, stupid old man!" The voice broke through the doorway, following him as he moved away. "You ain't worth the trouble crying over, Bass." The younger man's voice was now filled with a rage of its own, an anguished bleating of words. I didn't take nothing from you." He had hobbled too far away to really hear the words behind him now, thankfully. There they would remain, behind him, as so much was now. Just when he had believed there was so much to move toward, it seemed that all that remained was to move away from what was to be left behind. He would put season after season behind him. The despair of loneliness was an enemy he had staved off before. He could do it again. By moving and moving some more, he could keep it at bay. Yet the thought sobbed through him as he felt the nothingness of what was to come. It whimpered through his soul, and he cried out against it as he reached the ponies. "Damn him!" Josiah blurted out hoarsely as he shifted against the pain searing through his side. He turned his head to look at the woman who still had her eyes on the empty doorway. "You!" He threw the word her way, and she looked back at him. "You! Go!" He brought the left arm out from the buffalo robe and pointed toward the door. "Go!" he commanded again, then shook his head in despair at his not knowing the language of the woman. "Tell him come back!" He pointed his arm frantically, stabbed the air several times, hoping she would understand the gesture. The young woman nodded and stood, letting the blanket fall from her shoulders. She stood naked save for the moccasins and soft leggings that reached above her knees. Maybe he was the fool, Josiah thought, sending her after the old man. She was a beauty and had warmed him so. Yes, he was a fool to send her away after the old man now, when he could drink of her warmth with no regrets. The other one. Another young woman. His mind was suddenly full of her, and he did not feel comfortable with these first tickles of vulnerability. Almost unconsciously, he reached up to envelop the small buckskin pouch that hung from his neck. But there were regrets. He had learned that much. There were regrets, and there would only be more if Bass left now. She knelt, shivering against the cold, to scrounge for her dress and capote, but Paddock threw her the blanket instead and motioned again frantically. "Bass!" What was the name? "Poteani!" She threw the blanket around her shoulders and looked into his eyes briefly before turning to leave the lodge. It was the look of one who did not yet know if she had won or lost. A look of awe and wonder, yet with some impending sadness. When the door flap settled over the doorway, Josiah sighed and let himself fall back against the robes, the pain burning along his side. She would bring him back, and they would have it out over the old man's stupidity. That was a laugh. All those months, all those miles, the old man trying to make him feel stupid. But he had learned so much from the old stupid son of a bitch. They would have it out now, and when he was stronger, he would kick the old man's ass. He would kick it black and blue. Bass had been deserving of such for some time now. Josiah closed his eyes against the pain that made the hurting of his wound secondary. She would bring Scratch back. Then he would explain the why of the young woman, Bass's woman, being in his robes. He would explain all about his lust and his fever for her, and how she had answered his need. The young could be foolish too. He would explain it all away, and then he would kick some sense into the old man's head. Bass quickly tied lengths of rawhide rope from the halter of each pony to the tail of the pony in front of it. Then he painfully vaulted into the cold saddle and drew the piece of buffalo robe around his legs and waist against the cold. He shifted in his seat to adjust the heavy elk-hide coat, then nudged the ponies forward out of the stand of trees. Forlorn, they reluctantly obeyed and moved away much more slowly than he wanted them to. Already the moisture from his eyes was freezing in the whiskers across his cheeks, and the salt in those tears burned the healing wound at his left eye, causing the flesh to quiver with the sting of salt and cold. His nose dripped, and he wiped it with the sleeve of his coat, yanking the arm brutally across the lower part of his face. He would try to wipe it all away as easily as that, he thought. He knew better than to believe it. She hurried, shivering in the cold, struggling to keep the blanket wrapped around her nakedness. Scurrying through the lodges across the cold ground, sending up little scuffs of snow with the toes of her moccasins. Her own eyes burned with the cold that whipped moisture at their corners, and she realized she was crying. For this man, for what he thought of her, for her disgrace before his eyes. Yes, she must catch him now, before it would be too late, to explain to him what had happened, the reason she had gone into the robes with the young one. Before it would be too late to explain how she had grown lonely for him the last few days and wanted to be held by him again and again. The sob caught in her throat, and she choked, gasped for breath. There was danger in this caring for another. She ran past the last lodge toward the stand of trees where the white men kept their ponies. The animals were gone. He was gone. Only 4 of the ponies remained, the young one's animals. Poteani had gone quickly. She darted through the stand of trees toward the river, reading sign on last night's snow. He had led them this way toward the crossing of the water. She yelled into the falling night for him. Poteani! On she ran through the trees toward the river, hoping against hope that she was not too late. She stubbed her toe and almost lost the blanket. Flinging it around her once more, she took off, despite the pain in her foot, despite the anguish at being too late. Her feet skidded to a stop near the rocks along the bank of the frozen river. She saw him climbing the bench on the other side, heading up the rise, moving west. Poteani! She screamed. What were the words he had taught her? Why could she not remember? Bass! Why could he not hear her? Why would he not turn around? Poteani! She fought the stifling despair. Bass! Bass! I love you! He had cluttered his mind up with too many things, and now it felt like his heart yawned empty and bare, echoing the shadowed fullness of his mind. There had been too much that he hadn't taken time for her, for himself. The neglected time, the missed opportunity to really tell her, it all seemed so far away from him now. Bass swiped at the frozen moisture where it clung to his beard. He had fought on through the night and most of this day, refusing to drop from the saddle, unheeding of the protests of the animals he both pushed and pulled west with him in his own private torment. He had thought the movement would push him through the first lonely grip of agony, just moving, just being busy with the physical torture. But it had not. The fatigue that wrestled to overpower him was now winning. And with the collapse of his body would come the emotional desolation he feared the most. Of their own accord, the animals took him into a small grove of cottonwoods near the river. Then they stopped. Slowly he returned to the conscious world, and the realization that the hypnotic sway of the animal beneath him, as it had beaten through the snow, now had relinquished its spell over him. Bass finally raised his head and opened his eyes from the slits they had become amidst the blinding glare of the sunlit snow. Only now the brilliant light had faded, and his eyes were greeted with the gray-blue patina of the evening haze. Letting out a long sigh, Scratch finally slipped to the ground. His legs quivered under the sudden change of position and the new weight upon them. They would have to hold up if he was to hold up, he thought. Can't get away if they don't carry me. He straightened and pushed himself away from the pony. The animal, released from the weight of his body, sidled away, and Bass was left to stand alone on wobbly legs. His mind assessed his circumstances as he looked around him. Now he must decide where to make his camp. Good cover over there, he thought, as he pushed his legs in the direction of some cottonwoods surrounded by willow and bramble, the brush blown clear of most of its snow. After surveying the spot, Bass turned and whistled low for the pony. He watched its ears perk with a twitch before it looked his way. The pony remained where it stood, as if cast in stone by its own fatigue. Finally, Bass whistled low again, louder and more insistent. Then he cursed himself for the noise. The fatigue had made him careless. Any other time he would not have done such a damned stupid thing. But the animal plodded over to the old trapper, dragging the other ponies behind it. Reluctantly, he pulled his cramped hands that had long ago formed themselves around the reins and his rifle out of their mittens and set the weapon against a tree. With frosting fingers, Titus pulled at the knots securing baggage to the pony's back and let the bundles fall to the snow. Each animal blew and rippled its muscles as he cast off their burdens. On unforgiving legs, he pulled what he needed within the willow and bramble shelter, then stepped outside one last time, finally yanking the woolen blanket mittens over his hands again. "You're probably too tired to be moving far anyways," he murmured to the ponies as he began to run the halter ropes out to the willow branches. Too much trouble to dig out the picket pins. The animals would feed well on the twigs. That chore completed, there remained one task before he could return to this haven for the night. In the fading leaden light, Scratch scuffled along through the snow, his numbed toes finding pieces of wood buried beneath the deep powder. Each new chunk of deadfall was added to the crook of his left arm until he finally stumbled back into his willow refuge. "He goes west, niggers counting on making it to Blackfoot country," he remembered having told Josiah as they had set out after McCafferty. "A hard, cold trail staring you down now." Same now, Asa, he thought suddenly. It's the same cold winter trail staring me straight on in the face now. Bass could read the signs. Unless he got this fire going soon, the night just might finish him off. The fatigue and cold were now crawling into him, pushing slowly, steadily toward his core. His hands fumbled with the large flap on his shooting pouch. Finally, he brought the hands up before his eyes, inches away from his face where he could see them in the charcoal-like light. "With what I'm supposed to sew you up?" he remembered Josiah asking after the grizzly sow had ripped his hand up, leaving with a finger. "With the sinew," he had answered, now looking down at the battered, scarred right hand. "You want me to sew you up with one of these?" Paddock had held up a piece of soft leather that secured 2 needles. "You get your sticker blade hot in the fire there, run her over real quick on them places you sewed up. Then put the root down over 'em and wrap my hand up," he had instructed through each step of the surgery. And the young trapper had done well enough with what he had had to work with. A mess, the flesh torn and sliced and gaping around each wound. Paddock had drawn the heated knife over each of those wounds, smelling the seared flesh and hearing the faint crackle as the tissue and sinew burned. "You gotta help me," Bass slurred now at his hands. "Help me, and I'll help you." I can make them warm, he thought, but they've got to do what I want them to do. No other way. "Ain't no other way. We gotta do this together now, fellas." The hands moved away from his face as if upon his instruction, with a will of their own. The fumbling with the pouch flap continued, but they finally found their way into the mouth and one hand touched the small metal box he was after. Now the shuddering began, slowly rising as he drew the tinder box out of the pouch. Suddenly the shakes were out of control and the box went spinning into the white dust of his frozen refuge by the water. Bass dropped to hands and knees and frantically began to sweep the powder aside in a 4-legged dance of frustration and fear. After several minutes of furious probing, he sat back on his haunches and looked up into the tree branches overhead as the last fragment of light slipped from the horizon. Bass began to cry. He talked to himself through it, whimpering at times with the words he sputtered against the tears, until the sobbing grew and turned into racking spasms. Hopelessness was all he felt now. Damned near everything had been taken from him. All that was left was his own life. The spirit would soon be gone, its flame that had long burned within him now snuffed out with the cold and empty wind whistling through his soul. The frozen moisture along his cheeks crinkled as he clamped his eyes shut, squeezing hard as if to blot out the pain at the left side of his face. His eyes burned with the tears and the muscles cried out in agony at the sudden constriction. When finally the sobbing stopped, Bass found his eyes frozen shut. Slowly, he lifted a leaden arm and brushed a woolen sleeve against the frozen moisture. The eyes blinked open. His head dropped backward to gaze at the dark canopy overhead, sprinkled with cold, luminescent diamonds. He cried out from deep within his own despair. "Ah!" The voice sounded loud to him, although its volume stayed trapped in his head. "Grandfather, Old Man Coyote, I am not ready to die." The words came in Crow. "This is not my time. This is not my place." He shook his head. "I must not die like this. You cannot let this be, Grandfather. Old Man Coyote cannot have his way with me. We warriors must die the one proud death that comes with the flash of the lightning. This is slow torture. You cannot let this be. Grandfather, I will fight this. I will fight Old Man Coyote in this death dance." Bass dropped to his hands again and began to move slowly about in an ever-widening circle. His left hand bumped into it, and the mittened fingers surrounded it. Then both hands cupped it and brought it out of the snow. The arms stretched upward, hands cradling the tinderbox as if in offering. "Grandfather, you play Old Man Coyote with me," he whispered hoarsely, his voice clogged with the lump buried in his chest. "You test me to see if I am ready to give up to you, and when you see that I am not ready, you end your little joke with me." Bass brought the metal box against his chest. "Grandfather, I thank you for teaching me this again." The spirit within him awakened from its ember of light. His frozen fingers clumsily lifted out char and flint and steel. Then the bird's nest. Soon there was a spark that glowed on the black char that gave way to flame within the dry grass. The numb fingers found it hard carefully to lay small twigs upon the burning nest, but soon he had the fire going, and he could crawl over the bundles to unroll the robes. The world around him now could scream it at him, telling him that he had nothing beautiful in him, nothing worth binding itself to, but the ember had never died. While the pain would remain to mock him, to chastise him for caring, its darkened hand could not quell an abiding hope that he would remain as so much about him fell away. On his left side, lying feedily around his small fire, Scratch finally let his eyes fall shut. Time would remain for him, and he would try to forget those times past, push on into the future and what it held for him. For more than a day he had torn his thoughts away from her, but now, as her vision came to interrupt the blackness beneath the fiercely clenched lids, Bass gave in. Not from weakness did he surrender, but from a sudden, self-realizing pain that told him this love he would have to deal with for many years to come. "Can a man take fire in his bosom and his clothes not be burned?" It was the voice of the white-hair, McCafferty, trespassing upon the private recesses of his soul with its haunting, ghostly voice. "Can one go upon hot coals and his feet not be burned?" The huge place inside where he held her could not be denied. The ember remained alive. Its heat burned at him, but seared with less pain only when he finally admitted that he loved her. The gentle, rolling, tumbling sobbing returned. The sounds caught in his throat. If need be, he would nourish his love, continue to hurt for her. But he hoped he would make it through. Bass was not sure now as he cried himself to sleep in the wilderness. A lone coyote screeched out in the distance as if in echo to the man's own solitude. He was not sure how he would make it, though. The uncertainty was sure to pass from him. Titus Bass, at last, wanted to pull through. 7. Titus sat, stared for a long time at the river that ran to the south, calculating on why McCafferty had ever headed south upriver when Bass had believed the old Whitehead would buck directly for Blackfoot country. So, Bass had rested the animals at that spot for a couple of hours, feeding the ponies on some frozen cottonwood bark he had peeled for them. The old trapper had eaten sparingly of the pemmican purchased last summer. Little was left now. It had always been his trail food when there had been little time to hunt. So his studying, calculating mind remembered the cold winter manhunt. Here, this rocky river, strewn with boulders, came tumbling into the Yellowstone from the south in a springtime rush to the sea. But now the two were frozen sheets brought together as if two sections of a braided rawhide rope which sorely missed the third strand. That was it. The three of them, he thought. Slowly rising on cold legs, the wounded thigh still biting at him with a dull, healing kind of pain, Bass mounted his pony and pulled the rest of the pack animals into action. The beauty of a sudden flash of memory struck him. Why hadn't he remembered the route before? Shit. Something else to remind him how old he was getting, forgetting things again. Long ago, so long ago, memories crashed and bumped against his soul like dangerous chunks of ice thudding against the warmth he fought to keep alive within his being. Yes, some memories were cold. I can winter out a robe season where I wants to, he had told Josiah so long ago. Mostly take my cold bones up to the Absorkes. Real partial to them Crow, I am. Thieves that they be, they still have the warmest lodges I've laid my robes down in. They likes the white man, that they do. White man has horse flesh, you see, and them Crow is squamshus over horse flesh. Them Crow Baupark. Yes, big medicine for this old coot. Some warmth. He needed some warmth in his soul to grow and push against the chunks of ice, the days of youth. A young man having moved across the plains alone, not having known of the dangers of solitary travel. Maybe it had been his type of good fortune, or maybe just something silently answering his courage, but he hadn't seen an Indian during those weeks of pushing from waterhole to waterhole across the sea of buffalo grass until he had hit the river an old trapper had told him of, the Platte. Bass smiled suddenly. The memory warmed the longing, cold place within him. The river, guiding him, taking him there. The river was it. And he remembered the way now. The three rivers headed over the pass from the Yellowstone. The way he would go now, down to the three rivers. Hell, he had done this trip before. He was remembering pieces of the route now, scattered fragments of the landscape. He was going to make it over the mountains. It had been years before. How many? That he was not entirely certain of either, but he had been that way on another trip west out of the Yellowstone River country, up into the high places, then down to the Three Forks of the Missouri. They will go up by the mountains. They will go down by the valleys unto the place which thou hast founded for them. You for all time gonna keep talking to me, huh, Asa? He asked the ghostly specter in his mind. Suppose that be all right, too. Not so lonely, then. If he kept the memories alive, even with their searing pain, he would not be so lonely. He liked the lonesome. It was the lonely he could do without. When the Yellowstone finally took itself to the south, heading down the narrow valley between two ranges of hills that threw themselves up against the mountains, Bass left the river and struck out due west. The sun had been directly behind him that morning when he had left the comfort of the old river. It would run south to its place of birth in the land of the Big Smokes. And Bass, he bade farewell to the river where it turned south as he broke free of its frozen bond to forge a trail of his own making. The climb up from the flats had not been that difficult, most of the landscape having been blown clear of much of its snow by recent Chinooks on this side of the divide. Squaw winds, he called them. Bless the wind man, he thought. He knew I needed to get over this pass. And it was time he was always fighting. Now, in some small way, Bass had felt buoyed up by the fact that things were going his way. What snow the Chinooks and Windman had left behind was hard and crusty. Not the surest footing in the world for the ponies, but a damned sight better than plowing through the deep stuff. And once over the top and headed down, Scratch knew why his skin had tingled with a muted excitement, perhaps anticipation. He was dropping into Blackfoot country. Just take your time, friend, McCafferty had told Bass and Paddock as he was leaving the pair late last fall. Use your time for trappin'. Be cold enough when you find them crow fires. Scratch had not really understood back then what Asa meant. But the old Whitehead had meant to bring the Blackfoot down on the Crow winter camp, extinguishing those winter fires for good. Blackfoot. Ol' Asa really had him a thing for them Injuns. If he was fortunate, them niggers would be holed up in their lodges north of where he was now. If he was lucky, he could stay to the flats now, where the wind had swept most of the snow clear and the sagebrush stuck their hoary heads up through small mounds of the white residue. Like starched collars on them as live back east in them settlements, he smiled. His neck was free of any starched collar and fancy silk necktie. Some of them had already gone back. Lot more will be going back, too. Getting out of the mountains. They didn't belong out here in the first place anyway. Go on back east. Go on back to them people's settlements. Get out of my mountains. My mountains. The sound of it rang good to him. Being free up here in his mountains, far, far better than being back there where you were always safe. Safe and sane, maybe. Yes, his neck was free from any collar and silk necktie. Not a damned thing to chafe his neck but the wind that always pushed at his back now as it came roaring down the western slope of the peaks behind him. Let them go on back east. He would stay. Far better to stay. I am Crow. I am not Crow. My heart is with the Crow, he had told Rottenbelly and the old warriors in council last fall. My skin is white. I am man in between. I am man many times in between. When first I came to your land, it was for the beaver alone. Now I return again and again, for the land fills my heart. His mind turned to look at Josiah with the aged dreamers around the fire. Here is my strong friend. Together we are Crow for the winter. It is his second cold time in the mountains, this friend. He will spend it here with me, so the Crow can teach him what he needs to know. Those things this old man cannot teach him. Those things that are Crow. Yes, he nodded now. Surely the old man Coyote, Akbatadiyah, had put the Crow people in the right place for them. But Bass was leaving that place, leaving that people behind, just as he had left his own family behind so many, many years before. When he struck the Gallatin, Bass tried to remember the Indian names for the river. Troubled with failure at that, he continued west along its course, assured that he was not far from the Three Forks themselves. There he camped late one afternoon. He built a small fire to warm some water, then crumbled jerky and pemmican into the rolling, tumbling kettle before moving on a couple of miles farther to make his cold camp for the night. Blackfoot country, after all. And a man with so much gray hair on his head had to take him no chances. Bass moved up the Madison for part of the morning until he located a place to ford the river. It was running slowly, the water low, most of the winter's ice pushed against the banks like a white piping border on the dark waters. From the Madison, he moved west again toward the Jefferson, finally striking the river where it rolled west along with him. The climb that late afternoon brought him to the top of the hill where he looked down into the valley. There, a river from the north came running into the Jefferson. He moved up this hill from the river to get a better idea of the country that lay ahead. Something out there would shake his memory. Something down there would push his mind into recalling the landmarks. And there was something else down there. Not at all what he had bargained for. "Damn it," he cursed. "Goddamn niggers." He backed the ponies into the trees again and dropped to the ground. On hands and knees, Bass crawled to the edge of the timber and lay on his belly to watch the dark forms below him. Damn. If he had stayed with the Jefferson. That river to his right came around the base of the hill where it ran plumb into the river that tumbled into it from the north. And if he had stayed with the Jefferson, he would have come around that hill right smack dab into them niggers. It would have been too late to do anything but fight. And die, most like. They was Blackfeet, wasn't they? He knew they had to be. Flathead farther west of here. Ain't far enough west yet for them to be Flathead. Snakes? Nah, not up here when they could be a lot warmer to the south in their wintering ground. It had to be Bugs boys. Had to be. And he continued to lie there, studying the distant camp below him at the junction of the two rivers. Nervously, he glanced back into the trees, back into the pattern of green and white, to catch a glimpse of his animals waiting patiently for him. Bass sighed wearily. Another cold camp for him this night. He studied the village below again. It wasn't a raiding party. Lord, too many of the red niggers for that. And them lodges. A raiding party wouldn't take 'em time to pack along lodges and squaws, kids and such. No, goddammit, this was something else entirely. Them niggers was already moving to find buffalo for an early spring hunt. He looked at the sky. Maybe so. Spring might come early this year. Lord knows they'd probably had 'em their share of winter already. Wasn't no small doin's down there neither. No, sir. That was a damned big mess of Blackfoot he'd walked himself onto. His gaze shifted from the sky to the village once more. A mess of niggers that large had to feed themselves real regular, and the hunters would be combing the hills around the camp for game. He was in the worst spot he could imagine, fair game for a Blackfoot hunting party. Damn it. He found himself actually whispering the word under his breath. He'd been stupid enough to believe he could come into this part of the country without running into them niggers. Your brain's surely getting addled, old man. Only one thing to do, and that was hightail it out. But where? Back to the east? He surely could not drop down to the Jefferson and head north. That's where the village evidently had come from. And there'd be more of them Blackfoot north of here anyways. East of here was no option either. He wasn't heading back to Crow country. Too much left behind back there, along the Yellowstone. North was out. East he'd never choose. He needed to head west, but that took him right down into them niggers. South looked to be the ticket. South for a ways before he could finally skirt this part of the country and get back on the westward trail once more. Bass studied the terrain off to the southwest. Down there a ways, maybe a day's ride, little more, a big river runs into the Jefferson from the west. He could cross the Jefferson and follow it west once more. With some luck, he wouldn't run into any hunting parties trying to feed this village on their slow, early spring tramp. He remembered the early days with Josiah Paddock, along with the words spoken to the young, starving greenhorn. I come out alone 'long the same way you done. Looking back on it, too, this here child's some lucky to get to the mountains without some red nigger lifting hair off him. That way's crawling with Injuns most time. Sioux, Pawnee, too. They give no truck to a lonely white man traveling through that land. Man as travels lone out here, just get himself used for target practice, maybe get himself broiled over a hot fire like a stuck pig by them niggers. Damn. Red niggers always spoiling a lonely man's getaway plans. And so he slid back to his animals, coaxed them into moving with him through the trees near the top of the hills. He tied the pony's long, rawhide rope to his belt, and he took up the slack with his left hand. The rifle was ready in his right. He laid the robe back on the pack animal's back so that the two other rifles would be handy enough if the situation arose, and struck out on foot. Funny to think of that now. McCafferty's rifle, the one the old Whitehead had discarded when the frizzen spring had broken, mainspring too. Bass had repaired it back in the Crow camp during those long, peaceful days of mending his body, of healing his soul, with her. Now he'd done it. He had allowed himself to do it once more, allowed himself to draw up the festering pain within his being. It had been hard to push the remembering away for most of that day, but his mind kept working on two things: keeping his soul alive with all the torment her memory forced upon him, and keeping his eyes and ears alive for Blackfeet. From up here along the top of the hills, he finally saw the river's course as it wound its way down to the Jefferson. Would not be long now, few more hours at most, and he could head west again. But then his gaze caught the movement. Something like black forms, almost indistinct, but visible enough to be seen moving across the patches of white to the south. Headed his way. Bass cursed again. Country was crawling with him. Coming back to camp with meat, he thought. Most likely. If he continued south, he'd run right into him, and if he stayed put, chances were that they'd end up pushing him back north into the village. He'd have to strike out west from here. Couldn't take the chance of waiting for them to pass by him. Couldn't take that chance and hope that he could reach the river running out of that big hole of a valley. He'd have to move west from here, cross the Jefferson, and strike out on his own trail. He'd just have to head up into that rougher, higher country now, on his own. No river to work its way for him. Then Blackfoot would stay below with the easier footing, less snow, the warmer Chinook winds. And he'd head back to the tough country, the high lonesome where only his kind could survive. Scratch forded the river, finally locating a place where the animals could cross with some sure footing. He scrambled up the wide, soft bank and into the trees once more. Rarely looking behind him or to the left, he kept wondering what to do about the trail he'd made. Surely they'd run onto it, see it headed west, and wonder who had made the tracks. But he was getting too weary to think of any way to hide all the pony's prints now in the snow and on what bare ground had been blown free of the white powder. Maybe you're just barking at a knot, he whispered to himself, still trying to do the impossible. So he pushed himself up the hill into the thick timber once more, and then dismounted. He tied the animals off and moved back down the hill some 100 yards, dragging the coat he had taken from his back behind him. At places where the snow grew crusty, he had to beat his footprints with the coat to obliterate the tracks in some futile way. "That's it, child," he murmured to himself. "Gotta blind this trail much as you can." And finally, he found the boulders wedged between the trees. Here he would make his stand. If them niggers find the trail, they'll come up the hill following the ponies. Then he'd be behind them. If he was lucky enough, they'd take the horses and the rest of his plunder and would not find him. Things had gone bad enough this day. Could he count on luck? What if they did find the animals? He remembered something he had told Josiah when his young partner was still new to the mountains. "Horse critters that get to know the smell of white men don't like the smell of Injuns. Them red niggers smell different than we, you see." Oh, Hannah, why you too? Why were you taken from me too? He felt the sob catch low in his throat. "Hannah's better'n horse for smellin' something that ain't right. Mule's better'n horse for smellin' for that count. They hates the smell of Injuns more'n any horse I knows of." Hell. Them Blackfoot find the animals. He'd be afoot then. Have to cross on over on his own hook. Had to have a robe at least. Maybe them old snowshoes that belonged to Glass. Rose, maybe. One of 'em, anyways. Titus set the 2 rifles against the rocks and cradled his own into his left arm before moving quickly back up the hill to the ponies. There he untied the snowshoes and the thickest robe he had and dropped them to the snow. He separated the ponies and took the first on up to the top of the hill where he tied it off. He returned, panting, to take the second around the brow of the hill where it was tied. Again and again he returned, moving each animal to its solitary refuge in the trees, trying to cover the tracks as best he could in those long, anxious, frantic moments left before the hunting party would run onto his trail beside the river below. Finally, the animals were all separated, and he returned to the robe and snowshoes. Quickly, in the growing cold, Bass untied the stiff rawhide thong and unfurled the robe. Gathering up the snowshoes, he tucked them under the right arm that held the rifle. Scratch dragged the robe behind him, scattering the snow and covering most of his tracks before he crawled back into his private rock fortress. Made a fella feel a little better, maybe even right pert, what with having him some plunder and truck along if he did have to hoof it on foot over the mountains. He sighed, then took in a deep breath to let it out slowly again. He was beginning to breathe more normally now. The exertion had cost him a lot of strength there for a while, but the tingle of danger gave his muscles a renewed spring-like coil, making them ready for the Blackfeet. "Though a host shall encamp against me, my heart shall not fear." Again came the voice of the white hare, again his spectre welling up from within his own soul. "And now shall mine head be lifted above mine enemies round about me. Deliver me not over unto the will of mine enemies." "I'm gonna do everything I can," Bass whispered to himself. "Everything I can to be sure I ain't handed over to them niggers." Looked to be there was a dozen of 'em, maybe some 15 now. Each led at least one other pony laden with game. Some pulled along a couple of horses with the meat strapped to pack frames on their backs. He smiled a little. It had been a good hunt for them niggers. The minutes crawled by as he watched them moving down the east bank of the Jefferson until they reached his trail and stopped. One of the Indians dropped to the ground to study the prints Bass had carelessly left behind. Then another came up to join the first. They knelt over the tracks, and one pointed down to the river. He could see the shadowy figures leave the others and hop through the snow down the bank to the water's edge. There they seemed to study the other side of the river and the hillside leading up into the trees, up toward his refuge. One of the men turned and seemed to be talking with another who remained on his pony. The one on the ground waved his arms, gesturing toward the hill across the river. Their arguing voices carried up the hill on the frigid, gentle breezes. He could not catch all that was being said. Hell, he didn't know Blackfoot anyway. But what he did hear was the tone of the voices. The one by the river must be young and anxious to count coup. The leader of the hunting party, who remained on his pony, now gestured with his arm to tell the other warrior to get on his pony. The man by the river stood for what seemed like a long time before he finally began to climb the bank where he mounted his pony once again. While the rest of the hunting party again set out on their trail back to the village, the one lone warrior kept his pony's nose pointed south. Another warrior dropped out to come alongside the rebel. They talked with each other, then moved their animals into the trees on the east bank. There, they tied the pack animals off in the cover and emerged again to drop down to the water. The two warriors crossed the river and splashed up the west bank, heading along the trail Scratch's animals had made as they zigzagged up the hill toward the trees. His heart began to race, pounding the adrenaline through his veins, pulsing with a force that roared at his temples. It had been many moons since last he had been in battle, if you did not count hunting down a white man. Many moons it had been since last it had come down to his life or a red nigger's. Surely thou wilt slay the wicked, O God. Depart from me, therefore, ye bloody men. McCafferty's voice rang with an eerie echo in his mind. You gonna stay with me for this'n, huh, Asa? Bass whispered to the ghostly specter. Always knew you didn't run from a good fight. Just as quickly, his mind shot back to that winter day when they began the hunt for the whitehair, when Bass and Josiah believed they were going to be killed by the Crow to avenge McCafferty's murder of Rottenbelly's wife. Scratch recalled turning to look at his young partner. Was you to go under? Had hoped it'd be some other way in this. Man's hands tied from him, ain't able to do nothing about it. Ain't no way for a man to die. Suddenly, Josiah's response pushed through his soul. Ain't another man I'd choose to be dying alongside, Scratch. Ain't another one 'cept Titus Bass. Shit! The old trapper scanned the weapons laid out before him. At best, dying be a one-man job. Bass quickly checked the powder on the 3 rifles. He pulled both pistols from the belt around his elk-hide coat and set them on a flat spot of the rocks in front of him. Should he take the chance of firing? The rest of the hunting party was slowly disappearing from view now as the 2 coup-hungry warriors continued up the hill. Surely that hunting party would hear the shots if he just made quick work of the 2 brash youngsters. Could he chance it? Not use the guns at all and take on the 2 of them at once? He had him some time to figure it out, to make himself ready, to plan out what he was going to do. Some time, yes, but not a lot of it. The 2 warriors continued up the hill toward the trees, following in the path he had taken his ponies. Both men kicked at their animals' ribs, spurring them up the snowy slope, the hooves of the horses issuing brilliant sprays of white that came cascading down behind them on the hill. Bass watched them, fascinated. As they passed to his right, Scratch got a closer look at the 2 braves. Shit. The boys were young. Not youngsters, to be sure, probably counted many a coup, maybe even lifted hair off a white man or 2. But by now, a lot of Indian warriors looked young to him. He'd just have to show them 2 bucks a little about fighting, Injun style. Then the 2 disappeared into the trees, heading toward the place where he'd first stopped the ponies. Bass stuffed one of the pistols, his own, into the belt at his waist and slipped over the boulder to drop to the snow. His right hand went around the belt and found the first of 2 knives. He quickly unsheathed it, turning it once in his hand to find a comfortable position for the handle in the palm. The palm was sweating. For a brief moment, he stopped his scooting when he reached a big pine. There, he leaned against it and brought some fingers to his brow. Beneath the old faded blue bandana, he was sweating. This ain't like me now, he thought to himself. Getting all riled up over a couple of young bucks? Just gotta take 'em one at a time. He glanced around the tree and heard the warriors. He could not see them yet. They seemed to be arguing with one another. Probably got up there and can't figure out what the hell's going on. He smiled to himself and moved out. The braves continued to argue, and then he saw them. Their horses were prancing around and around in an ever-widening circle. Finally, one of the warriors pointed toward the side of the hill in the direction the disturbed snow led. Bass knew they'd eventually find the ponies. He'd only kidded himself, thinking he could get away from this without a fight. No sense in playing the joke on yourself. You're the one who's got the most to lose here, nigger. The second warrior took off slowly into the trees, heading away from Scratch around the side of the long hill. The first warrior, the one who had first argued with the hunting party leader, continued to bow his head to look at the snow. He finally dropped to the ground and knelt to study for any sign of tracks within the tumbled, obscured spoor. Bass slipped from tree to tree until he was within a few yards of the warrior. Suddenly, the Indian raised his head, as if magically aware of the white man's presence. In a flash, the Blackfoot glanced to his right to see if the second brave was close at hand, then back to where he had seen the white man. By now, Bass had skirted uphill and slid to a stop behind a tree. Too close. Can't hide no more. Poteani does not fear this thing, Arapuesh believes, the old chief had told him as the two white men were preparing to hunt down another white man. He knows there is no use in lingering in this life when one's time has gone. Why should a man linger like the wildflower in spring, holding on to hope of passing the heat of summer and the cold of the coming winter? Only the earth and the sky are everlasting. It is men that must die. Our old age is a curse, and death in battle is a blessing for those who have seen our many winters. The warrior was too close now. Can't hide no more. Bass stepped out into the open. Har's in the butter now, old coon, he muttered quietly. The first warrior rushed toward him, but came to a skidding stop in the snow when the white man moved out of the protective cover. The Indian saw that Bass carried no firearm in his hand, so he brought his rifle up to his hip and pulled the trigger. Titus wished he had been faster. He dove to his left down the hill. He heard the ball whistle by and thunk into a nearby pine. The warrior yelled out, Nistoa Natoya Sakoe! Natoya Agsi! It wasn't so much to call back his friend as it was an exhortation to the spirits to protect him in battle. Bass didn't understand the words being yelled at him as the Indian rushed forward, but the meaning was clear enough. The boy wanted to raise some hair. Esumisa Nistoa Peta! Christoa Ki Petaki! Bass snorted. Fella looks to be mad as a bear with two cubs and a sore tail. He rose to his hands and knees slow enough, then up on his wobbly legs a little more quickly. He glanced down at the pistol at his waist and saw that the muzzle was now packed with snow. Probably not worth a damn now anyways, he thought. You gotta do this with your hands. For they shall soon be cut down like grass and wither as the green herb. That's just what I'm figuring on doing, Asa, Scratch muttered under his breath. Cutting him down some. He flipped the knife around in his right hand, grabbing the blade, then quickly flung it with a sidearm motion. It sailed by the warrior, only grazing the Indian's left arm. The Indian stopped momentarily to glance down at the wound, seeing that his own blood had been drawn, before continuing his headlong rush at the white man. Again he howled as if he were a bull in the rut. "Now I got him in a real sod-pawn fret," Bass said aloud. "Just wish he'd shut up and let me die in peace." He shifted the tomahawk in his left hand to the right just as the brave grabbed his rifle by the muzzle and swung it back and forth at the white man. Bass stumbled backward, dodging the lashing weapon. The young brave had a wild, crazed look in his eye now. He wore a silly smirk, as if thinking he was to make quick work of this white man. On he came, and Bass tripped, but regained his balance in time to ward off the rifle by parrying it with the hawk. Now the youthful smirk deepened into a sneer, a bloodlusting thing that painted the face wilder than any grease and earth paint could. Bass fell. "Dead fall, goddammit!" He thought they'd be the last words he'd utter. He could hear the other Indian coming back through the trees, answering the first warrior's battle cry with one of his own. He threaded his pony through the trees toward the lone white man. The first warrior held the rifle muzzle in his left hand and began to pull the tomahawk from his belt. That was all the time Scratch needed. In that brief instant, the white man lunged toward his foe, plunging his head into the man's chest. As he collided with the Indian and felt the flesh give, he heard the sound gush from the warrior's lungs. Then he leaped on top of the young Indian. They grappled for a moment until the brave finally dropped the rifle. The empty left hand now grabbed for the white man's head, the fingers digging into the blue bandana and his hair. Bass felt the false topknot fall away as the fingernails scraped at his scalp. The powerful youngster pulled the white man off him. Bass rolled, yanking the young warrior on over him so that the Indian fell beneath him once more. The Blackfoot tugged again at the bandana and hair. Bass felt some of his hair rip free from the skin. He winced as the warrior's hand finally pulled loose from him. The Indian glanced at the bandana and the long scalp lock in his hand, then back at the white man in some disbelief. This man had already been scalped once. Bass felt the muscles in the Indian's right arm tense once more in an attempt to loosen the white man's grip on him, but the action came too late. Already Scratch had his right arm arcing. The hawk smashed against the side of the warrior's head. The blade caught him at the temple and continued across the top of the left eye, burying itself in the man's skull as it slashed through the bone and drove on through the base of the brain. The body went rigid beneath him, then Bass felt the muscles go limp. He was splattered with it. Blood and gore clung to his own face, and his right arm was smeared with it. As if hypnotized with the adrenaline of battle, Scratch studied the tomahawk buried in the man's skull, watched the blood begin to ooze, then pour over the metal and wood. He tried to pull it loose from the wound. It was locked. He yanked again, harder this time. The tomahawk would not pull free from the skull. Then came the sounds of the pony rushing at him and the cries of the second warrior. Bass looked up and saw the Blackfoot bearing down on him before he leapt to his feet. "Not gonna die on my knees, I ain't." He grabbed for the second knife and pulled it free of its scabbard as the warrior drew upon him. "Nigger's too close now to shoot me with his talking iron." "Christekum sakitstaki! Ah! Pakap shota! Ikua pakaps!" And on came the Blackfoot in that long instant. This one, too, brandished his rifle as a war club. Bass, with a sense of morbid anxiety, watched the frothing steam gush from the pony's flaring nostrils. "Poksapote! Sakia nea! Akiha! Ox kos moi nema nitasta!" They were upon him as he leapt aside, burying the knife in the only place he could reach to do damage, the Indian's leg. High on the leg where it joined the hip. Bass felt the knife bite into the flesh, sinking quickly in that instant before the tip hit some resistance of bone and continued on into the left leg. The warrior screamed in pain. His pony danced stiff-legged to a halt near the body of the first Blackfoot, and the animal turned, its rider now quiet, as if resolved to the pain he must bear in the killing of this white man. He glanced down at his fallen friend, the one who had brought him to this place, then slowly raised his eyes to stare at the white man. Bass had no weapons now. He stood defenseless in the snow among the trees, panting, staring back at the big youth atop the pony. Now this nigger's pawing round to get himself some trouble. Then the warrior reached down and tugged at the knife buried in his leg. Scratch watched in awe as the Blackfoot yanked at the weapon's handle, trying to extricate it from his hip. His body must be shut off from the pain, Bass realized as he stared at the young Indian. Again the brave yanked savagely, but the knife would not budge from its hole in his upper leg. Suddenly, the warrior raised his rifle toward the white man and pointed the muzzle directly at Bass. "Blessed be the Lord my strength, which teacheth my hands to war, and my fingers to fight." In that instant, as the ghost's voice rang in his ears, Scratch crouched and began his dash. But it was not a run or leap to the side as before. This time, he rushed directly toward the mounted warrior. Startled, totally surprised by this action, the Blackfoot jerked and pulled off his shot. Bass felt the bullet rip at the top of his shoulder, but on he careened across the final few yards of snow and blood and death to reach the pony and the warrior. He grabbed furiously at the knife buried in the Indian's leg, while the warrior frantically jerked at the hawk in his own belt. Bass pulled the Indian from the pony's back, the Blackfoot jolting down on top of him in the snow. The warrior sprang up, attempting to stand, but fell to his left on the weakened, useless leg. The hawk went spinning and skidded out of reach. Bass dove toward the tomahawk as quickly as the warrior's weight left his body. He scooped the weapon up into his right hand along with a fistful of snow and dove at the Blackfoot. He swung quickly, too quickly. The handle glanced off the side of the Indian's head. Scratch brought the right arm back as the brave heaved him off with a powerful thrust of his muscular arms. The sweat stung his eyes, and Bass was momentarily blinded, seeing through the fog that the warrior was crawling on his side toward the rifle. Titus lunged once more, and this time the hawk found flesh in the shoulder where the neck began. He felt the skin give beneath the blade, heard the crunching resistance as the collarbone gave way. He pulled the weapon free and plunged it down again into the same wound. A third time, and he felt the body shudder, then go limp. But still he struck, again and again, as the warrior's head slowly parted from the rest of the body. The gore splattered over him once more. His hand dripped with it. The hawk's handle was slippery with the warm, dark syrup of life. But still he continued to strike the body again and again in a slowing frenzy of butchery. Finally, his own left hand gripped his own right wrist. The weapon came to a stop. He sobbed, his own tongue stuttering something he could not himself recognize. Tears gushed, and he coughed as pain suddenly seized his chest. It was often this way, he remembered. In the killing, there's still some pain for the victor. He fell to the side. Bass lay there in the snow, feeling the icy crust warm beneath him until his skin began to turn numb. He didn't remember how long he had lain there, spread-eagled in the snow, between the two butchered, bloodied warriors. Now his mind began to snap him back with the pain at the back of his head. The numbing cold burned into that part of the skull where he'd once been scalped. The first Blackfoot had pulled his replacement scalp loose, along with the bandana that usually held the old trophy in place on the back of his head. He rose to one arm, resting on the elbow. To his left, the first warrior. To his right, the second. He got to his knees and wondered if the hunting party had been far enough away, or had they heard the battle cries of the two warriors, heard the two smoothbores boom off the hillsides. In a way, he didn't care anymore. But his body had its own will to live. Perhaps there was a spark still left within his core that could not be extinguished after all. A spark that drove him to his feet and forced him to walk on wobbly legs. He gathered up the first rifle and hawk. He yanked at the knife still buried in the second Blackfoot and discovered why it had refused to budge. It was buried deep into the hip joint. Bass yanked at the dead Blackfoot's leg to work at the joint until he could tug the blade from the bone. He stuffed the bloodied weapon in the sheath at his belt without wiping the steel. Quickly, he hobbled over to the first warrior and dropped the collected weapons in the snow. He gathered a second rifle along with the first warrior's tomahawk. Then Bass placed his left sole on what was left of the Indian's face. He twisted the tomahawk handle down and away from himself with all his strength, slowly feeling the metal blade crunch against a bone, then finally give way. The weapon was freed at last. He scooped the others up into his arms after taking the first Blackfoot's knife to replace the one he had lost. Then the white man staggered downhill to the refuge where he had left his own rifles. There, he dropped the Indian weapons into the rock shelter. The old trapper took up his own rifle, checking the priming, and slid once more out of the rocks, heading around the brow of the hill to retrieve the ponies. One at a time, he brought them together and hitched them to one another until he could finally lead them down to the rock refuge. He gazed down at his own hands and arms in the fading light. His buckskins were coated with blood, as if he had butchered an animal and dressed it out after a kill. Then he studied the river below him, the Jefferson. He would not be able to follow it now. He would have to strike out due west into the high country. When these two warriors failed to appear in camp by morning, others would come looking for them. And when those who followed found the bodies, they would not be far behind him. "Blown out their lamps, you have, old coon," he muttered. "Others be coming soon to try and cut your own wick short." Now he wondered if he should have left the bodies without scalping them. At least take the time to bury them in the snow. No, he decided. It was best this way. Be some big medicine for those who come looking for the two warriors. Big medicine to mark this place. Scratch recalled the memorial the Crow had erected at the site of the winter battle with the Blackfeet, where McCafferty had brought the tribe down on the slumbering sparrowhawks. There had been short tree branches stuck in the ground to form a circle of stakes some 20 to 30 feet in diameter. "What's this here?" Josiah had asked. "Medicine," Bass had answered. His eyes had slowly pored over the crude circle of blood-stained branches. Tied to some of the stakes were skin pouches, to others dangling feathers, bouncing in the breeze. A few of the crimsoned markers had been topped with locks of long black hair. One had held an old trade fusee, its stock broken, the barrel bent around a tree after heating in a fire. "Medicine over a place they done battle," Scratch had uttered in an almost prayerful explanation. "It say who they fought?" Josiah had inquired. "Yep, it do that. Blackfoot's. See them burnt rings down the bottoms there, on the sticks? Tells it be Blackfoot's." The niggers the Crow got in a tussle with. You just don't go off and leave a man without marking where he's laid. Well, Crow don't go off and leave a place they lost braves neither. Now that they marked the place where Crow blood was spilt on the ground. Best this way. His way, after all. Leaving the bodies for the others to find. Like his own memorial. Not hiding the battle site at all. That was his medicine. Maybe so. Let the wolves have the carcasses. If the rest of them Injuns do run me down, I'll die with these here scalps on my belt. Them niggers'll have their craws plumb full of sand and fightin' tallow then. He shook his head with resignation at what he now faced alone. Thou hast not shut me up into the hand of the enemy. The ghostly voice had a metallic, raspy ring to it now. They ain't got their paws on this child yet, Asa. He spoke loudly enough that the volume of his voice surprised him. The flesh on the trophies was beginning to harden at his waist where he had tucked the scalps in his belt. Likewise, the raw flesh at his shoulder had hardened and the blood had frozen, adding a stiffness to the movement of his left arm. After loading all the weapons and lashing them to the first pony behind his, he rose to the saddle at last. The 2 Indian mounts were tied along with the others in his pack string. Them Injun guns take extra patchin', he was talking to the ponies. Bigger bore, you see. As if they knew what he was talking about. But he smiled anyway, knowing the loads were down and seated in the smooth bores. He was ready, and gently nudged the tired animals into motion. Bass gazed back downhill, longingly at the river, at the wind-swept sagebrush bottomland where the going would be so much easier. But his ponies did as he directed them. They took him up the hill, ever higher toward the peaks and the snowed-in passes. His body and mind yearned for the ease of fast travel down below as the river dropped farther and farther away behind him in the graying light. But his heart led the way, the only way. And he wasn't sure if he was really running away from something now. Maybe, just maybe, he was finally running toward something. 8. It had been late fall by the time the 3 messengers had found Emil Sharp and delivered their contract offer. A thick dusting of snow lay on the ground, and there was some color still in the trees along his path as he headed south and west toward the Assiniboine, the Minnetaree, and finally the Mandan. There, the ones who cautiously called themselves his friends had told him what he needed for the job at hand. It was there along the upper Missouri that he had learned what he would need when the time came for him to kill this lone man. When he finally made enough of the pieces fit, he turned due east and headed for the Red River of the North, then on to the beginnings of the Father of Waters, and turned south. The Missouri would have been a much shorter trip, perhaps an easier trip in winter, but easier and shorter was never something he had sought after. Too many posts along the muddy river, too many people anyway, and someone might recognize him. Someone might realize why he was moving through the wilderness once more. That was something he could not chance. Too much money riding on this contract. It would pay off to stay away from the muddy river, to stay far away from Bui's Post, Primou's house, Loisel's post, and Fort aux Cedres. Vermilion and Caban's posts would know him too. Best the way he had come now. Just a few more days of running through the wet, frosty forests, and he would be in St. Louis. Then he would send word to the rich man who had hired him. Early spring now, at last, and he had finally come through the blistering blaze of winter and all those miles. But the days of cold and tortured travel would soon be worth it. Now he knew whom he was after, and why he alone had been called. The French in Canada had a word for his kind he could not remember, only that the creature was considered half man, half wolf, a monster that always came out of the wilderness to strike. Josiah heard the sounds of many feet scuffling across the snow outside. Suddenly, the door flap opened, and the bright, late winter light burst into the lodge. An older Crow warrior he recognized hunched through the doorway and came around the fire pit toward Paddock's bed. The white man watched another man behind the warrior pull the two lacing pins free below the doorway on the lodge skin. Paddock was curious and a little concerned. The warrior spoke softly to Waits by the water. She pulled on her capote and ducked from the lodge. Now there was no one who could explain to him what was happening. Josiah rolled slightly and pushed himself up against a backrest. In this half-sitting position, he could not stay long. His body had been telling him for the past week that he needed more movement, more activity. It was becoming angry with him at having to lie around the lodge all day through the night. Now, two young warriors stooped to enter the lodge, one dragging behind him two slender poles with a dressed elk hide slung between them. The older warrior stood near Josiah's head, first speaking to the white man in Crow, then quietly directing the two others who approached the foot of Josiah's bed. The older Indian knelt down and pulled back the robes and blankets from Josiah. "What the hell you doin'?" Paddock snapped, leaning forward to reach for the robes, the pain slowing him as he grew more anxious. The older warrior continued to talk to him in soft tones, from time to time trying sign language to explain something to the young trapper. I don't know sign language, damn it! Josiah fell back against the backrest once more. "Don't know what's going on, neither," he grumbled. But he continued to watch the warrior who carried on his one-way Crow monologue. The older red man pantomimed, showing Josiah that he needed to take off the trapper's clothing. First the shirt, then the imaginary leggings and breechclout. He moved his hands over his own body as if scrubbing the flesh. Again, he knelt by Josiah and began removing the white man's leather shirt. "Looks like you're going to give me a bath, huh?" Josiah let his arms be raised and the sleeves be pulled from them. "S'pose that'll be all right." "Yeah, go ahead." The shirt slipped over his head and the cold midday air struck his bared flesh. Josiah shuddered. The warrior knelt, began untying the strips that bound the leggings to Josiah's belt, and pulled the leggings off. The white man's legs looked stark and milky against the rich darkness of the buffalo robes beneath him. Then the old Indian moved to untie the moccasins and slipped them from the young man's feet. Paddock wiggled his toes, glad to be free of the restraining footwear despite the freezing air. Now the Indian moved toward Josiah's head and brushed the white man's bangs away from the forehead with his fingertips. Josiah was naked save for the breechclout, along with the bandages over his shoulder and at the side of his chest. With the quick hair grooming completed, the older warrior rose and spoke softly again to the two younger men. They moved their pole and hide travois alongside the bed and laid it on the ground. One stood near Josiah's head, the other near the white man's feet. The older man chatted at him, then smiled and nodded. "Guess you're going to have to show me what you're doing, what you want," Paddock replied. The man nodded and shut up quickly. He stood beside the small travois and then lay down on the large elk hide that was strapped with rawhide to the poles. From his supine position, the old warrior turned his head to look over at the white man and grinned, as if to say there was nothing to fear. He got up and gestured for Paddock to slide onto the litter. The younger trapper eased over, feeling the stiffness in his body, the cold in the air, the residual pain left high in his chest. Finally, he swung his buttocks over the pole and rested on the elk hide. He lay back and let out a sigh of relief that the short journey was over. The warrior quickly drew a wool blanket, then another over the white man, and barked at the two young men. They knelt and grabbed the two poles and carried Josiah out into the bright cold sun. Josiah squinted against the brilliance of the late winter glare ricocheting off the white covering the ground. Then he recognized Rottenbelly's graying head at his side. The young trapper studied the manner in which the buffalo robe was thrown over the Indian's left shoulder and under the right arm, the flaps held with the left hand, to leave the right arm free for gesture. Then Paddock finally sorted it out. The old chief was decked out for some special occasion. Josiah's gaze dropped from the Indian's eyes and ran past the smooth, whisker-plucked cheeks and chin to the bright, dangling ear ornaments. The rim of the ear had been punctured and brass wire passed through the openings. From the wire hung large pink shells and tarnished brass beads. The old Indian could tell him what was happening. Arapuesh would understand his uncertainty. "Can you tell me what's going on?" Josiah inquired as he tugged to pull the two blankets more tightly about his neck. The old chief placed a wrinkled hand on the young man's shoulder, smiling almost benevolently. "We take." He motioned with an arm across the camp. I know, Josiah stammered. "What for? Where?" "We take," the chief repeated, his smile still apparent. "Lodge. Our lodge." I thought this was your lodge." Josiah felt suddenly stupid. Arapuesh nodded. "Other lodge. We take you, Josiah. Other lodge now. You," he pointed then to himself. "Me. Other lodge. Heal. Other lodge heal you. Heal me." Paddock watched the old chieftain nod again, as if all had been explained. But he was still confused. Shaking his head in disgust, he remembered the old trapper's words. "Ignorance is something you don't know about yet. Being dumb means a nigger forgot what he's found sign of." Paddock grinned slightly. He wasn't dumb after all. He just didn't know what was going on. It was all right. He was going to be all right. "Yeah," he muttered. "You're gonna heal me, is it?" There was an edge of quiet disbelief in his tone. "Suppose we're gonna have some fella sing over me and shake his rattle, then I get up and walk back here, huh?" Rottenbelly motioned for the two young warriors to proceed, and they moved out of a small knot of people who had gathered about Josiah and the chief. "Nothing more to do than go along with it," Josiah murmured to himself as he swayed gently from side to side. The procession moved through the center of camp toward the trees by the river. "Nice day for a walk, fellas," he declared, looking first at one, then another, at all of the older warriors who moved alongside the litter. "Nice day it is. Good one for some fresh air. Sunshine, too." He had to admit he was still nervous. His apprehension was stronger than the residue of anger and bitterness he felt for Bass for having abandoned him here. Still, he wished Scratch were here to explain things. The movement stopped. Josiah cranked his head around so he could see where he was. The procession had drawn up at the edge of the lodges, and it looked as if the whole tribe had gathered to watch. Then Arapuesh was at his side once more. "We heal. You, me. Now, Josiah." The bearers lowered the litter slowly to the ground. Paddock rolled over onto the healthy shoulder, feeling still the pull and pain at the other side of his chest. There were so many watching, so many come to see what he had yet to learn. Young ones, old ones, children. They formed two long lines that led away from the litter toward a small willow dome. Now, Arapuesh knelt beside the white man and pulled the blankets back. As they came off his body, the cold rushed at him once more, but Paddock was relieved to have the breech clout on in front of all these people, all these eyes, all these smiling faces. "It's some joke, ain't it?" he muttered to himself as Rottenbelly rose again. "Gotta be. Everybody's smiling like this." The two younger warriors, strong men both, knelt beside the litter and raised Josiah to a sitting position. Then each placed one of Paddock's arms over his shoulder and brought the white man to his feet. The pain made him wince against the sudden movement. Arapuesh quickly motioned for them to be more careful. "He is my son-to-be," Rottenbelly spoke in Crow to the two warriors. "You two take care of him as we enter the Sun's dedication lodge." The two nodded and eased Josiah slowly toward the small willow dome. Paddock looked to either side at the large crowd and then at the willow structure as he drew nearer to it. The trio proceeded down the aisle of villagers until they arrived at the dome. They stopped momentarily at the edge of the structure while another, a very old man in a very old blanket coat, stepped through the willow framework to place a dressed elk hide on the snowy ground inside the structure. The two younger men slowly lowered Paddock onto the elk hide. A rolled buffalo robe was brought up so that the white man could lean back against it in a semi-reclining position. More elk and buffalo robes were brought and spread across the snow by the older men in their woolen capotes, their bare legs evident beneath the bottom of the coats. As the robes were spread on either side of him around the circle formed by the structure, Paddock counted the 24 thick willow branches that had been shoved into the ground. Their tops had been bent over to form an arc before the other end of the limbs were lashed together at the top of the dome. 24 limbs, each crossing the others at the apex of the medium-sized structure. Paddock watched the older men who had laid their robes out on either side of his. They each dropped their capotes and quickly removed their moccasins. Beneath the coats, none of the men wore any clothing. They moved naked in the cold winter air to seat themselves around the small circle of robes. 10 older, scarred, battle-honored warriors took their places around the empty hole in the middle of the structure. Some shuddered involuntarily at the cold, some gazed up at the sky as if in contemplation, and others watched Josiah with calming smiles washed across their faces. Arapuesh came to stand at his side. He dropped to Josiah's left, naked like the other men. Swiftly, several young men began throwing blankets and buffalo robes over the domed limbs. 2 others carried in rocks with forked sticks. Josiah watched the process for a few moments before the blankets were thrown over to block his vision. The rocks were brought in one at a time by the 2 warriors from a low, hot fire near the lodge. When all 8 of the superheated stones were in place in the pit at the center of the willow structure, the last blankets and robes were thrown over the lodge, completely shutting out all light. He felt claustrophobia closing in about him as surely as the darkness had suddenly washed over the lodge. Paddock felt the old chief's wrinkled hand on his bare thigh, placed there to reassure the young white man. The edge of one of the blankets was pulled away, and a cast-iron kettle with a dipper made from horn was shoved inside behind the bright shaft of light. Then the blanket was dropped again, and it was pitch black inside once more. Josiah felt Arapuesh pat his leg 4 times as he heard the kettle rustling to the right side of the lodge. He then felt the kettle being passed over him on to Rottenbelly, then on to the warrior seated at the chief's left hand. It was quiet again, except for the heavy breathing in the blackened structure. Finally, the chief began to speak in Crow, as if in explanation to the white man beside him. The quiet words were soothing, although Paddock did not understand them. "The Sweat Lodge is an offering to the sun, my young warrior," the chief began. "We do this for you, to offer to the sun. It is on your behalf, Josiah." His hand searched in the darkness for the kettle nearby, and he located the horn dipper. "The Sweat Lodge is erected only for a very serious undertaking, only for the most important of purposes in Absarica. For the Sparrowhawk people, this is a very solemn occasion, yet also a time of great joy, for I am taking a son, a new son, for one who has been killed in battle. Blood of my blood he was. Now, this for you, Josiah, this for the sun, the Sweat Lodge, Awusua, this for father-son." Paddock heard the sound of the dipper in the water, the horn scraping across the lip of the kettle, then the hiss of steam as the water splashed on the superheated rocks. 4 times only did the hiss reach his ears. 4 times was the water in the dipper dripped on the rocks before the white man began to feel the growing heaviness of the air. The water turned to steam made the air harder to breathe at first, and the atmosphere, closed in, black as the bottom of a cooking kettle, began to warm with the heat of both the rocks and the rising clouds of new steam. It was a warming relief at first, but soon the atmosphere began to turn unbearable. He itched to breathe fresh air once more. He yearned for the light outside. He wanted to be out to stretch his limbs, limbs that ached from many, many weeks of inactivity. Then it was Rottenbelly who began to speak again. "Greetings, small Sweat Lodge," he began in praise. "We are making this for you, father-son." It was the first prayer of the ceremony, spoken in reverence, uttered in new joy and celebration. "Mountains of renown, our place of glory here on the Earth Mother. All places of Absarica, the Sparrowhawk people, the true people. Big rivers and small rivers, smoke. Beings all about us, smoke. You beings above, smoke. Beings in the ground, smoke. Earth, smoke. Willows about us now, willow of the pipe, smoke." Suddenly, Paddock heard the voice beyond the structure, the one high voice of a woman who took up singing the repeated strains of a song. Slowly, her voice was joined by many rattles and the thumping of small, handheld drums. The voice rang clear as the air must be outside, he thought. How he yearned to have this over with and be back in the fresh air. "When the leaves appear," Rottenbelly spoke again, addressing the seasons this time. "When the leaves are full grown, when the leaves turn yellow, when the leaves fall, year after year, I want to keep on seeing these times." Others in the lodge grunted their approval of this fundamental hope of all men. "For this, I offer smoke," Arapuesh continued. "Greetings, fat. Wherever I go, I want to chance upon something fat." Again, the men in the small structure offered their approval. Josiah felt his head beginning to grow lighter in the heavy atmosphere. "Charcoal. Wherever I go, may I blacken my face in victory celebration. Return safely from taking ponies. Return safely from taking the scalps of my enemies. Safely I want to return to you." There were some quiet shouts from the older warriors around the lodge. Their approval was strong at the words of the old chief. "You, winds of the 4 directions, smoke," Arapuesh offered. "Wherever I go, I want the wind to come toward me. "Wind, do not send me there on my own account. It is you who brings the Father to me, you who brings the words of the grandfather to my ears, and to my heart." Paddock was pouring sweat now. The rivulets of it were running from every pore in his body. Outside, the singing had been joined by others, answered by the chorus of joy from those within the lodge. Then, suddenly, several of the blankets were pulled back, and the bright light burst into the humid shelter. With relief, Paddock sucked at the fresh air as a newborn infant, hungry for nourishment, sucks at the teat of life. He watched the steam clouds circle, waver at first, then rush from the top of the willow branches that were now bared of robes and blankets. He could see that the village people outside had formed a large circle around the sweat lodge, many holding rattles they shook, others beating on small drums, and still others waving fans of eagle feathers. "Son, we are doing this for you," Arapuesh cried out loudly. Outside the lodge, the voices of hundreds of the villagers rose as one in an answering refrain. "This for you," they cried out. "Son," the old chief began again, "may we live until next winter time." Again, the village people shouted, their voices thundering in the midday winter air. "May we live until then." Suddenly, the light began to disappear once more, and with the brilliance of the sun also vanished Paddock's hope that the ceremony was complete. Finally, the lodge was darkened again. Now another voice to Josiah's left was offered in prayer, then the voice of another to that man's left, and finally a third, as the offering of celebration went to the sun and the winds, both of which brought life and a change of seasons to the land. During the 3 prayers and into the 4th man's offering, the old chief sprinkled 7 more spoons of water over the heated rocks. Josiah could again hear the hissing of the steam and feel the air about him growing heavy. Then all was quiet, as if the Indian men in the lodge were deep in their own silent meditation. He heard Rottenbelly grinding something to his left. Then Josiah felt the hands, the open palms offered below his nose. From the old Indian's hands came the sweet fragrance of sage. The blankets were removed a second time. Paddock looked down at the old wrinkled palms that held crushed sage leaves. Their smell was a relief from the fierce steam that robbed the young trapper of his breath. Josiah adjusted his eyes to the darkness and looked up into the chief's face, and saw dimly that his eyes were merry, smiling. Arapuesh nodded toward the sage. He finally brought the palms beneath his own nose to show the white man what to do. He lifted his open palms to his face as if drinking handfuls of water. The old Indian sucked deeply at the fragrant aroma of the crushed leaves. Then Paddock nodded in understanding. The chief tossed the leaves onto the hot stones and took up another sprig of sage. This he stripped into Josiah's open palms, laying the bared sage twigs on the rocks to burn. Paddock rolled his palms together to free the aroma of the fresh leaves. Outside, the shouts of joy and celebration continued, backed up with the songs of the old women, the rhythm of both rattles and drums. There came the sound of the dipper scraping against the kettle again, and now the hiss of steam reached his ears. Each of the 10 times the water hit the rocks, Josiah stuck his face down into his wet, dripping palms to allow his nose to suck at the aroma of the sage leaves. His head was pouring with sweat. He was perspiring as he had never done before. Everything was wet, but he was beginning to pass the miserable stage. Every pore had opened up. He felt the outpouring from his body like a flushing of evil and illness from his flesh, if not from his soul. Again and again, as the 10 dippers of water were poured over the rocks, Paddock sucked at the fresh aroma in his hands, savoring it to combat the stifling wetness in the blackened structure. Then the muscles of his body began to let go of him, began to release their grip of painful tightness. He heard the others in the lodge repeatedly hitting something and remembered the buffalo tail switches, the kind the old men often used to chase away flies in the summer. Suddenly, he felt Arapuesh swatting him softly all over his body, his arms and belly, his legs and his feet. Every part of him felt the snap and drag of the buffalo tail as it stimulated the flesh to perspire all the more. Even in the dark, the old chief knew where the wounds were and avoided them. Still he worked at the chest and the shoulder, his blows with the buffalo tail growing stronger as Josiah sucked at the sage leaves, and found his soul loosened, his pain diminishing. Finally, the blankets were pulled off the willow limbs again, and fresh air burst into the dank structure. The brilliance of the sunlight streaming into the lodge dazzled him. He was fading, his consciousness diminishing with the heat, the oppressive humidity, the power of the darkness that had washed over him. Paddock felt himself loosening from his body, as if his being were separating from the flesh. That newly freed being now realized the pain he had suffered and continued to suffer only served to remind him that growth comes not from avoidance of the pain, but from the recognition of it and the experience of moving past the torture to the joy and relief beyond. The songs and chants all about him rang within his ears, but dulled now by the voice of his own soul speaking to him. The blankets were brought over the willow framework a last time, and with it some muting of the sounds outside. Now the water hissed again on the hot stones as he began involuntarily to count the times the drops splashed across the rocks. Surely if there were 10 dippers last time, there would be only 20 this time, Paddock reasoned, sucking at the sweet aroma in his hands. But on past the count of 20 the water was poured over the stones. Soon Paddock lost count as his head swam, as the steaming heat became unbearable. He considered reaching behind him around the wet buffalo robe and drenched elk hide to raise the edge of the blankets for some fresh air. He thought his stomach would heave, and he wondered where he should throw up. But Josiah choked down the feeling. A numbness overtook him then, and the lightness in his head began to descend, working its way down his shoulders into his torso, where the pain released its fiery grip from his wounds. Down and down, the light feeling washed over him, past his hips, which seemed stiff no more, into his legs and feet, which eventually loosened their resistance to movement. For the first time since that freezing morning on that snowy hillside many weeks ago, Josiah felt as if he were going to pull through. And the darkness was an enemy no longer. He accepted its place into his soul, for he realized that only in the darkness, where everything else was shut off from him, could he search deeply enough into himself to reach for and grasp onto that private power that would heal him. The healing would come from no other place, he realized, only from within. That was the message of the darkness. It drove everything else away and forced a man to look within once more to his own wellspring. His dripping head bowed once more over his palms as he sucked at the soaked, crumbled leaves. He heard the other older men muttering to themselves. In prayer, he thought. Yes, I am thankful that I am here. For this I can give thanks. You have shown me. Yes, you have led me to the dark tunnel to show me that I am truly the only one to lead myself out. Me. I will be strong once more. The selfishness poured from him with every drop of perspiration that rushed out of his pores. A shaft of light burst quickly into the blackness as a blanket was removed from the structure's roof opposite Josiah. It was planned that the first light to break into the dark sweat lodge's spell would fall on the young white man. No more than the one small shaft of radiance. Then Arapuesh reached for Paddock's breechclout. The young trapper looked down, as if in a daze, as the old chief lifted the front flap and worked his fingers at the buckle. The belt was pulled away, and then the breechclout slowly pulled from beneath Paddock. Dampness, water was everywhere. The elk robe he sat upon seemed drenched, but he was not uncomfortable. Another blanket was pulled back now, and more light streamed into the lodge. Outside, the singing and instruments had stopped. Only the breathing of the old men around him. Only their rhythms and that of the earth songs greeted his ears now. The old chief had something in his hands, which he showed to Josiah, motioning to the young man to recline even more against the bulky buffalo robe backrest. Paddock slid down until he was almost fully stretched out. Rottenbelly took the pulverized wild carrot root that had been soaking in water away from the young trapper's face and began to wash the white man's body. The Indian lifted an arm to scrub the flesh with the softened root, then laid the arm gently on the robe once more. Over all his flesh the root was rubbed, stimulating, tingling the skin. With help, Rottenbelly rolled Josiah over. As the chief rubbed the root over his back, Paddock realized the relaxation his soul felt. His body responded only to what others did for him now, in preparation for what his soul would be called upon to do. These sparrowhawks had shown him how to heal himself, and he would go on from here. More blankets and robes were removed now until the frame was bare. The steam had vanished, and only the cold, midwinter air ran its fingers over his skin. He was naked before these people, but it did not matter. He was part of them, as much a part of these people as he could ever be. There was no embarrassment as the two young warriors stepped within the willow framework to lift him slowly from his elk-hide bed. Paddock was surprised to see that no one stared at his genitals. As he looked about him at the hundreds of spectators, they all seemed to be looking only at his eyes, and those eyes smiled back at him. The other men in the sweat lodge rose slowly, and there were others who brought them large kettles of snow. The older warriors stepped off of their robes and knelt to stuff their hands into the kettles of snow. Handfuls of the white powder were brought out of the kettles and used to scrub at their bodies. The men began to move more quickly now as they scrubbed and rubbed at their skin with the freezing snow. Then Paddock was helped outside the network of willow limbs. Two older women began to scrub him down with snow as he stood between the two warriors, supported on their shoulders. All over his body he felt the rush of sensation to his flesh, the tingling of cold, the numbing realization of newness scrubbed over his flesh, almost as if that flesh had never felt anything before. As if being born. The cold was there, to be sure, he thought, but it was not cold. As soon as the others had completed their snow baths, they were brought their capotes. Finally, Josiah felt the sleeves of his coat slipped over his arms and a sash tied to close the front of the woolen garment. The two braves began to kneel with Josiah between them. Paddock felt them both drop away beneath his shoulders as he remained standing. He looked down as the two young men turned to gaze up at him. They started to support him, but stopped and backed away. Then he realized he was standing on his own. one of the Indians motioned for Paddock to lie down on the litter. Josiah looked down at the elk-hide stretcher for a long moment, then lifted his gaze to read into the young warrior's eyes. Josiah slid a foot forward and stood still. He transferred the weight to that leg and brought the second foot forward. Slowly at first, agonizingly, he began to walk. He stepped off the litter and onto the snow before he stopped in front of the two young braves. Then Arapuesh was beside him. "Hear me, O son," the chief shouted to the blue heavens above. "I want him to be an old man. All you above, let him live to be an old man. This is my prayer for him who is my son, Awuxtpe, Sunrunner." The old chief held out a decorated otterskin bag, each of the 4 legs bound with beads and quillwork, brain-tanned streamers, and red trade cloth. Red-bound eagle feathers hung from the lips of the otterskin. Josiah finally realized he was supposed to take it. It was his, a gift from the chief. "My son," Rottenbelly finally spoke, moving the otterskin medicine pouch closer to the young white man. Josiah was finally clear on it. He had been adopted by this old man. He was now a sparrowhawk like Scratch. They had brought him here to adopt him, to heal him, to mend his soul. Then Arapuesh spoke in Crow once again. "My people," he began, "this is my son. Our grandfather approves. He makes him to walk again." There was a loud chorus of shouts before the old chief continued. "Our father, the son, approves, for there is no trembling in my son's step." He held aloft Josiah's hand that gripped the otterskin bag. "He joins my society, my own, as one of my own. The Otter Society is richer for his presence." There were more cheers from the tight, crowding throng of celebrants as Rottenbelly turned slightly so that he could stand beside the young white man. "We go to our lodge now. No longer will I have another home. This one, my son, will stay with his father. He will go away like my brother Poteani, but will return again to his people. He will return, yes, for his heart is here in Absaraka. Here it will stay. In my lodge, at the heart of the Sparrowhawk people, my son and I will live out our days. This is good, grandfather." The cheers thundered in his ears. Paddock felt the old chief tug at his arm and began to step forward. It was new, this walking once more after so many weeks, but there was a release of so much pain. His chest no longer heavy, his muscles and tissue no longer painful, and his soul had found its own release. He felt lighter with each step toward the old lodge. His new father, to replace the one he had never known, was at his side now. No one helping him. What he had found was the strength within himself to move past the pain. Through the tunnel of darkness that these people had presented to him, Paddock had moved toward the light. The happiness that came with that realization flooded over him just as the cold had, the cold so long ago on that hillside so far away now. That hillside that had ripped so much from his being, but only to prepare him for this renewal. He was thankful for that ripping, tearing, shattering lead ball that had collided with his body so long ago. He was thankful for the darkness it had brought to his soul. He was thankful for the message of rebirth the Sparrowhawks had brought to him. And he was grateful once more for what Titus Bass had meant to his life. Hours ago, he was not sure just how many, he had begun his long, all-night ride. He was rolling his own hoop now, alone and in a fine fix. Bass had to put some more country between him and those who would be coming after him as soon as they discovered the two warriors had not returned to camp. When they went out looking for the two warriors and discovered the bodies, they'd be after him like bees after a bear that had raided the honey tree. So he climbed and dropped, ever moving upward toward the higher peaks that would lead him over and out of this part of the country. Blackfoot country. Bass finally stopped sometime while the fat sliver of a moon was high. He went back to one of the pack animals and scrounged until he found the pieces of rawhide. He knew their hooves had to be hurting. So he finally allowed himself the time to stop and do something for the ponies. "Man's got to take as good care of his animals as he does himself," he had once told his young partner. "You're right on that track, old coon," he told himself. Being afoot could spell the end for most men out here. Beneath the pale winter moonlight, he fashioned some rawhide boots for each of the animals. Crow always did it, he thought to himself. One hoof at a time was encircled in the section of rawhide, the corners of the square brought up, quickly trimmed with one of the Blackfoot knives he had taken, then tied off around the lower leg of the animal. The whole process did not actually take that long, although he felt the pressure of time upon him. Even so, Bass enjoyed the brief movement the labor required of him. It was a chance to move the cold muscles that had grown stiff from being too long in the saddle. Lumbering back and forth around his animals got the blood pumping again, warming him now as the winter night found itself more than halfway through its long journey. So he climbed back atop the pony and pulled the others into motion. They drifted out of the high meadow and into the edge of the trees once more, where the skimpy light still shone brightly against the white backdrop, broken only by the dark, soaring silhouettes of the forest trees. Yes, he was glad he had taken time for the animals, and himself back there. The old snow, with its daily warmed, nightly frozen crust, had been scraping at the pony's forelegs with each step. And with each step, he had felt the animal beneath him beginning to hesitate in lifting a hoof and putting it back down to make a new hole in the crust. But now, the pony was moving more quickly. He turned in the saddle and looked back at the animals trailing behind them. He had looped sections of the old rawhide rope from one pack to the neck of the animal behind it, then a section from that animal's pack to the pony behind it. It was working. He was gaining again, almost as quickly as he knew he had to, almost as quickly as he wanted to. Scratch looked behind him. The animals plodded obediently in their own bobbing rhythms. Behind them fell away the stands of pine that shone darkly, almost ominously, against the pale background of the old snow. He was moving. Soon, maybe 3, maybe so 4 days, he'd be out of this part of the country where he could once again drop to the rivers and the easier going. For now, he'd just have to tough it out and push on through. Hell, he'd been in tougher scrapes, he told himself. This ain't nothing to a child like me. He was cold, hungry too. A man could find it pretty damned easy to be feeling sorry for himself in such a fix. Could be without any fixings at all. What did he have to bawl about anyway? He had him all the fixings he needed right back there on those animals. Yep, he consoled himself. Things could be a lot worse. He could have been forced to cross over on foot, carrying a solitary robe and maybe a rifle or two. Maybe with the snowshoes, maybe not. He'd done that before, plenty times, when he was younger. And he'd made it then. What troubled him was the fear that he might not make it through such an ordeal now. Growing old. His mind flashed back to Josiah, the boy. Hell now, nigger. Paddock ain't a boy. He'd been growing into some fine man, yes, sir. and Bass was proud he'd had him a part in that growing process. Teaching, showing, helping, keeping him alive, yes. Then, damn it. The thought gripped him just as surely as the hot coal rose in his throat and forced tears of pain to cloud the corners of his eyes. Damn it. Why'd the boy have to go and take her from him? Why'd she have to go and fall for Josiah? He sniffled, fighting the flow of pain through his frame. For the lips of a strange woman drop as an honeycomb, and her mouth is smoother than oil. But her end is bitter as wormwood, sharp as a two-edged sword. God damn it, he burst out, and the words startled him. Damn it, Asa! He spoke more softly to the ghostly specter this time. Why can't you just leave me be with my misery, with this load I'm carrying? The scent of her came back to him on this late winter night, with no other smells to greet his nostrils. The remembrance rushed at him with every cold air breath. The warm, musky odor of her body as it had heated beneath his own each night they had slipped away for their private time together. His cold, numb fingers tingled as he recalled the slight moistening of her flesh as it had begun to warm beneath his caress. The smell of her readiness rose to his nostrils now. She had been the best he had ever had, and now the lonely trapper had to fight to keep her a memory that he would not allow to become something bitter from the past. He would fight to keep that bright part of her within him. Painful, yes, but he had lived with pain for so long. What was a little more to him? It only proved that he was still alive, proved that he had not been frozen here in the saddle during this long night winter ride. Yes, it helped Bass prove to himself that he was still alive enough to hurt. It must have been hours since he had begun thinking on them. Josiah and her, waits by the water. A long time had he been riding with the memories of them to force a warmth down into his center, to keep him warm with a flicker of life-giving pain at his core. The steady motion of the pony beneath him in its tired plodding had hypnotized him in a way, sending his thoughts into other regions. But now the animals had slowed on him, and he finally recognized that they were stumbling to a halt. Titus glanced back at the animals. They were all dragging their hooves through the deep snow. Then he looked down at his own pony's legs. There, beneath the hooves, the snow was balling up. The rawhide boots were causing the snow to bunch and roll and gather beneath each hoof, not allowing the hoof to glide over it as it would with fresh winter snow. This late winter stuff was softer, mushier, wetter beneath the hard crust. He had wanted to protect their forelegs from the icy crust, but once the animals broke through the crust with each step, the soft snow beneath each hoof bound itself around and under the rawhide boots. He pulled on the rein, then dropped to the ground. Time for him to move around, too. He laid his rifle against a young pine that poked its head up through the deep snow. Then he beat his arms around his chest to start his blood pumping and warm his limbs. He stomped his feet, breaking through the crust. But eventually the legs began to feel warmer from the pure motion given them, and the feet. They felt heavy, but they were warm within the cocoon of the 3 pairs of winter moccasins. The innermost was cut for a snug fit, the ones he always wore. Over that pair he had slipped another pair made by a Crow woman from a deer hide tanned with the hair on to turn the cold. Finally, Scratch's outside pair was made of the tough, waterproofed buffalo's hump hide to turn the wet. It was a little clumsy, but warm. It took him some time to get the work done on the ponies. He pulled his hands from his mittens into the shockingly cold air. He'd thought his hands were getting cold in the blanket mittens, but now they were blocks of ice. The suddenly protesting fingers had been warm in their woolen cocoons. But eventually, they responded to untie the thongs securing the rawhide boots. One at a time, he rewrapped the rawhide around the lower leg to form a sleeve to protect each leg against the flesh-gouging crust. Then, with the thong retied, he brought his aching fingers to his mouth to be sucked on and warmed, or put beneath his armpits for warmth within the thick coat, or stuck down in his crotch where she had made him warmest of all. He pushed that thought away as quickly as he would push away something physical. The memory was something very tangible to him. He could feel the heft to it. To keep thee from the evil woman, from the flattery of the tongue of a strange woman. Lust not after beauty in thine heart, neither let her take thee with her eyelids. Both of you? You and her? You won't let me be, he almost sobbed. Bass sniffled and rubbed his nose with a sleeve. He could taste her, smell her, hear her voice in his ear as the moan began low, began deep in her being. It was real, this haunting he carried with him. The specter of what had been with her, of what she had made of him. The ghost of what could have been. Soon enough he was finished and rose slowly on crackling knees that snapped out of their frozen, kneeling posture. He'd help the ponies. Only fitting. They were helping him move away. Bass gathered up the rifle and took up the long rein in his right mitten. He tugged and got the animals moving behind him. He stomped down with each step, forcing himself through the crust for them to follow. He pushed his body through the soft, mushy, clinging wet snow that rose to his waist again and again with each plodding, exhausting step. Each new step seemed to take so long. His foot would break through the crust, and the one leg would sink below him until his crotch finally banged to the surface of the icy crust. As he brought the trailing leg up from its captive hole, he would continue to sink more. Some of the icy crust forced its way past the long tail of his leather shirt, past the bottom of his woolen shirt, into the open gaps left between breechclout and leggings. He cursed the fact that the woolen long johns had become so rotten, so rank, that he had finally thrown them into a fire last spring. He damned himself that he had not replaced them. But the shock of the icy crystals against his scrotum kept him awake for his own private ordeal. It kept his body moving, and the cold blasting against his groin helped to push away some of the tempting heat that tingled and rose there when he thought of her. In the first graying light that told of the coming day, Bass ventured down off the ridges into the ravine, where he hoped the going would be easier. He would have to rest a while. The animals, too. Skirting the sides of these ridges on his way across the mountains, that had been the hardest path to choose. But then, he'd always done things that way, it seemed. Found the hardest goddamned way of doing anything. Moving through the mountains, killing a man, finding someone to love him. Always the hardest way possible. And now he was going to take it easier on himself. The new growing light gave the old snow a luster of day-old ash. Down across the gray, he pulled and coaxed the ponies. Down through the stands of trees into the ravine, where he would find the going easier, where he would find a place to rest for a few hours. The snow down here resisted his efforts to break through it less than the icy, frozen stuff up there. Down here in the shadows, where the low-riding winter sun could not reach, the surface of the snow could not be warmed each day and refrozen each night. The powder here broke more easily. He moved better now. The snow was still deep, but the crust no longer held the trailing leg prisoner, forcing him to sit and drag that leg forward for another muscle-wrenching step. He could plow through it, leaning forward to press his body's weight against the soft resistance. The ponies quickened their steps, they too sensing the newfound ease in this forced march of his down into the ravine. The slope eased as he broke out of the trees into the more open country in the bottom. He stopped for a moment and calculated the path he would take. The long, wide bottom would lead him west by northwest if he was correct. He checked the sky at his back. The darkness was fading there. He needed to stay here along the side of the ravine and not go all the way into the bottom where a stream might have cut a path. In the still air, he thought he could even hear the gurgling of the water of that hidden stream down there, bouncing and bubbling across its bed beneath the ice and snow that gave it some respite during the long winter months up this high. He moved off again, his ears filled only with the efforts of his own breathing, the faint gurgling of the nearby waters, and the whispered companionship of the early morning breezes stirring the snow-laden branches. Suddenly, the bottom slipped away from him. "He sendeth the springs into the valleys, which run among the hills." Bass shoved the rifle from the crook of his left arm, watching it slowly slide into the soft white. As he sank on through, he released the rein and flung both arms out to his sides to try to stop or slow his descent through the snow. His feet broke through a thin crust of ice. The blast of freezing cold roared at his legs as they slipped into the water. Down, down he went, his head sinking beneath the surface of the snow until the buffalo hide moccasins hit bottom and slipped. The rocks along the bottom of the stream tumbled against the soles of his moccasins. His legs flailed, trying to find a place where his feet could grab. His arms struggled frantically to regain his balance, but on his body went, sending him down, ever down into the water. The old trapper finally plopped to the bottom of the stream. The shock of the cold, frigid water numbed him for a few moments. He yanked his head back to look up toward the hole in the snow. The pale light struggling down into the ravine formed a darker, crude circle against the white walls imprisoning him. Slowly, against the muscle-numbing, life-robbing cold of the water, he brought first one leg, then the other beneath him, and began to rise shakily. He was in water deep enough that it had soaked him up to the armpits. At last he stood in the water that rose almost to his waist. Flailing wildly against the snow with his arms, Bass fought to climb out of the hole. It was agonizingly slow. His legs refused to answer his call to move. His arms had to do it all, and they rebelled too. Finally, the snow began to give way once more, and he started to crawl out, beating the powder down before him with his arms before using them to pull himself forward a few inches. Then he beat the snow some more and pulled himself a little farther. At last his feet were out of the water, and he lay on the bank in deep powder, the water sluicing out of his buckskins and freezing. He beat at the snow and inched himself forward and upward, slowly rising until his head finally broke over the surface of the deep powder. Bass lay panting. Now, with his muscles finally slowed, they began to shake. Slowly at first, his body began a low, rolling shudder that grew into uncontrollable shaking. He had to move again. God damn, but the soaked elk-hide coat was heavy. Comes running. The old woman. "Never want to get old like that," Josiah had commented, looking at the ancient Crow woman who had made the coat. "She's lived many, many winters. Promise me, son, you'll shoot me when I get where I'm needing help like that," Bass had almost begged his young partner. "Promise me, boy. Pains my heart to see such a thing. Be paining me to think of Titus Bass like that." Damned if he wasn't like that now. Feeling all the years, all the miles, all those cold winters etched upon his soul, etched so deeply they seemed to rob him of the last vestiges of strength he needed to pull through this. A tree burial. Doing it up proper. The way he'd done for Asa. Proper. It showed respect for the one who had died. Helped the dead one pass on the way to the other side land. Last thing the living can do for the dead, that is. A proper tree burying. No tree burying for him now. No one to bury him. No one to mourn his passing, save for the howls of the coyotes and wolves in the distance, as if singing his funeral song. He was a warrior, dying in a strange foreign place, and dying alone. The greatest loneliness came from the fact that he was dying not of his own choosing. A proud warrior chose his place. He had to move. Now, against his own body and the will it exerted, he had to move again. Now, against the weariness of his mind and the part of it that told him it was time to give in. And now, against all of his heart and will, all except that solitary part at his core, telling him there had to be more than this at the end, a meal for the wolves. No, he was not going to feed the wolves. No free meal on his old hide. He struggled to pull the helpless legs beneath him through the soft powder, crawling, stumbling, crawling again, until he could stand atop the snow once more. Half crouched, his arms swaying at his sides as if in total, useless exhaustion, Bass slowly turned and saw the animals. They had not moved. Their heads were hung low in fatigue, and they were oblivious to his temporary, premature burial. And they were on the other side of the creek now. Scratch was not about to recross the snow that hid the rushing, freezing water. And he had to get out of the low, whispering wind that circled him, played with him, each gust robbing his shuddering, convulsing body of more warmth. He had to find some warmth. The trembling, stuttering lips tried to whistle. They were dry. His whole mouth was dry from the gasping, sucking, yearning for life-breathing spent crawling out of the snow grave. The high, dry, moisture-robbing air gave his mouth no relief. He slowly looked down at his right arm and commanded it to move. But the useless log hanging from his shoulder refused. "Please," he began to beg of it. "I need some snow. My mouth. Dry. Can't whistle. Can't talk. Please, some snow. My mouth." At last, the fingers twitched within the mitten, then scraped against the snow. A small clump of the powder finally reached his lips where the arm quaked in front of his face. Most of the powder fell from the mitten, but his dry, swollen tongue managed to lick at some of the flakes. He let the leaden weight of his arm fall to his side again. He scraped at the surface again and again, each time bringing the shaking hand to his mouth to lick greedily at the wet flakes. The moisture gradually saturated the dry membranes inside his mouth. He tried to call out to the animals, but he achieved only a guttural rasp. He tried to whistle. At first, only a raw sound whispered through his lips. He licked at them with his snow-dampened tongue. Again he tried, and this time emitted a low whistle. No response from the animals. He tried louder this time, and his pony perked its ears and raised its head. Now he had its attention. Another whistle, and the animal reluctantly began to step forward. The rest of the animals resisted, but soon followed. Slowly, they tromped through the snow and down into the water, half submerging themselves in the creek and the snow that buried the water. Then they clambered up the snowbank toward him and ground to a halt near the breathless, shuddering man. His tired eyes half closed, Bass scanned the broken snow for some sign of it. There was none. Another rifle gone. And with it the strength and will to search for it in the deep powder hiding the creek. His best. Damn it! It had made him many a meal to fill an empty belly, and kept what hair he still had firmly locked to his skull. "Oh, make 'em come," she was. The best he'd ever had. The old trapper remembered how he had finally talked a shop owner out of the .54 caliber flintlock. It had not been the best Pennsylvanian he had put his hands on, but it had always done everything he asked it to do. It was a heavy derringer with a slightly Roman-nosed stock, heavy flintlock with a flat, goose-necked hammer, and a cast brass patchbox with the top finial in the shape of an eagle's head. The best he'd ever have. Such a loss, measured against all the other losses. An old friend. Like Hannah, the mule he had loved. Then his young partner and the woman Bass had finally allowed himself to love. So much lost. And now the old rifle that had become a part of him. But the cold numbed the desire to search for it. He gradually lifted his gaze to the top of the ridge. Soon the sun would climb high in the sky, but little light would reach him down here. He would have to rest the animals now. He would have to rest himself, try to stay alive, keep from dying, keep from freezing to death. Get out of the wind, he told himself harshly. The rumblings of real, genuine hunger began to paw at his belly. Been more than a day now, it has. And there was little of the pemmican left in his food pouch. No strength to hunt, even with one of the other rifles. And he could not start a fire. They'd be after him this new day. They'd be on his trail. But a little sleep, just to shut his eyes for a few minutes. Just to give them ponies a break, he convinced himself. Only for that, he believed. Slowly, Titus plowed toward the aspen up the slope. There he pulled each animal into a crude semicircle around the spot he had chosen. They were cemented where he placed them, unmoving in their fatigue. They would nibble twigs eventually. He could not take the chance of a fire. The smoke rising in this thin, dry air would give him away. No fire to warm his freezing, soaked, icy skin. He was just going to have to make it out of this country the hard way. Blackfeet. Niggers wanting his hair, any white man's hair. His hair now, the little he had. No smoke in the high, thin air. He wouldn't trade a fire for his hair just yet. Not yet, damn it. The core of him began to glow like an ember remaining in the midst of dead ashes. He would will himself to live. Bass's trembling fingers fought the straps until the two robes finally broke loose and dropped to the ground. A pony snorted twin jets of steam in the cold gray air. The trapper's soaked, ice-caked leathers and coat creaked and chafed at his raw, frozen skin. The hair around his mouth crackled as he tried to stutter and mumble some words of encouragement to the animals. Now, he dragged the two robes into the center of the tiny circle he had made with the ponies and the trees, those boughs completing the makeshift shelter against the wind. The ponies gave no response to his soothing, cooing, frozen ramblings. Their rumps brunted against the rustling breezes, their heads hung in exhaustion. They were too tired to paw for grass or nip at twigs and bark. The snow would soon make their muzzles too sore to root for something to chew on, their hooves too tender to paw at the frozen ground beneath the heavy white blanket. Bass spastically pulled open the two buffalo robes and spread the two wool blankets out over them. Onto his makeshift bed he crawled, slowly bringing the blankets and robes around himself to form a cocoon-like tube of wet warmth against the cold, against the wind, against the world out there that had taken so much from him. Here was his refuge. If he was to fight the death that dogged him now, he would need his strength, Scratch told himself. Just to sleep for a while, need it to fight back, to fight over the mountains, put it behind, go on. Probably look as miserable as a old hog stropping himself up on a fence post, he muttered, gently trying to console himself. He burrowed his head beneath the robes and blankets. The air around his face was beginning to warm now as his breathing gradually slowed and became more steady. Some sleep. The shuddering was not so violent any longer. His hands were warming within the icy mittens. His feet were miserable in the soaked, heavy buffalo hide moccasins, all 3 pairs of moccasins soaked. Sleep. Time had slipped on by him, stealing away each night as he slept. Another day stolen from him, time he had wasted. And during the day, while he knelt hunched and bent over the traps and the streams, it had crept up behind him to steal away from his grasp, slip through his fingers. The years might as well have been water one picked up in a bucket with the bottom rusted out. Right through the hands. Time gone now, and never to hold again. And he realized his eyes were closed at last. Some strength to fight back. Some sleep to fight back. As consciousness let go of him, Bass realized he was mumbling to himself. But it didn't matter anymore. He had stopped shuddering. 9. The heavy iron gate clanked shut behind him as he sat atop his horse, measuring the weight of the night about him as one would heft something new and unaccustomed. When his second son had latched the gate and rode up beside him, the old man once again felt the strength in numbers. Rarely had he ventured at night beyond his walls into the city. His was a strange mixture of pride in family heritage, along with the gentle, musty arrogance of having a lineage in this city that dated back for generations. Yet this aloofness also caused him an unsettled fear of venturing into the growing, evolving city after the sun had disappeared. These homes of the moneyed French were a combination of fortress and stately mansion. Most homes in St. Louis were small cabins that had been built during and after the colonial period, but the rich fur traders built their homes behind 10-foot walls, some of them 2 feet wide, with small portholes placed about every 10 to 12 feet around the stone palisade. These walls most usually encompassed an entire city block, surrounding the main house, servants' quarters, a gazebo, barn, and other smaller buildings. Most of the houses were either square or nearly so, with the plastered 2-foot-thick log walls some 15 feet high. This particular home was only 1 story, but had a complement of both an attic and a basement. Atop the structure was the typically steep French hip roof, a radical 52-degree pitch at the front and back, an almost vertical 72-degree pitch at the ends. The roof, which was formerly thatched, now lay under thick wooden shingles. Casement windows ran around the walls, each hung on swinging hinges. On 3 sides of the house stood a portico or gallery rising some 5 feet off the ground and some 14 feet wide, supported by thick, whitewashed pillars on all 3 sides. On the back of the house, this porch had been walled in so that the home now boasted 2 more rooms. The old man nodded to the 3 other men with him, all younger than he, and together they rode across, then down 4th Street toward Walnut and the Auguste Choteau home. The old man, his 2 sons, and a nephew, all leaving the familiar ground of their established part of the city. Past courtyards hidden securely behind the high whitewashed walls and immense iron gates, they rode slowly, almost deliberately. Turning left on Walnut, the party moved past La Rue de Grange, now becoming known as 3rd Street, then turned left again on La Rue de l'Église, 2nd Street to most, Church Street to others. The riders stopped in front of the Green Tree Tavern, which lay in the shadow of the immense Catholic cathedral. The nephew dismounted and went inside, returned, shaking his head. The group turned back down toward Elm. Retracing some of their steps down 2nd Street, they turned on Elm to ride into the oldest and most run-down part of the old city beside the muddy waters. Across First Street, they pulled up their horses and dismounted in the muddy yard in front of the low-slung hovel. The three younger men gathered about the patriarch and decided that the eldest son would stay outside with the animals. That son unbuttoned his silk vest so that the two pistols stuck into the high waistband of his breeches would be accessible to him. No chances were to be taken in this part of town. The reputation of this watering hole was not lost on the like of the moneyed French in St. Louis. The graying old man placed a hand on his eldest son's shoulder for a moment, then turned toward the door of the Rocky Mountain house. A wobbling drunk just leaving stumbled into the doorway, but hurriedly careened out of the way, surprised at the presence of the well-dressed, distinguished guest flanked by the two young men. Just past the open doorway, the trio stopped, allowing their eyes to become accustomed to the dim, smoky light. Their nostrils were assailed with the combined odors of stale smoke, fresh urine, and the dankness of unattended vomit in the room. The patriarch removed a silk kerchief from his sleeve and placed it over his nose until he had adjusted to the foul stenches present in the saloon. Soon their ears grew used to the cacophony that battered them. The nephew, oldest of the man's companions, touched the patriarch's sleeve, then pointed to a corner table crowded between large, high-backed chairs to form a type of secluded booth. The nephew nodded toward the booth and led the way through the long, rough-hewn tables and benches, past the muttering, wondering toughs who turned to stare at the three who moved by them with such disdain. "Get them Frenchies, will ya?" one customer snarled as he nodded at the newcomers whose dress made them conspicuous. One of the two men at the corner table turned his head at the approach of the Frenchman and tapped his mug against the arm of the man across the table from him. They slid themselves along the wide benches toward the wall to allow the three visitors a place to sit. "Now, ain't this cozy?" one of the drinkers commented as the guests sat down. "Uncle," the nephew began his introduction, "this is Monsieur Redman." He nodded toward the man who had spoken. "And this is Monsieur Newts." "That's Newt," the second man responded quietly with a low, whiskey-sodden voice. "Monsieur Newt," the nephew corrected himself, somewhat nervously. "Gentlemen?" He paused at the use of the word, then gestured toward the old man. "My uncle, Monsieur Joseph Gabriel René Leclerc." "Now that be a mouthful of parlez-vous," Redmond spouted as he rose slightly from his bench to bow and present a dirty hand, black grime crusted into the wrinkles like scrimshawed ivory. The old man stared at the hand, then looked up into the American's eyes. He shook Redmond's hand briefly, then presented his hand across the table to the quieter of the two. "Monsieur..." "Newt," the man responded. "That's Hickerson Newt, sir." There was a touch of genuine politeness in the sound of the second man's voice now as he extended another grimy hand toward the gloved Frenchman. Leclerc shook the proffered hand briefly, then returned his eyes to Redmond as he removed his right glove. "My nephew says he told you I would be coming this night." "That he did," nodded Redmond. "We were not sure to find you at La Green Tree, or ici, here." Leclerc's eyes flickered as his gaze swept the room quickly. Redmond held up his earthen mug. "Whiskey's better here. Not so much water in it." He swilled a long drink. When the mug hit the table once more, Redmond continued. "Don't think us two to not be thanking you neither, Monsieur Leclerc." He nodded toward the nephew. "He give us your silver this afternoon, saying you'd be wanting to see us this evening." Raising his mug once more and emptying it before signaling the barman for a refill, he continued. and don't think we don't appreciate this chance to be drinking on another man's money." "There is more l'argent, silver, that can be yours, bien entendu, of course," Leclerc began. "And I don't doubt that at all," interrupted Redmond once more. "Much more silver," Leclerc continued. "My nephew has said the two of you were for hire." He looked up at the barman, who clunked down another full mug before the American picked up the empty vessel and then looked down at the older Frenchman. "You having anything?" the barman inquired. "No," Leclerc answered as the barman began to move off. "Mais, but these two will have another, aussi. On me, as it is said." He reached into a pocket of his vest and removed a velvet coin purse, retrieving a coin from it to place into the open palm the barman stuck out at him. "Why, thank you, sir," Redmond responded with real appreciation. Newt raised his mug briefly in salute toward the French gentleman. "You are for hire?" Leclerc pressed once again. "Your nephew, he tell you we done some work for him couple of times, eh?" Obadiah Redmond asked. "Oui." "He tell you we do good work?" He glanced at his partner, then back to Leclerc. "Oui." "Then he told you we don't work cheap, neither." Redmond brought the mug to his lips. After another long drink that drained the first mug, he wiped his sleeve across the stubble on his chin. "We get us $100 in silver for doing such good work, 'cause we don't get caught, neither." He took up the full mug. "So, what's this job you wantin' me and my friend here to do for you?" Leclerc cleared his throat slightly and glanced quickly about the room. "You have been west, à l'Île Sauvage?" "Never," Redmond garbled. "You might think of a forthcoming trip, then," Leclerc prodded. "Wouldn't be for our health," Redmond answered. "We can drink to that." He roared with a bass-low laugh. "Ah, Dieu ne plaise, God forbid. It is not for your health, this journey west," Leclerc continued. "Rather, for another man's health will you travel far away, du pays sauvage." Redmond finally took his eyes off the old Frenchman and looked over at his partner. Newt merely raised his bushy eyebrows once and looked down into his mug to stare at nothing at all. "A trip such as that gonna cost you," Obadiah finally responded. When he saw that Leclerc sat quietly, he continued. "We can make us some good money here on the river, Mr. Leclerc." It was the first time he had tried out the Frenchman's name. He drank again before speaking. "Getting us such good money here on the river, $100 for our good work. You'd have to make it pretty interesting for the likes of us two to be leaving the ladies and good whiskey for what you got planned out there," he stated flatly. "Ladies and whiskey," Newt echoed as he cracked his mug against Redmond's. "Whiskey and ladies," Obadiah answered, and drank. He drew his sleeve across his chin to catch the dribble. "Depending on the trip, it could take us a long time to do our job, you see." "Je comprends. I understand." "Where is it you be thinking of us taking our trip?" Redmond inquired. "À la montagne," Leclerc thought for a moment. "The mountains." Redmond whistled low as he glanced over at Hickerson Newt, who finally raised his head once more to stare at the old Frenchman. "That be a piece of traveling, old friend. Not like going up toward one of them posts along the river, up to Bellevue and north." "Yes," Leclerc answered with impatience. "All the way to the mountains, eh?" Redmond eyed the Frenchman. "What you thinking a job like that be worth, Hickerson?" Newt responded only by raising his eyebrows and screwing up his chin as if in contemplation. "Just as I thought, my friend," Redmond continued. Good job like that, taking us a little journey. That ought at least cost you some, he meditated briefly, some $500, plus supplies, he added quickly. Newt nodded his agreement. 500, you say? Leclerc asked dubiously, toying with the men. Plus supplies, Redmond reiterated. Might have to take us some friends along, too. He glanced at Newt for approval. Going to them mountains, a lot of folks feel better when there's company round 'em. I wants to make it back, you see. Je comprends. I understand, monsieur. We just might have to find us some friends to come along with us, Redmond mused. Monsieur, Leclerc finally responded, that will not be necessary. Now, how's that? Redmond asked testily. You will have plenty of ensemble, friend, with you, monsieur? Yeah? Redmond tilted his head. How you mean? Some of your fellas coming along with us? That will not be necessary, c'est vrai, Leclerc answered. You will be traveling to the mountains with many friends. In 2 days, the sublet Campbell shop will open its doors to hire the men it needs to travel west toward the mountains. They need many strong men such as you to handle the animals that will carry the supplies to le rendezvous. N'est-ce pas? He asked. This is so? I see you're thinking. Redmond smiled a somewhat greasy grin and swallowed some more whiskey. The man we hunt left 2 years ago with a group traveling to the mountains to trap le castor. Beaver, we have discovered, Leclerc continued. It was first thought that he had abandoned the party and returned to the city, at least along the river below us, hiding out to remain free of punishment for his crime. Yeah? Redmond wanted the old Frenchman to continue. Oui, Leclerc went on. But he did not return as we supposed. C'est vrai, that much is true. He cannot be found along the river. All the way down to New Orleans we have searched for some hint of this one we have, messieurs. Why ain't you taking them as you hired to look for him along the river? The ones who look, Leclerc answered. That is what they do. Only look. They are not ones who do such good work as the two of you. Comprendes? You understand? I'm trying, Obadiah said. Them fellas find what you be after, and then you send some others, like us here, to get the job done. That it, eh? Leclerc nodded. Oui. I believe you have it, monsieur. Redmond again glanced at his partner. Going out with one of them supply brigades, huh? He chewed on the idea. Not bad. Not bad at all, monsieur, he commented after a moment. We do our job in front of a lot of folks. That be a mite dangerous, though. Them are all rough fellas round them rendezvous parties. With much drinking, Leclerc countered, and fighting. And killing, too? Redmond raised a questioning eyebrow. La mort aussi, sans doute. And killing, too, the Frenchman answered. Oui, the killing, too. Redmond sat back against the stone wall and stared at the old man for long moments before he spoke again. He finally glanced over at his partner. Hickerson Newt's eyes shone brightly beneath the thick eyebrows. His silence had become comfortable to the talkative Redmond, and the canny look in Hickerson's eyes had answered Obadiah's question better than any spoken words. He looked once again to Leclerc. Seems we best be asking for more, he said. What with this long trip we have staring us in the face and having to do our work round a bunch of wild, mean rowdies? He chewed on the cost. Seems we best get us some $750 apiece. Hickerson nodded. And supplies, too? The young nephew suddenly injected, not quite believing the price. And supplies, too. Monsieur Redman and Monsieur Newt. Monsieur Newt, Leclerc nodded to the quiet partner. In 2 days, when you have signed on with the brigade, you will be taken to my family's counting house, and there allowed to deposit the money, pistols, guineas, dollars, whatever, in silver if you desire. My son here, he motioned to the young man at his left, will go with you to the counting house. Arrangements will be made so that only 100 of your dollars can be taken out of the deposit before you leave. You can freely spend that money on your last days, the last days of les mademoiselles, les ladies, et le whiskey before you go on this journey. And the rest be waiting for us when we get back? Redmond inquired. Oui. In that bank? Hickerson wanted to know. Oui, Leclerc nodded. He pulled the last remaining glove over his right hand and stood, allowing his nephew and son to slide off the benches behind him. We got us a deal then. Redmond looked up at the gray-headed man. Oui, c'est entendu. You gonna tell us who we going after? Redmond asked. How we gonna know him? My son will give you all the help you need as the time draws near to your journey, Leclerc responded. You will know him when you see him. Just like an old friend, right? Redmond grinned at Newt. Yeah, Hickerson answered. We'll know him just like he was an old friend, monsieur. I like the idea of traveling west, I do, Redmond said. Like me the idea, too, of working for fellas what pays for good work being done for 'em. I pay, Leclerc stated. I pay very well for a good job done for me. You rich enough to pay for the best? Peut-être, perhaps. I will trust that you are the best at what you do. We're the best, us two, Redmond felt challenged. You want us to bring you back something to prove we got this fella? He looked over at Newt quickly while he licked his lips. We could bring his hand, maybe. That will not be necessary, Leclerc answered. However, messieurs, the man might have a pistol with him. He saw how interested Redmond got at the mention of the firearm. This pistol, it is the brother to this one. He pulled aside his riding coat, reached beneath his vest. From the waistband of his riding breeches, Leclerc pulled the dueling pistol. Even in the dim, reflected light of the oil lamps, the beauty of the Damascus steel barrel was astonishing. Redmond looked closely at the pistol. It will be like this one, exactement. You will bring me its brother. Then I will know you have the man I want. You'll have him. Redmond leaned back against the wall and picked up his mug. And the pistol too, monsieur. He drank briefly. 2 days, Leclerc responded. 2 days until you meet my son at the counting house with your papers. Papers? To show you have signed on for the journey west with this Campbell, Leclerc answered. Bonsoir, messieurs. He turned quickly and left the table for the door, followed by the 2 young men. Have us a trip, Hickerson, Redmond commented after the Frenchman had left the Rocky Mountain house. And have us some money, too. He reached into his coat pocket to retrieve the skin pouch of coins. He jangled it in front of Newt's face. Some money, a little trip, and more money, Hickerson agreed, almost whispering across the table. Maybe we just steal us the pistol, huh? Redmond's face froze. No, he whispered harshly. We gonna get that fella. Why can't we? I want that fella, Hick, Obadiah broke in. Stealing the pistol back just won't do for me. The old Frenchie gonna get him his money's worth from this boy. He leaned back against the wall once more, and his face relaxed. Yeah, ain't gonna have to work for some time then, my friend. We come back and be rich, Obadiah. We come back and be rich, Hick, Redmond grinned. Across the foggy reaches of the dream, his hands slipped into the warm tissues beneath the buffalo ribs. The cold in his fingers was suddenly gone, and the hands re-emerged with the slippery heart cradled in both palms so that it would not skitter from his grasp. He turned it up to his mouth, carefully juggling the slimy organ until he had it positioned so he would be able to drink from the aorta. And he remembered Josiah's first drink of buffalo blood, from the bull's heart. "Go ahead, son. Take a horn. That's medicine water, buffler blood is." The young trapper approached and took the heart to drink, squeezing the organ with a pumping action to drain it of the thick, warm syrup. Then, without warning, blood gushed from Paddock's stomach and splattered to the ground. In one quick lurch, he had vomited all the fluid he had taken from the heart. But the fluid had done its job. It had relieved a thirst. So his body could rid itself of the thick syrup. With his huge knife, Bass slowly cut a long slice in the bull's stomach, which measured almost 3 feet in diameter. He finished swishing the stomach's juices around and brought cupped hands to his lips. Slowly, he poured the liquid into his mouth, some of the fluid dripping onto his chin whiskers and down his chest. Now he was ready for the hump ribs roasting over the fire. The fat popped and sizzled, dripping into the flames, causing the coals to flare. Fat, juicy hump ribs, enough to feed a whole brigade, broiling over the cheery fire. He lapped the juices from his fingers as the meaty broth dripped from the roasting animal flesh. He licked them clean, greedily, in anticipation of the blackened meat being done to a fine pink inside. Bass licked his dry, parched lips and awoke with a start. He bolted upright. The wound at his hip was tight and cold. Worse yet was the missing flesh across his shoulder. It burned with a cold pain, bringing him to consciousness all too quickly. Yes, he was awake. Damn it. And from such a beautiful dream. Damn. I laid me down and slept. I awakened, for the Lord sustained me. "Aw, shit, Asa," he mumbled sleepily. "Ain't enough I see my dream ain't real, that meat ain't for me to eat. I gotta have you whispering in my ear all the time, too." He blinked his eyes again in the fading light of mid-afternoon. The light would be gone soon, especially down here, away from the tops of the ridges. Scratch shook his head and pulled the clammy blankets and robes more tightly under his armpits. He looked up at the ponies. Their hanging, sorrowful heads barely moved in the depths of their cold slumber. They sagged under their packs and had not nibbled the aspen. Should he move on? He looked again at the sky to the west up the valley where he had been heading. Wasn't too late to be thinking of moving on now. Maybe so. Any of them Blackfoot niggers coming after me by now, they ain't gonna be moving far from a fire tonight. He gently touched the wound at the top of his shoulder. Not much of one. Just some flesh gone, a little blood. Not too bad. Hadn't bothered him much while the adrenaline had been pumping. He wasn't about to let it get to him now. Damn, if his belly didn't pinch. "A mite hungry you are," he mused. "Just a mite starved for fleece, old coon." Even if he could hunt way up here at this time of year, what would he find anyway? He hadn't seen signs since first light. After all, the bears had long ago taken to their dens for their peaceful winter's sleep. That's what he could use more of. Sleep. But his stomach demanded more of him. Goddamned belly. Keep a man awake. Elk and deer long ago escaped this high country where he was now caught, the animals gone to range for forage far below. Maybe he was a fool after all. Come so high just to freeze or starve? Maybe both. Shit, he shook his head in disgust with himself. Even the small rodents and game had the sense to stay in their snug, warm burrows. Scratch's stomach flopped at the thought of having to eat squirrel or chipmunk, maybe marmot this high. Nah, he'd fared better in the past, going hungry for just as long, without stooping to eat the big rats that dug holes in the ground up above tree line. Besides, he sighed, if he had some game to eat, he could not build a fire. Did not dare build a fire now that he had slept most of the day out. He would have to skin the animal and eat the bloody meat raw. Maybe not even chewing, just sucking at the warm, thick juices and blood. Ain't? He was startled to realize he had actually spoken. The voice seemed so far away from himself. Ain't gonna trade my har for some victuals just yet, I ain't, he completed the thought. I'd only cure me of a empty paunch, then never live to eat another meal again. No, sir. Not me, I won't. I ain't that stupid. He grinned weakly, recalling the time he had called Josiah Paddock stupid. Wished I was young and stupid like you be, Josiah Paddock. If stupids was beaver dollars, why I'd be back to St. Louis wearing fine silks and smoking big cigars, talking nasty to them red-dressed ladies right alongside old Ashley, Lisa, and Billy Sublet himself. But he wasn't stupid. The boy wasn't stupid. Titus struggled to rise, fighting his way out of the confining, warm cocoon of blankets and buffalo robes. His brain-tanned leather clothing had dried somewhat from his body's own heat. Now, what residue of dampness remained in the skins began to chill in the air of the waning afternoon. He stomped his leaden feet a few times and slapped his arms at his sides. He would sleep some more, and his body fell to the robes before he realized it. Once before, in a walk on foot over the mountains, he had had to place a chunk of deadfall below himself on a slope to keep from rolling on down the hillside in his slumber. He had curled against the deadfall that night, sleeping against it as if he was snugged up to the warmth of a bang-tailed whore back to St. Lou. Well, at least the warmth of knowing he was rolling no further. Bass pulled the blankets and robes back over himself and closed his eyes. No more dreams of meat. Not now. Maybe think of them ladies in fine, skimpy underclothes back there in St. Louis. He'd be cuddled up with one now on some nearly clean sheets, feeling their soft, milky breasts fill his roughened hands. The air would be damp with the early spring rain, the fresh breezes tossing the curtains at the window. He thought he could smell the rain and the love-musty sheets. Man can always get such as them whore-forkers to stick his poker in, plumb center, he had told Josiah an age or so ago. Any nigger can blow his whistle in any cash hole what comes along. Ain't no special about that. What a change it be, layin' with a gal what loves you and you feel like the whole damned Rockies is turnin' round on you in layin' with her. Man comes on such a feelin' maybe onct in his life, if'n he's a lucky child. You been there, Scratch? Onct, son. She were the kind that put the twinkle back in a old nigger's step, bring the dumb back to palaverin' and nabobbin' again. Now that ain't to say there ain't been some as have turned my meat to stone and my innards to grits for a spell. Yes, sirree. But that gal was one to make your innards shine. But a man can play at bein' happy. But way inside, he's gettin' ed up with the lonelies. Down inside, where he don't let no other man look, he's bein' chewed away. Scratch, are you bein' ed up inside? The memories of the heart could be a cruel trick one plays on oneself, and he had allowed himself to do it. Another had grown so close to his heart that she had hurt him there. She was dark, and the smell of her skin was musky with the sweetness of the wilderness. Yes, he could almost smell the aroma of her body. But all that assaulted his nostrils was the dank odor of wet buffalo fur. Bass closed his eyes all the tighter, squeezing them shut to push the vision away. When he next awoke in the late afternoon, Scratch found himself quietly sobbing. He let it come, this crying for his hunger, his pain, his fatigue and cold, the whole hopeless condition he found himself in. He sat up, and the sobbing ceased. No dream here, only the nightmare of reality he had to face. The tears had frozen under his lower lids and the tops of his cheeks. He swiped a coarse woolen mitten at the frozen film and snorted to clear his nose. "You can't sit here bawlin' like some scared painter, Kit," he consoled himself. "Some calf without its mama now? You'd just better be getting on with the livin', before your bones can't move again." He rose to his feet shakily and stomped out onto the snow. He sped up his movements, flushing his body with the heat of circulation and muscle activity. A couple of the animals were awake with him, their glazed eyes following his labors as he rolled up the blankets and robes once more. These he strapped back in their places aboard one of the tired ponies. Inside those blankets and robes, his leathers had thawed some more, but now they were freezing again in the frigid air, no longer protected from the dropping temperature by the heavy hides and wool. Bass looked to the east, where the light had disappeared. It was surely dark east of the divide now, but he was, after all, west of the Big Spine. Then he looked to the west, where he would head this night. The sunset lit the sky with a brilliant winter incandescence. But it was difficult to admire the beauty of the scene before him when he already felt halfway into the grave of his own making. When he finished strapping the robes aboard the pony, Bass stepped back a few paces to look the animals over. He saw the rifles and was reminded of the loss of his favorite. It was down the slope somewhere, near the hidden creek. Scratch pushed through the huddled animals and slid and stumbled down the snowy incline. He found the place where he had crawled out of his white grave and began to search the deep powder with his feet. Around and around in an ever-widening circle he marched, this time his ears attuned to the gurgling of the hidden waters. Now he stopped and tried to remember what hand the weapon had been in when he fell through the soft snow. His left. It would have to be over here, then. Again, he searched for long minutes until the light was nearly gone from the sky. When the snow was finally gray with early night, Bass stood there and sighed deeply. The sigh grew into a soft, racking sob at his loss. He finally brought it under control and pushed back up the hill. Once in the saddle again, Bass kicked gently at the pony's sides to move the animals along the side of the slope. He rode in the direction of the disappearing sun, watching the light band above the hills before him turn gray, then an inky black blending into the pitch of the rest of the sky. It was not long before the cold became so intense once more that he actually began to fear he would freeze in the saddle. Either his body would lapse into a frozen, stone-like state until he did in fact freeze to death, or the wet buckskins would freeze him to the leather on the saddle. He reined his pony to a halt, and the other animals behind them plodded slowly to a stop. Bass dismounted, thinking it better to walk for a while now, to keep his circulation going until he would find another place to sleep again. Sometime near the middle of the night. Sometime after the large sliver of moon had passed mid-sky. In the saddle he might drop off to sleep and never awaken again. The movement kept his body warmer, kept it more alive. It also kept him from dreaming. This night was darker than the last he had ridden through, but the white of the snow helped him a little. Best to get on west, out of this piece of country, on over these mountains as quickly as possible now. The forge was struck, no doubt about that, and he had to live with it. So dark now. The sky like a dark blanket with millions of tiny flecks of frost thrown across it. There. His eyes caught the trail of the shooting star. What did Asa used to call a shooting star? Comet. McCafferty had often told of the year he turned 17, the year of the earthquake where Asa's family lived back east. His mother thinking such was a sign that their son was to be a preacher. We had the big comet star come over, a big burnin' star flyin' across the heavens. To this here child, that was sure sign, the Whitehead had always told the story. Sure sign. Best ye'd ever want to read. Put up there by the Lord tellin' me he wanted me for his callin'. I set me stick right then and there on preachin'. Memories, too. They were dark, along with the night. In the murky gloominess, he began to stumble. His legs were not working well for him. He tripped over rocks in deadfall, picking himself up time and again, tugging at the animals behind him. They followed, dutifully. So dark he could not really see where he was going, just looking up from time to time to read the stars overhead to keep some sort of bearing as the land rose and fell before him. He and the ponies slid and careened over rocks they could not see until it was too late. Again and again he rose to dust himself off, knocking the snow out of the wet gauntlets, the mittens that hardly kept his hands warm. Repeatedly they blundered into stands of trees where he and the animals were lashed by branches. He cursed at himself, at the ponies, at the night, backing away from the tree limbs that slashed across his face and shoulders. It seemed he was wandering in circles, having to double back a ways before he could head west by northwest once more. His freezing, leaden feet failed him time and again, too. They stumbled easily, unable to feel their way across the uneven, unseen, sometimes frozen, sometimes snowy soft ground. When the ground began to even out after several hours of knee-busting, snow-floundering travel, Titus finally gave in to the exhaustion and climbed aboard his pony. He had decided to ride for a while until the signs of freezing crept back into his bones. As he settled himself in the saddle, he decided this time to take no chances. He would rope himself to the pony. He lashed one end of his buffalo hair rope to the horn of the Santa Fe saddle and wove the rest over his thighs and around the cantle, tying the other end around his waist with a slip knot he could release in an emergency. He gently nudged the animals into action, and they began to plod down the side of the slope. The motion of the pony, its slow, almost hypnotic gait, along with the dark velvet curtain overhead, made it easy for an exhausted man to fall asleep atop his horse. He resisted the pull at his eyelids and the push on his mind to slip into a semi-conscious state by attempting to concentrate on the bitter cold that attacked the flesh of his face. He pulled the fur cap down tighter on his head until his eyes were almost covered. He tugged at the collar of the heavy elk-hide coat so that he could hide his face behind it once more. Just before he awoke, Bass had the sensation of falling, never being able to stop himself in that descent. Then he plopped to the snow-covered ground with a thud. He was awake and lying in the snow on his right side. His hip hurt again, too. He realized he had fallen. And worse, the rope was taut and the pony was dragging him through the snow. It took him a few moments to sort it out, what to do, how to stop his being dragged across the snow over the rocks and deadfall. Titus finally yanked hard on the buffalo hair rope. He had to yank harder again as the pony continued to drag him. Then the animal stopped. He sighed and let his head drop to the snow. The coolness felt good on his cheek. He remembered how good it had felt when the white hare's claw had cut his face from the corner of the left eye into the whiskers at the top of his cheek. How good it had felt to feel the sting of cold pain as the snow was pushed into the river of raw flesh at the side of his face. He had come out alive, and now the same relief washed over him with the cleansing cold. It was good to feel the cold. He knew he had not frozen to death. Bass remounted and moved the ponies out. Close to first light, he would make a temporary camp again and get some real sleep. But it was good that he was still alive to make these plans. He could draw himself out of the wind, wrap up in the robes, and close his eyes for real. But for now, Scratch realized what it meant to be among the living, and he was thankful. He fell off 5 more times during that all-night ride, sometimes losing his balance, on others being lashed and whipped out of the saddle by tree limbs as the ponies stumbled in the dark through stands of pine, finding their own way around the boulders and rocks strewn across his westward path. And it had begun to snow. What started were the soft, fat, wet flakes of a late winter storm, each fragment of white lifting gently on the breeze to flutter a while before it swirled and settled about him. Bass was not conscious of the snowfall. Each flake tinked quietly on the hair of his face, the fur of the cap and the elk-hide coat, until it turned him ghostly white. Spirit-like, the white specter rode on into the night, oblivious to the cold flakes caking around him. As the sky turned charcoal before dawn, the snowstorm turned to sleet, and the wind wailed through his beard. He was lashed into wakefulness once more by the stinging needles of sleet that drove into every crevice of his clothing, as if seeking to freeze him to the saddle again. Chill rain dripped down his back, poured from his neck down his chest and to his belly, where he felt the buckskins soaking up all the moisture until they could hold no more. He was drenched again. If it continued to rain like this for very long, the surface of the snow would again be frozen tonight during the next leg of his journey. Maybe the hard surface would this time make the going a bit easier. He consoled himself with that belief as his shudders grew more and more frequent, more insistent, as his body heat was sucked through his chilled skin once again. Near first light, the gentle, drizzly rain, now without the pain of the wind, brought out some small animals in the forest. First the rabbits and the squirrels darted about in search of food, and with the small animals came the predators. Hawks, hunting for an easy meal, darted through the open meadows and swooped back to the high places to feed their young. He could stand to feel something warm in his belly himself. Even raw, uncooked flesh, still warm with life, could be sucked on for its life-giving juices and thick blood. Ahead in the dim light, Bass saw the hawk swoop and strike at the rabbit skittering across the surface of the snow. The hawk ascended again and came back a second time, but another strike was not necessary. He had done his job the first time. The bird settled over his kill. Bass drew up on the pony's reins and slid quietly from the saddle. He searched about him for something to throw, to drive the large bird away from the rabbit both he and the bird wanted to eat. Finally, he found a small limb jutting out of the frozen snow. Bass expected he would have to break the limb off the deadfall hidden beneath the white surface, but was surprised when the limb came out of the snow with no resistance. Now he crept toward the hawk. The bird had his back toward the man, was hunched over the dead rabbit, its wings mantling its prey. Closer and closer the man drew, until he was near enough to be assured of a shot that would drive the large-winged hawk away from the meal both wanted so desperately. He cocked his right arm, fighting the wet, frozen coat, then heaved the stick forward with all his might. To his surprise, the limb struck the hawk on the back and the head, sending the bird sprawling across the snow. Scratch dashed forward before the bird could come back and snatch the rabbit in his talons and fly off with the meal. Men do not despise a thief if he steal to satisfy his soul when he is hungry. Aw shit, Asa. I ain't worried about stealing the goddamned rabbit from the goddamned bird. Bass looked around to address the silent forest. But the bird did not move. Bass slid across the surface of the snow and stopped by the rabbit. Tufts of white and red were scattered around the carcass. The red looked inviting, but his stomach nodded, warning him to take the eating slow. Quickly, he slipped out a knife and cut the rabbit up. He lifted a hindquarter to his lips and licked at it almost delicately. The warmth was good on his tongue. It had been a long time since last he had eaten something warm. Then his teeth sank into the resilient flesh of the huge muscle. He sucked at the juices breaking free from the flesh. Then he saw the hawk, and the idea struck him. Bass finished skinning the rabbit and washed it off with the crusty snow. He laid the butchered pieces down and moved over to the body of the bird. He rolled it over onto its back, spread the two wings out, and placed a sole of the heavy moccasins on each wing. He slit the bird open with the knife tip from the neck down to the belly, then pried at the flesh so that he could tear back the skin, pulling it away from the thick, meaty chest muscles. Again and again Scratch slashed with the knife until he had a heap of thin-sliced raw meat. He lifted the blade tenderly to his lips and licked at the dripping blood. As he drew near the ponies once more, he felt sorry that there was no bark that he could peel for them to eat. But there were only pines. He found them gnawing on each other's tails in an exhausted attempt to put something in their bellies. The pony behind his had pushed its muzzle deep into the thick, coarse mane of his buffalo runner. Bass stopped to watch, fascinated that the ponies would try to nibble at each other in this way. His stomach lurched at the thought of eating the coarse hair, knotted, stringy, and gagging at best. Then his stomach heaved, and the blood welled up to dribble across the white snow at his feet. Most of it stayed down, so he sucked once more at the flesh he carried in one hand, his glance darting back and forth from pony to pony, watching the animals chew on each other's manes and tails. He finally climbed into the saddle after wrapping most of the bloody meat in a small piece of old hide. Bass had to push and strike at the dulled pony who nibbled on his riding animal to force it back into line. Then he kicked his own horse gently into movement, sucking at the rabbit haunch cradled protectively, possessively in his mitten. The sun later rose over the ridge behind him, forming a brilliant band of color beneath the dark, watery clouds overhead. Its light struck the ground before him as far as he could see, causing him to squint. Blinding white as far as he could see, the dazzling light robbed him of the gift of vision. And with the warming air came the steam smoking from the pony's nostrils. His own breath plumed out of his fur cocoon and froze around his face. The droplets frosted on his eyelashes, the fur of his cap where it was tugged down around his face, painting his mustache and whiskers with a ghostly glow in the new day's light. "Lift up thine eyes on high, and behold who hath created these things." "Yep, Asa," he replied quietly, "and all this cold, cold white." The steamy cold made his face feel miserable, his skin plastered and drawn like a stiff piece of rawhide. Bass finally pushed down the side of a small ravine as the hills began to drop away before him. Down here someplace he would find a suitable place for camp. Hell, wouldn't be no camp. Just grab some sleep and hope he awoke still wearing a little hair. A stream had cut itself into this gully, and down there he might hope to find some forage for the ponies. Scratch brought them to a halt. The drooping animals were so tired he wondered whether they would forage. The juices and blood from the bird and rabbit had replaced a little of the warmth at his core. He slipped wearily from the cold saddle. He quickly tied a couple of the animals to the trees and hobbled away down the slope by himself. Down there he might find some willow, perhaps some bark to feed them. By accident, he came upon the dark form lying atop the snow. He stopped suddenly at the first sight of it. As soon as he could tell it was the carcass of an animal, Bass drew to a halt and looked about him. As alert as he could be in his weakened state, the trapper listened to the sounds of the quiet, late-winter forest. He had not interrupted another animal's meal this time. Finally, he edged forward and stared down at the carcass. It had been an otter. From the looks of things, a bird had attacked it, begun to eat its meal, then left. But that had been many days ago. Nothing else had touched the carcass since. The body of the otter had lain out in the thawing sun, through the freezing nights, into the thawing air once again, on through the soaking rain. Who was he to question it? Bass kicked at the stiffened body with a wet toe. The otter was left for him, for some purpose. His toe rolled the body over. Then he knelt down near the decaying carcass and grabbed one of its legs. He rose and began to drag it back to his temporary camp. Who was he to question after all? Bass moved uphill, lugging his rancid prize behind him until he reached the ponies. His nose dribbled and ran as he sliced at the carcass, stripping the bones of flesh. He carried handfuls of the putrefied cold otter to each of the ponies. Only a few of the animals attempted to nibble at the flesh. He figured it would be better than nothing, letting the ponies suck and chew on the hard, rancid fare he offered them. But even so, he had to give them more. Back down the slope, Bass stumbled, across the frozen, slippery crust. In the bottom, he slid to a stop and hacked at the willow branches there. He carried an armload uphill, then a second, and when he dropped a third in the middle of his camp, Bass knew he could not complete another trip. So he kicked at the willow branches, spreading them before all the ponies, giving each an equal chance to nibble at the frozen limbs. Bass dropped the damp robes and 2 blankets to the ground once more and crawled into their welcome warmth. His hands trembled with the frosty cold as they knotted the buffalo runner's long lead rope to his belt. "Shit," he mumbled quietly. "Got me the tremblin' willies way down inside now." He would sleep for a while, forage for some more in the afternoon, then sleep again. It made sense to him to get as much rest as he could. Even the frightening dreams of her could not keep his eyes open any longer. He ached for sleep, almost as badly as he ached deeply inside for the touch of her fingers encircling him, gently kneading his flesh into a rigid readiness. But she was so far away, so very far away, and sleep was at hand. He had learned to live with the fear, to deal with it, to heft it as if it were a burden one had to carry. Already, as sleep tugged at his senses, he knew the load was lighter than before. 10. Emile had much to think on as he neared St. Louis, drawing closer to the Frenchman he was to meet. He already knew whom he would hunt. There remained only the matter of terms, the price on the young man's head. The man he would seek was young, strong enough to kick a man to death. A fancy French nobleman had challenged Ezra Paddock's son, Josiah, to a duel over the hand of a rich French girl. Angelique, her name was. And young Paddock had killed the young Frenchman, kicked him to death rather than used the priceless dueling pistols. So the family wanted Josiah killed to right the wrong, to even the scales somewhat. Never to have their own son back, but in some way to put an old man's heart at rest. The giant smiled. Why should he care, after all? Why should he care so much why they were sending him after this young man in the mountains? All of this over the hand of a beautiful young French girl. He just might have to take her for himself. Just once before he left St. Louis for the mountains. Yes, he would have to think on that. To smell of her perfume and powders as he spread her milky legs and pushed himself inside her writhing body. He would enjoy that. To find out what one man had already been killed for. Joseph Gabriel René Leclerc passed through the small iron gate in the great stone wall. He stood upright, straightened his cape over his shoulders, and turned to secure the gate with the large padlock. He dropped the key carefully into a vest pocket, felt the pistols beneath the vest, and moved off toward the river, skirting most of the large homes in the French part of town, staying to shadows and stealing through the trees. He was struck with the irony of it all, having to sneak through his own city like the common thieves his people watched for at night. Reaching La Rue Royale, now more often called Main Street, the Frenchman stopped and backed into the shadows of an old building. An oil lamp shed its light down the street, in feeble competition with the nearly full moon. He gazed quickly up and down the narrow street before he began to cross the muddy cobblestones. The warning clank of iron-mounted wheels drawing near the corner gave his old legs speed to reach the shadows once more. Once there, the Frenchman withdrew into the dark recesses at the corner of a building and waited, breathless, as the large carriage passed. The dimly visible family crest on the side of the vehicle was easily recognized. Berthold. "Someone is working late this night at the Chateau Berthold warehouse," he thought. Around the side of the building, through a narrow walkway, the smell of the river began to fill his nostrils. His feet felt their way through this passageway, the moon's light unable yet to penetrate the closed-in walls. As he emerged from the walkway, he trod the unfamiliar wooden planks that formed the terrace above the wharf. He halted after his first few steps. In the great silence of the night, the hard leather heels of his boots clattered noisily on the wooden boards. He stopped and looked about him, studying the dark places and those where the shadows loomed all the more ominous. Summoning up his courage, the Frenchman started to walk once more, this time treading more lightly, more quietly, more slowly than before. He glanced over his shoulder at the moon, then jerked around at the sudden sound in front of him. A small, half-empty crate clattered as a skinny, bone-bearing dog slinked away quickly. The old man's heart raced. He calmed slowly and removed his left hand from the pistol at his waist. He slipped toward La Rue de Grange, and when he crossed the narrow end of that street, he saw the moonlight reflected off many of the tin-roofed buildings at the edge of town. Above them, the coal smoke pushed into the sky, crowding the lighter-colored clouds out of the way in the moon's reflected glow. Then he stole back into the dark shadows again. He glanced to his right, at the levee where the boats bobbed at their moorings. Both keel and steam they plied the river, south to the towns of Natchez and New Orleans, north up the Ohio, and north up the muddy waters toward the western mountains. Paddock was out there. But it was from here that his end was going to be assured. Tonight, Leclerc would ensure that the man who had run away to the mountains would never— He had to smile. Tonight, he would seal the murderer's own death. "It should be anywhere along here," he thought. "He is to meet me right along this stretch between La Rue de Grange and La Rue de l'Église, here, under the hill." The boards underfoot were sodden with rain. He felt the dampness soaking through the thin leather of his boots. His stockings were wet. The two riverfront toughs had received their advance money, and the rest of it was safely sealed in the counting house. They had signed up with Campbell and were now en route west. He smiled again. Their kind might be counted upon along the river, yes. But it was a different breed of man who left for the west to trap its mountain streams and wander the high places. He could not be sure the two he had hired would make the kill, and he had to be certain. The shadow loomed out at him, quickly followed by the huge bulk of the man as he slid silently out of the night. The old man stopped suddenly, surprised and frightened. the man was actually larger than his shadow, larger than he had been told the man would be. Some 6'7" of muscle and bone rose before Leclerc now. Each of the 240 pounds spread over the tall, muscular frame made the man seem all the larger in the play of shadow and light beneath the moon along this muddy river. Leclerc took a hesitant step forward, but the apparition strode toward him, and the old Frenchman shuddered to a halt. The man inched forward slowly, perhaps aware of the frightening effect he had on people. Shadows began to reveal his face, bringing to light the huge scar that ran down the man's forehead, across the brow. It continued across the right eye, almost completely sealing the eyelid, before it finally wandered on down the cheek to lose itself in the patchy whiskers. Studying the monster before him, Leclerc unconsciously pulled the flaps of his riding cape farther apart so that the handles of the two pistols could be seen. He wanted the man to know he was armed. The huge man's scowl faded into a white-toothed smile that emerged from behind parted whiskers. "Monsieur," the big man began, "you will not need your little popping guns if you are the one who has brought me here." "Vous," he began, then paused. "You are Emile?" "Oui," he answered. "I am he." His large hands sank to the hips where they rested in arrogant confidence. "I am the one who brings you here," the older man began. "Joseph Gabriel René Leclerc." The giant smiled widely again, evidently a man who enjoyed the easy humor in things. "You French with all your money, you buy yourself a long name, eh?" "Why—" Leclerc was not sure how to answer, not sure of the shape of this challenge. "Perhaps you are right, in a way, aussi. My father's name, and his before him. They are mine now, aussi, too." "Ah, you French," Emile responded with some disdain. "With all your money you control the big rivers, have the fur trade in your purse, eh? Lords, your money makes you. A lord who controls the lives of other men, this I see, eh?" Leclerc, apprehensive, looked down at his boots, then quickly at the thick moccasins on the big man's feet, before raising his eyes to the chiseled face once more. "So you, parlez-vous français?" "Oui," the monster answered, watching the sudden relief flow across the old man's face. "But, monsieur, I do not like to speak it." He watched the gratitude disappear from Leclerc's eyes. I was hoping we could speak French," Leclerc began. "I was told you were part French. This English, it is so hard for me at times to remember the words. Ah, and when you are scared, all the harder, eh?" "Oui, yes, he answered excitedly, suddenly in no small way ashamed for admitting this truth. "Emile has told you, has he not, you have nothing to fear from this one." He watched as Leclerc eyed some crates near them. Sharp nodded toward the boxes to show the older man it would be all right to seat himself. "Mon père, he was French. A poor excuse for a man who came to my village near the Big Hook, took his fun, and left. What French I learned did not come from Papa. It come from the others since I was a boy. It has been long time since last I spoke the French to anyone. My mother—" He gazed at the river momentarily as Leclerc sat down. "She old woman when she die. Killed. At the 7 Oaks many year ago now, it seem." He looked down at the seated Frenchman. "You know of 7 Oaks, eh?" Yes, I do." "You know I survived the fight then, no?" "Yes, this I am told." "And the rich Frenchman brings me down the big river, the father of all rivers, to this town for him." He turned his back on Leclerc to face the water once more. "You send good money to bring me down the river. I can be a man who kill the ones you send the money with to me. Then maybe I never come. Think you of that, Leclerc?" "I did." "Maybe I killed those men too. Maybe, eh?" "Yes." "And you keep sending them with money for me to come down to visit you. All times you send more runners to come for me, eh?" He chuckled. "Me, I could kill them, take your nice money, and never come see the man who's so foolish with his silver." You could have done that, oui," Leclerc finally answered. "But," Emile turned to look at the Frenchman, "I did not. Do you know why, monsieur?" "No." "Would you not come for me on your own self, eh?" Sharp gazed down at the older man. "Yes," he had to admit. "Yes, I would have come to you myself, if it took that to get you to come for me." "Why you want me so bad?" You are the best, I have heard. All the way into Canada, Emile." He sounded tired, so tired. "I am told you are the best." His voice trailed off to a whisper. "Monsieur," he grinned again, "please do not play the game with me now. I live far to the north. I like it there. You bring me here all this way, this trip, to tell me you say I am the best?" Now he leaned his face a little closer to Leclerc's. "I am the best." Then he pulled the grinning, scarred face back. "Now, monsieur, you tell Emile why it is you hired 2 others to do the job for you, along with Emile Sharp." "How is it that you know of this?" The old Frenchman was startled, genuinely surprised that the giant knew of the 2 waterfront assassins he had already hired. A low chuckle filled the night. "You would know of me without friends in this city, eh?" "Oui." "You would know of me if your friends did not know of the northern country?" "Oui, but—" "Ah, Emile has friends too, monsieur," he chuckled. "You pay these 2 some good, you do. Ah, but they are not what you really need, eh?" Leclerc knew not only that Sharp was good at killing, a demon in a fight, but that the man must also be smart. How would they say it? A fox, perhaps a wise wolf, cunning and playful at times, but always deadly. Yes, he decided, this is the man for the job. A good one for the wilderness, those mountains, a man proven in the wilderness. "You have the best of me, oui, Emile." He gazed out at the river, then back up at the big man's face. "I have hired 2 to go to the mountains. This you know." "Oui, Monsieur Leclerc," he interrupted. "You pay them good, you do. Ah, for them to have their hair pulled, you have paid them good. They will not know me?" He watched Leclerc nod. "They get in Emile's way? Ah!" He ran a large thumb around his neck. "Emile not like." Then his face gentled once more. "You pay these 2 good to have their hair pulled." He laughed, and each time he did so, it made Leclerc's stomach tumble. It was not a gentle laugh, rolling with humor. No, there was an underlying sinister edge beneath the affable roar. "I know how good you pay these 2. So I know how good you will pay a man like me." He pounded a fist quickly against the broad barrel of his chest. "Emile Sharp, métis-blooded, to bring your heart rest once more." "Mon coeur, my heart, yes, to have it at rest after—" "It come close to 2 years now, Monsieur Leclerc, oui?" "Oui," he responded. "You know of this, my son? You know of him?" "Yes," Emile nodded slowly. "I know of your son. The other, the one you send your 2 killers after, he is in the mountains. That much you know, yes, This much I know. There are not so many that one cannot be found. We have the same friends on the river. Only, monsieur, you see, my friends are everywhere on the river. Go farther than your friends, yes. So it is how I know for sure that the one you seek must be far upriver, far to the mountains. He nodded once more. Leclerc did not speak. Emile Sharp know about a job, yes? He know all that job before he go do it. The giant man sighed almost sadly. How much is it that you really pay me for this big job? You tell me! Emile brought a fist close to the old man's face. You tell me how much. I will pay you what you want before you go. And how much the money when I come back? What? Leclerc stammered a bit, watching the big fist drop away from his face and return to the man's side once more. Whatever you want. Yes, it was true. The old Frenchman had already invested much in the search for the killer of his son. He had paid bribes to countless informants, sent his own spies out to gather a bit of information here, some remnant of speculation there, all to learn the killer's whereabouts. He would not spare one coin left to him to see this thing done to bring his heart rest. Whatever it is you want, you name your price. Now he bowed his head. Anything. This I know, Monsieur Leclerc. This I already know, Sharp responded, almost with a touch of softness, a touch of sympathy. This old Frenchman would pay handsomely, would pay almost anything, perhaps his own life ultimately, if he could be allowed to kill the murderer himself. The son, Leclerc's son, he must have meant much to this old man. Yes, I know, Monsieur Leclerc, but I will need very little before I go. He turned partway back toward the river. There is little you can give me before it is that I leave here. Then Sharp thought of the girl, Angelique. He must see the young woman before he would leave. Just one night he would have to have her before moving toward the west, to spread her legs and drink in the perfumes and powders of the pretty French maiden, a rich man's daughter. You see, like you, I too am a lord, of all that I see in the wilderness. It is there I am a lord. There is none over Emile Sharp. He bowed his head slightly. And when I return, he thought of the old man and a man's love for a son, what he himself had never had from his French father. This old man before him, not much older than himself. Yes, I am getting old too. Some 46 seasons it was now. What is it that I should bring you to show? Emile eventually inquired. Bring you the body? Leclerc's head snapped up. No. He spit the word out. No, he answered again, more softly now. He knew what he wanted from Sharp. Then it must be this, his scalp, eh? He watched the old Frenchman rise from where he had been sitting on the crates. Scalper, eh? And he saw the old man shake his head. No, monsieur? No scalp, eh? Do you need the information from me on this man you hunt? Leclerc asked, diverting the question he really wanted to answer. No, Monsieur Leclerc, Sharp said, a note of respect in his tone. I need me nothing more. Before I say yes to any job, I all time know what I need to do that job. Emile knows he will find the one we want at the rendezvous in the mountains. I know where they rendezvous for the trading fair this summer that comes. Each year the traders, they say where the trappers are to go for the next summer. I know where they say this rendezvous it is going to be. I will be there. And Josiah Paddock, too. You see, eh? Yes, I see. Leclerc reached into a vest pocket and removed the small velvet coin purse. It was heavy as he placed it in the giant's large hand. There, in the open palm, the coin purse looked so small, so dainty and out of place against the massive spread of flesh. "For you, monsieur. For whatever, before you go." "Yes." Sharp stared at the coin purse a moment, then stuffed it into the wide sash about his waist. "I will see you in the fall then, my friend. Maybe, eh?" The old man sighed at first. "It is so long to wait. The fall." Leclerc's words followed Emile Sharp as the huge man began to disappear into the shadows once more. "Bring me—" Sharp stopped and turned. Only the side of his face, the right side with the wide, jagged scar, showed. The rest of the man was shrouded in shadow. "Yes, monsieur." "Bring me his head." Bass moved along the river after crossing over the mountains, striking the river's path as it flowed to the west. He smiled, knowing he was getting closer. Now the waters were flowing in the same direction his soul was leading him. The ground had begun to drop away from him, too. He had left the high mountains behind. Up there, it was still winter. Winter with a vengeance. He had made it through the cruelest, soul-robbing time of year the mountains threw at a man. "Just another time of the year a man's got to live out here," he had once explained to Josiah over a frosty morning fire. "Man just make himself a home wherever he is, best way he knows how. These here doin's all rustled up by the cold maker, what the Crow call him. Know him too as the Winter Man. Talk of him being white as the snow you're sleeping on, coming right out of the Northlands in the smack dab of a real winter whiteout. Shakes his old buffler robe and the sky fills with snow. A real blazing blue norther. Riding over the mountains on his white pony, snorting the snow." Riding over the mountains on his pony. His lips fell silent as he turned and looked behind him one last time. The old trapper stayed with the Clark's Fork River as it wound itself between two ranges of low mountains after leaving what had become known as Hell's Gates, staying with the river even as it had pushed temporarily to the northeast. He knew his patience had paid off when the waters once again flowed northwest. When the river he had supposed to be the Thompson flowed into Clark's Fork from the northeast, Titus decided that it was time to see if he could locate the old post. He was in English country now. From the hillside above the grouping of small, ramshackle buildings, Bass wondered why the inhabitants had never put up a stockade, much less a wall around the buildings. He pulled the animals across the bottom land still dotted with tufts of old snow. The sky was heavy, lonely. It made all the more intense his secret desire to have some human companionship. He rode up to the buildings rehearsing what he would say, what he would ask of these traders, only to find that the post had been recently abandoned. He stared at the desolate outpost, remembering something he had said a year ago. "Son," he had told Josiah, "this coon ain't seen a white man in going on nigh 7-8 moons now. Every now and then I gets tired of hearing the sound of my own voice." No one was there. Disappointment washed through him. No one to welcome him. So the trapper made himself at home. He picketed the ponies around the trading house and pulled his baggage inside, one load at a time. He set about starting a fire for cooking what scanty fare the trail had provided him in the last few days. It would not be much, he told himself, but Bass had been looking forward to this meal for many, many days now. Just to have something warm, something actually cooked over a fire to put down in his belly. He sat somewhat uncomfortably, nervous at first, within the trading house. 4 walls around him and a roof overhead for the first time in many years. The late winter winds blustered about the structures, setting up a strange wail. A ghostly wail. a longing wail. Over the cry of the wind, he thought he heard the singing of the coyotes, along with the pelting of the rain on the shingled roof. "Ain't no good when them critters is out howlin' in the rain." He spoke aloud for the first time in days, and the sound of the human voice surprised him, almost raising the hairs along the back of his neck. "Yep," he continued. "Heard tell a coyote comes out to howl in the rain is really a Injun what was taken whilst his medicine was still strong, taken by the gods and changed into the coyote critter to revenge some wrong done to them gods." The chill prickled the back of his neck now. Reminded of so many dark nights such as this one, he recalled hearing the sounds of rocks crashing in so many distant valleys, that crashing magnified over and over as their deathly cries echoed about him. And he remembered all the while those legends of the giants warring in those hidden valleys and canyons. Those sighs of the wind around the buildings only made more real the fears hidden deep within his bowels. The quivering shadows as the air sank and blew through the room and muscled the firelight around only made those once-forgotten fears re-emerge deep in his very mortal being. He looked out the glassless windows, watching the rainy mists swirl on the winds, watching the mists as they seemed to take ghostly form, then dissipate. Over and over the ghosts moved about his small refuge of warmth and light, where other humans had been before. Those ghosts along the parapets of the castle he had envisioned many times before on those countless nights when Josiah had explained the characters and the scenes of Macbeth to the old trapper. The ghost that haunted him was not so different from the ghost that had haunted McCafferty, and the Whitehair's ghost. What eerie, deviled haunting he must have suffered. What would lead a man to kill another, a friend? Sure it was, them witches had greeted Macbeth as though he were the king. But Duncan was the king. Macbeth was only one of them fellers under him. Those old witches had deviled him sure enough. Maybe only because Macbeth had for so long wanted to be king himself. Yep, Macbeth had long time hankered after the power himself. So when he heard them old hags of belching smoke and fire hail him as king, he thought he might just hurry things along a bit. Them witches, after all, were the ones given to the telling of things to come. Was it up to a man to push things along on his own? Or should he wait until things come his way naturally? Asa had pushed things right along, trying to make them happen. And Bass had been satisfied with letting things flow over him, around him. Not so itchy the way McCafferty was, but finally swept up in it all. What was one to figure was real, after all, in a world where a man with his wits about him could not tell the difference between good and evil? How could he hold it against Macbeth when it wasn't the man's fault if he could not tell good from evil in a world gone upside down? How could he hold it against Asa? Perhaps it was the sadness he felt now inside, with all that anger, knowing McCafferty must have felt he was doing what was supposed to be done anyway. Maybe tortured in his own mind with ghosts of his own. It always seemed to be the man easiest for the devil himself to use who looked to be the man who thought he was a man of God. He'd start off doing one thing wrong in the name of right, and it just got all the easier each time the devil called. More and more such a fella thinks he's only doing what's right, and he's getting deeper and deeper all the time in the devil's own claws. Devil never does nothing to catch a man. The poor nigger just catches himself for the old red feller. And then there ain't nothing he can do about it. He jerked his head around again, watching the swirling mists of spring rain. He'd just deviled himself again, making his own mind conjure up the ghosts and the devil himself. Sleep was hard to come by until Scratch finally realized that the haunting, wailing sound whispering through the room was only the wind slipping around the building. It was something he was not accustomed to. Finally, he fell asleep. The next morning he didn't hurry away, staying to reheat some of the meager fare he had cooked the night before. While it was warming over the low flames, Bass moved the ponies to some better grass, then explored the buildings. Nothing much had been left behind. Only when he came around the western wall of the main trading house did Bass see the sign. The letters had been gouged out long ago, the large wooden plank now hanging precariously in the wind under the eaves. He nodded and smiled. He had been right after all. This was the post that traded with the Flatheads. Bass put his fingers into the incised letters on the wood sign, trying to make sense out of them, trying to remember the sounds to be made for each letter. None of the letters seemed to spell the sounds for Flathead. His fingers moved through the snaking path of the S, followed by the pyramid of the A, then an L, until he had traced all the letters in Salish House. Bass shook his head and moved away. He glanced once more at the sign, then sighed as he continued back to the trading house, feeling as if he had forgotten more about reading and ciphering than he had ever learned. He dug into a few tins, prying the lids off with the tip of his knife. None held coffee. What he would give to have some coffee. He thought how stupid he was to expect the British traders to leave something of value behind. Still, he hoped. And there was some small comfort in being surrounded by a place that had once held human life. He mused that he must surely be getting old. Must be, to draw some comfort from merely being where other humans, white men at that, had dwelled. Years before, he would have found this post an obscene intrusion in the wilderness. But now he took that small, warm comfort just in being within the once busy trading post. So he finally loaded the animals after breakfast and pushed them along the river, heading northwest again. After climbing the low hills, he paused and looked back. He gazed down at the grouping of low-roofed cabins one last time before turning and pushing the ponies over the hill, leaving the post, a marker for British lands, behind. The river fooled him a few days later, growing wider and wider, then blossoming into a lake. There he made his camp. The next morning, Bass backtracked to find a place to ford over to the river's southern bank, heading once more to the north and west. At the shore of the lake, he pushed southwesterly around the large body of water. Better to do this, he decided, than move north around the lake. If his memory was correct, if what he had been told was true, Titus knew he had to strike out almost due west from here to hit the next post. Just like them Britishers, he smiled. Put them way stations along the trail for him. That night, he drew the ponies up into a small grove of trees and made his camp. Sleep seemed somehow all the sweeter here beneath the stars. But there was an edge to his mind, knowing he was plunging deep into the British-claimed territory where he would be unwelcome. An American trespassing deeper and deeper with each passing day. By God, they had no right to this country neither. It didn't belong to no man. Those who could stay were those who would wrench a living from the land season after season, not running back to some trading post, not pulling back to the power and the might of some huge fort when it came time to leave that outpost. Bass felt the inner sanctity that came with knowing he was one of the few. Oh, the others might put on airs of being superior to him in some way, but he felt the tiny glow within his own private self brighten in knowing he was one of the few to whom this wild land had been kind, to whom this savage wilderness had opened itself reluctantly. The next day, Titus awoke to the damp chill in the air. The sky once again looked heavy. The clouds were gray and leaden, ready to drop on him at any time. He stretched in the new light, then realized what was wrong. The ponies were gone. He jerked at the blankets and robes savagely, pulling them away from his legs, and then wrenched the rifle into his hand. "God damn it," he cursed. "Niggers got my horses." He stomped his foot in anger with himself and shuddered in the damp, chill air. He had let his guard down too early, he surmised, thinking these Indians were friendly enough with white men. Flathead were still to the north and east of him now. These Indians were another. Bass knelt over the scrambled pony tracks until he made sense of the direction they had gone. He kicked his robes and blankets under a tree, covered them with some pine boughs, and laid a branch over the ashes of last night's fire. Then he took off on foot across the islands of snow. It did not make any sense to him. The tracks he followed did not show signs of man. There were no moccasin prints along the animal's trail, and the pony's tracks did not show that they were being ridden. They were not deep enough to show the burden of a rider. The animal's gaits did not show they were being ridden either. Damn, if he'd only been more careful. No better than to tie his one pony off and let the others be. Took the easy way and lost his ponies. Figured they'd stay with the buffalo runner, the one with the spotted rump. But his own pony had taken off too. Even if they weren't stolen, he thought, the animals might be on their way back to some village right now, having been discovered by some Indian who could boast before friends of wild horse raiding. Nigger just got him some free ponies is all. But it just didn't make sense, the animals heading back toward the hills to the east. He topped the low hill and spotted the ponies below him. Yep. God-damned animals. God-damnedest animals he had ever pushed and pulled across all those miles. They were down there, grazing in the bottom, as if they were pasture stock. Slick as could be. He pushed off the top of the hill toward the ponies. Heading back home, they were. They had him enough of this old nigger, he thought. His runner came when Bass whistled, all but two following dutifully. He looped his belt around the neck of the runner as a crude bridle, eased onto its bare back, and then went after the two that had balked. Bass leaned off the wide, bare back of his pony to grab the picket ropes that hung from the necks of the two wary, freedom-loving animals. Then he headed back to his camp. Nearing the site, Scratch smelled something strange. He tried to place the odor, tried to wrench something out of his memory to make sense of it. Perhaps only the coming rain, he considered. Wet country like this full of strange smells. Back in camp, he hobbled the two wayward animals and picketed the rest with the pins driven deep into the soft, moist earth. Bass yanked away the pine boughs covering his baggage and dragged it closer to the fire pit, where he would prepare some breakfast. He didn't have much left, just a couple of strips of some dried meat. As it lay in his weathered palm, the meat didn't look all that appealing. His belly was ready for some fresh meat. He would go out to look for fresh game. Bass checked the hobbles and picket pins one more time, checked the priming on both pistols and the rifle, and then headed off to the north, straight into the stiff, freezing wind. He had to run onto something to eat soon. If things continued this way, he'd be forced to cut the old snowshoes apart. His stomach lurched at the thought of boiling the rawhide strings of the snowshoes, perhaps even the rawhide boots he had made for the ponies many, many nights before when he was running to get out of Blackfoot country. All of that to make a pasty, nasty-tasting gruel. Still, such a gruel would nourish him in a small way. The rawhide still held some small, meaty nourishment that would allow his muscles to fight the damp cold. Or maybe he'd have to kill a horse. But he would try to find some game first before he settled for snowshoe soup or gave up one of his horses. He killed 2 small rabbits before he turned to head back to camp. It seemed like over an hour moving about on foot before he finally started back down the slope toward his camp. Over the top of the next low rise, he heard the excited braying, the frightened whinnies of the stock. Bass instantly dropped the 2 rabbits and bolted off headlong to the top of the rise. "Niggers getting into my animals now," he thought, his mind racing along with his heart. At the top of the low rise, he looked down the few hundred yards to the scene of the attack. One of the hobbled ponies was down and thrashing, its legs clawing at the air. The other animals circled around their picket pins, dancing frantically, rearing up to paw at the attackers with their front hooves, then kicking at the attackers with the back legs. "Lots of pilgrims has come to these here mountains, wantin' to run away from something, 'spectin' the mountains to take care of 'em," Scratch remembered having told his young partner what seemed ages ago. "Wolves has et many a time on greenhorns as thought they knew these here hills. Them's the kind as have their bones scattered all over by such scavengers as wait for others to do their killin' for 'em." Bass knew how the animals worked at killing horses, and he felt stupid for not having taken measure to keep the horses safe in his absence. The wolves would at first follow the man and ponies, keeping to the trees, out of sight most of the time, downwind for sure, so that the ponies would not smell the danger. While the horses were grazing, one of the wolves, usually a ringleader or the male just below him in the group's hierarchy, would approach. This wolf would frolic and roll, twisting his body playfully, coming ever closer to the pony chosen for the slaughter. With his rollicking, the wolf would reduce the horse's anxiety. His playful actions would also serve to rivet the attention of the pony. While the horse was paying all its attention to the cavorting decoy, another wolf, usually the most powerful in the band, would approach the horse from behind, and when the moment presented itself, both the wolves would act in concert. As if at some prearranged signal, both wolves would leap on their quarry. The playful wolf would sink his jaws into the throat of the pony, while the second wolf would slash away at the pony's hamstring. In this manner, the 2 wolves could bring down the larger animal very quickly. And when the pony was on the ground, it did not stand much of a chance as the other wolves in the group rushed in. Bass did not have a plan of attack as he rushed down the hill toward the ponies. He had reached the crest of the rise just as the 2 larger wolves leapt on their prey and brought it down, the horse thrashing and kicking wildly in its death throes. The old trapper was at full speed by the time the other 4 wolves came out from hiding and rushed the downed horse. They each pranced carefully through the flying hooves and legs of the other ponies that had suddenly become aware of the danger to each of them. At first, his ears were filled with the whinnying, helpless cries of the animals. But then his ears began to pound with the sound of his own racing heart, resound with the rasp of his own breath that seemed to fill his whole body. He burst into the moving, flowing circle of animals. A pony's flying hoof sent him sprawling toward the downed horse. Bass rolled over on his shoulder, cradling his rifle, and tumbled back onto his feet, wincing at the pain in his hip. He was hit almost instantly by a large wolf that sprang from the dry grass and leaped on top of him. Scratch rolled the animal off and swung an elbow at the wolf, catching it across the muzzle. The wolf backed up a few steps, smarting from the blow, but there was another wolf charging the trapper. Bass had an instant to slip his hands down the muzzle of his rifle and swing it like a club. The weapon was in the middle of its air-singing arc as the second wolf leapt from the ground toward him. Bass stepped aside and struck the wolf full force across the ribs. Bass grunted with the shock of the blow as the wolf yelped in sudden pain. Titus wheeled with the rifle still in motion to crack the butt across the head of the first wolf. The animal sprawled across the top of the crusty snow and brittle grass, the side of its head spurting blood and one eye hanging grotesquely from its socket. It lay still on the snow, its legs kicking in death spasms. The second wolf limped toward him, but cowered as the trapper swung the butt of the rifle in his direction. Bass danced away from the wolf toward the downed pony, knowing the horse was done for anyway. The legs of the other ponies flailed the air, their hooves as much a danger to their master as they were to the attackers. Two of the smaller wolves tearing at the side of the bleeding pony raised their heads and snarled at the man's approach. They began to slink back from the carcass, growling and snapping at the trapper. Then one of them suddenly feinted as if to attack. Bass drew up the rifle butt just as the rib-wounded wolf landed on his back. The man went down on his face, rolling again to his side, this time crashing into the bloody, disemboweled belly of the wounded pony, its legs flying in the air and striking both the back-riding wolf and the trapper. Scratch yanked the pistol from his belt as the jaws came open, and the wolf came leaping at him again, its mouth full of phlegm and blood, dripping and spraying with each of its own vicious battle cries. Titus raised the muzzle of the pistol to follow the wolf's path through the air toward him, firing at the animal in the middle of the wolf's arc. The beast instantly dropped to the ground, as if its strength had suddenly dissipated in flight. Another wolf leaped over the body of the downed pony behind Bass, overshooting its mark. It landed, rolled once, and sprang to its feet to take another leap toward the man. Scratch jerked the rifle up and fired point blank as the wolf's paws struck him, knocking him back against the dying pony. He watched the rifle's muzzle sink into the flying wolf's neck and pulled the trigger. Blood and tissue exploded from the back of the attacker's head. The body of the wolf thudded painfully onto Bass. The fourth wolf came in with his last friend right behind him. One grabbed for the man's arm, while the second tried to pull at the trapper's wildly kicking legs. The pain bit into Bass. The wolf's teeth clamped onto his right arm. Scratch tried to reach for his second pistol, but the wolf, ripping at his leg, pulled him down. Again, the man tried to pull the pistol free from his sash, but the right arm was held in the ripping vise of the wolf's fangs. Frantically, Bass reached for the pistol with his left hand and pulled it free. He pointed it and fired at the cause of the greatest pain. The wolf, gripping his right arm, was blown backward from the close-range force of the lead ball. Its impact sent the animal sprawling over the trapper's legs and into the other wolf. Bass yanked his legs up toward his body as the other wolf released its hold on his leg and lunged for his neck. Bass wrestled with the animal, attempting to strangle it, but the wolf was winning. Scratch was losing his strength after the first rush of adrenaline through his veins, but he brought his knees up into the wolf's belly and kicked. The push was enough to cause the wolf to back off far enough so that Bass could get to his knees and lash out with the pistol. He swung again and again with the pistol muzzle, wildly striking the wolf a few times. That was effective for the moment. The wolf yelped in pain and backed off. The smallest wolf of the pack had never ventured into the fray, but had stayed on the outskirts of the action, snarling and threatening, its hair raised, the hackles bristling along its back. It now backed away from the man as the other wolf retreated from the pistol's clubbing blows. Bass got to his feet shakily, the pain surging down his ankle and right arm, the adrenaline still pumping. The two remaining attackers began to slink backward, snarling and circling each other, but never feinting in advance or closing in on the trapper. Soon they retreated into the edge of the trees where they sat, panting, the one wolf licking its wounds. Bass crouched low, feeling his pumping lungs and racing heart beginning to slow. He waited those long, agonizingly long moments, watching the two younger wolves retreat to the trees. Then he dropped, exhausted, to his knees beside the dying horse. Its body still quaked in its dying. Too much had been ripped from its belly. The wolves had made quick work of the soft tissue and flesh. Only one thing for him to do. Scratch crawled over the animal's back and brought a knife out of his belt. His left hand wrenched the pony's jaws upward as his right hand slashed quickly across the horse's neck. The blood gushed over his hand, warm and thick. He felt the animal give one last spastic jerk before it finally lay still. Merciful, anyway, he thought, as he rose and looked over his shoulder at the two wolves sitting patiently some 20 yards away. Don't care me a shit for such critters, Titus Bass don't. Not one consarn. Scratch had once muttered to Paddock about a wolf that let a couple of coyotes do its hunting for him, then came in to drive the hunters away and enjoy the feast he had not worked for. Black devil let them other poor critters lead him to a free meal, then come in and take it away from him. Can't set with that. Catches in my craw, it does. Thems as'll let others do they's work for 'em, then come in to take what the gittin's got. Got me something 'bout such doin's as sours my milk. What a mess. He kicked at the baggage tied to the dead pony's back. He knelt and reloaded the pistols, then the rifle, before setting them across the flat surface of the dead animal's rear leg. With much effort, he loosened the cinches and yanked the wide leather straps free from beneath the pony. Slowly, he began to gather the baggage strewn about the site of the wolf attack. First, the books. He lifted up the muddied volumes and tried to wipe some of the snow and thick mud from the covers with his sleeve. He remembered last summer's rendezvous, when he had traded Elbridge Gray for them. He smiled, recalling how the other free trappers had chided him for wanting to trade for the books when he could not himself read. Josiah here can read with the best of 'em, Titus had responded quietly. This here partner of mine gonna be learnin' me to read them books all over again this here winter with them Absorkies. The old trapper swiped once more at the snow on the biggest of the two books, a thick volume with a fading dark blue cover, once again caressing the collection of Shakespearean tragedies as gently as any man would touch something very special to him. Then he knelt to take up the other volume, The Pilgrim's Progress, and set it across his left thigh. Bass rubbed at the muddy snow on the white leather cover that had already become soiled over several years among Gray's own packs. Then he finally noticed he was smearing blood across the book's cover. Almost sobbing, Scratch wiped at the drips of blood. He smiled when he saw that most of the blood came off. The books were precious. The books were important friends to him now more than ever. The Rocky Mountain College taught men through practical lessons, but many of its students also enjoyed the learning brought to them through literature. Many a trapper, including those who could not read themselves, found others to read to them. Those few who were better educated than the others were the teachers in the open-air institution of higher learning. Finally, he arose with his two valuable possessions, wrapped them in scraps torn from his yellow calico shirt, and stuffed them in one of the scattered packs. He distributed the baggage among the nervous ponies left to him. Bass looked at the two wolves lolling like shadows in the trees. He knew what they wanted. He drew his knife, strode to the dead horse. The wolves would not get the choicest cuts anyways. He wrapped the thick, warm steaks and liver in an old parfleche, and then stuck his knife into the ground a couple of times to clear it of blood. He lashed the fresh meat aboard his own pony behind the saddle, then climbed onto the animal's back, slowly. His muscles ached. His wounds were beginning to cry out in pain. His whole body seemed to dread what he now pushed it to do. Another long day's ride. He felt the warm, wet dribble down his ankle, the thick syrup running from his wrist down the back of his hand. He slung the right wrist away from him, snapping the clinging blood off onto the snow. Not that bad, he considered. Not so bad he couldn't let the wounds stop bleeding on their own. It was not that far to the next post anyway. Maybe a week, maybe less. Get him some mending done there. A damned shame that he wasn't any good at sewing up his right hand with his left, a right hand that already was missing a finger from an angry bear's raking claws. Be all right. He'd get to that Britisher post. In this country, only critters come after him probably be the wolves when they finished their meal on that pony. He looked down at the dead animal. Such a waste, losing so much. A friend, and the woman he loved. Then the best rifle he'd ever owned. And finally, one of the ponies from Rendezvous. He and Josiah had traded a young Nez Perce for those horses. An old squirrel rifle and some squeaky boots traded off. Then the boy's big horse thrown in to seal the bargain. Nez Perce. He had to be in their part of the country now. Maybe some other strange red niggers hereabouts, other tribes this side of the mountains. He'd just keep himself out of trouble, skirting any camps he ran onto. Keep on going to the ocean, see for himself, and keep on going. Strength to keep on going. He turned slightly in the saddle. Eat the best part while it's still warm. The fingers fumbled at the rawhide until he finally pulled the liver free, sat it across his lap, and retied the parfleche behind his saddle. Then Bass kicked his pony into motion. The other animals reluctantly followed as the lead pony's movement yanked out the slack in their ropes. He bit down into the raw liver, tearing with his teeth to free a section from the slimy organ. It felt good, the warm, raw, healing flesh sliding down his gullet. The rest of the meat in the parfleche would not spoil, he knew. In this temperature, his own wounds would not spoil. Bass smiled. Fresh meat. The pony's and his own. The blood and juices from the organ seemed to fill more than his belly as he pushed down the draw and up the next hillside. The fresh meat seemed to sate his soul. He would draw strength from the pony's liver, strength that he needed to make it on to the ocean from here. He was better than halfway now, and there would be no turning back. Perhaps he was no better than the carrion eaters, vultures, those creatures that fed on the bodies of the dead. Already half dead himself, Bass considered it only fitting that he should join their ranks. If the strength his body took from the dead animal's flesh allowed him to survive the final days of his journey, then the wolf attack had been worth it. His wrist and ankle stopped dripping. He would not bleed to death, at least. Only his soul continued slowly to pump away his life force, seeping drop by drop. Only his soul continued to bleed. 11. When first the pain started in her belly, Look's Far woman had been riding behind her father in the late afternoon sun. She was to ride in no other place. She had brought some small disgrace upon the family. To be with child and not have a man was looked upon by her people as a bad thing, yet carried with it a special shame, for she was the daughter of an important war chief. Her father had asked Look's Far many times since last fall, when she finally grew big inside her skin dresses, whose child she carried. Each time the young woman's eyes looked to the ground. At first her father had spoken angrily. In recent weeks he had become quiet with her, perhaps finally accepting the fact that his daughter was going to bear this child, was going to raise it alone, doing both proudly. Perhaps he had faced the fact that he should accept the child too. It was too late for anything else. The family had stayed with the tribe, and he had begun to hold his head up once more as the others in their winter camp came to accept the woman with no man soon to have a child. Now they followed the clan chief who would lead them to their new spring home along the river whose waters rushed on to the western ocean. They were migrating north and west, across a plain blown free of most of its snow by recent Chinooks. It was a course others plotted, and Look's Far followed. The first time, she had felt the pain arrive as a teasing of what was to follow, a testing of her muscles for the work to come. The young woman who was a girl last summer had said nothing then. Perhaps it was nothing. But she had tried to count those long months since she had had her last bleeding. That was when she had begun to add a pebble from the ground to the tiny pouch hanging from her belt. With each full moon, Looks-Far chose another pebble, a single, round, multicolored stone to mark the coming and going of the full moon without flow. For only 4 winters she had been bleeding, and now she was to be a mother. Perhaps her man would be happy to know. But as she looked over her shoulder to the south, where surely she believed he must be, she could only imagine how far away he was. The teasing pain rose slowly within her belly, low within her pelvis again, to remind her how long they had been riding this day. It seemed that they had been riding all their days together. Moons had come and gone since last she had suffered the sickness that filled her stomach, pushing it up her throat and into her mouth to splatter on the ground and choke her with its smell of rottenness. She had been glad to see this sickness leave her by the time her tribe made their winter camp close to the base of the mountains. Quietly, she had carried the early-day sickness and her misery alone. It was not good for her family to know. They must not think she was weak. But her mother's eyes told her through those long weeks that the older woman already knew. Looks-Far gazed up at the hillsides and mountains framing this long, narrow valley. Everywhere white as she rubbed her belly beneath the robe draped from her shoulders. The little life had been kicking for over a moon now, and once he had even made her cry out in real pain. His legs must be strong, she had told herself when the pain had finally passed. Legs that will kick and run, dodge and play with the other boys of their village. He would be accepted, the shame would go away, and she would learn to live without her man. The ultimate pain that stayed with her day and night came with the realization that her man would never know of the little life they had made together. The little life had rolled and tumbled within her, and once she had thought the being there would choke itself out from the hiccups, but that too had passed. From time to time she had allowed her young sister to put an ear to her belly, to listen to the little life within, to feel the little life move and kick in her belly. Each time Looks-Far had wished it was her man who put his ear to her belly, to talk softly to the little life within her. Perhaps she had dropped a pebble somewhere without knowing it. One hand slipped beneath the robe again to count the stones in the pouch as she had counted so many times before. There were only 8, and she feared that was not enough. But maybe she had dropped a pebble somewhere and had not missed it until now that the coming pain made her count the stones more often while they rode. She looked over her shoulder once again to the south. That was the trail her heart took each time it led her thoughts away from the duties at hand. So she would find another pebble to replace the one she had dropped. That would make her heart sleep softer in the nights to come. Her father stopped when the signal was given as the sun began to fall behind the hills to the west. She rode up beside him to hear him say this was where they would camp for the night. The trail had been long since leaving winter camp, he said, but in 2 short suns' ride, they would be to the place where the tribe would stay until the buffalo hunt was over. Then her people would begin to travel to the white man's great camp. A year it had been since last the people had traveled to the gathering of the hairy faces. Now they wanted to trade again with the faces hidden behind the hair and join in the celebration. But first, the hunting. And first, the little life must come to meet her. All this before she could allow herself to hope against all hope that her man would meet the little life tumbling within her. As the words came from her father's lips and he began to slip from the pony's back to the snow, She felt the little life within her push hard against something under her ribs, then at her back. The sudden movement took her breath from her, and she could not get it back. Looks-far woman's eyes grew moist, and the tears rolled from them. She cried out. She had not meant to, but the sound had escaped her tongue before she could bite it to show that she was strong in her pain. This for her people. This for the little life to come. This for her man so far to the south. Through the thick clouds over her eyes, she saw her father rush back to her, look up at her, and question in words that barely passed through the ringing in her ears. Is it the child? He wanted to know. She bit her lip and nodded her head. Yes. Is this her time? Her father asked. How was she to know if it was her time? A few fast-moving moons before, she had been only a girl. But, yes, she knew. Her father asked again. Yes, Looksfar cried out as the little life pushed hard against her under the ribs once more. The pains were hard now. They were strong and coming more often, like the bubbles in a kettle preparing to boil. Yes, she cried, then realized her father had not asked anything more of her. She bit her lip and lowered her eyes. This must not be, she told herself. Her father must not think of her as a girl. She was a woman, and she belonged to the man of the South. And a woman did not cry out with the birthing of the little life. The light would soon be fading from the western sky. Women of the village bustled in tiny knots of fierce activity as they scurried to erect temporary lodges as shelters against the bitter night temperatures to come. Willow was quickly cut and dead tree branches stripped of small limbs to form crude frames over which blankets and hides could be thrown for cover against the night frost. These would not be warm shelters, but at least some of the damp frost would be held at bay. In the midst of each group, there began to appear the tiny glow of firelight as younger children did their part to defend against the coming cold and darkness. Near what seemed to her to be the center of this little whirling universe of her people sat Looksfar. She shifted her position from time to time to find a more comfortable spot with the robe wrapped cocoon-like about her on the ground. A younger sister brought her a thin broth made of crumbled pemmican in warm water. Looksfar sipped at it and found it disagreeable. She put it aside and pulled the robe more tightly about her as protection against the night chill. The rolling pressure welled up once more within her to cut her breath short. About the young woman, the small fires began to dim until most were merely pockets of soft, blood-like glows across the meadow. When the moon came up, Looksfar contented herself to look at it, to try to think of the white ball only. Soon it would be full, and she could then put another pebble in her pouch. She could add 2 now, one for that pebble she had lost, and one for the full moon coming. Then she would have enough. Then she would feel better about the pain between her hips. Oh, how often she wanted to move closer to the glowing embers near her family's shelter, just to warm her hands, to warm her tiny cold feet, and to warm the cold, tumbling, angry knot in her belly. But she bit her lip and held her tongue, and watched the sky, and tried to think of other things. Everywhere white, she thought. Looking around her, she saw that it was everywhere white with the snow, that same pale bluish white that the late winter moon gives to the night landscape. Even the sky resting so close above her looked flecked with the soft white flakes, but they did not fall. They were only stars, and she had tried to count them once as a little girl. Now her pains were as many as the stars, and she had lost count of them. Looksfar would count the stars now instead, and talk to the little life within her belly about the beauty of this winter night when he told her he was ready to come out to meet her. There were lights in the forest, too, not like the stars so close over her head, These lights stayed on the edge of the forest surrounding the meadow where her people began to pull robes around them now and sleep close to other tired bodies. She knew these lights to be the eyes of the forest watching her, measuring her in this time of cold pain. She would not let them see her clench her fists against the belly and double over with the shaking work of the muscles. This she reminded herself. This she kept saying each time she saw the eyes of the wolves that shone like lights in the black forest. Once she rose to get herself a drink from the kettle that already had a thin crust of ice on the water's surface. She waddled like a fat buffalo cow heavy with calf. She knelt to dip a cupped hand into the water. It felt good trickling over her dry lips. She realized how thirsty she had become from the short, raspy gasps that accompanied the rising of each wave of pain. She bent once more for another small cupped handful, but pulled back. She closed her eyes with the rising push between her hips and did not see the star racing overhead in its fiery journey across the sky, nor its fall beyond the hills to the south. The little life jolted her violently as she squatted near the kettle, but this time it felt as if he were running a tight fist across the inside of her belly. Looks Far wondered how much longer it would take him to come meet her, and she knew it would not be long. It was good, she thought, rising slowly to stand on trembling, tired legs with the dampness seeping between her thighs. It was warm when it first came, as she knelt awkwardly by the kettle to drink away the dryness in her throat. And now the warm wetness between her legs turned cold in the night, and she knew the little life within her was ready to come meet her. She must not squat again until she was ready for him, she told herself, as she waddled back to a soft spot near the 2 shelters her family had erected. Squatting was the way she would let the little life slide out of her belly. She must not push. Not yet, she reminded herself. Then, yes, then, in the bright splash of day, the lights in the forest could not tell the spirits of the tears creasing her cheeks and the low moan she bit back in her throat. They could not tell, for it was hers alone to know. Ponies nearby snorted with exhaustion, blowing out against the cold night, too trail-weary to paw through the snow for a shoot of something green to eat. The pale light showed their hanging heads haloed with the thin, disappearing vapor that escaped from their nostrils. But her time was only beginning. The beginning of the much work the women of her tribe had told her was to be. She thought on those things, trying hard to remember them in order to push the crowding pain from her mind. She forced her mind to drift away from the pain in her belly, to bring to her ears once more the words of the old women with her first one-time-a-moon bleeding. Over and over her belly the women had rubbed their fingers to try to tell her about the process to come. And now her mother was beside her, pulling the edges of the robe apart and running her fingers over the young woman's belly, telling her little life it would not be long now. Her mother's chattering and her sister's questioning words said nothing, meant nothing to her now as they helped her to one of the cold shelters thrown up against the night frost. She hoped her little life would know the sound of his mother's tongue with so many squawking around her now. Neighbors came to wag their tongues and add their own chatter to her mother's until all the voices blended into a cacophony. Finally, there was only one voice that remained with her in the shelter. There was only one face she could dimly make out in the pale light as she strained to see through the hot dampness that stung her eyes. Were these tears, Looks Far asked, or only the salty, bitter wetness that comes to stain my brow when I work so hard? The older woman took up the young hand and squeezed it, as if to tell Looks Far to squeeze when the pain in her belly rose again. Looks Far answered and squeezed the old hand that held hers. Then the old hand left hers and went to her belly. There the fingers gently pushed across the wide mound that warmed the little life, trying to feel where the baby lay within her. When the hands started to lift the bottom of her dress, Luxfar protested and started to rise to cover herself, pushing her mother's hands away from her. That was her private being, for her, and her man. And now her little life coming to meet her. No one else, she cried out to her mother, who chattered back with soft, slow words. Luxfar finally allowed the older woman to untie the soft leggings from the belt beneath her dress and slip them off slowly. The panes came closer together now. From the corner of her eye, she could plainly see in the pale light that she had stained the light-colored leggings with the warm wet when it had come earlier in the night. But she could clean them, to make them presentable when at long last she would show her man their son. She would brush her hair until it shone as deeply lustrous as a winter-kill hide. She would wipe her eyes, pushing from her shiny cheeks the stains of the tears that ran steadily across her face, finally to caress the softness at the fold of her neck. The older woman took her moccasins from her feet before pulling the light robe over the young one. The chills shook her daughter after every pain. Her mother was trying to tell her something. Luxfar blinked her eyes to push away the blinding tears and watched the old woman pantomime for her. She put one hand to her head, then pointed to her own belly, low between the hips, and nodded her head quickly to say yes. Now the old finger pointed to her head again, then to the side of her belly. The older woman shook her head from side to side. She seemed sad to Luxfar. What was she trying to say? Why should she look so sad? The little life within her was coming to meet her now, and everyone should be happy. Then the pain gripped her as never before. The long fingers deep in her belly slowly encircled her from the inside, tighter and tighter until the two hands formed one hard, tight, squeezing fist that shook itself within her being. She cried out. When the fist loosened itself slowly, Luxfar called out weakly for her mother and her sisters. Her mother had had the little life come to her 5 times already. Her mother would tell her what to do now that the little life was wanting so much to come out. The fist came and went again, raking the inside of her belly. Luxfar shuddered with the easing of the pain, and her legs shook without control. Her mother called out to a sister to build up the fire once more. Luxfar turned her head to see the younger girl scurry to add kindling to the glowing embers. Then she closed her eyes and sought out a place within. When next Luxfar opened her eyes, her sister was handing their mother a small kettle. Her mother offered her something in an elkhorn spoon that steamed like the trails of ghosts in the frosty air. With one arm, she helped the young woman rise to her elbows and held out the spoon in her other hand. Luxfar sniffed of the thick soup in the spoon and felt sickened at it. Her head began to swim, and she felt hotter than before. She knew her stomach was crawling to her mouth again and turned her head. When it came, there was not much to push past her tongue and spit out, only the sick taste from her stomach that burned and made her choke. The older woman poured the soup on the ground and dropped the spoon. She cradled the young flathead squaw in her arms until the convulsive vomiting had passed, then eased Luxfar back on the makeshift bed. Again and again her mother tried to coax Luxfar to drink from the spoon, but it was of no use. Luxfar felt sickened by the smell of the broth. She wanted to let her stomach out of her mouth each time, but there was nothing left to pour from it. Her mother began chattering excitedly once more, her words pouring out in a different pitch, her pleas now more frantic, more urgent than before. She showed Luxfar the 2 short staffs driven into the ground near the foot of the bed. The older woman squatted before them, facing Luxfar. Then she gripped a staff in each hand and rolled her face up, as if moving her bowels. Again and again she pantomimed, repeating the urgent words, her pinched face swelling, the flesh pushing against, contorting the deep wrinkles of many winters. Looks Far finally remembered the telling in Moons Gone Away of the grabbing of the two stakes and then pushing. If she squatted over the robe with her hands gripping the staffs, she had been told, she could push the little life out. Then the pain moved her remembering to the now as the rumbling tore everything away but the present. The fist was tensing within her more and more frequently, each pain coming on top of the one before it like beads strung together on a thong. It would be soon, she told herself. Then Looks Far cried. Newt and Redman were both nursing hangovers by the time they arrived at the Sublet and Campbell store on Washington Avenue. This painful end to their last drunken spree in St. Louis made both men edgy, irritable, and full of nagging doubts about going through with this march across the prairies to the summer rendezvous in the mountains. There was the promise of money, dollars, guineas, pistols, whatever it would be. All the same, it was money the two could spend upon their return to the city by the river, their mission completed, their assassination a success. During the past few days, the two men had laid wild, elaborate, drunken plans to spend their new wealth upon their return. And that wealth would be enough to make life a lot easier for some time to come. Enough wealth so that both men could eventually ward off those self-doubts and fears, that anxious, nervous worry over the journey now facing them. They stood in the slowly milling crowd of some 40 men who jostled against each other in front of the shop on Washington Avenue that cool, damp, cloudy morning as the sun began to break over the horizon to the east. It was quite a collection of clerks, mule tenders, general laborers necessary to transport the trade goods valued at some $15,000 west to the mountains. Newt remained sullen despite the muted, joyous mood of the throng at embarkation. Redman had to admit that he was finally finding the prospect of the journey across all the trackless miles a little less formidable, a little less frightening. He stepped toward a 26-year-old man near him. "You know what day this is?" Redman leaned close to the stranger. The other man turned toward Redman, caught the foul stench from many days of whiskey and damp sweat on the man who had addressed him. He looked Obadiah up and down before answering. "Looks as if to be the day we are leaving for the mountains, friend." "I can see that," Redman snapped. The man averted his eyes. "I ain't stupid," he tried to explain. "Just me and Hickerson here. We had us a few days of celebrating before we leave." He saw the stranger finally look over at him again. "Lost track is all, my friend. I mean to ask you what date. We lost track is all." 20th, the stranger answered, sympathetically this time. Then a smile came across his broad face. "April, in case you and your friend there been celebrating for that long a time." The stranger saw Redman draw back now and turned toward Newt to laugh. "Ain't been more'n a month, it ain't," he laughed along with Newt. "A few days, maybe. No longer'n that, eh, Hick?" They both laughed until the pain of aching heads ended the joke. "What day is it, anyway? What day that make it, the 20th? The stranger smiled almost benevolently. "That makes it Saturday." He turned to watch some activity near the two double doors at the front of the shop. "Saturday, eh?" Redman answered. Then the inspiration to be civil struck him. "Name's Redman. Obadiah Redman." He stuck out his grimy hand. "Larpenter's the name," the stranger answered. "Charles." "And this here's Hickerson Newt." Redman finished pumping Larpenter's hand, nodding his head toward his sullen, silent partner. Larpenter withdrew his hand and offered it to Newt. Hickerson finally shook it briefly. "First time?" Charles inquired. How you mean? Redmond answered. First trip to the mountains. Oh, yeah, Obadiah answered. Our first. Going out to take us care of the mules for these fellas. Watch the stock for 'em. He stepped back from the edge of the boards that formed a low platform in front of the shop. You gonna be tending stock? No, Larpenteur answered quickly. A clerk for Campbell. Won't have much to do till we get out to the mountains. He stepped back alongside Redmond. My first trip too, friend. It's new to most of us here. His arm swept an arc across the crowd. Campbell and his partner, William Sublette, just last winter formed them this company for the mountain trade. Both been to the Rockies before. Came back last year and formed them a new company to supply the rendezvous where them trappers come to get 'em supplies. Sublette, he's going upriver with some goods for the posts in the upper country. Campbell, and us with him, going across the flats toward the mountains. Redmond retrieved a bottle from his coat pocket, pulled the cork. He stared at the small amount of liquid in it before turning the bottle up to his lips and draining what remained. He brought the small bottle down from his face and smacked his lips. Be the last of that you'll have before you hit the mountains, friend, Larpenteur commented. And I'll be one to miss it on the trail, friend, Redmond answered. He turned to Newt. You got you any left? Best you finish it now if you have any more on you, Charles suggested. Campbell don't like drinking on the trail. Newt produced another small bottle that was still about half full. He took a slug of the cheap whiskey from it and passed it on to Redmond. Obadiah drank quickly, wiped the top with a dirty sleeve, and offered it to Larpenteur. No thanks, he answered. I don't often. Larpenteur! A voice from the crowd at the door called out. Charles Larpenteur! Campbell's calling me now. Charles began to move away into the crush of bodies. We'll see you on the trail. Then he was gone in the push of men at the door. Redmond watched as a man he supposed was Robert Campbell, just 29 years old this spring, handed Larpenteur some sheets of thick paper. The leader of the supply brigade gestured, and the two disappeared inside. Redmond and Newt moved through the crowd of men toward the front of the shop, stepping out of the way of a number of saddled horses that were being brought to the front of the crowd. Down the street, turning the corner from 2nd Street, plodded the first of the horses and mules. They had been loaded with the heavy packs of trading goods by baggage handlers at the warehouse near the wharf, and then led to the embarkation point at the shop. Within minutes, more than 200 animals pushed against one another along the narrow, muddy street. The sun was just breaking over the horizon, smearing a little light into the band of open sky beneath the heavy gray clouds. The group of men boiled away from the doorway as several figures emerged from the shop. One of these well-dressed men stepped forward and addressed the assemblage. The long, curled mustache he sported moved slightly beneath the thin, aquiline nose as he spoke in a voice thick with a Scottish accent. Men, we are about to leave this city behind, he began. Most of us will not see St. Louis again for many months, next fall at the earliest, perhaps. He pointed toward the stomping herd of mules. Each of you will be given 1 mule to ride, and 2 more loaded with baggage and such to care for. These 3 animals, will be in your charge for the remainder of the journey. The 2 mules you pack along with you are carrying many pounds, let us say much wealth in goods destined for the mountains. That wealth is in your charge. It will be your personal responsibility. Do not fail Mr. Campbell. The man, who was slightly over middle height, paused for effect. He was spare but broad-shouldered, possessing a military bearing despite shoulders that seemed a trifle bent. His long, thinning brown hair hung nearly to his shoulders, neatly combed and in place around the square face and the restless grayish-blue eyes that darted back and forth in their sockets with great intensity. "I repeat, do not fail Mr. Campbell," the voice carried over the throng, "and each man will be paid very handsomely upon his return from the Rocky Mountains. Men," he paused again, "to your animals." Newt and Redman joined the jostling, murmuring mob as the men bowled their way toward the waiting mules. At last, near the tail of the caravan, the two partners found 6 mules not already chosen by others. Both men stood beside their animals waiting further instructions as some cattle, both bulls and cows, were brought up by handlers and herdsmen. "Shit!" Redman wrinkled his nose as one of his mules emptied its bowels onto the muddy street. "Taking the whole goddamned farm, we are." He watched the steam rising in the damp air from the freshly laid pile. "Just as long as you don't shit where I'm going to lay my head every night," he said as he slapped the mule along its flank. "You and me gonna get along fine." "To St. Charles!" The Scottish accent rose in the air as the stranger mounted his horse at the head of the caravan. "And the Rocky Mountains!" There were some cheering, shoving, and cursing as the men climbed aboard the mules and took up the lead ropes for those mules behind them. Those in the lead plodded off down the street, crossing Lombard and heading west out of town. Eventually, the men and animals in front of Newt and Redman began to move out. Redman let Newt come up beside him as the procession moved out of the narrow thoroughfare that was Washington Avenue toward the broader, rougher lanes leading them west into the wooded countryside. "S'pose they got bedding for us, don't they?" Newt inquired, looking over at his partner. "Surely they do," Redman answered. "Couple of blankets apiece, under them canvases back there." He tossed his head toward the 4 mules following them. "They got us everything they said we'd need for the trip back there. And Hick, all we gotta do now is find this Paddock fella, get him, and bring back that pistol to Monsieur Leclerc. Make us some money for our trouble getting to them Rocky Mountains with these mules here. Not too bad a deal we made, eh?" He matched Hickerson's grin. "We might even have a good time, too, come this rendezvous out there. Have us a drink or two on this Campbell fella, fuck us some squaws like they say is always there to get your cock hard. They love us white fellas, they say, right?" Newt nodded his head. "Everything 2 fellas could ask for on a little journey," Hickerson continued. "Drinking, fucking, and killing." He smiled broadly beneath the many days' growth of whiskers. "Some drinking first, then a lot of fucking, and we do what's most fun for us. The killing, eh? Some killing." 12. "It is so hard," she whispered, her voice a rasp deep in her throat. Looks Far peered through misty eyes at her mother. "There is more help needed for this." She broke off as she felt the tumbling pain begin to roll over her once more. The older woman gripped her daughter's hand again as another muscle spasm washed over the young woman. Quickly, she threw back the edge of the blanket that hung over their makeshift shelter and called out to her younger daughter. "Grass singing?" She waited the few seconds it took for the girl to come. "You must find the woman your sister needs. Dreams of horses. Bring her here, now. She will bring this child out. Go, now!" Looks Far panted as the rippling seizure eased, giving her a short respite. Her limbs quivered, her eyes clouded over with the agony of labor. She shook inside as the tears flowed in answer to the pain. She tried to lick her lips to moisten them, but her tongue seemed stuck within her dry mouth and failed to respond. Knowingly, her mother helped raise her head again and gave her liquid from the elkhorn spoon. As she dropped the spoon again into the small kettle, sounds of feet shuffling over the snow broke through the blanket and hide shelter. Part of the covering flew back, and a small shaft of light shone behind the dark, skeletal shadow of the old woman. No one in the tribe knew for sure how old the woman was, this Dreams of Horses, for the old woman herself was not sure. It only seemed as if she had been old when the present elders of the tribe had been children. She lived on, through winter after winter, the wrinkles merely growing deeper, the thinning skin ever molding itself to the skeleton it still attempted to hide. Years before, in a time before anyone in the tribe now living had been born, the old woman had paid a handsome price to a tribal visionary for those secrets she had used repeatedly in cases of a difficult delivery such as this. Dreams of Horses now hoped her medicine would be enough once more, as she knelt beside the robe bed to touch the young woman's forehead with a skeletal fingertip. Her hand moved away and ripped open the front of her own blanket coat. From the belt that hung about her waist by what seemed to be only a promise, she drew a small pouch from among an assortment, untied it, and probed its contents. "Turner." The old throat cracked out the words softly. She did not look at either Grass Singing or the young girl's mother. The two quickly responded by pulling a robe aside and rolling Looks Far onto her right side, away from the ancient woman. "Her dress," she crackled again. "Lift it." Looks Far did not protest, as the skin dress was pulled up beyond her waist to expose most of her bare back. The woman withdrew her hand from the pouch. Between two fingers were small particles that she began to rub into the small of the young mother's back. Again and again she retrieved more of the mixture of a secret root and dried ground horned toad from the pouch, then rubbed the mixture into the skin of the young woman, who moaned with the coming of the next pain. Dreams of Horses continued her massage through the next several pains, and then retied the pouch and stuffed it into her belt. Looks Far could not remain on her side any longer. She let herself fall once more on her back. As the pain moved some distance away from her, the young mother opened her eyes to see if she could make out the forms gathered closely about her bed. As she stared at the ancient one, a bony finger came up to touch her lips into silence. "The feathers," Dreams of Horses hissed. "The feathers," she repeated, this time looking at Goes Away Dancing. "Her man's feathers. They have been taken from this lodge?" Goes Away Dancing understood. She has no man. He has no feathers." When the ancient one looked down at the young mother again, Goes Away Dancing continued. "Her man has no feathers. No." The ancient one drew her face very close to Looks Far's before she spoke, her short breath coming like puffs that stank with a foul odor in the young girl's nostrils. "Entrails, the entrails," she repeated herself. "Have you eaten," she said as she took another breath, "the insides of the four-legged—" Laboring for breath, she continued her question. "The entrails of the walksabout?" Looks Far turned her head, slowly shook it, not only in answer to the question, but also to escape the acrid breath. "The flying one." More of a statement than a question. "Have you eaten a bird in the last moon?" A thick cough rattled in the old woman's throat. Again, Looks Far woman shook her head. Dreams of Horses merely nodded once and pulled the front of the dress up so her hands could slide over the swollen abdomen. She pushed and prodded from side to side, probing from just below the ribs down toward the groin. Then she held her hands within the young woman's pubic hair while another contraction shook Looks Far. "This one," the ancient visionary began, "this life It is big for her. Dreams of Horses looked down at her belt again to choose from among the assortment of skin pouches. From one, she took a pinch of fine dust and held her fingers beneath Luxfar's nostrils. This medicine, the old men say, old men, long ago, old men, into your nose. You sneeze, make you sneeze for the turtle. The turtle will come to chase. She coughed again. Turtle chase the baby out. He is big to chase out. Luxfar sneezed twice as she inhaled the fine powder into each nostril. There was a strange sensation that came with the release of the sneeze, a lightheadedness that washed over her. She yearned for sleep, if only between the pains that were becoming an onslaught. The Ancient One leaned over her and pressed down upon her abdomen just below the ribs. No despair, the old woman spoke. This big one will come to his mother. She felt the tumbling of the baby within the young mother. Dreams of Horses took from her belt another pouch and drew a dried root from it. This you chew. She offered the wrinkled object to the heavens, then placed it against the young mother's lips. A long-ago person had taught Dreams of Horses of this plant she could only call by the name Buffalo Do Not Eat It. Perhaps it would put the young woman to sleep so that the baby would come out at last. Perhaps the young mother could dream through her work and the pain would move away from her body. As Luxfar chewed on the root, it made her think of things dead and dying, like the buffalo in the river when spring floods had drowned the shaggy beasts, their decaying, stinking bodies bobbing as they washed along the banks of the rivers. She wondered if she were dying, in giving breath to the little life within her. Was she passing over into that other land the elders spoke of when honoring the fallen warriors? Why should the passing be so hard? And still she chewed, feeling the numbness flow into her arms and legs, bringing them to rest from their shaking torment. Her breathing slowed. Dreams of Horses watched the young woman's limbs relax and felt a hidden smile grow across her old heart. The root was working. Her own back ached from bending over the young woman. The Ancient One straightened the crackling bones along her spine. She put old fingers to her neck, removed the thong around it. Dreams of Horses placed the thong over the young mother's head, then adjusted the charm between the young breasts. This was the gift of an Ancient One, given many winters ago in a tribal meeting from a woman of the Crow. The old woman released the charm and let it lie against the firm mounds, remembering the sparrowhawk name for this special rock medicine, Bakoritse. A curious object of sacred charm, to the non-crow merely a fossil of strange shape and color, now heavily wrapped with beads of purple, yellow, and red. Perhaps this placement of the charm around the young mother's neck was the last thing the Ancient One could do without help from one above. There had not been that much warmth escaping from the struggling embers, yet Dreams of Horses drew some heat magically from the bloody embers. Indeed, it was warmer inside the shelter with the young mother and those of her women, but this aged visionary needed to draw upon the wisdom of the night. She disappeared into the cold darkness. Finally, she pulled the shelter cover aside and slipped within once more, returning to kneel with painful creaking beside the young woman with the swollen belly. As she settled upon the edge of the blankets, Dreams of Horses took from her belt 2 charms suspended on solitary thongs. These she set beside one another near the top of the young mother's rounded belly. The old woman slowly stretched her hands, the right palm to cover the beaded turtle, the left to shelter the beaded lizard. Then the old one closed her eyes to shut out everything else, to close herself to the world now as she opened herself to the help of one above. Through him she would bring this baby forth. Through her he would bring relief to the young mother with the too big little life within. Dreams of Horses let all thoughts slip from her mind as the words came to her lips. Eventually she began the ancient song chanted over a mother in labor. This the old flathead woman would sing for the young mother. Kouk, kou min nin tchou min, seit klish tapomin, soul kaatsmin, tilt ko tapai patu, sin koso, ka muk ursno. Paiish, smai kaut seit sum tchin puki. Her trembling voice grew in its intensity as she repeated the special song over and over, rocking to and fro beside the young woman, her hands continuing to shelter the medicine charms protecting the belly, calling out to the belly to give forth of the little life. High upon the mountain top I flew, my face grew hot. The white cow buffalo came running toward my hiding place. The sky shows me, her old years talk to me. Never do I ride stars. She moves through my days without fear. Still the fist was made and loosened in her belly, but the heaviness in her head had slipped away. Looks far ran her tongue around the inside of her cheeks to again taste the sweetness of the broth. She would rest now, and let the little life find its own way out to meet her. Constantly her nostrils filled with the smell of burning sweetgrass incense, twisted into a braid and lit with a coal from the fire. The shelter became strongly scented with the sweet fragrance. Looks far drew the essence deeply into her lungs, feeling the smoke lift her body gently, as if she were floating a few inches above her bed. She floated into sleep and sank into dusky dreams of snowy forests shrouded in darkness, of wolves tearing at her belly, and of her bearded man come to save her in the blinding whiteness. Dreams of Horses kept the braids of sweetgrass lit and let the incense pour over the young mother. She continued to kneel beside the big belly and cup her hands over the turtle and the lizard, there to pray and sing the song of old. It had started to snow, only gently though, with the big fat flakes that silently spoke of a long time snow. They fell and were now and again blown by the winds into the small shelter of hides. The woman of many winters hunched down, fatigued, at the young woman's side. She wanted this girl to have this baby more and more as the hours wore on. Perhaps, she thought, she wanted it even more than she had wanted her own children. Children she had seen born, grow, and die, leaving her alone for years beyond counting. Yes, she prayed to one above that this one would see her child born, grow, and die of old age, offered a prayer for this young mother to be proud and filled with the joy that would make her forget this time of labor and pain. All across the young woman's belly, pushed and disfigured with the signs of life within it, Dreams of Horses brushed the sprig of sage she had first held over the sweetgrass smoke. She knelt to pray once more to one above, bowing the aged white head over the swollen abdomen. Her old, misshapen body was shaken now with the slow sobbing that racked her frail frame. The old woman inched forward to peer at the young woman's face, the many tears falling from the aged, dim eyes to rain across the young mother's cheeks and brow. The ancient one fell atop the big belly in exhaustion, both of her skeletal hands still clutching the beaded charms. The tremor beneath her hands and arms began as a slow rumbling, then grew in its intensity. a solid pushing, wave-like, as waters would lap at the shore of the river when it becomes swollen with the springtime snowmelt and rains. The old, hoary head jerked up with a start. She shifted the beaded amulets so they would not fall with the movement. Her fingers sought out the depths of the contraction, and she smiled. Dreams of horses crawled within the cradle of the young mother's legs, pulled at the blankets and robes that covered the place from where the child would come. As looks-far woman's trembling legs were bared, there came from deep within the body of the young woman a sound to match the growing rumble of the volcanic contraction. From a groan, it moved into a growl, which finally increased in pitch to emerge loudly as a scream of pain. The two other women in the shelter moved quickly to the young mother's side at this, the first sound emitted during the long hours of labor. Dreams of Horses looked at the face of this young mother, then returned her watchful gaze to the moist opening where the child would first see light. There! As the scream ravaged the silence, there! The top of the head! Indeed, she thought. Now this young mother could scream, if not for relief, if not for joy, then a scream of respect for the separation that must come of its own will in its own time. The child's head moved toward the outside world, then withdrew as its mother's legs, trembled, drew up in a convulsive shudder. The young woman did as the Ancient One had told her. She panted like a dog taken over with heat. Close to the opening of life, the Ancient One now placed her hands, touched the smooth flesh, felt the softness, warm and damp, under her own dried skin. Then the birthing mother let out another moan that grew into the growl of the animal before it pierced the shelter as an intense scream. The head came out to meet her. One old hand slipped from the young woman's leg to cradle the tiny globe. Slowly, agonizingly, the head turned, the rest of the body following, as the channel of life shifted in preparation for the final convulsion. More of the neck and then the top shoulder slid free of its confining shaft. The Ancient One smiled. She could finally smile as the second shoulder slipped free. Dreams of Horses then realized how right she had been. This new life was large, almost as big as a buffalo calf. Its young mother panted quickly, then groaned again quickly. But this time there was no eerie scream to assault the ears. The child slipped free from the opening of life. Its slick body was pasted with blood and mucus in its long-time journey toward separation from its mother. The old woman turned the child in her hands, still cradling it close between the young mother's legs. A son. She had a son. This truly was a part of his father. Tears rolled down the furrows in the old cheeks. She could not recall ever having cried before at the birth of a child through all those countless winters that took her mind back beyond remembering. A son! Her voice crackled with excitement as she held the young life up for the younger woman to view. Then she quickly drew the edge of a blanket about the boy's body to shelter him from the life-robbing cold. The child's grandmother, goes away dancing, laid a thin wad of sinew near the old woman. Dreams of Horses picked it up and put the end of the mass in her mouth, using what was left of old teeth to pull away from the rest of the wad a thin band of the animal tendon. This she left hanging from her lips. Drawing the edge of the blanket aside, the Ancient One milked the long, thick cord of life toward the child. With the final drops of precious fluid left to remain within the baby's body, Dreams of Horses took the sinew from her lips and tied it around the umbilicus, only inches away from the infant's fat belly. Around and around she wrapped the sinew, tying it on every wrap until the ends of the animal tendon were short. From her belt she removed a small knife, using it to slice at the cord just above the place where she had knotted the sinew. She smiled with a timeless glow. The child was now cut from this bond with its mother, who had supplied it with nourishment for these past moons. Now the child and its mother could build another bond, one stronger than any flesh would be. Luxfar's sister slipped quietly from the shelter to return but seconds later with sections of trade cloth that had been soaked in hot water. She knelt beside the old woman and helped bathe the little body cradled between Dreams of Horses and its mother. Goes Away Dancing realized her smile was frozen, her eyes locked on the grandchild. She glanced down at her daughter's face. The new mother's eyes were half closed in fatigue, in relief at the absence of pain. Goes Away Dancing wiped her daughter's moist brow and cheeks with the corner of her capote. Then she reached beneath her daughter's shoulders and raised Luxfar. With her upper body nestled against her mother's, Luxfar woman slowly opened her eyes to gaze upon the two women huddled near her thighs. Dreams of Horses drew back, then turned slightly to move the child out of the shadows. The young mother gasped as the Ancient One slid the blanket away from the child's body. Her gaze was drawn immediately to the member between the baby's legs. She smiled to see the tiny penis. "A son," she croaked against the shards in her throat. And she smiled the deep, reverent smile at this wonderful event. Dreams of Horses returned the smile, feeling her eyes brimming once more. Quickly she bowed her head as she turned away from the other's gazes, pulling the blanket about the young life once again. With the boy's head now covered, she presented the bundle to Goes Away Dancing, who took the baby into the crook of one arm while the other continued to cradle her daughter's head. Finally, the new grandmother placed the young life against its mother's side and pulled a part of the blanket away from the baby's face. "Feed him, my daughter," she whispered in the stillness where only the fall of tears and the soft patting of snowflakes were heard. "Give him the life of your body." Luxfar gazed into the tiny coal-like eyes of her son. Quickly she yanked at the thongs along the side of her dress, then slid the leather away from her breast. The firm mound was almost rigid in its fullness and anticipation of suckling. Luxfar took the man-child's head and shifted it to rest against her upper arm as she placed her nipple against her son's lips. Slowly, the lips parted, then opened in unknowing reflex. The mystery was just as quickly solved as the little mouth grasped the rigid nipple and began to suckle. Tentatively at first, then more steadily as he learned. The milk finally began to flow from his mother's body into his. His young mother gently rubbed the edge of the blanket back and forth over the tiny head to dry it of the remaining blood and mucus. Even here, in the dim light, she could see the pale color of the short, bobbed curls. It was his head of hair, she thought. Her eyes rolled upward to gaze upon the others in the small shelter, and all smiled back at her. "My man," she began, attempting to stifle the sob clutching at her throat. "My man, he has a son." 13. Bass kept to his southwesterly path for more than a week, some 9 days as close as he could recall. The afternoon of the 6th he had struck the wide, muscle-bound river and followed it as the waters raced westward. Scratch had never been this far west before. It was then that he wished he knew what river this was. His life so often depended upon knowing what rivers were where, the locations of mountain passes, and the placement of those mountain peaks that could guide a man through otherwise unfamiliar territory. He scanned the skyline constantly, watched the movement of shadows, getting information, and rapidly calculating his position. A man had to figure fast in the mountains, but this was not the arithmetic he used to chalk down on a slate board back in Kentucky as a youngster. This kind of calculating meant a future of staying alive up in the high country. The man who survived in the mountains had to understand everything those hills told him. They were his teacher now. Some men were just out-and-out lucky, nothing more than that. But most men couldn't stand to fail more than once in this school. So Scratch stayed with the unknown river that nagged at him with its own sort of frothing familiarity. Bass had, from time to time, looked up to the northwest, toward the great mountain far in the distance, its shoulders mantled with snow. The great mountain reminded him of home, his own shining mountains. The aches and pains of the trip threatened many times to overwhelm him, coming close to destroying him bit by bit, day by day, but still he pushed on. Driven, he seemed possessed to find the answers to the haunting of that one ghost which had so long pursued him this late winter journey. If he could only put some questions to rest, Bass thought, then he was certain his own soul would be more at rest. The damaged, torn skin at his shoulder began to knit, although the wounds at his wrist and ankle still hurt, reminding him of their newness with cold, dull, constant pain. The scabs over the healing flesh each chill morning kept him longer within the warmth of his robes. But Titus pushed on, often spurred on only by the hope that his solitary trek would soon be over. He had to swim the animals across the river when it met another larger flow. At the shallowest, calmest place of early spring runoff about 2 miles back up the smaller river, Bass untied each from the others, tugged, then pushed the animals into the freezing waters. One by one, they plunged into the current. As his buffalo runner's hooves lost the bottom, Bass slipped from the pony's back, clung to the saddle horn, and began to swim against the strong flow. He watched the other animals fight the current, hopeful that all the baggage would not take too bad a soaking. He and the ponies reached the south bank of the river farther down its course, the boiling current bobbing man and animals almost half a mile downriver before their feet and hooves touched the sandy, rocky bottom. 2 more times Bass plunged into the strong, muscle-bound current of the river to help pull the 2 Blackfoot ponies toward the bank. The last animal took some cooing, some coaxing, before it fought its way through the water toward the bank. Bass struck it hard on the rump to send it on its way, then clung to the pony's tail as it finally completed the swim. As he stood on the south bank, Titus began to shiver in the whipping air. The ponies tried to shake themselves free of the water clinging to them, loosening their packs in the process. Titus pulled the animals into the trees and decided to make camp there. After building a fire and nursing it into a welcome warmth, Scratch stripped out of his wet garments. He quickly wrung them out as he had done so many times before and hung them over tree branches. He retrieved the elk-hide coat from atop the packs strapped to a pony's back. It had stayed almost dry in the river crossing. Wearing only the quill-decorated coat and his thick moccasins, Bass looked to be some strange, bare-assed creature as he hobbled slowly around his fire, pulling baggage from the animals' backs and constantly stoking the flames. The night came on, and with it, the welcome closing of his tired eyes. The dream of the bear returned once more. "First time to meet a grizz, and ye walked way from it to tell, young Josiah. 'Twas the Lord's hands in it," McCafferty had commented after Paddock had a run-in with a sow grizzly. And Josiah had wondered at the white-hair's words, so Bass had explained as best he could, from his own beliefs, his own fears, his own medicine. "Then there be a reason for it, meanin' you meetin' up with a grizz. Bears like that always mean trouble for a man, carryin' bad tidings for him that crosses trail with old Caleb. Man can walk away from a fight with the critter, why may not even have 'em a tussle, but it carries bad tidings for the man. Meetin' up with a grizz is the Great Spirit's way of tellin' a man there's some big doin's in the makin' for him." Scratch had begun to take a mystical sort of comfort in the dream that came to press itself against his sleep over these many weeks of travel. Each night in the dream, Bass had felt the recognition of the bear as his brother, a mystical, silent omen that led him into the forest. The dream had each time found Bass following the animal into the dark forest, yet awakening before he could emerge from the dark canopy overhead. Each successive night found the old trapper moving into the darker and darker recesses of both his mind and the forest, the light growing progressively dimmer. From time to time, the bear would turn and stand on its hind legs as if to attack. But it never had rushed the man. Instead, Scratch had watched each time as the bear had beckoned to him, as if wishing him to follow deeper and deeper still into the darkness. The dream Grizz stared at the white man with only one eye. The other lid was scarred shut. Each time the animal dropped to all fours and continued his journey into the darkness. And Bass always followed the bear, followed the dim trail, the trail the bear cleared for him. He had followed almost reverently. Scratch awoke in the chill gray dawn and pulled the coat more tightly about himself. He wrestled the robes from his body before laying some twigs over the embers he dusted free from last night's ash. He added more limbs, and the flames grew to wash a warm radiance across the gray pallor of the early light. Then he struggled into his chilled, stiffened clothing. The brain-tanned leather began to loosen and warm quickly against his body heat. Only the trade cloth breech clout took time to warm in his crotch and across his buttocks. He would have to hunt again this day, he thought, as he pulled the last of his venison near the fire and sliced thick strips of the meat from the haunch. He skewered these strips on shaved, sharpened sticks and placed them over the low flames, one end of each stick shoved securely in the ground at the edge of the fire. Then the old trapper began to repack the bundles he would strap to the pony's back for another day's travel. Most of the baggage had dried reasonably well. What was still damp he would strap on top so that it might air out more easily, catching what sun it could during the day's ride. He finally leaned back against one of the bundles and stretched out his legs near the warmth of the flames, contenting himself with rotating his breakfast from time to time over the cheering blaze. When his meal was over and washed down with the cold river water, Bass loaded the bundles on the well-fed ponies. The trapper led the animals along the southern bank of the river. There he turned left, heading almost due south along a well-worn path, a trail that had seen many moccasin prints over untold years. The travel was quick for the old trapper, Bass preferring to walk, stretching those muscles his body needed to exercise. The sunlight dappled the trail through the tree branches, and the heavy foliage at the trail's border allowed the ponies to nibble as they followed along. Then Bass saw them. At first it was only movement along the trail up ahead. He jerked to a halt and heard the ponies plod to a stop behind him. The figures moved back and forth across the trail, from the river into the trees and back again to the river. 2 men. Scratch ground-tied his pony to a clump of brush. He crouched, began to steal quietly down the trail. As he crept closer, the indistinct sounds of the men's voices reached him. Titus drifted into the woods off the trail and approached the figures from above. Through the thick stands of trees and lush undergrowth, he crawled to within 30 yards of the 2 men and watched. The 2 hunkered at the water's edge, their backs bent as they wrestled with a pair of bundles. Both men lifted their loads and straightened, then turned. They moved to Bass's left, coming closer until the old trapper could see that one of the men wore a mustache, and the second, yes, he had a beard. Titus rose to his knees, then slowly to his feet. His apprehension changed to a genuine joy. These were the first white men he had seen in many, many weeks. No longer was he careful not to make noise. Scratch blustered like a storm wind through the thick vegetation, bullying his way clear of the trees and swaggering down to the trail, dappled with sunlight. The two laborers were so intent upon their work that Bass was nearly upon them before they realized he was approaching on foot down the trail. One man reached for a rifle that leaned against some of the canvas-wrapped bales. The other stepped behind the stack and pulled out a pistol. "Ho there!" Scratch called merrily, his spirits soaring as the burden of solitude and loneliness lifted from his shoulders. The two men glanced at one another. The man with the drawn pistol moved around the bales warily and spoke first. "Who are you, friend?" "Name's Bass," he answered as he came up to the two laborers. "And glad this nigger is to be seeing some friendly faces." He stuck out a right hand toward the man who had spoken to him, a tall, muscular man who looked to be in his middle 40s. "Titus Bass is the name." He stood before them, dressed as an Indian from the northern plains and mountains, but he was obviously a white man. The first worker looked down at the scarred, scratched, and bloodied hand and wrist that was finally healing from the wolf attack. He saw that the old trapper's right index finger was missing. Then, the worker focused his attention back to the newcomer's face. He finally put away his pistol, grasped Scratch's offered hand. His partner set his rifle back against the stack of bales. "You came on us by surprise, friend," he offered in explanation. "Coming up on us the way you did." "Weren't trying to be sneaky," Bass apologized. "Saw you fellas from back there," he said, gesturing up the trail with his thumb. "Watched till I saw me you was white folks. Sorry to surprise you the way I did. I just was happy to see you fellas. Got me a bit lonesome for folks to talk to is all." He offered his hand to the second worker, who stayed close to his rifle. "Titus Bass is my name." "Guillaume Tardit," the second man answered, his accent thick, nasal, Gallic. He took the offered hand and pumped it happily. "I'm sorry I come on you sudden-like, too," Bass apologized. The second Frenchman glanced quizzically over at his partner. The first worker explained. "He does not understand you, Mr. Bass." Then he smiled. "In fact, he does not understand me most of the time. Very little English does this one know. French, out of Canada." He spoke briefly to Tardit in the man's native tongue, and the congenial Frenchman smiled and pumped the trapper's hand once more before releasing Bass's arm back. "You have come over the mountains, I take it?" asked the English-speaking man, his voice tinged with a British accent. "Yep," Bass replied. "This poor child's starving most of the way. My paunch got so small it could have chambered a 64 ball. He shook his head now with the sudden remembrance of all that he had been through. "Damn, it's good to talk to someone else every now and then. My animals listen, but I'll be damned, they don't talk back to me, you see." He threw a thumb back over his shoulder. "Maybe so I best go get them first whack. Then I be back and give you fellas a hand with your truck here." "Mr. Bass," said the Frenchman's companion, "allow me to introduce myself also. I am Gerald Thornbrew, and I likewise am glad to have someone to talk with." The smile on his face was genuine and wide. "You be off now to fetch your animals and return straight away. But you have no need of helping us, Guillaume and me. Rest yourself, I say. I am happy just to be able to wag my tongue again at someone who knows my own language. Seems most of the time I have French or some blasted native I have to talk to. Does my heart good to have someone new I can talk to?" Titus nodded. "And I'm one as can bend your ear, friend," he smiled. He turned once more to head up the trail. "Mr. Bass," Thornbrew said, and waited until the trapper stopped and turned around to face him. "Where is it you are going, if I might ask?" Bass was more than a little confused at the question. I'm going to get me my horses." "No, I did not mean that, sir," Gerald said. "Where are you and your animals headed? Why are you over here on this side of the mountains, in Hudson's Bay country?" Scratch looked down at the toes of his thick moccasins for a moment before answering. "Heading to Van—" His voice trailed off as he looked up at the Englishman. "Vancouver, you say?" "Yep," he responded. "Knew I didn't remember the name of the fort. Vancouver." "Why?" Thornbrew inquired. "Why are you heading to Vancouver? You don't seem to be in need of provisions. Still have your animals and whatnot." Bass looked back down at his moccasins again, then back up to the Englishman when he had an answer formed in his mind. "Have me some questions what needin' answers, sir," he said quietly. "Got me a ghost or two to lay to rest. At this Vancouver, I think I can find me my answers." Scratch turned quickly, as if that were answer enough for the Englishman, and headed back along the trail toward his waiting ponies. In and out of the rays of sunlight, across the tiger-stripe pattern of shade along the trail, Bass scooted quickly. The haunting would soon be over. The exorcism would soon be complete. "For if a man think himself to be something when he is nothing, he deceiveth himself. But let every man prove his own work, and then shall we have rejoicing in himself alone, and not in another. For every man shall bear his own burden." The voice was at his ears once more, as surely as if the white hair were beside him. Bass stopped and looked around to be sure. He was alone. The voice had seemed so real, but once more the words had come from within his own mind, rumbling within his own ears. Asa's words. His Bible quoting again, he nodded briefly to himself. His ghost staying with my soul, feeding on me. Bass knew his own soul was small now, providing the specter of his dead ex-partner all the more fertile a place to dwell. "For all my life is spent with grief, and my years with sighing." The loneliness of the journey that was coming to an end had made him all the more susceptible again to recalling the chatterings of the ex-preacher-turned-trapper. "Ah, McCafferty," Bass whispered as he drew near the waiting ponies. "When will you finally leave me be? When will you let go of me?" "They will go up by the mountains. They will go down by the valleys unto the place which thou hast founded for them." "No!" he said, startled at the loudness of his own voice in the quiet of the forest. "No," he said more quietly. "I found me my own way. No one showed me, McCafferty. Not you, not your lord, me. I found me my own way here." Bass swung up into the saddle and pulled the lead rope into his hand. "You can't tell me any other way now," he whispered to the ghost at his side. "Can't tell me anything I'll be believing, and soon I'll be rid of you. When your soul's at rest, you'll quit devilin' me." He kicked gently at the pony's sides and moved down the trail. "When your soul's finally at peace, old friend, you can leave me be." Yes, he had finally arrived. Or at least he was close. Vancouver was where he would find his answers to put the ghost to rest at last. Vancouver was where McLaughlin was. Josiah had told Bass how McCafferty had spoken almost in awe of the fort's chief factor. "Told me all about him, Asa did, with his white hair hanging down to his shoulders and them piercin' pearls of eyes, he called 'em. Said McLaughlin commands both duty and respect from all those around him." We'll just see about this McLaughlin myself, he thought. We'll just see for ourselves about the man. Then he said the Lord had set the man down in the wilderness, Josiah had continued, saying the doctors made himself a haven of safety and settlement in that same wilderness, all to the credit of his own God-fearing soul. Just how God-fearing a nigger's supposed to be what sets one man on another, he asked out loud. Just who can answer me that? Maybe so this McLaughlin got him a lot of explaining to be doing to Titus Bass here. Yes, sir. Then Asa said that was more than a fur trading post. said it was truly a community of God-fearing souls set in the wilderness of the heathen and the savage. Josiah had shaken his head in the telling. He must have been some taken with the man, 'cause he said that there be a man doing the Lord's work out here. Said there be a man of medicine in these mountains. Shit. He spat on the ground at the thought. We'll be seeing just how much medicine this fella has. We'll be seeing if this here McLaughlin got him medicine enough to match up to Titus Bass and take the circle from him. The workers came into view once more. Happen to know what day it be? He asked as he slid from the saddle. Monday, Thornbrew replied. Monday, April 29. Don't matter much what day of the week it be, leastways to me. Bass came around the pony to lean his rifle against some of the bales. It does here, my friend, Gerald commented. Sunday's a day of rest most of the time, unless there is work to be done that cannot wait. The good doctor does not like work on Sundays, Mr. Bass, but if the trade requires it of us, then Sunday is like any other day. Yes, to be sure. One day like the one afore it. Bass smiled and moved down the sandy bench toward the barge with its load of supplies. Just like the one come after it. All the same it is to this here child. He hefted one of the bales into his arms. Thornbrew dropped his load at the stacks of baggage. In a way, I envy you, Mr. Bass. Yes, I do. For me, this is but a job. The days have meaning, what day it is, I mean to say. What day of the week, what day of the month. He shook his head before moving to the barge again. Thornbrew lifted the last of the bales and stepped off the wooden platform onto the soft, sandy beach lapped with ice-laden water. I do envy you, friend. Not having to care what day it is, one day like the next, each day like the one before it. Admirable it is. The freedom, you see? He looked into the trapper's face and smiled. You do see what you have, don't you? Don't rightly know as I do. It is so simple, so beautifully simple, this life of yours, Thornbrew began. If it is as I have heard it mentioned by others, Americans, that is. He snapped his fingers and smiled more widely, as if struck with inspiration. It is not a job for you, is it? Bass nodded in agreement. No, continued Thornbrew, it is not a job for you as it is for us, Guillaume and me and so many others. It is your life. He spoke the last word reverently. I wait for the time when I can leave the service of the company, return home, and have that which you have now, Mr. Bass. This is my job, see? He made a semicircle of his arms as if carrying the bales of supplies. I move things that are not mine from one place to another. From here, he said, picking up an imaginary bale and dropping it to the ground, over to there. Over and over, Mr. Bass. And you, he shook his head as if with the weight of the newfound realization, you climb over the mountains. Freedom. To come and go as you wish. Don't you see it? He stepped closer to Bass. No, Scratch answered softly. Never really thought me. Come now, Gerald interrupted. You have it all. So much more than any of the rest of us here, even at Vancouver. This is my work, Mr. Bass, but this is your life. My life? Bass replied. Starving, getting ate by wolves, fighting an eagle for a piece of his meal? His voice dropped off again in contemplation. It don't seem all that great a passel of freedom to me. He wondered at Thornbrew's concept, this manner of praise for the life the trapper had chosen. Mr. Bass, Thornbrew said as he finally sat down on a single bale beside Scratch, unlike so many who have come to Vancouver, you Americans, they have come begging, needing. Our help, our supplies, our horses, all of it. You see, you have come without that need, without that begging. I ain't begging, Scratch replied, but I am needin', sir. I'm needin' something what I feel I can find at Vancouver. That be all I'm after. I don't come to take nothing."
"Ah, yes," Thornbrew responded. How did you phrase it? Your ghosts? Yes. But, Mr. Bass, we all have ghosts with us. The spirit of something we cannot shake free of. We all have them. There is no denying that fact, sir. Yet with all of that, you are not imprisoned by your ghosts. Mr. Bass, you are free to roam this country and make of your life what you will. You, sir, are lord of your domain. Those who come begging at our door, they are not of your cut, sir. You have risen above them, Mr. Bass. My God, man, you have to know what you hold in your grasp, what you have in your hands. His voice had an edge of desperation to it as he pleaded with Bass to understand his point. I ain't no lord, Bass finally commented quietly. No man works for me, just like I work for no man. No, Thornbrew cut in. You fail to understand what I am trying to express to you. He shook his head a moment in search of the words, then slid closer to Bass. You are a lord out here in this wild land, Mr. Bass. There was much enthusiasm in his voice again. You are a lord of the mountains, he said, sweeping his arm around him. And not only are you a lord in this savage, brutal place, having come to terms with this land and your place in it, but you are truly a lord over your own life. And that, sir, he paused, is what is of the utmost importance. Ah, how I envy you, personally. He leaned back now, as if appraising the American before him. And you must surely see why it is that I envy you, envy your life, how you are master of it. Bass looked down at the sandy beach again, considering the words this Englishman had been speaking to him. At first, it had galled him to be considered a lord. That was what he had tried to escape back east. Working for a boss, working for someone who thought himself better than he was. But it began to make sense, this Englishman's concept. What he had been escaping from, Bass now held in his own hands. Power. A power over one's own life. The power to choose where he would be, when he would work, where he would go next. Yes, it did come into focus for him now. It was a peaceful contentment that flowed from the knowledge of this power. It dawned on Bass that he was something above the ordinary, the commonplace. He had indeed taken his life into his own hands and had made it work for him. He did indeed control his own destiny. To live and die by his own choosing, by his own hand, that was power. I got me near all a man wants, Mr. Thornbrew, he admitted quietly. I got me a good rifle what can shoot true. He hugged Asa's old weapon a little tighter to his breast for reassurance. Best meat a man could ask of the good Lord brung him by that rifle. I got me whiskey when I needs a wettin'. Got me warm women in my winter robes, too. Out there. The place inside singed with pain as he swept the skyline with the muzzle of the rifle. God's prettiest sculpturin's to lay sign in, to live out my days in, and all them nights full of blazin' sky. Bass shook his head from the wonder of it all suddenly rolling over him once more. I hear them mountains talking to me sometimes. I can hear what they try and tell me. Yep, Mr. Thornbrew, I think maybe so I know what you're talking about now, he agreed, and saw a smile break across the big Englishman's face. I suppose I do got more'n most men just hanker for all their lives right here. Bass studied the broad, sturdy face, then added, A lord, huh? He clucked once. Very interesting. Yes, sir. Thornbrew rose and faced the American. I salute you, Lord Bass. He snapped his hand to the side of his head to complete the compliment. Lord of all he can see, this one, and he has seen much. Lord Bass, I am at your service, sir. Told you, no man works for me. Bass looked up and smiled. But surely I can be of some service to you, sir? Gerald inquired happily. The big, muscular Englishman had a disarming air about him. "You say you are on the way to Vancouver, yes?" He waited for Bass to nod. "Yes, then we can take you there, Guillaume and me." He pointed to the Frenchman stretched out atop some of the bales. Tardit arose and slid off the baggage. "We are at your service and provide you with the finest in transportation this river has to offer," said Gerald, extending his arm toward the barge. "Float down on that thing?" Bass asked nervously. "Why, of course, sir," Gerald answered. "We must return to Vancouver on the morrow for more provisions, and your company would be most appreciated. Oui, Guillaume?" He turned to look at Tardit. The Frenchman grinned dementedly, obviously in ignorance of all this English gibberish. Gerald continued. "Oui, Mr. Bass. We are at your disposal for the last leg of your journey to Vancouver to visit this other lord, His Excellency, Dr. McLaughlin. Much like you, a lord of his realm. Much like you, at peace in this wild, unforgiving land." Thornbrew reached behind him, took up his rifle. "And my boss, Monsieur Pambrun, will be very unhappy with me if I should be late getting these supplies in before dark. Pambrun is the chief, the head factor at our post, this Nez Perce on the Walla Walla, sir." He headed off the beach down the trail toward the trees. "We must get our horses and load the first of these for the short trip back to the post." Bass and Tardit followed the amicable Englishman toward the horses. "Monsieur Pambrun is a kindly soul, Mr. Bass. A kindly man, that one. And he will be honored by your visitation, sir. One who has come not begging for a thing. He will be honored with your presence, Lord Bass." Then Thornbrew started singing an old whaling shanty, his voice terribly off-key, almost grating to the ear. "As I was a-walking down Paradise Street, to me way, hey, blow the man down. A pretty young damsel I chanced for to meet, give me some time to blow the man down. She hailed me with her flipper, I took her in tow, to me way, hey, blow the man down. Yardarm to yardarm away we did go, give me some time to blow the man down. But as we were going, she said unto me, to me way, hey, blow the man down. There's a spanking full rigger just ready for sea. Give me some time to blow the man down." Yes, to enjoy the music of another human's voice. Bass found himself humming along with the Britisher through the last verses of the shanty. "So I give you fair warning before we belay, to me way, hey, blow the man down. Don't ever take heed of what pretty girls say. Give me some time to blow the man down." Bass was almost there, almost where he could grab for the answer. Perhaps a lord in some way, as this Englishman had said. Perhaps. Maybe so. But not totally free. "Thou shalt preserve me from trouble. Thou shalt compass me about with songs of deliverance." In that dark, private place within himself, Bass knew there was a genuine haunting. And the ember of that spirit which refused to die within his own soul, that ember which had allowed him to cross over the mountains and reach this place, was alive and hopeful at the prospect of freedom. Soon he would be free of the haunting specter. Soon he would be rid of the darkness within his soul. Once more, at last, he would be Lord. His life would be free to string itself back over the mountains. He would be free. The mules had kicked up on their handlers for better than 4 days, finally settling down a few days before the caravan reached Lexington. This small frontier town was the last outpost of established civilization the men would see for months. Outside the scattered gathering of cabins, shops, and numerous watering holes nestled along the Missouri River, Campbell gave orders to establish camp. There, the supply brigade stayed for several days, awaiting William Sublette and his keelboat, Gallant, to come upriver from St. Louis. It was Sunday, April 28th.
Campbell was hopeful when he told his brigade they would be leaving before the end of the first week of May. By now, most of his handlers, clerks, and mule tenders were restive, ready for the overland journey. This calculated delay at Lexington wore heavily on some of the men who had mentally steeled themselves for the trip that lay ahead. On Wednesday, May 1st, William Sublet's keelboat was seen coming upriver. From Lexington, it would be pulled behind the steamboat Otto, which was to haul Sublet against the Missouri's current as far as Fort Pierre at the mouth of the Teton River. That afternoon, they docked the Gallant behind the Otto, which was already tied to the rough-hewn wharf. The next morning, unloading began. Muddy waters lapped at the dock as the men cursed and wrestled with the cargo. His brigade's supplies for the overland trip were taken off the boats and brought to Campbell's camp. The tins of hardtack, bacon, and cornmeal were divided among the packs to be lashed atop the less burdened mules. These supplies, along with the sheep and cattle, were to serve as trail food until the brigade reached buffalo country. Out of boredom, Obadiah Redman opened his mule's packs with the thought of repacking the baggage. "Hick," he whispered loudly one late afternoon. "Come here." Hickerson Newt ambled over to the scattered disarray that surrounded his partner. He kneeled before Redman, who sat on the ground among the various tins and oilskin-wrapped packages. "You ain't gonna believe this, Hick. Come here." He gestured impatiently. "Look at this, will you? Besides all these traps here," he waved at the piles of iron traps, "I got me some chocolate. Can you believe that?" He held up a small, waxed paper-wrapped parcel that had been torn open. Newt took it from his friend's hand and peered down at the dark brown bar. He took a fingernail and scraped across the top of the bar, then stuffed the finger between his lips. He brought it away with a loud smack. "Chocolate, all right," Hickerson replied. "Good, too." Take it, Redman insisted. "They won't miss one bar of chocolate." He got to his knees and pulled a tin toward him. "You gotta look at this, too. Hick, can you believe they got us hauling raisins to them mountains?" He glanced up at Newt. "That's right, raisins. See? Look for yourself." He held up the large round tin, its top pried off with the tip of a knife blade. Newt stuffed a hand into the hole and pulled out a handful of the small, dark objects. He placed one on his tongue and began to chew. Then a smile grew across his face. "Can't believe it." Hickerson put more into his mouth. "Nope," Redman responded. "Hard to believe, my friend. They got us hauling fancy food like we was heading to some fancy party." He shook his head in mock disbelief. "Them fellas out to the mountains supposed to be so tough? Shit! What kind of fellas trade their beaver for raisins and chocolate? Eh, Hick?" Newt ate a handful. "Like they got him a sweet tooth, sure do." "Nah," Obadiah objected. "Means them fellas ain't near as mean as we been thinking they is. Eatin' this fancy stuff. Vittles fit for dessert on a gussied-up French party table. Shit! Can you believe it, Hick?" He shook his head once more. "Fellas would eat this stuff? Why, this job gonna be easier'n I ever thought. Yes, sir, getting that pistol and that fella out of there, why, that's gonna be like taking candy from a baby." He grinned broadly up at Hickerson, proud of his own joke. "You see, Hick, just like taking candy from some baby," he snickered. "Let's see what you got in your gear, Newt." He rose and set off with Hickerson toward their small canvas tent that they had pitched upwind from the cattle and sheep driven along with the brigade from St. Louis. Across the camp, a runner burdened with a large leather pouch scurried toward the larger tents at the east end of the compound. "Stewart!" he yelled. "Mr. Stewart!" Out of one of the larger canvas structures emerged a man of middle height, some 5 feet 11 inches tall. His dark brown hair was not as neatly combed as it had been the morning of departure from St. Louis many days before. The quick blue-gray eyes darted about in their sockets, scanning the crush of moving men and animals until he spotted the courier rushing his way. The runner held up a bundle of folded paper in his hand and waved it at Stuart. The Scotsman set the Manton rifle against the wall of the tent and stood patiently. "A letter, sir." "I see," Stuart replied as he accepted the flat parcel. "And doubtless the last of these I will see for some time." He turned on his heel and entered the tent, picking up the Manton rifle as he passed through the door flaps. Inside, he set it next to its brother. 2 matched rifles, crafted in England expressly for this trip to the United States. He thumped down on a small canvas stool and turned the flat parcel over in his hands before opening it. Sir William Drummond Stuart, in the care of Mr. Robert Campbell and Mr. William Sublett, St. Louis, United States. The words were written in the familiar, grandly expressive hand of his brother George, who had remained behind in Scotland. At last, Stuart ripped open the seal of the letter and began to read. When at last he read the words, "Your loving brother George," William went back and quickly reread certain parts of the letter. Finally, he let the pages sag between his knees and hung his head. He could believe it, and then he couldn't. He knew the words were true. He and George had a special relationship with each other, but the truth of it still clawed at him painfully. William had figured for some time this was the way things would turn out, but his heart had not been ready for the reality of it all. Surely, he told himself, he should be saddened by the news of their mother's death many weeks before. Surely this should make any dutiful, loving son grieve. But he was saddened not by her passing. Instead, Stuart was angered at the injustices shown him by a mother who had been only politely civil to her son, with very little more added to their relationship. And now, that polite old woman he had never felt close to had died. Leaving their family estate of Longueuilmond to his brother John. Yes, John was the family favorite. Stuart let his chin rest against his chest and sighed. It was a crushing blow to him. He had served well, distinguishing himself in His Majesty's service as a military officer. He had done no wrong to deserve this burning slap across the face. Yes, he felt stung by the affront. To John. It all went to John, the pretty favorite, his mother's favorite. Outside, he could hear the faint sounds of male voices carry across the compound on the early dusk air. Some good voices, a few discordant, drifted into the tent. "Will you come to the bower I have shaded for you? Our bed shall be roses all spangled with dew. Will you come to the bower I have shaded for you? Our bed shall be roses all spangled with dew. Will you come to the bower? Will you come to the bower?" "So be it," he finally decided. "If that be the shape of things, so be it." He rose slowly from the stool and stuffed the folded papers into one of his small bags near his shaving outfit. He planned on keeping the letter long enough to read and reread the words over and over on this journey, perhaps as many times as it took until they were burned into his memory. William would have to work himself out of this bitterness. His family simply did not understand the woman he kept on his estate. They simply did not understand the depth of that relationship. So his mother had handed him bitter retribution from the grave. So be it, he thought as he turned from the small wooden folding table. I will go on despite them. I will go on. William? Brotherton poked his head into the open doorway of the tent. He read the troubled look on his friend's face. What is it? Stuart quickly turned away from his pouch where he had stuffed the letter. One more nail, dear friend, he replied. Merely one more nail in the coffin of my soul. He shook his head and went over to a small wooden table where an open bottle of port stood. He poured 2 small cups of the liquor and handed one to Brotherton. Stewart clanked his own cup against his friend's. "A toast," he began. "A toast to a successful journey, and to each of us finding that for which we are looking in this new land." They lifted the cups to their lips. Brotherton watched Stewart's face over the rim of his own cup. He was troubled at what he read in William's eyes. Stewart downed the stout port he had brought for the journey, draining the cup. He swallowed slowly, then his face seemed to relax. "Ah, that is better. Much better," he commented, and turned to pour himself more of the wine. "Surely you can tell me," Brotherton begged. "You can tell a friend what troubles you so." It was long moments before Stewart answered. After he sat on the stool once more and stared out of the open doorway of the tent for some time, William spoke. "My dear mother." He slammed the small table with his flat palm. "Why the hell do I say my dear mother?" He shook his head as if in disbelief. "This woman with whom I was never really close, she had always made out to be close to me, but we all knew, her children all knew, she was close to but one of us, John. Dear, dear brother John, the favorite, damn his hide." Stewart's voice was harsh now. "Her favorite, damn his bloody, everlasting hide." "What is this all about?" Brotherton moved a bit closer and squatted on the ground before the slumping body of his friend. "He has it all, don't you see?" Stewart pleaded with Brotherton to understand. "Dear brother John has it all. The big estate, Longilmond. It is John's." "Then," Brotherton began, "then your mother she has passed on?" "Yes," William roared. It took a moment more to compose himself, to allow some of the seething anger to drain away so that he could speak. "Dear God," Brotherton responded. "God rest her soul." He sipped at the port. If it all weren't so damned bloody laughable," William fought the sob, "then I might just damn her soul to hell." "No," Brotherton snapped. "You must not say such things." "They are what I feel." Stewart rose suddenly, tipped his head back, and drained the port again as he stood. "And more of this will help me feel all the better." He went to pour another cup. Brotherton went to Stewart's side. "It really will not help a thing." He put a flat palm across the top of Stewart's cup. "It is the port talking, my friend, only that. And your grief. It is your grief, isn't it? Your great sadness at the loss, the passing of your dear mother, all this that makes you say these horrible things?" Again, Stewart took some time in answering, waiting, too, for Brotherton to remove his hand from his cup. He slowly poured more of the port into both of their vessels and sat back down. "Yes, my dear friend, perhaps it is the loss, but the loss of so much more than my mother. It is the loss of Longilmond and all I dreamed of doing for the estate." "But you still have your holdings," Brotherton injected. "You still have Mirthley. That is no small claim, I must say." He shook his head. "That is a beautiful place. While perhaps not as large as Longilmond, nevertheless much more beautiful, and more private. You always loved the privacy it afforded you, didn't you?" He looked Stewart in the eye. When William looked away, he continued. "Well, man, didn't you?" I suppose you are right. It is much more beautiful than Longilmond. Yes, and quieter." Stewart rose again and stood at the open doorway of the tent. Brotherton came to stand beside him. Together they watched the late afternoon sun disappear to the west, the men moving slowly, ambling about the camp, others lounging around the evening cooking fires. Stewart turned to look at his friend. "Dear, dear Brotherton,
I am so glad you came along with me to make some sense to this old horse soldier. This man you see standing before you has suffered the wounds of battle. He has commanded men in war. It was Waterloo at the peak." His voice rose a little. "And yet, I allow myself to become defeated by this final blow from my family, the final wounding. Almost prophetic, wouldn't you say, dear friend? Almost prophetic that my brother's word reaches us on the eve of our departure across the uncharted wilds of this virgin land, to find that my hopes for my own land and all my dreams resting upon those self-same hopes are now dashed, to receive this letter here at this time? Dear God, by the twists of fate!" "William—" "No," he interrupted. "I will go on. I must go on. You see, I could have ventured across this amazing wilderness one more day and I would have missed the damnable letter. I would have blindly ventured forth, my friend, equating all that I was seeing with what would someday be mine back in Scotland. But now—" He paused a moment. "Now it is perhaps all the better this way. There is so much left behind that will never repair itself. Never to be mended. And better it is, believe me. Now I can go into this new land fresh and unfettered, no longer carrying the illusions of the gentry." "But you are a lord, Stuart," Brotherton responded. "That is not an empty title." "Ah, but it is in many ways," William sighed. "Laird Stuart. In so many ways an empty title for me. My mirthly, yes, but out there, where few can venture, even fewer are the lords of that domain. I feel, and this might seem strange, dear friend, I feel much more kinship with those whose very life is spent out there." He pointed to the west, toward the disappearing sun. He nodded twice. "Much closer do I feel with those lairds of the borderlands than to any so-titled lord back in Scotland. These men, these wild, far-seeing men we will meet, they are more worthy of this title than that which has been bestowed upon the like of my brother John." He nodded toward the west and brought his cup up as if in a toast. "To those wild and noble men, a breed like no other on this earth, I drink. I drink to those few true lords of the borderlands, to those few who by their own nobility and wildness protect the vast wilderness across this border, a border few dare to cross. Those border lairds who daily wrench their very existence from this savage, beautiful wildness." He brought the cup to his lips, and this time sipped more slowly at the port. "A border?" Brotherton shook his head. "You will have to explain these thoughts of yours. A long time ago, when my land was first penetrated by foreign invaders, the lords along the borders were the warriors charged with repulsing the threat, pushing back the attack. Those lords of the borderlands were of necessity the strongest, the fittest for the protection of our lands. And they were of the mettle to take very seriously that for which they had been charged. It has always been thus in my native land of Scotland. Those most brave, those most noble, were the ones who always stepped forward to take up the gauntlet, to answer the challenge of all who would cross our borders. Yes, truly noble," he said, as he sipped long again at the port. "There under the bower on roses you'll lie, with a blush on your cheek, but a smile in your eye. There under the bower on roses you'll lie, with a blush on your cheek, but a smile in your eye. Will you come to the bower? Will you come to the bower?" "Come," Brotherton said, after the song died away and the silence settled around them. "Christie and Harrison will soon have the evening meal ready for us. Campbell will be eating this last night with Sublet, as will Vasquez and Jeunesse. Sublet will not see them for some many months now. And we ourselves will have many months to enjoy this noble wilderness you have dragged your dear friend along to see with you. Come now,
Let me drag you to supper. It will cheer you. Tomorrow we finally set out across the great wastes to those mountains they say dwarf the foothills we crossed to get to that great river in St. Louis. We will cheer you, William. Your friends are here. They are with you now. And the unhappiness is behind you.
Yes, Stuart answered. I am indeed among my friends, am I not, Brotherton? And you have quieted this old warrior's heart much this evening. There is indeed so much to experience now, and I wish to grab it. He clenched his fist tightly out in front of his chest. Grab it all.
14. The small, sturdy man stepped from the doorway of one of the handful of buildings that was set out from the palisades of the fort. He stood beneath the small awning of the building and watched as a pair of laborers led Thornbrew's pack animals to the warehouse. They came single file through the small gate. The Frenchman was surprised to see a stranger riding behind the procession. He stepped down from the low veranda to look more closely at the oddly garbed visitor who had followed Thornbrew and Tardit into the compound. Bass glanced quickly about at the scattered collection of buildings within the palisades. Made of cedar, they had been built with care, unlike many of the American posts along the upper Missouri, which had been thrown together with unpeeled logs. Bass thought that these English did indeed intend to stay put. These were no temporary posts, built to last but a few seasons. The English truly had made a stake and would not easily relinquish their hold on this land. Titus saw the stocky Frenchman approach. He pulled the reins on his pony and looked down on the short man who smiled up at him. Bass returned the smile and stuck out his hand as he leaned out of the saddle. "How do?" He grasped the small Frenchman's hand. "Name's Titus Bass. S'pose you be Pambaroon?"
"Pambaroon, monsieur."
His eyes flashed with amusement as his tongue rolled the R sound in his name.
"Mr. Bass?"
he asked in a Gallic accent thick as Guillaume's.
"Who are you with?"
Scratch's eyebrows arched. His blank look indicated he did not understand Pambroon's meaning.
"Who are you with, eh?"
Pambroon finally let go of Bass's hand.
Company you come from, eh, Bass?"
Bass slid from the saddle as Thornbrew approached. Standing beside Pambroon, the pair almost dwarfed the Frenchman.
"He wishes to know what American company sent you here," Gerald smiled.
"As fort commander, he is required to ask this." "Hell, you know nobody sent me here," Bass snorted, with a smile in Thornbrew's direction. "You tell him nobody sent me." Thornbrew knew that Pambroon understood Bass's reply.
"He is American, so he get lost maybe, eh? Maybe his company not far away. Why he wander this way to our lands, huh?"
"Now, damn it," Bass answered, looking to Gerald in exasperation. "You know yourself I ain't lost, and from no damned company neither. And you tell him I ain't just wandering around his country. You know where I'm heading, that Vancouver fort. Jumpin' Jehoshaphat, Thornbrew, you know I don't work for no man. Tell your boss I'm here on my own hook." Thornbrew spoke in precise French to explain Bass's presence to Pambroon, who from time to time looked over at the American trapper, sizing up the 6-footer who towered over him. When Thornbrew finished, Pambroon again offered his hand.
"You are welcome,"
Pambroon grinned toothily.
"Welcome to Fort Nez Perce on Le Walla Walla."
At a loss for English words, he turned once more to Thornbrew and spoke with him before heading back toward his cedar building. Bass watched him walk away.
"Pambroon does not know if he should believe you or not. He is not sure of you," Thornbrew explained. "Not sure whether or not to believe that these answers you seek at Vancouver are answers for yourself only, not answers about the company here for your American employers. He does not believe you do not have a boss. He says all men have a boss, Mr. Bass," he grinned.
"Well, I ain't got no boss," Bass shot back in a hoarse whisper. "Oh, shit. No sense in letting that little Bouchouet put me in a fume. What does it matter what that little Frenchie thinks of me anyway?"
"Mr. Bass,"
Thornbrew said as he and Scratch led the trapper's animals toward one of the low cedar buildings,
"it may matter much that these people believe you are here. How did you say it? On your own hook."
"Why is it so all-fired important that they believe me? You believe me. I think you understand what I'm looking for out here. Why is it?"
"I am afraid, my friend, that the answers you seek will not come your way if doors are closed to you. Thornbrew stopped Bass near the doorway of the dormitory-type building. He watched the animals jog to a weary halt. "Now I ain't understandin'," Bass commented. "It would be best," Thornbrew said, pausing a moment as if to collect his thoughts. "Yes, best indeed if you could, convince these men of the company of your sincerity. They are very suspicious of you Americans. The battle lines have been drawn in some of their minds, it seems. If you wish answers to your questions, it would be best to show there is nothing to fear from you." Then he looked Bass squarely in the eyes. "If those ghosts you wish to exorcise are ever to leave you, this you must do first, it seems." "I don't need 'em to like me to get my answers," Bass replied after a moment. "Perhaps you are right." Thornbrew slipped back along the pack train and began to release some of the bundles from the ponies. "They do not need to like you, I suppose. But you must see, Mr. Bass, these men must trust you, trust what you say, trust your motives, perhaps even respect you to a degree, before the doors will be opened to you. If you want to find answers, you must—" "Didn't know it would be this goddamned tough to get me some answers out here," Bass interrupted as he tugged at the lashings of a pack animal. "Sounds like you folks like to play your games, huh?" "No, Mr. Bass," he said, shaking his head slowly. "It is not at all a game with these men. Indeed, 'tis a very serious business, a very deadly business." He dropped the bundles to the ground and moved on to another animal. "There is a war being waged out here in this country, and that is no game to these men. They have seen over the last few years you Americans coming into this land, slowly encroaching upon their domain." "This ain't their land," Bass snapped back angrily. Immediately he felt sorry for lashing out at Gerald. "I'm sorry, but this land ain't theirs." "I understand. At least, I think I understand what you mean. You have no need of apologies, Mr. Bass. But these men feel it is theirs. And what is more, these other Americans coming in here from time to time feel it is their land likewise. They don't look at things as you do, my friend. Neither side in this war, this economic war, a struggle of money and beaver, a war for the hearts and pelts of the native population, neither my people, my company, nor your fellow Americans who come poking around this land see things as you do. Don't you see how different you are from these other Americans? You must use that difference. You must gird yourself with your very difference so that confidence will be gained in you, so that those doors will be opened to you." The last bundle dropped to the ground, and Gerald bent over to gather it up into his arms. "Surely you must see that you are quite different from these other Americans who have come here before you." "I suppose I ain't like no other of 'em," he began. "That's right." Thornbrew moved toward the doorway of the cedar building. Scratch followed. "And that is precisely your armor, Mr. Bass. Precisely what you must use to convince these powerful men out here." "Fellas ain't much different than them fellas back east, ones what control the fur companies, are they?" "Perhaps not." "All of 'em thinking the lands belongs to 'em, leastways gonna be theirs afore too long now, and it don't belong to no man. No man owns it." "Perhaps. Again, you may be right." Thornbrew dropped his baggage in the corner of the small room where 6 beds stuck out, 3 each along 2 walls. Then he turned to Bass. "But what about the natives, these Indians? They believe it is their land, yes?" Bass shook his head. "Yep, you're right, friend." "Oh, quite. They, too, feel it is theirs." The 2 men headed back outside for the rifles. "And they allow you to come and go through their land?" "Most of 'em, they do." "Indeed," Gerald chuckled. "These 2 are Blackfoot horses, if I am correct." He slapped one on the rump. "You got yourself here through some nasty country, I presume?" Bass grinned. "Some of 'em get a mite touchy about a fella tromping on their ground, It is the same. Gerald smiled and lifted another load. The very same for these men here. You must understand that, Mr. Bass. If you can see why it is that the tribes wish to hold on to their land against you, why they do not want you taking their furs from their land, then surely you can understand why it is that these men in this land look at you with so much suspicion. Can you begin to understand why it is that they doubt your word?" Bass did not answer until they had dropped another load of his baggage in the corner of the room with the rifles and returned for a final trip. "I'll have to think about that, friend. The Injuns, they've been here so long, and these white fellas, yours and them damned thieving American traders, they all so new out here. Don't see me how they can be the same." "But very much so, and the company is not above using the natives' own territorial pride of ownership against your fellow Americans." "In keeping us out of their land," Bass responded. "Precisely." Thornbrew smiled at the American trapper. "Therein might lie part of your answer, Mr. Bass." Bass grinned and dropped the last load in the corner of the dorm. "This be all right here?" "Yes, of course. No one will disturb it here, my friend. You will be protected here. Your property, likewise, is in no danger. Mr. Pierre Pambrun takes great pride in caring for his visitors, and as his guest, you will be treated with the utmost civility. A real gentleman he is, that one." "Hell now, you're the nicest fella I've met me in a long time." Bass smiled as they headed out to the animals. "Why, I don't doubt that at all." Thornbrew slapped Bass on the shoulders. "I thank you for the compliment, my friend. But Pambrun, you are his guest. This is his fort. Why, he even gave a suit of clothes to one of your American fellows last year, a man named Wyeth, who came through here on his way to Vancouver. Pambrun liked that one, although this Wyeth was planning on establishing fur operations nearby. A suit of clothing for his visit to the good doctor at Vancouver. Wyeth was in pretty bad shape when he arrived." "Know of him, I do," Bass replied. "Fought us some Blackfoot back to last summer, we did." More of them fellas begging and needing, huh?" Bass followed Thornbrew as they led the animals toward the stables. "It seemed that way, yes." "Well, I ain't needin' no suit of clothes," Bass chortled. "Wouldn't feel right wearing such foo-for-ah anyways. You tell this Monsieur Pambaroon I ain't needin' no clothes from him. Get that cross to him right off. Mine just fine. Done well by me long enough. And this here doctor, he's just gonna have to take me as I am." He gestured up and down his body with an open hand. "I'm all I got, and I ain't dressing up just for him, or for nobody." "Ah, Mr. Bass," Gerald smiled. "You are quite the way I first took you. You have confirmed for me the impression I initially formed of you. Lord Bass, he needs no finer raiment than that made by the natives of this fair land. He comes to visit Lord McLaughlin dressed as regally as any native lord of this grand wilderness." He swept his arm low, bent over in a generous bow when they reached the stables. "And here we shall put up your horses while you are on your visitation to the good doctor. Pambrun will see that your horses are well fed and cared for until you return for them." "I don't plan on being at Vancouver all that long, friend." "I wish you would call me by my name, either of them, Mr. Bass, either Gerald or Thornbrew." "I'll do me that, only if'n you'll quit calling me Mr. Bass this and Lord Bass that." He smiled as he saw the grin spread across the Englishman's face. "Just call me what most others do, will you?" "And what is that, pray tell? Titus?" "Nah, most don't use that to call me, leastways if'n they's wantin' my attention." "What is it, then? What most call you, my friend?" "Scratch." He chortled. "Scratch?" "Ain't so funny a name to me now," he said defensively. Please do not take offense, Mr. Bass. Scratch, I mean. It is just an odd name indeed for someone such as yourself." "Ain't odd at all," Bass replied. "Got me that handle some time back, first come to the mountains I did. Had me the nits, skin bugs, bad. Scratching all the time I was. Name got stuck on me back then. Grown to like it quite some by now, he stated proudly. Then Scratch it is, Gerald responded. No more Titus, no more Mr. Bass. No more Lord Bass for you. He watched the trapper nod in appreciation. Scratch. Yes, I see now. Truly you are a Scratch. Yes. He snapped his fingers. And that is precisely what you will cause these men to do. Scratch. You will cause them to itch to meet you, my friend. You likewise are a lord here, whether you take to the title or not. Ah! He nodded his head and grinned. You will cause them to scratch at the very core of their beings, at their very souls where they live, my friend. Scratch you are. The old trapper's fears eventually eased, and he became comfortable on the swollen river flowing swiftly to the sea. Tardit and Thornbrew took turns steering the craft down certain parts of the river, a few times both men hanging onto the long-beamed rudder that was tugged this way and pulled that by the current. Fort Nez Perce was quiet with few hands around. Thornbrew had told Bass that with the coming of the spring brigades, for a few days the post would hum with activity. And Pambroon, the little Frenchman. Pierre had eventually grown to be more than merely civil to him. Pambroon had warmed up to him last night. It was as Gerald had said. The factor had evidently come to accept that Bass was not like the others. He had taken the time to discern that the trapper was there on a much different mission. Bass had loaded one large buffalo hide parfleche and shouldered the painted case from the pickets and bastions of the company post, carried it down to the barge. Gerald pointed to a spot in the water some 20 feet from the bank and told Scratch that it was there one would normally find the wooden wharf where the barge could be tied. However, with the spring runoff swelling the current, the wharf was submerged. The snow was disappearing down here and was beginning to fade before the sun in the high country where rushing little creeks and streams began their journey to the Pacific Ocean. Feeling lazy in the warm sun as the barge floated along the river, Bass thought about how little sleep he'd had the night before. Pambroon had kept him up talking, with Thornbrew as an impromptu interpreter. And now, the heavy bobbing of the barge rocked and lulled him into semi-consciousness, where his mind wandered over the events of the previous night. Some time after he'd finally fallen asleep the night before, he had been awakened by the voice. Slowly, he'd opened his eyes in the darkened room where he had spread out his robes on the floor rather than sleep on one of the beds offered to him. He recognized the voice as Gerald's, who was some few feet away in a bed. Startled at first, Scratch realized that the Englishman was talking in his sleep. Bass eased back down on his elk-hide coat pillow and was trying to slip back to sleep when the other man began singing. It was the voice that had brought Bass back to being fully awake. It had not been the grating, off-key, scratchy, wavering voice he had heard Thornbrew sing with earlier that afternoon. Instead, this voice was strong, clear-ringing, and baritone. Thornbrew had sung and talked in his sleep most of the night, singing songs almost without end, each a pleasure to listen to. Each time the Englishman had begun to speak, Bass had tried to go back to sleep, and each time he had just fallen off, Gerald began to sing again. When morning came, Bass felt as if he hadn't slept at all. Before boarding the barge that morning, Bass had inquired of Thornbrew about the sleep-talking and sleep-singing. Gerald had immediately bent over with laughter. "Surely you can't believe those stories, can you, Scratch?" He roared again with laughter. "They always tell me I talk and sing all night, and what's the biggest part of the whole bloody story is that I sing pretty. Can you fathom that? Me, singing pretty?" Bass had protested, saying that he had heard the songs himself, and he had somehow convinced Gerald that it was indeed true that this big Englishman who could not carry a note for his life during the day
did indeed sing very well in his sleep. Bass was now brought out of his reverie to hear Gerald begin singing. He turned slowly to look to the rear of the barge at the Englishman. I gave my love a cherry that has no stone. I gave my love a chicken that has no bone. I gave my love a ring that has no end. I gave my love a baby with no cryin'. He finally noticed Scratch staring at him. Ah, dear friend, Bass, my singing not as good as it was last night? He laughed merrily and continued his song as Scratch went back to watching the waves on the swollen river lap against the sides of the barge. How can there be a cherry that has no stone? How can there be a chicken that has no bone? How can there be a ring that has no end? How can there be a baby with no cryin'? A cherry when it's bloomin', it has no stone. A chicken when it's pipin', it has no bone. A ring when it's rollin', it has no end. A baby when it's sleepin', it's not cryin'. The day moved slowly. As dusk fell, Guillaume and Gerald struggled against the current to steer the craft to the northern bank. Thornbrew jumped into the shallow, icy water and pulled at the two thick ropes to anchor the barge to trees for the night. They made their camp beneath the edge of the green canopy, lighting a fire for a quick meal, some welcome warmth, and to push back the darkness a little longer. Bass fell off to sleep listening to the rhythmic lapping of the waters against the sides of the barge. The next morning he awakened to find Thornbrew standing over him, nudging him with a toe. Rise, my friend. We must be pushing off very soon to make Vancouver. Bass sat up and scratched at himself as Gerald went over to tap at Guillaume before kneeling by the fire and stoking it with more limbs. You slept well, I trust? He finally asked of the trapper. He saw Bass nod sleepily, then continued. Not at all like the previous night's rest, eh? My singing did not keep you up? Don't remember you singing at all, Scratch replied wearily. Needin' that sleep, I suppose. He looked to the east where the sky was beginning to turn light, a thin gray border just beginning to grow beneath the dark canopy. You must be hungry, Scratch. You didn't have much to eat last night. Surely the inner man is hungry? If'n you got something else in that pig meat you brung you long, he snorted. Rags my ass, it does, eatin' pig. I'm afraid that is all I was given by Monsieur Pambroon. Out of a thick bundle of waxed paper, Gerald spread thin slices of ham and began to place them on a small cast-iron griddle. The best the good doctor has to offer. He held a slice of ham up on the end of a fork. Nothing else, huh? Would you prefer to hunt some game? Nah. He kicked at the robes and stood. Slowly he stretched, removing the kinks from his muscles. Lately his legs had begun bothering him, especially the knees. The cold, late-winter cross-country trek had not helped his joints at all. He supposed the pains he suffered were the curse of having to spend many of his hours in freezing waters setting traps and hunting beaver. My heart tells me there be far better victuals than that pig to eat, but my belly tells me it's ready to eat now. So I'll sit and have some breakfast with you, Gerald. I will. Bass was hopeful they would again continue to make good time moving downriver this day. Afraid to admit it, he still was more than a little nervous about being on the water aboard the flat barge, seemingly adrift and at the mercy of the swollen river. From time to time he would awake to realize he had dozed off with the rhythmic bobbing of the craft. He would stretch and rub his legs, and occasionally move to the rear to talk with Thornbrew, studying the islands that infrequently dotted the river. Toward the middle of the afternoon, the sky clouded up and burst with a quick, terrifying spring squall. The water rippled, dotted with wind-whipped foam. Guillaume and Gerald hung to the rudder beam together. The Frenchman crouched low against the wind, while the Englishman stood upright against its temporal fury, singing out in his strident, nerve-grating voice.
I'm lonesome since I crossed the hill, and o'er the moor and valley. Such heavy thoughts my heart do fill, since parting with my Sally. I seek no more the fine and gay, for each does but remind me how swift the hours did pass away, with the girl I've left behind me. Bass felt the fear rumbling deep in his bowels. It was a fear of something he knew nothing about, a fear of something over which he had no control. Death, especially sudden, capricious death, had never been a stranger to him. But this was something entirely different. Now he could do nothing but go along for the ride. He felt helpless against it, against the possible consequences of the brief, raging storm. Then, above the roar of the wind and the grinding rattle of the drops splattering against the wooden barge like hail, Bass heard the Englishman's voice. Forcing himself to let go of the railing with one hand so that he could turn, Scratch eventually wheeled around to stare disbelieving at Thornbrew. Then the trapper smiled. "Oh, ne'er shall I forget the night the stars were bright above me, and gently lent their silvery light when first she vowed she loved me. But now I'm bound to Brighton camp. Kind heaven may favor find me, and send me safely back again to the girl I've left behind me." Perhaps the storm was not all that bad after all. He couldn't help smiling at the Englishman. And finally, Thornbrew looked down at the American huddled against the railing near the front of the empty barge. Gerald interrupted his song to laugh loudly, the water from the rain pouring down his face, the wind whipping at his garments savagely. "My friend, Scratch," he shouted above the strident whine of the fury. "Surely you cannot be afraid. This is but nature finally awaking in spring after her long winter's nap." He laughed loudly again, letting his head fall back of his shoulders in merriment. "Or perhaps Mother Nature is but a critic of my singing also." His laughter caused Bass to laugh along with Thornbrew. The Englishman waved for Bass to come to the rear of the barge. On his knees, the trapper began to crawl back toward Guillaume and Gerald. Hand over hand along the wooden railing, his moccasins frequently slipping on the wet boards and sending him sprawling, Bass fought against the mighty tug of the wind at his body. At last he came up beside the Englishman and sat down in a soppy clump against the railing. Guillaume crouched on the other side of Gerald. "Now, gentlemen," Thornbrew roared once more, "we will sing together. In Scarlet Town where I was born, there was a fair maid dwellin', made every youth cry, well-a-day, her name was Barbara Allen. Come on now, lads," he shouted into the wind. "You must sing along with me this time. You must learn the words so you can sing along with Thornbrew. Again, we will do it again. 'Twas in the merry month of May." "'Twas in the merry month of May," Bass and Tardet stumbled through the line. "When green buds they were swellin'." "When green buds they were swellin'," Guillaume mumbled around the unfamiliar English words. "Sweet William on his deathbed lay." "Sweet William on his deathbed lay," Bass repeated, beginning faintly to remember the song from days gone by. "For love of Barbara Allen." "For love of Barbara Allen." He knew he had heard this lover's lament before. "He sent his servant to the town, the place where she was dwellin', cried, 'Master bids you come to him, if your name be Barbara Allen.' Well, slowly, slowly got she up, and slowly went she nigh him, but all she said as she passed his bed, 'Young man, I think you're dyin'.' She walked out in the green, green fields, she heard his death bells knellin', and every stroke they seemed to say, 'Hard-hearted Barbara Allen.' Oh, father, father, dig my grave, go dig it deep and narrow. Sweet William died for me today, I'll die for him tomorrow. They buried her in the old churchyard, Sweet William's grave was nigh her, and from his heart grew a red, red rose, and from her heart a briar. They grew and grew up the old church wall, till they could grow no higher, until they tied a true lover's knot, the red rose and the briar. Good, good, Thornbrew exclaimed. Let's go on. They sang on through the few hours of the storm, 3 men lashed by the wind, pummeled by the heavy drops. 2 frightened men led by one whose voice rose above the fury. 2 in chorus who became less and less frightened because of the bravery of the one. Bass looked from time to time at this big Englishman, feeling a genuine liking for the man as well as a mounting respect. By the time the storm roared past them, Scratch was certain this Gerald Thornbrew must be a lord himself. Despite his claims to the contrary, despite his working for another man, this mighty Englishman was somehow at peace in the face of terrifying adversity. He might be accustomed to such rabid squalls on the river, but Bass nevertheless felt a real kinship with the Englishman. Indeed, here was a man who would stand beside him in a good fight, whether grizzly or Blackfeet. Here was a man far more worthy of a place in the Rocky Mountains than many others Bass had met through the years. And here was a man who seemed to have made peace with his own ghosts. The sun came out briefly before it began to sink to the west ahead of them. In less than 2 hours it would fall away behind the horizon, and the night would come. Another night of sleeping on the riverbank. Then Thornbrew slapped a large hand on Scratch's sodden shoulder. Gerald pointed downriver about a mile. There, on the flat plain that stretched above the mighty Columbia, rose the fortress. Just beyond it, to the south and west, and closer to the waters, was a village, buildings huddled here and there across the plain. Bass looked up at Gerald and saw the Englishman nod once. "You have come, my friend," Thornbrew announced. "The castle of Lord McLaughlin awaits you, fair knight of the wilderness. Likewise, dear Scratch, the end of this ghostly, haunting pilgrimage you have undertaken. May you find what it is you seek." Bass studied the approaching fortress. There, on the northern bank of the Columbia, rose this mighty bulwark of the English. "Ah, look at it, Scratch. A fortress with north and south walls running some 640 feet, the east and west walls extending close to 120 feet. Gerald was exultant. Bass drank it all in. Rough-hewn logs some 20 feet high rose out of the earth to surround the buildings, only the tops of which could be seen briefly before the river carried them on toward the landing. Every one of the 4 corners was bare of the normal imposing bastion, that tower from which one could enjoy a commanding view of the whole countryside. Scratch had heard of the American posts and forts on the Missouri River, most of which had been built since he had arrived in the mountains some 9 or 10 years before. The descriptions of those forts had seemed absurd, ridiculous, even outlandishly fanciful to him. Yet now, the descriptions of those American forts seemed to pale against the reality of this experience. Truly, here was a fort that would dwarf any of those, he thought. If those wild descriptions he had been told were true, then this place was all the more amazing. Weeks before, when he had spent that night alone within the 4 walls of that abandoned Nez Perce outpost, he had been impressed by the industry of his fellow men. Yet until this moment, he had not felt the might of the English presence in this great northwestern territory. Not until now had he begun to understand the posture of strength from which the English Hudson's Bay Company dealt with its competition. He had to duck and scoot out of the way as Thornbrew and Tardit fought with the large rudder to steer the barge against the current toward the north bank. The barge struggled, pushed and bobbed, bullied by the mighty river, acted as if at any moment it might tip and slide on over into the rushing foam. Bass,
suddenly apprehensive, sucked in a deep breath, then remembered some words of a song Thornbrew had taught him. I'm lonesome since I crossed the hill, and o'er the moor and valley, such heavy thoughts my heart do fill, since parting with my Sally. He sighed and felt better for it now as the waters lapped lower along the sides of the barge. They were out of the swiftest water now and making for the landing in a lagoon leading in from the river to facilitate the loading and unloading of river craft. He could see a small knot of people emerging from the fortress and moving down the wide path toward the wooden landing. Another small group of the curious was coming out from the orderly little village with its wide lanes and log cabins and huts to greet the barge. Nearer the bank, a short, square Indian woman raised her blanketed arm and waved happily. Bass turned toward the Englishman when he saw Gerald raise his arm to return the greeting. "Someone you know?" Bass inquired. "I should say, indeed," Thornbrew replied happily, tugging at the rudder. "She is my woman. To most, what would be a wife? It is not strange, this—" "Aye," Bass interrupted. "I have had me a woman, a wife, before, too." Thornbrew, along with Guillaume, leaned heavily against the rudder. Finally, the Englishman grunted so low under his breath that Bass could barely hear him. "Then, dear Scratch, you must know how I feel about coming back to her." "Yes, my friend," Bass answered, as he rose from his knees to stand at the railing. More people gathered at the landing. The trapper's gaze settled on the hefty Indian woman. "Yes, I know how you must feel to be coming back to her."